I was contracted for this underwater mission on really short notice. It's not unheard of, but I have to say that it is exceedingly rare. A civilian technician like me, pulled in from a list of cleared independents, usually means one of two things. A system went down and nobody on board could fix it, or something was discovered that required deniability. They flew me to Honolulu under the pretense of a week-long calibration job on sonar hardware. Paperwork said I would be interfacing with an oceanic data buoy system for the International Seabed Authority, standard enough. But once I reached the pier, there was no talk of buoys, just a blacked-out tenderboat and a man with a clipboard who did not introduce himself. We rode in silence for 2 hours before a grey shape emerged from the mist. RV Calyx, a mobile deep-sea research platform I'd only ever read about. The crew was small, a skeleton team, half civilian, half military, though no one said as much. People kept to themselves. The project leader, who was a woman named Dr. Mindheart, briefed me alone in a locked lab compartment. We've been tracking an acoustic anomaly, she told me. Low-frequency signals transmitting from the Kermadec Trench. Regular intervals, patterns, not seismic. I asked if it was biological. She shook her head. We've already ruled that out. They had a live feed from one of their autonomous vehicles, the AUV Lens, currently hovering about 10,000 meters below sea level, not yet at full depth. My job was simple. Troubleshoot and maintain the long-range comms relay linked to the lens. If the signal held, it would be the deepest real-time transmission ever attempted. That night, I lay in my assigned bunk and listened, not to the ocean itself, but to the way silence pressed through the hull. At this depth, it's not the absence of noise, it's weight, a kind of pressure on the eardrums and the lungs. The ship did not rock, it barely shifted actually. The only noise I had to keep me company was just a low, structural hum. The first few shifts were normal. Data streamed in. Salinity, thermal gradients, barometric readings. I was mostly logging, checking waveforms, adjusting gain. But at around 0400 on the third day, Lens picked up the sound. It came in like a tremor. At first I thought it was feedback, like maybe just a mechanical shudder or something like that, but it had structure. It was 4 seconds on, and then 16 off, then again, then a longer pause. It was deeper than anything I'd ever heard transmitted through water. I didn't report it right away. I wasn't sure I had to. The acoustic team was already awake and working by the time I joined them in the lab. They had the sound mapped out on 5 different spectrograms, but none of the data made sense. It's originating deeper than the lens's current depth, someone said. It's coming from beneath the trench floor. I asked what that meant. No one answered. Later that morning, I was allowed to sit in on the planning session. They intended to drop Lens another 800 meters into what the team referred to as Zone 0, which was a region below the known trench basin that appeared on only one of the bathymetric scans, a depression or cavity that was not supposed to be there. No geological precedent, said Dr. Mindheart. No volcanic explanation, and no tectonic instability. It's just empty space. They theorized it was either a fault misrecorded on satellite topography or a cave-in, but that did not account for the transmission or its regularity. They sent Lens down. The descent took hours. I was rotated back into engineering for routine monitoring. The signal remained strong. I drank coffee and logged voltage. The sound continued in its loop, 4 seconds, 16, then the longer pulse, and then, around 9:30 a.m., it stopped. Total silence. Not static, but actual nothingness. Everyone gathered in the viewing room. The live feed came back blurry, just silt and darkness at first. The spotlights on Lens flickered, then caught on something pale and irregular. A formation is what it looked like at first glance, like a natural ridge. But as the camera adjusted focus, details emerged. Symmetry, angles, carvings maybe. I moved closer to the monitor. Whatever Lens had landed near was not rock. It had right angles, linear edges. I saw repeating marks etched into the surface, rows of straight grooves that were intersecting. The lights flared again and revealed more of the object. A wall, maybe 30 meters across, part of a larger structure, mostly buried in sediment, covered in the same geometric scarring. The room went quiet. "Zoom in," someone whispered. The operator adjusted the feed. Closer now, and clearer. One of the grooves had snapped open. It looked like it had peeled, as if it had once been closed, and now wasn't. From the split, something leaked. A shimmer, perhaps, or some kind of distortion. The water around it seemed bent. Then the sound returned, but different this time. It wasn't pulsing anymore. It was constant. A drone, like a single note stretched out until it almost ceased to register. We lost the camera feed within seconds. Not to darkness or malfunction, it just stopped. The entire interface froze. Diagnostics showed all systems online, but Lance was gone. Off the map, no signal, no telemetry. Dr. Meinhardt ordered a shutdown of the lab. I was escorted out and locked out of the comms terminal. The rest of the day passed without further word. I didn't sleep that night. The walls felt thinner. By the morning, rumors had started. The galley was nearly empty. Some of the crew were seasick, others confined to quarters. I heard talk of pressure sickness, which obviously would not make sense, as we had not been diving. One of the marine biologists had a nosebleed that would not stop. Someone else was pacing the lower deck, muttering things that nobody could make any sense of. I found Dr. Meinhardt outside. She had not slept either. I asked what we had found. "We didn't find anything," she said. "We made contact." "Contact with what?" I asked. Meinhardt did not respond. She was staring out over the water, like she was trying to find something on the surface that was not there. Whatever she meant, it wasn't rhetorical. Later that morning, the internal messaging system went dark. No more logs, no intercrew memos. The satellite uplink was severed. Calyx was now a closed loop. I found a copy technician from the audio-visual team. They were just an intern, barely out of school. She told me she tried to back up the Lance feed the moment the transmission cut out, but the system had overwritten itself, just cleanly and deliberately erased, like a secure wipe. 1 minute it was there, the next nothing. Except, she had taken a screen capture, just one, before everything went dark. She showed me on a portable tablet. The image was low-res, shaky from the camera adjusting, and almost indecipherable. But if you look closely, you could make it out. The edge of the trench wall, and something behind it. A shape, not a statue, not machinery, a silhouette. Too symmetrical to be natural, too wrong to be man-made. My eyes could not focus on it. It bent in the middle, curled around itself, and seemed to disappear at both ends. I could not even tell how far away it was. It was like it was not bound by the normal rules of perspective. She refused to send the photo to me, told me she couldn't because of protocol. That night, one of the engineers jumped overboard. No one saw him go. The motion sensors did not catch it. No alarms triggered. But at dawn, we found his shoes neatly placed by the aft rail. Meinhardt did not hold a briefing. We were instructed to maintain normal duties, but the ship was not normal anymore. People whispered even when they were alone. Lights flickered in hallways. Some rooms became inexplicably cold. Once, I walked past an observation port and saw the glass frosting from the inside. I found one of the hydrophonists crying in the equipment bay, holding her ears and mumbling something to herself. Around midday, the acoustic signal returned, this time not from beneath the trench, but from directly beneath Calyx. A sudden, sharp frequency spike like a flare fired straight through the ocean layers. It sent every sonar alarm into red. One of the military types, whose name I never learned, yanked the comms cable from the main terminal and smashed the housing with a fire axe. It didn't matter. The signal was not coming through our machines anymore. It was coming through the hull. We gathered again in the lab. No feed from Lance, no cameras. Just raw data like pressure readings, Doppler shifts, and magnetic anomalies, all spiking. Something massive was moving below us. Then we saw the water change. The Pacific doesn't shimmer, not like this. The surface around the ship had gone from calm to glossy, a strange mirrored texture rippling in geometries that did not match any known wave patterns. It was like watching oil spread over ice, but in slow motion. Light bent the wrong way off of it. I tried to leave the lab, I was stopped. Orders had come down from the top. No one was to leave Calyx. We were now classified personnel. Around 1800, the power went out. Backup generators kicked in, but half of the cameras remained blind. A new sound came then, one none of us had heard before, not even on the playback systems. It was a voice. That is the best way I can describe it, but it didn't actually say any kind of words. It was more just sounds, just rhythm, a harmonic dissonance that scratched the base of the brain. One of the biologists began to bleed from his eyes. Another locked himself in the cold room and would not come out. I found Meinhardt again, this time in the old server room where they had been storing analog backups. She was watching real footage from the first dive. This was physically stored footage, and impossible for it to have been altered in any way. "I've seen this before," she said. I didn't respond. In 1978, a Soviet bathysphere went missing near the same trench. No record, no wreckage, just gone. A single audio transmission lasted 11 seconds. It matches what we have been recording now, exactly. I looked at the footage, black and white, grainy. It showed the trench from above, and something opening. A massive seam in the seafloor, like a wound pulling apart, and from it, darkness poured. It wasn't an absence of light, but something with mass, like shadow turned solid. And then the film cut out. We didn't sleep that night. By morning, half of the crew had barricaded in the comms room. Others were trying to reboot the transmission uplink, but no signal was going out. I went below decks and found one of the divers losing his mind and just mumbling to himself, clawing and scratching at his own arms like he couldn't control himself. If you could have seen it, then you would have seen true horror. The gouges he had made on himself, it was unlike anything I'd ever seen. The amount of pain it must have caused, but he just kept going. I also don't understand why the sound affected some people, but not others. I don't know why I wasn't affected, why Meinhardt was not affected. It doesn't really make sense to me. No one knew what time it was anymore. The shimmer on the water was expanding. We could see it in every direction. Something was warping the entire surface area. Weather satellites would have caught it, but no one was listening. And then, at 7:42 a.m., the sound stopped. Every system flatlined, instruments, power, even the emergency LEDs. The entire ship plunged into a perfect, depthless silence. And then we saw it. From beneath the mirrored surface, something began to rise. We didn't see it clearly, not all of it, not at once, just shapes, angles, movements that defied structure. A glint of something massive just beneath the waves, like an eye opening beneath glass, and it was looking directly at us. Meinhardt whispered, "Don't move." I couldn't. None of us could. Then it sank again, slowly, quietly, without a ripple. The power returned 4 minutes later. We turned. Half the crew were messed up. Looked like they were in total agony. That was 6 years ago now. Almost to the day, actually. I never went back to the Calyx, and never worked for any of those people again. I was released under medical pretense, but not before I signed enough paperwork to bury me if I spoke a word. I figure enough time has passed. Not like many would believe me anyway. I have no idea what we saw down there, but I have no interest in seeing anything like it ever again. Hey, hope you've enjoyed the story so far. If you want to hear more, make sure to subscribe, like the video, and leave a comment because it lets YouTube know you like the content and helps more people to see these videos. My next big goal for the channel is 100,000 subscribers, and as a celebration, I will be doing a Q&A video once we hit that goal. Thank you, and back to the stories. Night dive in Bali. The water was pretty choppy, and we hung around the sandy bottom for a while before ascending. When I got up, I inflated my BCD and took off my mask so I could float on the surface and look at the sky. Suddenly, my BCD abruptly deflated, and I started rapidly sinking down to the bottom because I was wearing extra weights. Kept pressing the inflate button, and it simply refused to inflate. No mask, regulator out of my mouth, and pitch black darkness. Flailed around a bit for my secondary, and managed to swim upwards enough, literally paddled for my life, for my buddy to grab me. Turns out, a bunch of sand got in my BCD when we were underwater and choked it up, so it did not inflate properly. It was horrible. I genuinely thought I was going to be pulled down, and eventually drown before anyone could get to me. Diving the day before a hurricane on a small South Pacific island. Out of nowhere, a black and white sea snake, venomous, wrapped itself around my arm. Apparently, this happens from time to time before major storms. They can sense it and look for things that are heading towards the shore so that they don't have to put in so much effort to get out of the sea. As soon as I was in the shallows, it uncurled and headed up the beach where it hid under a breadfruit tree. I thought I was going to get bitten to death by a snake at sea. Turns out, I was just a taxi for a very calm but rather rushed reptile. Free dove to about 160 feet in Dean's Blue Hole in the Bahamas. It's where a lot of the free diving world records are set. Super neat place. Google a picture. Anyway, I'd never really been past 100 feet free diving, but this was the perfect place to do it. No current. There is ropes to keep you straight and allow a slight pull back up. Scary part is that you become pretty strongly negatively buoyant after like 60 feet, so you are basically hauling ass down while doing nothing and using very little air. So, I'm dazed out a bit, feeling good and counting the lines that mark the depth, and all of a sudden feel pressure, like my trachea is going to collapse, and wake up and realize I've counted to the line that's around 160 feet or so. Very scary moment, because I was not sure if my body could take the depth or if I had gone too far and wouldn't have enough air to get back up, which is a much slower and much more air-intensive process. The Byford Dolphin Diving Bell Incident. On the 5th of November, 1983, at 4 AM, while drilling in the Frigg gas field in the Norwegian sector of the North Sea, 4 divers were in a decompression chamber system attached by a trunk, a short passage, to a diving bell on the rig, being assisted by 2 dive tenders. One diver was about to close the door between the chamber system and the trunk when the chamber explosively decompressed from a pressure of 9 atmospheres to 1 atmosphere in a fraction of a second. One of the tenders, 32-year-old William Cramond of Great Britain, and all 4 of the divers were killed instantly. The other tender was severely injured. Diver D4 shot out through the small jammed hatch door opening and was ripped apart. Subsequent investigation by forensic pathologists determined that Diver D4, being exposed to the highest pressure gradient, violently exploded due to the rapid and massive expansion of internal gases. All of his thoracic and abdominal organs, and even his thoracic spine, were ejected, as were all of his limbs. Simultaneously, his remains were expelled by force through the narrow trunk opening left by the jammed chamber door, less than 60 centimeters, 24 inches in diameter. Fragments of his body were found scattered about the rig. One part was even found lying on the rig's derrick, 10 meters, 30 feet, directly above the chambers. There is actually a picture of the remains of the body, which is much too gruesome to show on here. Only look it up if you can stomach seeing a human body scattered into pieces. I dive a lot, several times a week. My area has a lot of theoretically dangerous things: sharks and barracudas, morays and stingrays, blue-ringed octopuses, cone snails, box jellies, siphonophores of all kinds, sea snakes, stonefishes, and scorpion fishes, venomous catfish, crown-of-thorns starfish, and various sea urchins that can hurt you in several different ways, titan triggerfish, and so on and so on. But only one thing has ever gotten me, twice. Are you ready? Clownfish, like Nemo. They are territorial and brave, and will get in your face if you are near their anemones. I usually respect their space, but I was distracted enough watching something else a couple of times, and it turns out that they will actually bite you if you don't leave their space fast enough. For real though, I don't have any particular horror stories, but the scariest moments are probably when I get caught in strong currents and have to crawl on the bottom to fight it, going hand over hand like I'm climbing a horizontal wall. Despite what a lot of people tend to think, especially looking at the daunting list of dangerous animals in my area, sea critters are not your problem. You leave them alone and it is fine. Sea conditions like wave or currents, and above all, human error, are the real killers. I just remembered an incident that actually did scare me. It was a human error / equipment failure issue. When you are diving, you want to ascend to the surface slowly. This is because under pressure, your blood and tissues can hold more gases, in particular inert nitrogen from your compressed air, dissolved in it, than when you're at the surface. And as you ascend to the surface, these dissolved gases have to return to being gases. If you are slow, you just breathe it out as you come up. But if you are too fast, then they turn into bubbles of gas in your arteries and veins before they can be vented out. This causes embolisms as well as decompression sickness, aka the bends. I was diving with a friend at about 25 meters, 82 feet, when her old, beat-up BCD, the vest that you can inflate with air to control your buoyancy, started to inflate all on its own. This has happened to me before as well, but I just disconnected the air hose from the BC immediately and carried on, and went on to do about 10 dives with a busted BCD that I only inflated manually. She did not think to do that, or did not have time to do that. This happened very quickly. I saw that she was having buoyancy control issues. She was upside down, kicking, trying to stay down. But in a few seconds it took for me to realize how bad the problem was. She was already at the surface. Basically, I quickly glanced around to see if there was a rock I could use to weigh her down, and when I turned back, she was gone. I followed her up, but not too quickly, and even so, my dive computer was beeping warnings at me. When we met up, I wondered why she didn't use her dump valve. There is a valve at the bottom of the BCD exactly for releasing air when you are feet up, especially since she was experienced and should know to do that. Then I saw that the string you pull to open up the valves was missing, so it was literally impossible to dump the air when oriented that way. So check your gear before you use it. I was pretty worried she would come down with the bends, but she was thankfully fine. People are often worried that I dive alone a lot, but honestly, all of my scariest and most anxious moments were problems occurring with other people. This story is well known among my circles, and it will be easy to identify me, so I am going to try to use as little personal details as possible. I grew up in Oz. When I was 15, I took the family boat out and dove the reef myself to clear my head. Mistake number 1. I was down at a depth of about 28 meters, 90 feet, when I was only rated for 60 feet. Mistake number 2. Whilst diving, I spotted a 3.5 meter mako shark coming right at me. For those who are unaware, makos are basically the cheetahs of the ocean, and they only have 2 speeds: curious, harmless, and lunge, very much harmful. This guy was in lunge mode. So I hovered, as I had been trained to do, as there would be no way for me to outmaneuver it or escape it. Nowadays, we dive with shark shields, which emit electronic pulses that freak the sharks out and keep them away. But back then, what we used was essentially a chainmail sleeve. The idea being that sharks hate the taste of metal, so if you give it your arm, it will bite down, decide you are gross, and move along. So I wait, and it comes, and I do a perfect move to give the beastie my arm. Just before the crunch, however, it occurred to me that I had left my sleeve on my bed. Mistake number 3. I had my kelp knife drawn and stabbed it right as it bit me. It swam off, and I was alive. However, now I had a series of problems. 1. I had a huge, open gashing wound on my arm from the bite in open water, and blood was trailing everywhere. 2. Once the shock wore off, you realize that you're in salt water, and salt and open wounds do not feel good. Number 3. In a panic, I dropped my weight belt and shot up to the surface without any sort of waiting period. Hello, bends. Mistake number 4. Number 4. Because I had not been paying attention to the currents, I was approximately a quarter mile downstream of my boat, which means I had to swim up to it. Mistake number 5. Number 5. When I got to the boat, I really started to wish I had done as my DA had said and had the comms fixed. Mistake number 6. Or that I had upgraded the first aid kit, like I had been threatening to do. Mistake number 7. So, I end up racing back to shore with nothing more than a tourniquet to staunch the bleeding. Long story short, my series of unfortunate self-inflicted events earned me 172 stitches, boatloads of physical therapy because the shark had actually bitten down on my tricep and attached it, and easily identifiable scars on one of my arms for the rest of my life. Oh, and I lost my deceased grandfather's favorite kelp knife that he had left to me. TLDR, I fell asleep while diving. The weather had been pretty hot, and the water temperature was also around 26 degrees Celsius. We'd done a dive and a long swim in the morning. We then headed out for our second dive, and the boat dropped us in the wrong spot, so we had to swim against the massive current to get to our intended site. Halfway into the swim, I just felt like I needed a nap. And so, I closed my eyes and did exactly that. It felt so peaceful. I immediately dropped down to an even deeper depth, and was lucky that one of the guys on the dive turned around at that moment and saw what was happening. He swam as fast as he could towards me and caught me. He asked if I was okay. I said I was and passed out again, this time spitting my reg out and started blowing bubbles. He then went behind me, shoved my reg back in, wrapped his arms around me, and took me straight to the surface. He saved my life. In the summer, I teach at a dive school in the Dutch Caribbean. On the island I work at, there are special zones that boats are never allowed in, even though they are at open sea, just because there are so many divers in the water at the time. Me and another instructor were teaching a family of 5 to dive, so this was the first course. We did our first 2 lessons in the pool to get the basics down, and just get familiar with all of the gear, and the family was all good, real easy going, and quickly picking up on stuff. So, for our first open water dive, we go to one of the spot boats that are not allowed in. It's not too deep, good view and nice coral structure as well. We do some exercises on the seafloor, about 10 meters, 30 feet, deep in a sandy bed with nothing close by the students could destroy by accident. This is just to get everyone familiar with the salt and the elements. Some struggles, but all good in the end. We all have enough air left and decide to go on a little dive deeper, the coral in. I saw a kid, about 14, having a bit of trouble and getting uneasy, also showing some signs that they were going to panic, so I stay extra close to them. My fellow instructor was up front leading the group, and I was in the back with the kid, and all of the other students buddied up. We do hear some boats and stuff, but you hear that often. They are not in the area, just driving by, until this one rental boat comes in the area, and right at this time, the kid starts to get more panicked. So I try to calm them down, which does not work, and the kid tries to go up quite fast, still at about 10 meters, not good but not dramatic, so I grab on and do the procedure to try and stop him. Enter the rental boat, zooming right toward us. Fellow instructor is trying to get their attention by pulsing his secondary air to no avail. At this time, the kid is panicking even more, and at some point, I do have to let go because of my own safety. Please understand that I have been trying to calm them down for about a minute at this point. So the kid bolts up, and the boat did hit them, just barely missing the propeller. I really was just waiting to see the blood, but luckily, nothing. I also bolt up, was at about 5 meters, 15 feet, and check up on the kid, somehow totally unarmed, not a visual scratch on him. So I turn around to the boat, which luckily did stop, and all the adrenaline just lets go, and I swear this guy into oblivion. Professional? No. Was it a release for me at that point? Yes. We of course end our dive right away and go back to the shore. I offered to taxi the kid back to the shore so they don't have to swim, but they wanted to swim and said they were fine. Although this is a good sign, I of course stay right on them. We get to the shore, explain what happened, and the kid goes to hospital. Minor memory loss, but nothing else. So the kid takes a couple days break, and then finishes the course like a champ. What about the rental boat idiots? We have the Dutch military police dive at our shop, not just like officers, but also the detectives and stuff. So we tell them, and go to the rental place right away. Only 1 or 2 on the island. Finds the captain of the boat, and gives them a couple of strong words of advice, but also, the shop owner gets some strong words. Parents did not want to press charges, so it stays at that. This one is not that spooky, but I remember it vividly scaring me shitless for a very, very long time. Be me, 7 to 8 years old at the time, at Pyramid Lake on a family road trip. At beach, family of Mexicans have a jet ski. Get to take a ride on it. It was actually really fun. Younger girl gets on it next. Shaky at first, but her family cheers her on. She turns behind a rock. Maybe 5 minutes pass after her disappearance, and the family becomes visibly worried. They call the cops. Me and my mom leave for the hotel room. Come back later, at nighttime. Everything is calm, but hellishly quiet. Suddenly, I hear a loud roar coming from the sky. It's a plane with searchlights, no biggie. See star next to it move. More stars join in. Freaking out. They begin to make patterns and shapes. flip shit, and lock myself in the car. My mom says that when she asked me to open the doors to the car, I replied with something along the lines of, "I'm not going back up there." Never really forgot about it. It never really left my memory. I hope that Mexican family is doing well. I spent 2 summers in Alaska doing contract work for a geological survey firm. Mostly grunt labor like hauling equipment, checking sensors, and compiling data into spreadsheets that no one would read. Not glamorous, but I liked the solitude. There were no cities and no traffic and no people to disrupt me. In 2021, we got assigned to the area around the Wrangell St. Elias Range. The job was simple on paper. Monitor a specific glacial mass that had been behaving, irregularly, they said. They did not elaborate. My boss said the ice depth was decreasing, but melt runoff was not increasing proportionally. The data did not add up. The glacier in question was unnamed on those maps. Locals called it Hunter's Drop. Supposedly, a prospector sled dog team had fallen into a hidden crevasse there in the 1930s. Never recovered, obviously. They said you could still hear the dog sometimes if you stood still long enough. Locals always say things like that. You get used to it. But Hunter's Drop was odd. For one thing, it did not feel right underfoot. You know how fresh snow and ice crunch when you step on it? It didn't. It felt, tamped or, compressed. Like walking on a snow-covered roof and not realizing it's hollow underneath until the echo changes. I noticed it on day 2 and mentioned it casually to a pilot ferrying us in. He didn't smile. "You do not camp on that glacier," he said. "Not if you've got sense." We camped on it anyway. My supervisor, Mara, was not superstitious. Neither was I, at the time. We installed depth markers and thermal sensors on a 5-kilometer stretch. Our last check-in showed a loss of nearly 11 meters in vertical depth over 9 months. But there was minimal surface melting. No runoff paths, no flooding, no structural collapses. It was just thinner. As if someone had shaved it off from below. Night temperatures hovered around minus 12 degrees Celsius. That second night, I woke up to a low-frequency noise. I thought it was the wind, but it wasn't external. It was actually coming from below us. Like a distant diesel engine idling beneath the ice, constant, steady, and low. Mara heard it too. We chalked it up to glacial movement because ice does shift all the time. Things like tension release and vibrations are all perfectly normal. But it didn't stop. It pulsed at intervals of 2 minutes on, 2 minutes off. Not random. The next morning, one of our depth sensors had come loose and dropped into a vent. We thought it was sabotage at first. There were claw marks around the rim, deep gouges 8 to 10 inches apart, like something with massive hands had pulled the ice inward. No footprints and no debris. Mara took the photos. We sent a report to HQ. They told us to stay put and collect more data. Of course they did. That afternoon, we used a ground-penetrating radar to get a subsurface map. At 3 meters depth, the ice was normal, solid strata. At 10 meters, the returns got noisy. The image showed pockets, voids that should not have been there. One was directly beneath our camp, roughly 40 meters down, measuring about the size of a Greyhound bus. The GPR looped continuously every 4 hours. At midnight, the void had moved closer, 37 meters down now. It had also grown by nearly 6 feet. Mara thought it was a flaw in the calibration. I didn't. We argued. Then something hit the bottom of our camp trailer from underneath. Just once, a heavy, dull thunk, like a bowling ball dropped on the floor beneath us. I stepped outside into the cold with a flashlight. The air was absolutely still. Sound travels strangely on ice. Every crunch of my boots echoed for miles. No sign of movement. I walked out to where we'd lost the depth sensor and pointed my light into the hole. There was condensation on the inner rim of the ice, like breath fog on a mirror. I didn't say anything to Mara. She already looked exhausted. The next day, we relocated the trailer 30 meters east, away from the main void. As we packed up, I noticed something on the underside of the stabilizer jacks. Black residue, oily, like drilling fluid but thicker. It stained my gloves, smelled like rotten meat and metal. That night, I did not sleep. At 2:13 a.m., the camp shook, gently like a tremor, and then again, stronger. I grabbed my boots and flashlight and opened the trailer door. The snow outside was moving, not blowing but shifting. The snowpack rippled in slow, concentric rings, like something large and circular was moving deep below. Then it stopped. Then I heard the ice fall. It came from the original site, our first marker install. The sound was almost musical, like glass cracking, then dropping. But it was hollow, deeply hollow. It reminded me of a bell being struck underwater. The kind of noise you feel in your chest more than here. I went back to Mara and woke her up. She did not argue this time. We pulled up the latest GPR snapshot. The void was now 21 meters beneath us, and it wasn't the only one. 2 smaller voids had appeared on either side of it, like branching tunnels. The shape looked wrong too, not spherical, more like tapered cones pointing upward, like stalagmites forming in reverse. Whatever was creating the space was not just eating ice, it was replacing it with something else. That morning, Mara called HQ and demanded evac. They gave us 2 days. We never made it that far. I stepped out midday to check the sensor logs and saw something about 50 feet away that made me freeze. A figure, kneeling on the ice, no coat, no gear, no visible breath, just sitting there. I thought maybe it was a hallucination. I called out, but it didn't respond. Then it slid downward into the ice, and I mean slid, like it was on an elevator made of clear jelly, disappearing straight down with no resistance, its face never turning. I sprinted back to the trailer and told Mara. She did not doubt me. We packed everything in under 10 minutes. As we loaded the last bin, the GPR beeped. New data. The voids were now 15 meters down. The pulsing noise from below was louder now, so loud the trailer was vibrating. As we drove the snowcat east toward the ridge, I looked back. The ice at our former camp shifted, cracked, then sank inward about a foot, like something massive had uncoiled beneath it. The wind kicked up, the ice sang again. We did not talk on the way out. Mara reported everything when we got to base. 3 days later, she went missing. They said that she walked out of the bunkhouse during the night in only a sweater and boots. They found her radio 10 miles from the glacier, covered in that black residue. She hadn't taken a vehicle. She'd gone on foot, straight back toward Hunter's Drop. We never got any updates after that. I moved to Alaska in 2019 to work as a wilderness medic for remote research teams. I'd always preferred open spaces and cold air over fluorescent lights and city noise. People out here did not ask many questions, which suited me fine. In February 2023, I was assigned to a glaciology camp near a shelf glacier, tucked off the Nebensa River basin. The name of the site was not listed on any topographic charts. The researchers just referred to it as Site C or the Sinker. That alone raised flags. There were 4 people at camp when I arrived. All of them had been there for over a month. 1 geologist, 2 climate researchers, and a contractor, an old school guy from Anchorage who ran equipment and kept to himself. I was just backup, supposed to monitor vitals, prep medevac if needed, and file daily check-ins. The moment I stepped off the chopper, something felt wrong. Not danger, just disorientation. I've been around glaciers before. You expect biting wind, creaks and groans, the white glare of sunlight on ice. This place did not have that. It was way too quiet. Wind died down the closer you got to the glacier face, like it was swallowing the sound. The others were standoffish, not unfriendly, just tired, which is understandable given the circumstances. They all looked like they had been sleeping badly. Dark circles around their eyes. They had lots of nervous, twitching habits. I figured it was just isolation stress. At dinner, the geologist, Dr. Resnick, told me they were tracking subsurface density loss at unprecedented levels. It's like watching a mountain disappear from the inside, he said. But where's the runoff? I asked. He did not answer right away. There is none, said Tessa, one of the climate researchers. That's why we are here. There's no melt and no pooling, no flow channels. The ice is going somewhere, but it's not turning into water. Later, while I was logging supplies in the equipment trailer, I found an old GPR map rolled up under the bunk. It showed the glacier's subsurface, light gray striations where I should be. But there were blank spaces, voids, starting 18 meters down and stretching deep, narrowing like roots. I asked Resnick all about it in the morning. He snatched the map out of my hands and told me not to snoop through archive data. It got colder than expected that third night. minus 41 degrees Celsius with wind chill. I checked the thermal logs. Something was off. The ambient temperature inside the glacier, recorded from deep probes, had risen by almost 6 degrees since the last cycle. The surface froze harder, but the inside was warming. That is when I started to hear it. Not voices or footsteps, it was a sound I could not describe. It came at night, around 4 a.m., low and intermittent, like a deep inhale from below. It wasn't rhythmic, it sounded like exertion, wet, muscular effort, followed by a silence. I asked the contractor, the wiry guy named Booth, if he had heard anything. He said, "You don't want to listen too close out here. This place remembers." Booth was the one who finally gave me the real name of the glacier. Tavlik Unek, Athabaskan for mouth that does not close. Resnick hated that kind of talk. This isn't folklore, he snapped one morning. It's thermal collapse, subglacial erosion, nothing else. He said that like he was trying to convince himself. 3 days later, we lost a drone. They were using modified subglacial skimmers, little remote subs tethered to spooled cable, capable of gliding into crevasses and tight ice tunnels. The one we lost had gone into a vertical shaft, 2 kilometers northeast of camp. We watched the feed live. The drone dipped through the narrow shaft, sides coated in strange black ice, slick like obsidian. The walls pulsed slightly, not optical illusion, actual movement, subtle contractions. Then it reached the chamber, huge, spherical. The camera froze briefly and the image flickered. Then something crossed the lens. Not clearly, but just a blur. A thick black structure that moved with intention. It coiled once across the field of view. Then the drone cut out. The tether yanked taut, snapped. Booth pulled it in manually. The cable came back sticky, like sap or mucus. We logged the event, labeled it structural collision, and moved on like we had a protocol for it. That night, Tessa tried to leave. She woke me up just before dawn, already packed, wearing full gear. She was shaking. Her eyes were red. "There's something under us," she whispered. "It's not growing, it's replacing itself. You get that? It's pushing the ice out." She took one of the snow machines and headed west, toward the river pass. Never radioed, never came back. 2 days later, a field sensor triggered half a mile away from camp. Booth and I took a sled to check it out. We found a depression in the ice, roughly 10 feet wide, 4 feet deep, perfectly round. No signs of melt or collapse, just gone, like a coin pressed into flash and removed. At the center of the depression was Tessa's scarf. It wasn't torn or frozen, it was folded, neatly and deliberately. Booth did not speak on the way back. Resnick called for an emergency evac. HQ denied it. Just gave us bullshit reasons like weather window is closing, no assets nearby. We were told to hunker down and wait for rotation in 8 days' time. 2 nights later, Booth shot himself. He left a note in his logbook, one line. "Don't look in the holes, they are looking back." That is when I decided to start my own logs, in case no one makes it out. I've been hearing the glacier breathing at night. That is the only word for it. Not wind, not pressure, breathing. It exhales through the crevasses, warm, moist air rising in gusts that smell like copper and rot. It fogs up the walls of the tent, but does not freeze. It leaves streaks. Resnick stopped sleeping. He sits outside the camp at night and watches the glacier. When I asked him what he was doing, he said waiting. For what? For it to open again. I heard footsteps near my tent. Wet, bare steps. I looked outside. There were prints in the frost. Human, but longer. Arched wrong. Toes pointing slightly outward, like hooves. And there was something else. They stopped 5 feet from the tent door. They didn't turn around. They just stopped and vanished. Like whoever left them was taken straight downward. On the morning of the 6th day, Resnick was gone. I woke up to find his tent unzipped, inside coated in a thin layer of moisture like breath on glass. His coat was still hanging by the heater, boots at the entrance, laces untouched. There were the footprints again, same strange, stretched ones, but only one set this time, and they led into the glacier. Not across the ice or along the ridge, but into a small, fresh opening at the base of a nearby pressure ridge. It had not been there yesterday. A mouth in the snowpack, no bigger than a manhole, yawning black. No sign of struggle. I stared into that hole for a long time. I didn't go in. Not then. I marked the GPS and radioed HQ for the 4th time that week. Still, no response. I was not eating. I was down to 1 sleeping hour a night. The wind started to sound like whispers, not voices, but rhythmic patterns, murmuring, like language without words. On the 7th day, the generator went offline. I went to check it and found the control panel frozen from the inside. Not frost, actual crystal growth behind the display glass, like it had bloomed outward through the wiring. The oil was clotted with a fibrous, black-green sludge that smelled metallic. I gave up trying to repair it. At that point, it wasn't about surviving, it was about witnessing. I knew deep in my chest that the glacier was not a glacier anymore, or maybe it never was. It had shape, weight, mass, but no lifespan, no erosion. It did not melt, it did not change, it only grew inward. Something was building itself underneath us. That night, I left the recorder running in my vestibule. 6 hours of silence. Then, somewhere around 4 a.m., a noise. Faint at first, a whine, almost electronic. Then wet, cracking sounds, like ice splitting, but not from pressure. Then the soft, rhythmic slap of something walking on flesh. At the end, a single, quiet voice. It was my voice. It said, "Come down." I didn't remember saying it. I'm not the type to sleep talk. I've worked trauma cases, seen what isolation does to the brain, but this was not hallucination. It wasn't psychosis, it was mimicry. I swear, it was real. Something had heard my voice and learned it, replayed it back for its own mouth. On the 8th day, I went into the hole. I left everything behind except a headlamp, a flare, and my radio. I did not expect to come back up. The tunnel descended in spirals, perfect spirals. They weren't natural, it wasn't erosion of any kind. They were carved and etched. There were no claw marks and no tool cuts. The walls were smooth and black with patches of frost clinging to them like lichen. My boots never touched the snow. Only ice, soft in places, slick and glistening in others. After 10 minutes of descent, my radio hissed to life. But it was just garbled speech I could not make out, and then static. I should have turned back, but I kept going. At around 200 meters down, the tunnel opened up into a chamber. Massive. Too big to make sense beneath a glacier like this. It felt like standing in the atrium of some ancient cathedral, but the architecture was not human. The walls were curved and porous, shaped like overlapping ribs. The air shimmered, like underwater light, but there was no heat, only pressure. At the far end of the chamber was a structure, a tower or maybe a grove, organic but symmetrical. Few stalks rising from the ground like clustered bone. At its center was an opening. Resnick was there, or something that wore his shape. He was not dressed for cold. He had bare skin, blackened feet that sunk halfway into the ice, like it was swallowing him whole. His eyes were wide open, his jaw was slack, and his arms were wrong, elongated, bent at the joints like a mantis, folded backward behind him like he was being held up by invisible strings. When I stepped closer, he moved. Not his whole body, just his head, tilting slightly, mouth twitching. I decided not to wait around. I just turned and ran. No footsteps chased me, no echo, just the sound of wet breathing behind me, getting louder the closer I got to the surface. I just remember falling face first into daylight, half blind, sobbing into the snow. I was found 2 days later by a supply crew, headed to a nearby airfield. They found me curled up, next to the remains of our tent site. Everything else was gone. No Resnick, no booth, no Site C, just a flat, pristine ice shelf where our camp used to be. They tested the ice beneath. Solid, they said. Nothing unusual. All data drives recovered from the wreckage showed standard logs. No anomalies, no images. My voice recorder was blank, it was wiped. I told them about the tunnels, the breathing, the shape in the ice. They sedated me. I spent 6 months in Anchorage under observation. Never diagnosed with anything. I was just labeled unreliable. Decompression psychosis, they called it. Sensory deprivation. Grief. They think I imagined it. But I still have the flare. Never lit it. Still in my pocket when they pulled me out. I think there are things in this world we still cannot explain. We don't know enough about our own planet or what lives beneath its surface. I am not fucking schizo. Been working in an amusement park for summer breaks. Park closes at 10 p.m. max, but as I'm in charge of the shop, I must close after everyone else has left the park, so I can easily still be there till midnight. We cannot ask people to leave. It's 11 p.m. I am now alone as fuck. Only staff guy left in here. A couple comes in. Sorry, we'll be quick. Take your time, please. They eventually leave. Proceed to close everything. It's past midnight now. Shop is closed. There is tracks on the side of it. We got a train that makes a tour of the park for people to visit. It's nice and cozy. Has to run along the track to go back to my locker. Pitch black as I shut off every light. Find my way with my phone. It barely shows me the way. Suddenly stop. There is someone else walking on these tracks. Walk a little, stop again. My face when it's walking on my exact tempo. Freeze. Try to hear someone. Then steps come closer. Start running to the lock. Don't look back. Grab my keys, backpack, and get in the car. What the fuck was that? Next morning, starting at 10 a.m. Co-worker tells me the park was robbed during the night. Tell him what I experienced. My face when these guys had hunter knives. My face when the guy behind me wanted to slice my throat to get rid of a potential witness. Work in a bookstore in a small town. Mix of new stuff and really cool old books. Rare/expensive items and display copies are kept in locked glass cases. That sort of shop. Co-workers report things being moved around when the shop is empty. Weird cold patches, flickering lights, the usual. Never experienced anything until inventory time my first year. Our boss has us shut the shop down for a few days midweek. Most of our customers come in on the weekends, and has us working in shifts overnight to get everything done as quickly as possible. Working my way through shelves at the back of the store at around 11 p.m. and see a little old lady walk past into the romance novels. What the fuck, we're closed. Even by normal shop hours, we would be closed. Hop up and follow her. Ma'am, excuse me ma'am. Get around the shelf and she's not there. Weird, whatever. Someone will find her eventually. Go back to what I was doing. A few minutes pass and I am back to work when suddenly an icy cold, bony little hand taps me on the shoulder. Miss, I've been calling to you for a quarter of an hour now. I need help. Try to explain to the woman that the shop is closed and that we can't sell anything right now because we're doing inventory. Woman gets really annoyed and hands the book she's holding over to me. Bunch of really old paperback Harlequins. She hoofs off toward the front of the shop where my co-workers are doing their own sections. Get back to work. When we are leaving for the night a couple of hours later, mention old lady to my co-workers. No one else saw her. Boss was at the register by the door all night and she never came through. I am the only one who saw her. Boss has no idea who she could even have been. Spend few shifts really wary around the romance novel section. I had a friend whose grandpa fled Ireland after a falling out with the IRA or something. I don't know. I am totally clueless about the Irish trouble shit. The point is that his grandpa emigrated to the States and started a new life. The story was a bit of a family secret, and in the end, my friend's father never told my friend about it. This led to a very fucked up situation. My friend has just completed an undergrad degree. He decides he wants to take some time off and travel. He'd heard his dad talk about a specific little town in Ireland a few times, supposedly where his family was originally from. He decides to seek out this little town. Fast forward. Friend lands in the UK, rents a car, and sets out on his journey through the Irish countryside, the bonny banks of Loch Lomond. Friend arrives in town and is surprised at what he sees. It literally looks like two different historical eras staring at each other from opposite sides of the road. To his left, there is a sort of picturesque Ireland, small rustic buildings, old shops, a pub, and behind everything lies green fields and rolling hills. To his right, it's a completely different story, much more urban, McDonald's and strip centers and whatnot. Well, Janie Mac, but this looks strange. Friend parks the car and ventures into the old side of the road and enters the pub. There is one man inside alone, sitting, who instantly looks my friend up and down. Friend orders a beer and pays for it. As he's drinking, the man suddenly stands up and walks over to him. What's your name? My friend is surprised, but he tells him, your last name. The man's being really gruff, but my friend tells him, thinking there can be no harm. The man says, you're a dead man, and exits the pub. The bartender, who overheard the conversation, tells my friend he needs to leave. He repeats my friend's last name and says they are not allowed in here. Confused, friend drinks the last of his beer and exits the pub. Outside, an old man approaches my friend. Hello there, Anon. The old man is dressed nicely, but has a large scar on his right cheek. Friend asks the old man how he knows his name. I knew your dad. Oh, this must be one of his Irish relatives. The old man puts his hands on my friend's arm and looks seriously at him. You're in big trouble, boy. I can't protect you here. Get that car of yours and park it across the road, and don't leave until I tell you. After some back and forth, my friend decides to do as he says. He parks across the street in the McDonald's parking lot. From there, my friend sees that a group of young guys has gathered in front of the pub. They're watching him. Knock knock. It is old man knocking at the car window. My friend rolls it down. I am going across the road, he says, and those men will follow me. When they do, you go home and never come back here. The old man breaks out into a big smile suddenly and looks at my friend for a second. You're all grown up now. The old man starts across the street. When he's on the other side, a group of guys notices him. The old man takes off running, and the guys hesitate for a second. They look at my friend, then they all go off chasing the old man. My friend floors it and drives back into North Island and spends the rest of his trip mainly exploring England. When he gets home, he asks his dad about his family in Ireland, and dad finally tells him everything. He shows him some old photos, and there is a photo of one of my dad's uncles who never left Ireland. He's young, but he bears a striking resemblance to the old man my friend met. He has a large scar on his right cheek. He died in a scuffle when my friend was only a child. Be me, freelance writer and occasional photographer. Pick up a gig documenting a small town in Maine for a cultural feature piece. First night there, grab a beer at a local pub, mingle with the regulars. Hear about an unusual quirk of the town. Some laugh it off, others seem accustomed to it. Nearest building to my hotel is an old clock tower. At 12 midnight, I watch as the clock strikes the hour, but only hear the tolling about a minute later. Think it's odd, but figure it could be echo or delay. Dismiss it. Get a good night's rest. Following day, decide to sit by the park, observing and taking notes. Hear the distant sound of children's laughter. Look up, no one there. Little later, a bunch of kids storm the park, playing around. Connection clicks in my mind. Recall the delayed bell. Get lunch at local diner. Order a chicken sandwich and fries. Looks good, but the first bite tastes like it's been out for hours. Ask for another. Comes out looking just as appetizing, but tastes exactly the same. Decide to experiment. Order a coffee. Wait 5 minutes before taking a sip. It's still hot. Look stumped. Leave diner while waitress shoots confused looks. Over the course of the next few days, start testing this strange phenomena. Local candy shop. Buy a fresh caramel apple. Looks glossy and tempting, but it's hard and stale on the first bite. Drop a coin. Hear it hit the ground before it actually does. Call a friend back home. Phone conversations always get really weird. Sound seems to loop awkwardly. Document everything meticulously. On the last day, sit by the park, watching the leaves change colors, releasing my breath and hearing it a moment after. Out of sync. That is how I can best describe it, as if things are happening before they've actually happened, or vice versa. On my drive out of town, creepy sense of relief washes over me. Be me, 19-year-old French law student. Me and my GF decide to rent in a shitty part of town. Big house though. I fucking love the Cowboys and New Vegas, so I own an 1886 Navy. GF is anti-gun, but I think BP are cool because Django. Gun is loaded without strikers because she is scared it will go off. Almost never shoot my gun because I'm lazy, and I don't want to bother driving to a shooting range. Read on the news that some guy had their houses broken into. In the middle of the night, I hear a lot banging on the door. It's 2 guys, one Arab, one French, looking like police. Ask them what they want. They say they need to take a look at my house. Tell them to fuck off. It's way too late for a house search. 9 p.m. to 6 a.m. It's illegal for police to search your house. Well, some exceptions apply, of course. They start kicking at the door. Get the gun, load the strikers in full panic, and hide behind the couch. GF calls the police. She is crying while she does this. Can't flee because we are on the 3rd floor. The door breaks and I shoot. Huge flash and an E sound. Try to pull the trigger again, but can't single action, and adrenaline has stopped my brain from thinking straight. See, one of the guys is on the floor, the other one is running away. Wait 15 minutes behind the couch. Police arrive and investigate. The guy has a bullet right to the head and died on the spot. The police caught the other guy. I was arrested. They were fake cops and did their tricks on other people. I was sent to a judge 5 months later, and I proved my innocence and legitimate defense. We have since moved to a more quiet place. Still have the gun. Here it is. I don't know how to say this without sounding crazy, but I've been spending most of my free time the last few months in Deep Hollow Pines Forest, and something is very wrong there. I'm a hunter and guide, born and raised in South Oregon, and I know these woods better than most people. But lately, the forest feels like it's alive in a way I never expected, like it's breathing. It started one night in late January. I was out tracking a lost dog near Redwood Creek, a little off the main trail. The air was thick with snow and the usual sounds of the forest. The soft crackle of branches, the distant call of an owl were mostly gone, swallowed by the cold stillness. As I was walking, I suddenly stopped. The ground beneath me felt like it was moving. I wish I was exaggerating, but it was like the earth itself was inhaling and exhaling beneath my boots. A deep, low groan came up through the roots and rocks. It was slow and deliberate, almost like a sigh. I crouched down and pressed my ear up against the soil. The sound was faint but unmistakable, a steady pulsing. I spent a few hours sitting there, trying to convince myself that it was just nothing. Maybe the wind or shifting ice under the frozen ground, or I don't know, maybe just me hallucinating. But I've spent enough nights in the forest to know when something is out of place. After that night, I kept hearing it, always after dark, always in roughly the same area, near the old lava tubes and caves that the park maps barely mark. The groaning was always there, like the forest was slowly expanding and contracting, as if it had lungs buried beneath the soil. I even tried recording it on my phone, but the mic did not pick up much. You had to be there to feel it. It genuinely felt like the entire forest was breathing, alive under the snow and trees. I didn't know what to think. I'm no scientist, but I started digging into old geological surveys and park ranger notes. Hollow Pines sits atop a network of ancient lava tubes and partially collapsed cave chambers, remnants of volcanic activity thousands of years ago. Some of these caves are huge, but most have caved in partially, leaving large pockets of unstable ground. The park rangers say there's been some minor subsidence, meaning parts of the forest floor have shifted slightly over the years. But there has never been a full explanation for the strange noises or the sudden disappearances that have been happening. Yes, disappearances. 2 hunters went missing in the same area in the past month. Both experienced woodsmen, local guys who knew the forest like the back of their hands, probably better than me. Search parties found their gear dumped near the edge of the caves, but no sign of the men themselves. No footprints, no signs of a struggle, just gone. Locals have started whispering about the breathing forest, like it's some kind of ghost story, but the fear is real. Some hunters will not go near that place anymore. I almost stopped going too, but my curiosity, and maybe a little stubbornness, got the better of me. Last week, I camped near Redwood Creek with a recorder and a flashlight, hoping to catch the sound again. Around midnight, I heard it again. A slow, low rumble that vibrated through the trees and underneath my feet. Again, it was like the whole forest was inhaling deeply, then slowly exhaling. The strangest part came the next morning. I woke up early and wandered near the base of some of the oldest Douglas firs in that area. These trees have roots that burrow deep into the earth, tangled around rocks and soil for hundreds of years. But that morning, the ground around them was cracked, as if it had been stretched and pulled. I knelt down and touched the roots, and I swear they twitched when I touched them. Not like the tremble of leaves in the wind, but a slow, deliberate flexing beneath the soil, almost like the tree was moving underground. It's hard to explain, but it was alive in a way I had never seen before. I did not want to believe what I was seeing. Maybe it was frost heave or something normal that I just didn't understand, but I have been back every day since, watching the roots in the ground carefully. Sometimes, at night, when the forest is quiet, except for that breathing sound, I swear I can hear something moving underneath the earth, like something shifting just out of sight, deep beneath the roots and stones. I am writing this here now because I don't know where else to turn. I'm not looking for fame or to scare people. I just want to understand what's happening to the forest I've spent my entire life in. I want to know if I'm losing my mind, or if something beneath those ancient trees is waking up. Tomorrow, I'm heading back out with better gear. I'm taking a digital recorder, infrared camera, and more supplies with me. I'm going to try to follow the sound deeper into the forest, closer to where the caves are. If you've heard anything like this or know what might be causing it, please let me know, because I'm starting to feel like the forest is watching me now, and whatever is down there, breathing under the earth, might not want to be found. I went back the next evening, just as the sun was setting behind the tall pines. I parked near the trailhead and double-checked my gear, the digital recorder, an infrared camera, a flashlight with fresh batteries, and a handheld GPS, just like I mentioned. Wanted to make sure it was all working perfectly and that I would not be caught with my pants down when trying to record this thing. I told my sister where I was going and asked her to check in if she did not hear from me by morning. I wasn't planning on going off trail, but part of me knew that I might have to. The air was crisp, the kind of cold that sinks into your bones. I followed the main path toward Redwood Creek, the snow crunching underneath my boots. As I approached the old lava tubes, the breathing started again. This time, it was louder, like the whole earth beneath me was slowly pulsing now. I stopped and turned on the recorder. The microphone picked up a low rumble, something that felt almost alive. The sound was not constant. It would swell and then die back down. It was so unnatural I felt dizzy just standing there. I switched on the infrared camera and started scanning the trees and forest floor. The heat signatures were normal at first, mostly cold tree trunks and patches of snow. But when I aimed it toward the largest Douglas fir, I caught something moving near the base. The roots, they twitched again, this time clearly visible in the infrared glow. I knelt down, shining my flashlight close to the roots. There was no wind and no animals around, but the earth was subtly shifting, tiny cracks forming and closing like the ground itself was flexing underneath the pressure. I caught myself whispering to the trees, asking them what was wrong. Okay, yeah, maybe I'm a bit of a weirdo, but I like to whisper talk to myself as kind of a nervous tick. It kind of helps keep my anxiety lower, kind of just like thinking out loud. Then I heard something else, a faint scratching coming from the cave entrance, just beyond the roots. I froze. The scratching was not like an animal. It was like claws tapping against stone. My heart hammered as I edged closer, shining the light inside the mouth of the cave. It was pitch black, the kind of darkness that swallows your flashlight beam whole. I held the beam steady, looking for any sign of movement, but saw nothing. I was about to turn back when a cold gust blew out of the cave, carrying with it a smell I can only describe as ancient, like wet earth, decayed wood, and something metallic. That's when I heard a voice. It was so faint I thought maybe I was imagining it. A whisper, just hit the edge of hearing. Leave, is all that it said. That's what it sounded like to me at the time anyway. I spun around, shining my light through the trees. Nothing. My skin prickled. The forest had never felt hostile before, but now it felt like it was warning me, like it did not want me to be there. I packed up quickly and headed back, but I kept looking over my shoulder. The breathing followed me all the way to the trailhead, a low rumble beneath the snow. When I got home, I played back the recording. There was rumble, definitely. But then I noticed something else. Faint, irregular tapping beneath the sound. It almost sounded like footsteps or maybe scratching echoing in the background. I have not been able to shake the feeling that I disturbed something. Something that has been sleeping underground for centuries. The roots twitch more every day. The breathing is louder, deeper, more urgent, and the disappearances keep happening. Just yesterday, a local paper reported a missing hunter found miles away from the forest, confused and covered in mud. He had no memory of how he got there, and described whispers in the trees and the earth moving beneath his feet. I have been too scared to go back since and probably investigate. I am scared of going alone and getting turned around and lost, just like that hunter. Or even worse, I'm scared that I will go missing permanently. It is not worth the risk, and I don't know anyone crazy enough to go with me. I was 19 at the time this took place. I was a Marine, and I was on my first deployment to Afghanistan. Not too far from my platoon's patrol base was this structure that looked like a castle. Through interpreted conversations with locals, we were able to determine that they believed it was built by Alexander the Great. Whether this was true or not, I will never know, but this place did look ancient. So, being Marines, we did the only thing that we thought was prudent at the time. We went out on patrol with the intent of setting up an observation post inside the structure. We took our Afghan border police with us. When we got close to the structure and our Afghans figured out what we were up to, they refused to go any further. Before they left, they kept repeating the same word over and over. I don't remember what the word was in their language, as this was a decade ago and there is no way I can remember that, but what I do know is that they were trying to warn us of evil spirits. We went in anyways without our Afghans, with the intent of staying there overnight. This place was basically an ancient fort with mud or clay brick walls on 4 sides, with a building in the middle. So, we set security, made sure we had comm checks with our patrol base, and that they had an updated position report on us, so they knew where we were in case we got into trouble. Darkness fell, and not long after that, I went up to take my turn on the wall with my friend. Our job was to watch for anyone that might be trying to sneak up on us, or any other Taliban-related shenanigans. Not 20 minutes into our shift was when weird stuff started going down. The entire time there on the wall, I felt like I was being watched from all sides. I turned to see a figure walking along the wall, not too far away from where we were sitting. I say walking, but it was a robed figure that looked to be almost floating. I turned to my friend to see if he too saw what I did, and he was getting his night vision back on, which was turned off as it was his turn to rest. When he looked, the figure was gone. We did not see anything else after that for the rest of our shift. We uneasily finished and went to rest, where I ended up dozing off at some point. I don't know what happened next, but I awoke to a completely black figure literally squatting on my chest. When I went to yell for help, nothing came out, and it was like I had a hand over my mouth. I reached for my knife since I was a machine gunner, and I couldn't just grab my machine gun. I felt like something was pinning my arm to the ground. I tried to squirm free and could not move, so I bit down as hard as I could on what felt like a hand in my mouth. At this point, whatever weight was on me instantly disappeared, and I could move and talk again. By that point I was freaking out, and my brothers who were around me saw me. My training had kicked in, and I was trying my best to keep quiet and not pass out because I was hyperventilating. My squad mates calmed me down, and after telling them what happened, they all admitted to having the creeps. They also admitted to the feeling of being watched the entire time we were here. None of us could sleep, and we all basically sat back to back for the rest of the night when we were not on watch. As soon as the sun came up, we left. Everyone was scared, and none of us spoke about it again to each other. Found out that many other patrols that night also had strange, unimaginable encounters happen to them. We never went back to that area again, and did not make it a permanent observation post for obvious reasons. I was 18 years old, and working in a place known for its theater, and the company took me in as a newbie for my school's internship program. The place was known for general ghost type stuff, along the lights of lights turning on and off, and random faucets being turned on, where the toilets would all flush at the same time type of stuff. Worst was the elevators though. It had 2 employee elevators, one a normal one, and another is a freight one. Both would get stuck in between floors, or would stop 2 floors above or below the intended destination. No, they weren't old. They were recently replaced, just before I got there. Got stuck on my shift once, and I just thumbs up the camera guy, cause they watchdog in case people get stuck, and they send the on-site elevator repairman to try and fix it. I just took off my cook's coat and apron and took a nap. Woke up to the doors finally opening 4 hours later. Anyway, enough general details. The most that happened to me personally was when I as the newbie was the only guy left at 10 PM to clean up and close shop. Cleaning all of the stainless and scraping down the flat top like a good boy. Suddenly, all of the lights go off, and all I got to see by are the dining area's lights and the walk-in's lights. Hear a door switch open around the employee's entrance. Suddenly hear all of the pots on the hanger fall off in front on the line. Immediately run around the prep line wall and see all of the pots are fine, except for 3 saucepans that are on the ground. Saucepans are absolutely fucked because of this. Put a sticky note with an apology after turning lights back on and lock the doors. Go back in the next day, and the chef is huffy at me because all the big pots and pans are fucked, some just badly dented and some cracked. An entire day of making do with small pots and 5-inch pans while prepping for a wedding banquet. Big dents are bad because when you make a gallon of something like soup, it tends to get hotter in that spot, and by the end, you have a distinct burnt taste. Explain to chef what happens, and he suddenly has this face like he was an angry balloon that deflated. Just says, "Oh, okay then." Next one was the scariest, because it was the first time I was inescapably trapped in my life, and I admit to panicking like a bitch. Carrying some pigs in a blanket and taking the elevator to the 10th floor. Elevator starts up normal, which means it will act normal. Suddenly shoots up insanely quickly, and almost makes me drop my flaming heart 3x4 sheet of piggies. Sudden stop at what must have been the 10th floor. Freaked a bit, but this is actually normal, except for the whole it started normal and everything, which has always meant it was gonna be a normal ride. Turn to tap the camera and get the camera guy's attention. There is a fucking person there in the corner. There is no way she was in this 7x6 box when I walked in. Lights go out. This whole seeing her and the lights going out took a split second. Suddenly, the elevator drops like 3 feet before catching. Emergency lights turn on so I can see again. No lady now. Set my miraculously saved piggies minus 5 brave souls. Tap the camera as per protocol and then pull the emergency phone out. No tone, no connection, nothing. Usually, that phone has a split-second dial tone where it rings the cam guy station, who seems to have a hand over the phone 24/7. Leave the phone off hook for a bit so the ring will continue, and hopefully alert someone that something is terribly wrong. Decide to open the door and see where I am, and maybe open the floor that I am probably 3 feet above or below to call for help. Door slides open, and I am met with a big 2 on solid concrete, and no metal frame for either floor is visible. That is definitely not right. I started on floor 2, and this thing shot up for at least 3 more floors before dropping 3 feet. I should at least be near 5, not directly below my starting floor. Panic after realizing that this is more wrong than wrong should be in this situation, like Twilight Zone wrong. I start banging on the walls and ceiling, hoping someone would hear me. This went on for about a minute, and then I hear a bang overhead. Think to myself, oh thank you almighty elevator gods for this help. Wait, I haven't been in here anywhere near long enough for them to actually send someone down to check on me, rather than getting Terry to try and fix the elevator, which usually takes an hour. Suddenly, it's not a bang bang, but a bang 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 for about a minute. If someone hit the top of that roof that hard, they would have broken hands. I am cowering in the corner, thinking that's gotta be some fucking monster clawing its way in or some shit in this 3-minute hell ride. But my mind was saying it was most likely some key components from the top finally falling on top of the elevator before I fall to my death into the sub-basement. Thanks, brain. Suddenly it stops, all quiet. No creaks of doom or monster bangs, nothing. I am tensing up, waiting for the fall. An hour goes by like that, just cowering in a ball waiting for death because obviously something fucked up. And I am dangling in a single cable while the firefighters use the claw of life to vainly reach me. I decide around what was hour 2 to try the phone again. Still no tone. Decide fuck it, I am not dying hungry. Set up camp with my jacket over the slightly warm spot where the dog sat and just sit there munching. Finally reach my whole acceptance stage and sit quietly. Around hour 3, the E-lights die and I sit in the darkness with my thoughts. Hour 5 rolls around, and it is steaming hot inside, so I strip down to my undies and make a bed out of my uniform. Can't sleep, and it is so quiet I can hear blood in my ears. Listen to that for what must have been hours, but felt like days, all alone in the dark. Suddenly voices. I hear giggling and whispers from below. Oh God, it's coming for me. It's waited till I was just tired enough to be weak. Oh God. Suddenly, scratches on the bottom that moves to the door slowly. Oh God, oh Jesus, this is it. Fuck you, monster. I am not dying without a fight. Hear the door close, and then I hear it open. I jump into the blinding light and attack my chef, who just jacked the door open. A child went in and came out a half-feral, sweaty, almost naked fat guy. The paramedics basically tackle me and calm me down. I was inside that elevator for about 12 hours, but everybody said they saw me occasionally and even gave me some orders, up until 3 hours before they cracked in through the door. They said the elevator was stuck since around 11 a.m. I popped out on the 10th floor at around 11 p.m., even though I was stuck below the 2nd floor. They basically made sure I was okay before the chef sat me down and explained I signed a form, and that I technically was not an employee, so a lawsuit would not go in my favor before asking me if I was okay. Now, I call this basic haunting because I found out that this has happened to every staff member at some point in time at least once, but mine was the longest. The cameraman said the camera showed an empty elevator and the phone never rang. Used to work as a building supervisor for a 60-year-old community center. It was originally a small school when it was made, but somewhere along the line they decided to turn it into what it is today. I usually worked from sunup to about midnight. Usually spooky shit only happened when it was after 10. I also worked alone. On my 17th hour of work for the shift, doing general cleaning upstairs, hear a mother and her young daughter bouncing basketballs downstairs. Asked myself how the hell they got in because I had locked the doors after the last of the guests had left. Walk down and check the gym. No one there. Walk back up and start cleaning again. Suddenly start hearing them again. Say fuck it and leave a little bit early. Another night, in November sometime. Had a big party the night before. When I was done cleaning, there was only 4 more hours until my next shift began. Decided to just sleep in my office. Get woken up by someone knocking on the glass door. Get up and answer it. No one there. Hear more knocking. Someone is knocking on the door next to my office. There was a rental room right next to my office. Check it out. All the tables and shit I had put up the night before were put away, and the tablecloths were neatly folded on the counter. Turned on all the lights and sat in my office, with my back against the wall. Quitting time near when I put in my 2 weeks there. Sitting in my office doing the day's paperwork. See a man in a hat walking around near the bathroom at the end of the hall in the shadows. Ask him if he knows we were closed. Fire alarms immediately went off, and the local police and fire came within minutes. Posted this one before an X, but it involves both my brother and my mother. Happened over 10 years ago now. Brother is 16 years old at the time, works at movie store. Mother works at a mental health center in the pharmacy, but is a registered nurse, and takes night shifts in the different psych wards for overtime. The Nut House has a policy where, if you are well behaved, take your meds, and seem stable, you can get day passes to go do things in the town. One guy who is well liked among the staff does such a thing. He decides to rent a movie. My brother happens to be working the first day he goes. My brother talks to this guy, and they have a long conversation about different movies. This continues for months. My brother finds out where the guy was from during the course of this. Asks my mom about it. She says it's very common for them to leave on day passes. Town is apparently full of crazies on day passes. So, basically, this guy had been leaving the place every day for a couple of months. He was considered fairly healthy at this point and completely stable, and my brother and this guy were almost what you call friends. But here is where it gets fucked up. My brother eventually notices that the dude has not been around in a few weeks. Asks my mom if he got moved somewhere else or something. She checks it out. Finds out that the dude had been in there for either attempted murder or murder, can't remember which. He took a day pass and left with another dude who got out on a day pass. We will call my brother's friend 1 and the other dude 2. They went to 1's parents' house and murdered them. Then 1 murdered 2. At some point, either before murdering 2 or after, 1 ate at least some parts of his parents. Then 1 turned himself in and said something about how he warned them that he was not healthy. We all just assume my brother had not been working on the day that they actually left. Don't know if they even thought of him when they left town that day. Corrections officer here. The prison I worked at used to be a reformatory school for wayward boys back in the early 20th century. I have one too spoopy story that I still cannot explain. Get stuck working first tour, 11 PM to 7 AM shift, in the oldest part of the prison, built in 1901. Roughly 2:30 AM, trying not to nod the fuck out in the office. Bunch of inmates start screaming at the end of the block. The fuck? Go down and ask what the fuck they are doing. See, oh, there's somebody out there. Huh? Inmates in cell next to him tell me, there's a motherfucker out there with no face. Tell them to calm the fuck down and tell me what is going on. They claim that they heard someone whispering to himself. When they looked up from their beds, they saw someone walking out in front of the cells in a long coat, and when he turned around and looked at them, he had no face. Two things spring to mind. Either one, they're trying to fuck with me, but they do seem kind of worried, or two, an inmate is walking around outside his cell. Get flashlight, do another count. All inmates accounted for. Get on telephone and call the second officer to see if he was on the block. Nope, he's still in the break room. At this point, I am tired from working a double and pissed that these inmates are playing games with me, about to go and scream at them. As I am exiting the office, notice movement on one of the upper tiers. Point my flashlight up near the staircase and definitely see the tail end of somebody moving out of my light on the upper tier. Pull my baton out of my holster and book it to the staircase, yelling at them to stop. Get to the top with my baton out, hand ready to drop the flashlight and hit the alarm button on my radio if I get jumped. Walk up and down the upper tier block, looking for this fucking inmate/person. Now the way this block is laid out is that on each of the 4 tiers, there is a locked gate that leads to a catwalk in the middle, so you can observe each cell through a small peep window in the back of the cell. Check gate, still locked. Shine light down catwalk, nothing. Start making my way upstairs to check the uppermost tier, when my office door slams shut. Book it back down to the office. Check everywhere in there including both bathrooms and refrigerator. Fucking nothing. Decide I've had enough of this shit. Call my second officer back down to the block, and we start scouring every inch of that block, looking for this fucking person, before I report this to the sergeant. Do a count of every inmate on every tier. Thoroughly check everywhere except the catwalks, since you can shine a light down it and illuminate the entire thing. This fact is important. Everything seems to check out. At this point we go back to the office, hand are on edge. We have no idea if there is an inmate out there, trying to plot an escape, or if someone actually broke into the fucking prison or what. Thankfully, the rest of the night goes uneventfully. However, fast forward to 6 AM, wake up call. Do my go around, taking attendance for morning chow. Inmates on the second tier asked me why the fuck I was walking the catwalk at 5 in the morning. What? Inmates swear they saw somebody walk by the peep ports in their cells, where the catwalk should be, and could hear the person talking to themselves. They assumed it was me. That is pretty much the end of it. The inmates who originally saw the person now claim their block is haunted and scare the shit out of the other inmates with it. Thank fuck I have not had to work in that block since then. I have no explanation as to what happened that night, be it some ghost or my own sleep-deprived mind toying with me. I saw a staircase in the Everglades, in a bunch of Melaleuca thicket on something like an island in the sawgrass. Definitely had been there for a while. No way for it to have gotten in through the dense growth, but really strange. It looked maintained. Some leaf litter on the stairs, but not like the algae swamp muck moss and branches that you would expect. And there was actually some kind of rubber grip coating on the steps like rhino liner, and what looked to be stainless steel cables, 3 per side, going up, but open up top at the end. Also very weird. It went up probably 20 feet at least, and closed underneath with some kind of fiberglass or plastic that genuinely made me wonder how it could possibly be very old, and whether there was a room or space underneath that could be accessed somehow. I did not see one, but why go to the trouble of enclosing underneath, and why was it even there, and how was it perfectly upright, no tilt or lean, in a fairly soft, sometimes swampy area? It looked massively out of place. I ended up deciding it must be something related to an old sugarcane operation, because I have on rare occasions seen old stone ovens and once found a big kettle in the glades 20 miles in from anything resembling a road, but even that makes no sense. In the glades, stuff can disappear quickly. Buildings, old cars, you name it, so there could have once been better access in. I had hiked 3 days to get there, but that's just it. This thing showed no sign of disappearing, and I still have no idea of any imaginable purpose. It looked like something you would use to send a lot of people up an incline to a second-story deck for a cruise ship, but nothing about that adds up. When it floods there, it is never high enough that you could get in with anything much bigger than just a john boat. It was clearly too young to be related to some old steamboat or even World War II project, and it seemed permanently installed. This was about 1992. Wonder if it is still there, and what it was for. I don't want to blabber on too long before I get to what I experienced, but I feel like it's important to give a few background details about myself. I mean, shit. Why believe a single word of someone you know nothing about, right? After I finished college, I moved to the state of Massachusetts. I was somehow lucky enough to land my dream job over there. It was a no-brainer really, even if it was quite a drive away from where I lived. I fell in love with the city and the job very, very quickly, and I have to say, I was really fucking happy. Still am happy, just to clarify. There wasn't anything spoopy-doopy that resulted in me quitting the next day and never talking about it again. Nothing about me seeing too much and being reassigned or let go with an NDA. But what I did see was real, at least as far as I know it was real. Real in the sense that I really saw and experienced it. Let me stop with the waffling and carry on. So, this was back in 2022, so not recent, but it has never left my mind. I was back in my hometown to meet up with some old college friends and the like, taking a trip to see family and other friends and just generally have a blast. I was driving down by myself. No cutie pie GF from me, unfortunately. It had been a long-ass time since I drove down this way, so I have to say, it took me a while after having gotten used to only ever driving the same surrounding area for many years. Because it was so unfamiliar, and because I got lost and sidetracked, I decided fuck it. I would take a more scenic route, and if I get lost, I will just go with it and look around and stuff. I figured I could see new sights I had not seen before, or places I had not seen in years, and get to experience more of the rural scenery that I had just never had the time to explore before. I left early in the morning, because I figured it would not be plain sailing, and I wanted to maximize the time I was going to spend with the people that I cared about. I'm not broke, but I still drive a shitty old Nissan Versa. Call it being frugal, call it old habits, but I have never cared enough to upgrade. Maybe when it packs in, I will treat myself to something fancy. Like I said, I had my GPS, but again, I was not accustomed to driving in the places I was, and also, I wasn't really paying too much attention. I didn't mind a few diversions for fun. Plus, I was going to be back in my hometown for 3 or 4 days, so a few hours gone was not going to be the end of the world. It gave me time to think and prepare and plan. Driving helps me clear my mind. Day was pretty nice too. Generally pretty sunny, albeit with a bit of wind. Felt nice though. It wasn't until around 1 to 2 p.m. that the sky started to darken and cloud up, which was a real bummer actually. It very quickly dawned on me that I was about to drive through a big shitty storm. About 14 minutes or so after it darkened, it was really coming down. One of the biggest downpours I've ever seen. I genuinely could not see shit. I had to slow down quite a lot and really start paying attention to the road and my GPS because the visibility was that bad. I wasn't panicking, but I wasn't exactly having fun. I probably drove for 30 more minutes through this before I decided fuck this. I need to pull over somewhere now before it gets worse. I was half hoping it would be a flash storm and die down soon, and then I could chill again. It wasn't like I was making much progress anyway, with how slow I had to go due to the conditions. Maybe 10 or 15 more minutes go by, and I see a small sign. Something about food and drink or whatever at the exit coming up to me. Thought I would stop off, get a bite to eat, and by then, I should be fine. I think it said next right, from what I could see anyway, so I did just that. The road was kinda shoddy the further down it you got, and I don't know, it just gave off a weird vibe. Turns out it wasn't just a highway food and drink pull-off, it was a full-on town. Not a massive one, granted, but I was kinda amazed to find something like this still. I know small towns off the beaten path still exist, but as someone who has only ever lived in big cities, it seemed so foreign to me. The sign at the edge of town was barely legible, definitely not very well maintained. I could only read part of the town name, something beginning with a T, I think, or maybe it could have been another letter, so don't hold me to that. I wasn't exactly just paying attention to the sign. The rain was still coming down heavy, so I had to slow my roll. The streets looked mostly empty, which wasn't unsurprising in this weather. There were a few people scattered about, but they were just standing there. They were all really stiff and just staring into the distance or something. Not using phones, not relaxing or waiting for someone. They were all kind of standing with the exact same posture and staring off into space. It was like someone hit copy-paste and then just changed outfits and stuff, if that makes sense. Weirded me out instantly, but hey, small town. Maybe they have some weird storm watching tradition, eh? I pulled up into the first place I found that I could park. There wasn't any kind of official parking lot, so I just pulled up on a street that seemed safe enough. I spotted a small cafe and decided it was as good a place as any to rest and relieve myself. It had a neon sign, emphasis on had, because that shit was not working anymore. The letters were all fucked up, and one looked like it was about to fall off. The place smelled kinda weird too, like a kind of metallic smell, something mechanical, but I couldn't really place what it was. Anyway, I figured I would get something to eat quickly and get some caffeine in me, and hopefully, by the time I was done, the road conditions might be a little better. At the very least, I could come up with a plan if it didn't. Didn't really want to hunker down in a motel, but if it came to it, then needs must. I walked in, and there was just one guy behind the counter. He looked kinda young, maybe in his late 20s or so, but he looked rough, like he hadn't slept in weeks, huge bags under his eyes. He smelled bad too, could smell it from across the room. Didn't smell like sweat though, more oily I guess, maybe from cooking. Another weird thing I noticed about him is how stiff his movements were. I don't know, call me crazy for looking deeply into something like this, but his movements did not look fluid at all, like he had to do it in parts and stop and register each little movement. It's hard to describe. I felt bad though, maybe he was just disabled. He did not say anything to me when I walked in. He looked at me for sure, never took his eyes off me. 15 minutes I waited for the guy to come over, all while he was just dead-eye staring at me, before I went up and was like, "Yo, are you doing business today?" I ordered a sandwich and a coffee, and the guy just kinda nodded at me and turned around and vanished into the back. A woman came in while I was waiting. Her clothes were really old-fashioned. Not just behind the times, but like, from another era. She sat down at a table next to mine. She stared at me too, but again, did not say anything at first. She kept like, half smiling and then stopping herself every so often. Even opened her mouth a few times, and then closed it again like she was practicing how to talk. She did this for a few minutes, and then finally struck up a conversation. First thing she said was just, "You're not from around here." Not even a question, just said it like a statement, very flat and monotone. I tried to be polite, and told her I was just passing through. I did not want her to know I was weirded out, I don't know why. She just nodded and said that people don't usually stop here. I replied politely again, and just said I was waiting out the storm. The guy finally came out and brought me my coffee, but did not give me my sandwich. Didn't ask me for payment either. I could not be bothered to flag him again. I wasn't that hungry. The woman watched me for a little longer. She never ordered anything herself. Just before she got up to leave, she just said to me, "Don't you want to see what's underneath?" But she left before I could even think of a reply. Fucking small-town weirdos. I left and just started walking. I had to try to shake this weird feeling of being watched. There were people just out on the sidewalk. The sky was still quite dark because of the nearby storm, so it was a little unusual. Especially the fact that they were staring at me as I walked by. I shit you not, they all just followed me with their eyes as I walked past. It was so unnerving. They did not even flash smiles at me or anything welcoming, just glassy-eyed, blank-faced stares. No kind of emotion registered on their faces at all. I felt my skin crawl and decided to hurry back to my car for a while. Figured I would drive to a different place in the town. I drove slowly through the town and saw possibly the most bizarre thing I ever have in my life. There were two men, not children, but grown men, fighting at a nearby small park. Kinda, anyway. One of them had a knife, there was no mistaking it. but the way that they were fighting did not seem like a fight at all. Obviously, I did not stay and watch for long, so perhaps my brain tricked me and I missed some details, but there were no rushes of adrenaline or lunging. If you see a guy with a knife and you don't have one, you run for your fucking life, or at least try to take it from him. Not this guy. He is throwing punches, but they were so stiff, they were never going to land. The guy with the knife kept being given easy openings to kill this guy if he really wanted to, but it was like he watched the punch and just waited for his turn. Real life turn-based combat, Lamau. I could not believe what I was witnessing. At the time, obviously, I was freaked out, but there were other people starting to gather to watch too, and I figured that me calling the police would not go down well, with me being the outlier in this town. They weren't really cheering them on, but I wouldn't say they were telling them to stop though either. More like indifference. Eventually, this guy with the knife managed to strike the other man. He caught him across the back of the forearm and drew blood, but it did not look fatal. That was what freaked me out. He did not start gushing red. This will sound totally fake, but believe me when I say, he started gushing fucking black. Like, just pure black liquid, but it was almost viscous. That is the best way I can describe it. Again, maybe I just got confused and his arm was muddy or something, and I was just tired and imagined it, I don't know. But he was dripping black stuff from the wound on his arm. I sped off once I saw that. I just needed an isolated place to wait this out. I spotted a small community center and decided to stop there. I figured it was as good a place as any. I know. Why didn't you just stay in your car? Because my heater was busted and I was cold as shit. At least I could maybe get warm here without some weirdo staring at me. The front door was wide open, so I went in. Inside there was a group of people sitting in a circle. I immediately felt bad, thinking I just stumbled on some AA meeting or something, and started to apologize. None of them were talking though when I came in. None of them even turned to look at me when I walked in, aside from the one guy who looked to be in charge. Every other person just continued to stare forward with a blank stare. The main guy looked at me and just said, "You're still here," and I could not tell from his tone whether it was a question or a statement. He spoke in complete, unbreaking monotone. I just replied something like "Yeah, still waiting for the storm to go." He continued to stare at me for a few more seconds, then he returned to just staring ahead with the others. It was really starting to freak me out, so I started to slowly back away, hoping that was the end of the interaction. As I was walking, something on the ground creaked under my foot. I shit you not, at that exact moment, every single head in that circle snapped and looked at me. It triggered something primal in me, and I just ran straight to my car. I had completely and utterly had enough, and just started driving back the way I came. Even though the storm did not seem to be letting up, I just drove. I didn't care anymore. It took me a while, and I got a little lost around some weird looping side roads in this small town, but I eventually made it back to the highway. What was especially strange is that once I made it back to the highway, the storm started to clear up a bit. Not totally, but enough that I wasn't freaking out anymore. So, yeah. Anyone else have any weird experiences with these weird small as fuck places? Anyone know what was going on in this place? It was 2010, and I was a cop in a small town, tucked along a lonely stretch of highway. The kind of place where big things rarely happen. Petty thieves, occasional bar fights, that was about it. Budget cuts hit our department hard, so we often worked solo shifts, especially at night. One evening, I covered a colleague's shift. It wasn't my usual beat, but I didn't mind the solitude. Around midnight, I realized I'd made a serious mistake. I had left my service weapon back at the station. I had taken it off earlier to clean, then got distracted with coffee and a snack. It was a huge breach of protocol, but given how quiet our town was, I did not worry too much. Just planned to get back before anyone noticed. That night passed by quietly until about 2 a.m. when I got a call about a broken down car on an old country road just outside town. Dispatch said a man sounded frustrated and requested assistance. I radioed back I'd be there. The road was narrow, winding, flaked by dense woods where cell signals often dropped. As I neared the location, my headlights caught a sedan parked on the shoulder with its hood up. I pulled in behind it and radioed my location before stepping out. It was cold. I reminded myself that I was unarmed and needed to be cautious. "Are you the one who called?" I asked. A tall, lanky man emerged from behind the hood, wearing a worn jacket and jeans. His face was partially shadowed by the brim of a baseball cap. "Yeah, that's me," he said, voice flat and smooth. "Car just died on me. Let's see if you can help." I walked over, trying to act friendly, and peered into the engine bay, though I wasn't much of a mechanic. "Any idea what happened?" I asked. He shrugged, eyes locked on me rather than the engine. "Just stop running. Maybe you could give me a ride." His gaze was intense and unblinking. I noticed his scarred knuckles and dirt under his nails. Not exactly comforting. "Sure, I can arrange that, but I need to see your driver's license and registration first," I said, sticking to protocol. He hesitated, then admitted he'd left his wallet at home. "Okay, what's your name?" I asked. "Daniel," he said. "Just Daniel," I pressed. He didn't answer, and the air got awkward. I was alone, unarmed, with a stranger bigger than me, who was growing more suspicious by the second. "How about we step back to my cruiser and see what we can do?" I suggested. He did not move. "You work alone out here?" he asked, a hint of a smile on his lips. "Sometimes," I said, "but backups are never far." His eyes narrowed. "That's so. You sure you don't want to check under the car? Might be something stuck." I took a step back. "I'll call a tow truck. They handle that." His smile faded. "Dangerous out here at night. You gotta watch your back, Daniel." I held his gaze. After a long silence, he said, "Since I'm stranded, how about that ride you mentioned?" I weighed my options. Letting him into the cruiser felt risky, but refusing might escalate things. "You can sit in the back. Doors can't be opened from inside," I said. He stared before nodding slowly. As he slid into the back seat, I noticed a jagged tattoo on the back of his neck, something vaguely familiar. I locked the doors and grabbed the radio handset. "Dispatch, I've got a stranded motorist at mile marker 42 on Old Mill Road, requesting a tow and backup." Silence. I tried again. No response. Then Daniel's voice came from the back, smooth as ever. "Dead zone." I tried my cell phone. No signal. "Great. Technology is unreliable," he said, amused. I started the engine and pulled back onto the road, tension thick in the air. I needed to keep him talking, maybe get some information. "So, Daniel, where were you headed tonight?" I asked. "Nowhere in particular," he said. "Nice, traveling freely like that. You from around here?" I continue, "being on the road that long." He said he was searching for interesting people and good conversations. Then he smiled thinly and said, "Well, I found you." I caught his reflection in the rearview mirror, his eyes scanning the cruiser. "Do you always forget your sidearm when you're on duty?" His words froze me. How did he know? My empty holster must have been visible. "Sometimes I'm forgetful," I said calmly, "but backups are never far." He leaned back, seeming to accept that. We drove in silence, radio dead, no cell signal. After a few minutes, he asked, "Mind if I ask you something?" "Go ahead." "Do you believe in fate?" I shrugged. "Not really." He said, "Maybe you should." I shifted the topic. "Is there someone I can call for you when we get signal? Family, friends?" He shook his head. "No one is waiting for me. Everyone's got someone, not me." Then he turned it back to me, asking if I had people waiting. Family, kids. I said nothing but gripped the wheel tighter. We reached a gas station, the only one for miles, but the lights were off, closed. "Maybe they've got a payphone," I said. I parked near the entrance and said, "Wait here, I will check." As I reached for the door handle, Daniel's voice stopped me. "I think you should stay." I paused. "Why?" He leaned forward, voice low. "Because if you step out, you won't be coming back." My heart thundered. "Are you threatening me?" He smiled thinly. "No, just an observation." I forced myself to calm down. "If there's something you want to tell me, now is the time." He studied me, then said, "You seem like a good man, honest, hard-working, family man." I swallowed hard and nodded. "It's been a long time since I talked to someone like you. Let's keep talking. Tell me about yourself." I said little. Made some mistakes, took some wrong turns, I admitted. Everyone deserves a second chance. He stared out the window. Do they? I nodded. He went quiet. After a while, he said, I think this is where we part ways. Before I could react, he opened his door and stepped out. My breath caught. Those doors were not supposed to open from the inside, but his did. He started walking into the woods, beyond the gas station. Wait, Daniel, I called after him, debating whether to follow, unarmed and alone. He turned briefly. Take care, officer. Cherish what you have. And that was the last I saw of him. The night felt colder. I wanted to chase him, but fear held me back. Fear unlike anything I'd ever felt before. Back in the cruiser, I tried the radio again. Finally, a voice came through. Copy that. We've been trying to reach you. Everything okay? I explained the situation, that the stranded motorist was gone. Be advised, they said. State police issued an alert about a suspected criminal in your area. A drifter involved in multiple homicides, matching that description. Exercise caution. My heart sank. I muttered a "Roger that" and put the handset down. I drove back toward town, safe at last, and reported everything. Backup searched the area where I had been, but Daniel was never found. To this day, I believe that showing empathy and engaging him calmly saved my life. If I'd acted differently, who knows where I would be. This changed me. I no longer take things for granted. OP, you are not alone. I've seen something as well working at a state park in Indiana. I've posted it on here before, so some people might remember it. Be me 2 years ago, working third shift at a state park. Night security and a bunch of people say a lot of people bail. Don't get specifics, just say that people see weird shit and bail. Entire season goes without a hitch. Sitting outside my post, cooking in the fire pit. Girlfriend at the time spending the night out there with me. They allowed it. Night is going like normal. Cuddling, when a blood-curdling howl scream rips through the silence. Started out high-pitched, like someone screaming for help, and shifted quickly into a deep, bellowing roar. We both instantly shoot out of our fold-up chairs before the sound even shifts into the roar, because it was so unnatural. I try to remain calm, but I am very startled. Girlfriend is utterly terrified and ready to run into my guardhouse at the first sign of trouble. I scan the tree line. End field to my left, next to the office, looking for the source of the sound. Girlfriend points at something. Female deer is up on its hind legs, freaking out, and looking behind the main office across from me. Scan view again, and see a large black humanoid figure bolt from behind the offices where the sound originated. It runs through the streetlight behind the offices, giving me a short, clear glimpse. It looked like it was covered in dense hair, either black or dark brown, broad shoulders, and a huge gait that did not seem forced, almost like it was not even trying to move so quickly. Passes behind a large tree, and the branches cover it from a bit below the shoulders up. It seems to be bolting at the deer. Deer finally stops kicking the air and bolts into the darkness. Large figure follows it. Girlfriend saw the thing chasing the deer and had bailed into the gatehouse, hiding in the doorway, silent with fear. Security checks out the area to ease her mind, but finds nothing. They finally explain what happened previously. Third shift out here has had a history of people seeing large black hair-covered humanoids, usually much taller than any human or deer, going back generations. One guy, who is now a police officer, was working with the head of security, and they saw 3 of them cross in front of their car in a remote section of park property. Another saw one walking down the stretch of road in front of the gatehouse at 3 a.m., thinking it was a person, until they realized it was taller than corn in fall and freaked. They have had several reports in recent years of people complaining about rocks being thrown at them or their tents. Stories just keep coming. They have told me a lot of things, that apparently the park keeps hush-hush besides this so that people don't avoid the park, and apparently it is normal for state parks to do this. In the morning, I go to check the tree it ran behind, and the lowest branches were a solid foot over my head, and I am a bit over 6 foot, and it extended past those branches' height. Girlfriend never came out again, and I don't spend massive amounts of time outside the gatehouse now, lol. I fear one of these seasons I will turn to a window and see some big thin thing glaring at me, hunched over. I will probably hide in the bathroom all night and call the cops. Prior to this, I had one single incident. I did not know what to think about it at the time. I had a couple of friends come out and chill with me. They left to get cigarettes, and almost as soon as they turned out of sight, a knocking begins as I sat next to the fire. It was coming from the woods opposite of my office. It was very rhythmic and did not sound like the normal sounds deer or other animals make. Never heard of it again. I tried to ignore it at first, but it never stopped. After a few minutes of it, I hid in the gatehouse and opened the window on that side, and the sound continued like I had never moved. It continues the entire length they were gone until the headlights of their car illuminated my post. It stopped instantly and never kicked up again. Looking back now, it just adds to this situation. There were many nights it felt like something was just out of sight in the woods the knocking came from, watching me, but I just wrote it off as my mind playing games with me. Used to live in Alabama. Here is the only true thing I've ever written. Be driving on I-85 late at night. Get near the exit to the Kia plant. There are two small dogs right by the exit. One is laying down like he is injured. The other one is standing nearby, making eye contact and looking worried. It's like he wants someone to stop and help his friend. Missed the Kia plant exit, but feel bad for the little guys. Get off on the next exit and turn around. Get off at the Kia exit. Drive across the overpass. Dogs are gone. Figure they must have wandered down away from the highway. Drive slowly around the nearby area. Across from the factory at this point. It is pitch black, no street lamps. Suddenly, my headlights shine on a pug standing defiantly in the middle of the street. He locks eyes with me. I look around. The two fuckers from the exit are coming out of some bushes. I look the other way. More tiny dogs coming out of the trees. I am literally surrounded by a pack of toy breeds. They look like they mean business. Not today, fuckers. Nope the fuck out of there and just continue on home. These little sons of bitches actually chased me down as I drove off. It was one of the most surreal and unfathomable moments of my life. A pack of toy breed dogs led by a fucking boogly-eyed pug setting an ambush for a fucking car. I am late to the party, but I have something to share. By the way, I am telling this story as it was told to me by my grandma. I was very young. I do not remember any of this at all. Here we go. Be me, 5 years old. Just learned to ride my bike without training wheels. Feel like a Chad. Mom is doing something in the backyard. Probably watering tulips or something. Mom was very protective. Anywhere I would go, she would follow me. Understandable, given that I am a stupid kid. Decide to use this chance to ride off somewhere that I've never been before. I went missing for 5 hours. My mom enters in complete and utter panic mode. Starts calling up everyone that she knows to help her try and find me. My dad's hunting buddy and his dog find me sleeping in a field near a forest entrance, which is around 5 kilometers away from my house, 3.1 miles. He picks me up and takes me to his home. He calls up my mom and dad, saying that he finally found me. When they came to get me, they asked me how I managed to get there and where my bike was. Apparently, I told them that a random blonde lady took me by the hand and asked me to dance with her, and that I left the bike not too far away from my house, which they later found, parked on my neighbor's fence. Unsurprisingly, everyone refuses to believe me. Fast forward to about a week later. My dad is going about his business and goes to harvest wheat near the place where I fell asleep. He spots something out of the ordinary. Mushrooms have started growing in a circular pattern on the very place where I was found sleeping. In my culture, mushrooms growing in a circular pattern, like pick-related, are a sign that fairies have been dancing there. He told the family all about the sighting the minute he got back. My grandma, at that point, tells them all about the fairy myth, where fairies kidnap young children and mushroom circles appear after, and so on. They still have a really hard time believing in what she was telling them, but they do admit that my experience has way too many similarities with the myth for it to just be a random stupid coincidence. So, yeah, X. Apparently, I was kidnapped by fairies when I was 5 years old, and I am lucky to still be here. I used to work as a fire lookout back in the day. I wasn't technically a proper one though, like you would expect. I was more of just a trail maintenance guy, rather than a dude who would sit up in the tower for hours on end every summer. I still worked the national parks though, and would see anything they got to say and help them out. It was more of just a ground level thing though, although sometimes I would help them out up there. I would do regular maintenance work along the trail. I would fix signage and clear up debris and shit left along the trail. Sometimes would fix busted staircases or other structures. Basically, whatever needed doing at the time, I was kind of the jack of all trades for the situation. It was by no means easy work, but the peace and quiet and time away from any kind of bosses nagging you every 5 seconds made it easier to get through. I liked the quiet, and being out in the middle of nowhere made me feel, I don't know, just more calm, I guess. So basically, there was not always work for me in between seasons. This is how I ended up filling in for a Firewatch tower one time. Like I said, this wasn't my usual thing, but I had filled in for people before and had a general idea of how it was supposed to go down. It was only supposed to be for a short amount of time, so I was down. My tower was probably about 60-ish feet off the ground, but I can't remember exactly. I definitely do not have a fear of heights, but sometimes when the wind was strong, you could see it kind of sway slightly, and it made me feel a little sick. It was way out of the way. It was placed in a much less populated area of the park that wasn't really used all that much. I'm not sure why it was placed there, but I have a funny feeling that no one ever wanted to work there. I had unfortunately already agreed, before even seeing which tower I would end up in. Like I said, just a week or two, no big deal. Someone else would be hired to relieve me at some point, and if not, more money for me. The first few days kinda hit me hard, I can't lie. Adjusting to these new sets of responsibilities was tough. It's a lot different up there. You don't really leave the tower much. You can't just decide to take a walk and go do some other shit. It does kinda mess with your head for a while, so I see why it's not the most popular job. I got used to it eventually though, but I did continue to suffer from a bit of sickness in the mornings, usually when I'd woken from a deep sleep, and the reality set in about what my day was going to be like. I got into my routines. I would note things and plan things intricately, because I had nothing better to fucking do. Sure, there were a few others in other towers, but they weren't really the talking type. If I'm being completely honest, I'm not either. Not really a good combo for this situation. Anyway, so I would note down things like weather, things I'd spotted. Basically any small little thing you could think of, I would jot down in my notebook. Would even sketch the landscape sometimes, even though my drawings are pretty shitty. If you've ever played Red Dead Redemption 2, imagine Arthur's journal, except the drawings aren't half as good. I don't have this journal anymore, as it's been years, and I still kick myself for losing it. I want to mention that I had filled in several times before this, but usually in the more populated areas, so I would have a whole lot of public interactions, and other tasks to do, and just generally things to keep me sane. This was the last time I ever filled in though, before I moved on to other jobs. Most of the days were fine and chill, and there had been no big fires or anything at all. Had a few bits of thunder that I was shit scared would light a tree on fire, but no dice thankfully. I think after about a week was when I finally started to really sense something was wrong. This had never happened to me at any of the other locations, but I started to hear some sounds. These sounds really fucking bugged me. I don't know exactly how to describe it. It was a mix between a scraping sound and like a dragging sound. I usually heard it around nighttime or really early in the morning when the sun was just barely starting to come up. Sometimes it sounded like someone dragging something over dirt, and other times it sounded like someone dragging their fingernails across wood. It was never super loud, but I always managed to hear it. It was just one night every so often at first, but at the end of my last week, it was every fucking night. I got a little braver towards the end of my time, and I tried to catch whoever or whatever was making the sound. Figured it could easily be some idiot kids who snuck in and wanted to scare me for fun or whatever these jackasses do for fun nowadays. Never caught anything, at least not at first. Let me break greentext for just a moment and a bit of context. Now, What I am about to tell you sounds like some bullshit your average Reddit user would dream up and cream over while posting to no sleep, but this actually fucking happened. Please just stick with me, because I don't have any answers for any of this shit. This time, I caught some kind of movement. It was just faint, and I didn't even believe my eyes initially. I saw something moving in the trees to the left of my tower. I don't mean running through the forested area on foot. I mean like, moving in the fucking trees. It definitely looked humanoid. It looked just like a human, but all I could see was like a black outline, some kind of silhouette. It was about 30 feet off the ground in some pine trees. It wasn't even swinging on branches or anything. It was like jumping from tree to tree. It had a bit of weight to it too. When you were looking for it and were really paying attention, you could see those treetops shake a bit. The flashlights we had at the time were pretty ass, and I also did not want to risk alerting whoever this was, so I did not even bother trying to turn it on. I just kept watching as best as I could with my limited vision. I shit you not, he perched for a while at a tree, just out from the edge of the forested area. He fucking perched. I couldn't say for sure, but I was pretty sure whoever it was started staring at me. I ducked down almost on instinct and didn't look out for the rest of the night. There was no chance of me sleeping. I stayed up all night and I heard those sounds again, but they sounded louder this time. I swear to God, I could not help myself. I had to look. I got up slowly. It must have been just before sunup, and I peeked my head just over my tower to see. I turned my flashlight on. That was a fucking mistake. I saw what the thing was. It froze when I turned my flashlight on. Like, maybe I wouldn't notice it or something. Like a deer in headlights. I did not look for long, because my heart could not take it. All I could see was that the thing was big. It was crouched down, but looked like it would be around 5'8" if standing up completely. It was pale. I don't mean human pale, but unnaturally pale. Even though it was pale, the arms were like tinged green. Aside from that, it looked just like a human. It was also dragging something. I did not see what it was dragging in that moment. I ducked back down and tried to go back to sleep. I heard fast movement after that, going in the direction of the forest. The next morning, all hell broke loose. The radio was going non-stop and I slept through most of it. It took me forever to fall asleep. Someone came and got me. I think they were worried that something had happened to me because I did not check in when I was supposed to do. That is a big no-no. I got my ass chewed out, well and truly. I did not expect to wake up to my fucking dispatch supervisor standing over me. I woke up real fucking fast. After all of that, he brought me down with the other two lookout guys and started asking me questions. Started asking me if I'd seen or heard anything strange or seen signs of anyone on the trails up here. I was hesitant to tell them what I saw at first. I mean, who the fuck would believe me? I asked why. What he told me almost made me shit my pants out of fear. He told me that over the last couple of weeks, 3 different people had been reported missing. By wives, by family members. Said their last whereabouts was in this national park. I was like, what the fuck? Why have we only just heard about this now? He told me that they had already done a few searches over in the more populated areas, but that there was no sign. Said we needed to do a sweep of my area now. All of us together. We fucking found something. I don't know how to describe this without it seeming fake, but we found remains. Human remains. Not like a full person though, just bits and pieces, trails of blood, limbs. They were fucking stuffed into a tree, like when a squirrel hides its acorns for hibernation. It was a horrific sight. It is an image that still haunts me, and I have not been able to get it out of my head. Just like an arm stuffed deep into this tree. Like the tree was fully carved out, not natural at all, and there's just bits and pieces stuffed in there. The supervisor ushered us out immediately. Obviously we called the police. They showed up mighty quickly. They pulled us aside and questioned us, had some black SUVs roll in, and the guys in them started to take over. They really grilled us, like they thought we had killed someone and done this. I mean, this is not something humanly possible. There were no signs of cuts or anything from any kind of tool. Tell me, what human could rip a person up with their bare hands and then carve out a tree and stuff them inside. One of us would have seen it. We would have seen something. I did not tell them what I saw. I was too scared about what might happen if I did. They didn't want to make a public scene, so most of the details were kept out of the papers at the time. It was only reported that they were missing and that search and rescue operations were taking place. Papers did not mention anything about the remains found or the state they were in. They closed off my section of the park for a few weeks while they investigated. I don't know if anything turned up. If it did, I was never made privy to it. Everything opened back up as normal after that, but I was not asked to be a lookout ever again. I still did my usual maintenance job for another year or so before moving on, but I think my conversation with my supervisor is what sealed the deal for me, in regards to working in the towers at least. I don't know if it was because he thought I was crazy, or because I did not report what I saw immediately or to any higher-ups. Maybe he thought I was a reckless asshole who scuppered any chance of finding the other two missing people and denied the families a chance to properly grieve. I asked to speak with him privately, told him that there was something that I had not shared, but that I was scared I would be made fun of. I told him everything I told you. The noises, the treetop movement, and that last night before everything went to shit. It wasn't a long conversation. He took some time after I told him to finally speak again. He was a no-nonsense guy. Think he used to be a drill instructor or something of the like before moving into this. Maybe someone higher up in the military instead. I don't have any of that kind of experience. All I know is he was very serious and very intimidating. I think he had hoped to get away from the horrors of war. He never told me he believed me, but he told me that the park had quite the long history of military usage. Told me that during the Cold War especially, there was an outpost situated at the edges of the park that was used for research of some kind. Told me it was way beyond him, but that it was stuff that was not nice. That is all he said. Not nice stuff. And finally, he told me I should grow up, knock some sense into myself, and tell the officers just trying to do their damn job what you saw, but without all of the fanciful nonsense. I don't know if because he didn't believe it, or if because it would be safer for me. Anyway, I tried to do just that. Called the local department, mentioned the case, mentioned who I was, all of that stuff. They weren't interested. Told me it was wrapped up, that they appreciated me taking the time to try and help, but that the case was no longer ongoing. So, yeah, X, that is about all I have. Any answers would do wonders for my mental state. We lived in a woods when I was a kid. There are more houses there now, but back then, our nearest neighbors were 2 miles away. My dad went out of town on a business trip for a couple of days, and Mom, clearly a little bit freaked out to be so alone, had all of the outside lights on, lighting up the yard like a football stadium. We were sitting there, watching TV, when the dogs started going nuts. We looked out of the back glass door, and they were in the back porch, barking in the direction of the woods, out at the edge of the property. It was weird. It was like these 2 big-ass German shepherds were afraid to leave the porch. Mom opened the back door a crack, and they turned to look at her, and started whining, and continued to bark out toward the woods. After a couple of minutes, they stopped, but still looked nervous as hell, whining and sort of pacing back and forth on the porch. Mom went to get the shotgun, and told me to let one of the dogs, the good one, best dog we ever had, in the house. Quiet for a couple of hours. Then they both cut loose again, at precisely the same time. The one inside ran to the back door and stood up with his front paws against it, barking and snarling like crazy. This time, we could actually see something back a few yards from the tree line, something pale and very, very tall. This was in the days before cell phones, and one of the handsets was right there by the door. Mom picked it up in one hand and opened the back door. The dog bolted out, and being the brave one, tore out across the backyard and then stopped about midway and just stood there barking and growling. Mom shouted that she had a gun and was calling the police. Holler fret, because county police will probably take an hour to get out to us, then slam the door. She told police dispatch that we had a trespasser, and I will never forget the way she described it over the phone. A trespasser, I think, or some kind of large animal, maybe a bear. A bear. Yeah, that was not what we were looking at, unless somebody let their pet polar bear escape. Whatever it was very pale. You could tell it was white, just shaded by the tree branches and foliage. and while it was extremely tall, it wasn't massive like a bear. Gangly is the word that best describes it. It looked like a pale, lanky man, only taller than any man should be. All the barking, shouting, threats of guns and cops, that thing never moved. Just kept standing back there just beyond the reach of the floodlights, more lit by the moon through the trees. We sat there on the kitchen floor, Mom holding the gun across her lap, waiting for the cops to get there and whispering about what we thought it was. At least I was. Mom did not really want to think about it. While we waited, she tried to call Dad at the hotel, but he was out getting dinner with his boss and co-workers, East Coast to West Coast times, and while we watched, that thing seemed to turn, take no more than 2 steps, and just vanish. When the cops arrived, Mom glossed over the weirdness so they would not think she was nuts, and they went out to look. We tagged along behind them. They did not find anything, but we got a good gauge of how tall that thing was. Judging from the branches, it was somewhere between 8 to 9 feet tall. It was years before my mom let me play outside unsupervised. I complained about it to my dad once, and what he said scared me nearly as bad as that thing had that night. Your mother's got it right. These woods are old, son, and you would be a fool to think we know everything that calls them home. It ain't all bad, but never let yourself think it's all good, or even natural. This happened one summer after in 2018 when my partner, stepdad and I decided to check out an abandoned factory near my parents' house. We were just picking up my partner when we passed by it, and without thinking much about it, we started talking about exploring the place. My stepdad, who tends to act on impulse like us, pulled over right by the building and we decided to go for it. It didn't take long to find a way inside. The factory was falling apart with broken windows, walls crumbling down, and most of the roof was missing. The only real obstacle was a doorway that had some debris in front of it. We cleared that away, and as soon as we stepped through the door, something felt off. It was the middle of the summer, but the air inside the building was freezing cold. I don't mean it was a little chilly. It felt like winter. It wasn't even a damp kind of cold, like you would expect from an abandoned building. And anyway, there was enough holes in the walls and roof that it should not have been that cold. The inside was just as trashed as the outside. Piles of broken machinery, rusted metal, and old wooden beams lay scattered around. As we moved farther into the building, my partner and stepdad went ahead to check out another room, and I wandered off by myself to look through some cabinets that had been left behind. It was like everything had just been abandoned overnight. Files, worker IDs, and even older sheets from the late 90s and early 2000s were scattered everywhere. Most of the orders were packed and ready to be shipped, but none of them had ever been sent out. My stepdad pointed out how strange that was, and the factory looked like it had been closed for many decades, even though the most recent data I found was 2002. The building at most had been abandoned for 16 years. I have no expertise in something such as how quickly buildings decay, but the whole place seemed very run down for only 16 years. As we were talking about how weird the place was, I started feeling something else. It wasn't just the cold or dust or the abandoned vibe. I was getting a feeling of danger, like something was watching us or maybe waiting for us to leave. I can't describe it any better than that. It was like my fight or flight response kicked in, but I didn't know why. I told my partner and stepdad, and they agreed that we should head out. It was odd, and we had not heard anything or seen anything strange, but we all felt it. We made our way back to the car, and just as we were pulling away from the building, my partner and I both noticed something in the doorway we had just come through, standing there. It was a figure. It was hard to make out clearly. It kind of looked human, but not exactly. Something about it did not sit right. It was like a person, but not. The figure did not move, as it just stood there, staring at us. My stepdad did not seem to notice, since he was too busy driving. My partner and I looked at each other at the same time, and asked if we had seen that thing in the door, so it was definitely not our imagination. We never went back to the factory. I can't shake the feeling whenever I drive past the building to my partner's house. I drive past the abandoned factory so often, and I wish I had never gone inside. 2007. On a hunting/fishing trip with some college bros in Alaska. Got dropped off in the woods by crazy bearded bush pilot. Thought we were gonna fucking die on the landing. He is supposed to come back to pick us up in a week. Set up camp maybe like 2 kilometers away near a stream. Next day go fishing with bros, catch fuckloads, make gigantic pot of stew. Wake up the next morning, see a pile of fish bones laying next to the pot. That's odd, but figure someone probably just deboned and left it all there. All of us head out for the day to do various things. 2 bros get back to camp before me as sun is setting. Hear them shout, "Ah, what the fuck?" Make it back. Find fresh and bloody moose parts laying around 10 feet away from our tents. Decide, we in bear country now. Going to move camp the next morning bright and early, because maybe the bears were attracted to our food or something. Have hard time sleeping. Get up to take a piss in the middle of the night. Hear grunting coming from the stream. Ah shit. Scamper to my tent and grab 12 gauge loaded with slugs. Head out to the stream to investigate. Shine flashlight over the stream. Sure as fuck. See a gigantic black bear along the tree line, about to walk into the stream. Take aim defensively, but realize it's difficult trying to hold a flashlight and shoddy at the same time. You'd think they'd make an attachment for that or something. I figure if the bear charges me, I am going to empty my load in about 2 microseconds. Suddenly, hear the trees rustling on the other side of the stream. Aim flashlight again. The bear is not even looking at me now. Hear some crazy fucking noise that sounded like a goddamn velociraptor. Bear freaks out and starts hauling ass towards me. Oh fuck. Don't fire a single shot. Practically pee my pants, just about, and run back to camp to raise the alarm. Hear something that sounds like someone tearing paper. Bear makes shrieking noise. Get to the top of the embankment and shine my flashlight back down to the stream. Bear is thrashing around in the water with a chunk missing out of its side, shrieking, just shrieking. Buckets of blood pouring into the water. Hear the bushes to my left rustle a bit. Aim the flashlight over there, about to shit my pants. See a black and white, very long furry tail poking out from behind the bush, and 2 deep red eyes reflecting my light back at me. I've seen wolf eyes in the dark before. They are a golden color. These were fucking red. Realize I'm being stalked. No thanks. Run back into camp and shout that something just killed a fucking bear. Everyone wakes up and pulls out their rifles and shit. I tried to regrow my testicles as best as I could. We were about to head back to the stream to check it out, when we hear the bear shriek again, and then a really fucking loud crunching noise, like someone just ate a whole stack of Pringles right next to your ear. Bear instantly stops thrashing about, / making noise. Stand there with my 3 friends, weapons out, just listening and wondering what in the fuck. Something splashes against my coat and 2 of my buddies, and all over the tents too, from the sound of it. Look down. My hands and arms are covered in blood, as is my coat. Big pile of spindly entrails is wrapped around my leg and halfway back to camp. We run as quickly as our legs will carry us, immediately pack up all our shit. My roommate tears up a shirt and makes a torch out of it. We go right the fuck back to the landing area and stay there until picked up 3 days later. Grizzled old pilot finally fucking arrives that Saturday. Asks us if we had a good time. We load up all of our shit and don't say a word. Disregard everything I've seen. Ask if there is other hunters in the area. Maybe someone poaching. Button on. You guys are the only ones out here. Fuck Alaska. I have never gone back. Be me, 2 years ago. Armed security guard at a bank. They have me making rounds outside the bank every hour. Start my round. Everything seems normal. Round nearly complete. Walking around the right side of the building, back to front of bank where the parking lot is. Round the corner and see a truck and a fucking Jason mask peering out from behind the tinted windows. Nope. Get back behind wall. Fuck this shit. I'm not going out like those armored car guys in Heat. Peek around corner. Mask still gazing straight ahead in the direction of the front door. Good. The robbers have not noticed me. Maybe I can sneak up behind when they exit the vehicle. Tactically sneak through the parking lot and duck behind a car, about 25 feet away. Prepare to draw my sidearm. Peek up from behind the car, and the mask has not moved at all in the past minute, still gazing straight ahead. What the fuck is going on here? My face went. I realize that the truck belongs to a regular customer of the bank who works as an actor in a haunted house, and there is nobody in there. Just a mask hanging from the rearview mirror that he put there for decoration. True story. Be 15-year-old me, living in rural area with dad on summer vacation. There is wildlife problems all the time, caused by deforestation or some shit. 2 a.m. It's so fucking dark outside, I can't see a thing. Get woken up by loud, violent scraping sound coming from nearby. Nearly have heart attack. Go to check it out. Black bear is clawing down the window to the veranda, where we keep our fridge. Go wake dad. Load up 30-30 foot rifle and pass it to him. Bear has smashed out the window and is halfway inside by the time we get back there. First round fired hits it in the shoulder, then a second to the head. Dad is pissed off and goes back to bed. Bear hanging halfway inside the house. I have to clean up the mess. Go outside and lay down the tarp. Going to push bear off window so it falls back onto the tarp and can be rolled up. Get a good look at the bear. It's covered in nasty beige wood ticks the size of your thumb. I'm talking half-foot width patches where you can't even see the bear underneath the parasites. Obviously has every disease a bear can contract. Patchy hair, malnourished, ugly as fuck. I vomit, but manage to swallow it back down. Go back inside and find a hockey stick to push the bear with. Facing the bear now. I noticed that the second shot only grazed the skull and hit its ear. Watch the thing for a moment and it is completely motionless. Go to push it down. Bear suddenly twitches and swings its head up the second I touch it. Turn 360 degrees and nip the fuck out of there. Shot bear 2 more times before it died. Blood is everywhere. I am so freaked out, I'm shaking. My face went. I still have to clean up all the blood and the giant parasites. Be me, 13 years old. Mom sends me to live with my dad, which is a nice way of saying she kicked me out. Dad lives in a shitty trailer park. Front door sometimes does not close right. Dad is not home yet. I put on a movie and shit. Falls asleep. Wake up because it's hot as balls inside. Front door's fucking open. Walks over to close it. I can see the street from here. 3 dudes walking over to me. Scared shitless. Think I'm gonna get jumped. They don't look like the type to be in this neighborhood. Think they're Mormons. Close the door before they get too close. Nothing happens after that. Fast forward like 2 weeks. Taking out the trash. See the 3 dudes again, walking my way. Try to ignore them, but they stop right in front of me. Try to stare them down, but holy fucking shit, these dudes are creepy. All have really weird long, gaunt features, light hair and light eyes. All have black slacks and a white button up. Try to go around them so I can throw out the trash. They move in front of me. Try going the other way. They move. Hey man, what the fuck man, what the fuck's your problem man? I don't got shit on me. If you're gonna rob me, I'll kick your asses man. You don't know me man. They just fucking stand there. Continue to babble about how I'm gonna kick their asses. They just fucking stand there. The one on the far right makes a noise. I wouldn't call it a word, cause it was just like, ugh. Points at my chest. Try moving around them again. They let me go this time. I keep walking, and when I look back, they are facing me. When I am walking back, they walk out of my sight. Not really going anywhere, they just keep walking. Never tell anyone about it. Please tell me it was just a trio of crackheads, and not aliens. With that said, I've got one. It happened when I was a little kid, but a handful of other people witnessed it. Not really paranormal, but it spooked me. 4th grade. Kids used to hang out at the skating rink every Friday. Me and my friends, Travis, Ryan, and Billy, not their real names, are zipping around as fast as we can. Most kids just get dropped off there, but there are some parents hanging around, plus the staff, so it's not just kids. BRB guys, I'm gonna go pee. I hop off the rink and skate walk my way to the bathroom. When I come out, this man tells me that my parents are at the hospital and that I need to go with him. Your mom got hit by a car. He shows me a badge and tells me he's a cop. I believe him and go with him. As I am walking to this car, Travis and Ryan come running out, and Travis is screaming, "Anon, come back, that man's a creep." Uh-oh. The man grabs me and drags me to his car. I am trying to pull away. Just then, Billy rushes out of the building with some parents and staff running after him. Man lets me go, jumps into his car, and peels out of the parking lot. Travis told me that exact same dude tried to lure him and his sister into his car while they were walking home from school, told them he was a cop too. They almost got into his car, but our teacher saw them and came outside and the men drove away. If my friend had not recognized that dude, I might have been assaulted or murdered. We were both fucking lucky. I was a responding officer during the Bayside Mall incident. Or, to some of you, you might know it as the Miami Mall alien incident, or something along those lines. I have told absolutely no one at all. Not officially. Not even my wife. I would have been putting her in danger if I did, but that isn't a problem anymore. I won't go into useless detail on why, but it just does not matter anymore if I talk about this anywhere. All I ever told her that day was that there was crowd panic, nothing serious. Just told her the same story that the news went with. Just dumbass teenagers setting off fireworks, drunk as shit, starting fights with people, and they caused a mass panic. That is what we were told to say. That is what they wrote in the report that we all signed. I've signed a lot of bullshit in my years, but that one felt like swallowing a razor. I was already downtown that night before the incident happened. I got called in real early because of the fireworks complaints and crowd noise. It was New Year's after all, and Bayside gets rowdy for those who don't know. It isn't the kind of place you'd swing by casually to relax. I was posted just a block off Biscayne when the first 911 report came in. The call was pretty garbled, to tell the truth. Someone was just ranting something about people collapsing in the food court. I think it was a middle-aged woman, they said. They sent me and my patrol partner Torres inside to check up on what was happening. Dispatch just kept calling it a disturbance when talking to us, but something in the voice did not match the language. She sounded off somehow, but I'm not sure how to fully explain it. Too calm maybe, or too slow. Torres picked up on it pretty quickly too. We joked about it at first, that is why I remembered it. He said something like, maybe Dispatch had one too many mimosas, but the joke didn't land. The closer we got, the quieter the city felt. I don't mean the usual lull between fireworks. I mean quiet, like the sound had been scooped out of the air. If you live here, you know this is a busy-ass place, so a total absence of noise is strange. I remember walking up the steps into the plaza and seeing kids running, but not screaming. Some of them looked like they didn't even know why they were running. Others were frozen in place, twitching like they were just glitching out, eyes wide, mouths open like they wanted to scream but forgot how. Torres went up ahead of me first. I stayed closer to the edge of the crowd. That is when I saw the first body that day. The guy was male, maybe in his mid-20s at most, from what I could tell. He was slumped against a pillar like he just sat down and never got back up again. His hands were covered in blood, but not from any wounds that I could see. Maybe he had some, but they weren't visible to me at that moment. It was like he'd just, I don't know, leaked out of his skin maybe. He had some on his face too, so maybe he used his hands to try and stop a nosebleed or something. I leaned into him and checked for a pulse. He was cold, but his eyes were open, and not like dead open either. It honestly looked like he was still awake, like he died mid-thought. I remember all of this so vividly, every single detail, because it is all I can think about anymore. When you think about something that much, you just can't help but retain those small details. The moment I radioed for backup, my comms crackled. I heard the crackle of static, followed then by that high-pitched E-tone that you get before feedback. Except it didn't stop. It dug into my jaw like dental drills, and it really made my teeth hurt. Torres' voice came through, but it was kind of distorted. Seems strange because usually there will be never any kind of interference around here, and our equipment is checked thoroughly before our shifts. I think he said something like, "Don't come up here," but the feed died before I could confirm with him. I looked around. That's when I noticed the glass. The storefronts, every last one of them, were covered in this fine film, like condensation but wrong. It looked more like the inside of a freezer after a door has been left open too long. Some of them had patterns forming in the fog, swirls and spirals, looking almost like math symbols, like fingerprints made by something that did not have fingers. The people still inside were standing still. By now they weren't hiding or screaming or anything like that. They were just standing. Some of them looked like they were listening to something. One woman was mouthing words I couldn't hear. She was smiling, blood was pouring out of both ears. I started toward the escalator when I heard this deep, droning sound. It wasn't anything mechanical. It was organic, but too big and too deep to ever be made by a human. It came from inside the floor. Not below the floor, but inside it. Then the lights flickered and dimmed. Everything shifted like a depth perception trick. You know when your eyes adjust to darkness, but it takes a while, and you suddenly realize that there is a shape in the corner of the room once they have. It was like that, but all over. The air went heavy. My bones hurt. I saw something then. I didn't see the thing everyone else keeps talking about. I didn't see the 10-foot alien or whatever. Not directly, anyway. What I saw was the space around the alien or creature trying not to be affected by its presence. It was like light was avoiding the spot it was standing in, and space actually bent around the thing. It was like gravity did not know what to do with it. I only caught a glimpse. It was tall, sure, but not in a big guy way. It was wrong in every proportion. Its movement was like frames skipping in a video. First here, then forward, then even further. It didn't walk in any kind of way. Just kept skipping forward like that. I never saw it just move fluidly. At one point, I thought that there were two of them. Then I realized I was seeing it from multiple angles at the same time. I don't know how to explain that or how the fuck that is possible, but that is what I saw. Torres suddenly came stumbling down the escalator all on his own. His face was pale. There was a wet stain down one leg. If I wasn't scared out of my mind, and the fact that I might have done it too, I would have made a joke about him pissing his pants. He didn't make eye contact with me when he reached my floor. He just kept whispering and said my name over and over to himself, or maybe to me, I don't know. I tried to help him outside the door, just to get him some fresh air or something, but he jerked back suddenly and clawed at his own neck. He ripped his radio right out and smashed it on the tile. I tried to calm him down, but he kept screaming, "I won't answer it. I won't answer it." That is when two men came in. Let me be clear. These guys were not cops and not EMS or anything of the sort. They were wearing black coats with no patches on. They were also wearing earpieces. One of them flashed a badge to me, but not a badge I've ever seen. Normally, I would have contested this or stopped them, but I had bigger fish to fry with my partner losing his mind, and I alone had no chance at controlling the situation at hand. The guys did not even glance at the bodies. One of them just pointed at Torres and said, "He's not viable." They started walking toward me and Torres, telling me they needed to help him. It just felt like everyone that day had lost their damn minds. I told them to back the fuck up and that I would shoot unless they properly identified themselves. But a third guy that I did not see come in grabbed me from behind before I could draw my firearm. One of the other ones injected something into Torres' neck. He went limp immediately. There was no spasm or resistance from him, and I could do nothing but watch. They didn't tell me who they were exactly, just that they were my superiors. More cops arrived on the scene not long after this happened, my superiors, and they backed up their story. They calmed me down and shut me up real fucking quick. If they had come out here for this, then I knew I was in deep shit. They told me that I was to leave through the east entrance, and that I only had this one chance. They told me not to look back, and that I was lucky to be given a second chance. One of them pressed a packet into my chest and said, "Read it, sign it." Told me that there would be follow-ups from my superiors shortly. I did not argue with them this time. They walked me past at least 20 people who looked dead on their feet, except they were standing. One guy's eyes were bleeding down his cheeks. Another was biting the edge of his own hand, hard enough to tear. Not one of them looked away from the center of the mall. When I passed the food court, I saw a girl sitting cross-legged on a table, maybe 10 years old, no shoes, just humming to herself. There was blood on her face, but I don't know if it was hers or not. She was holding something in her lap, but I could not fully make out what it was. Whatever it was also covered in blood. I got outside and threw it behind a squad car. Everything in my body was shaking, like I was coming down from something or about to go into shock. I tried to radio in again, but it was a dead channel. Just that constant high whine under the static again. I pressed the panic code twice. Nothing happened. The air outside didn't feel right either. I heard footsteps behind me and turned around fast. It was one of the men in the black coats again, probably to make sure I got out of there and quickly. I asked what was actually happening, but he would not give me an answer. More unmarked vans were starting to roll up. They were matte black with no plates on them from what I could see. one of them hissed. A handful of people in hazmat suits started filing out. Some of them had what looked like Geiger counters. Others were carrying what I thought were defibrillators, but larger, bulkier, and with cables that looked more like restraints. I asked where EMS was. He said there were no injuries. I said there are bodies in there. He looked at me and said again, there were no injuries. He told me he forgot about something and that I needed to take it right now. He handed me a small, sealed foil packet. Dissolve under tongue, now. He stepped closer to me when I gave him a puzzled look. You've been inside. You are contaminated. This will stabilize you. I said, stabilize me for what? He just repeated, now. I did it. I tore it open and let the strip dissolve under my tongue. It tasted like copper and dirt. A wave of nausea hit me almost instantly, and then it passed. And then everything felt fine. You will feel a little disconnected, he said. That's good. That's the filter setting in. I asked what the hell he was talking about. He spouted some nonsense jargon at me that I didn't understand at all, and I can't recall now. My head was becoming kind of light and fuzzy. Something like amnestic bleed and outside your perception, but I could be recalling wrong. When I gave him a blank stare, he told me, keep fucking moving and get out of my sight. I looked back at them all. Lights were going out, one by one. More vans pulled in. One of them had cages in the back. I don't remember getting home at all. I must have driven, but I can't really remember. Honestly, a lot of my memories from that day are really hazy, and it's a miracle I can remember what I can. Even though I can remember the events, they almost feel not real in my head, like my mind is rejecting them somehow. You know how some people have different levels of imagination? I forgot what it's called, but it's like, some people can visualize full images and places, and some people can only see it partially. Then the really unlucky ones can't visualize anything in their head at all. Usually, when recalling a memory, I am really good at this and can see a full picture, like a full HD snapshot of the memory. With this one though, I can barely get a flash. The memories are there in my head, the words to describe what I saw, the general events that took place, but the picture is not visible. I remember the details, but without actually remembering the details, if that makes sense. Anyway, the next thing I remember is sitting at my kitchen table with a folder open, pen in hand, already mid-signature. I didn't even know what I was signing. It just felt inevitable. Most of the document was nonsense, tons of legal jargon that I didn't understand. I think I got the gist of it though. The next day, Bayside was fully open again. There was no caution tape, no cops, no crime scene. It was like nothing happened. There was no trace that anything occurred that day. Not a single speck of blood or litter or any evidence of the panic that occurred. Even the broken glass from the storefronts was gone. Every pane was replaced. The news ran a segment that night. Minor fire causes evacuation at Bayside Marketplace. No injuries reported. Said something about the fire being caused by fireworks being set off. I think they mentioned having 2 people in custody. Same story in the local newspaper. They showed footage from earlier that day. Crowds walking through the plaza. I called Torres' number that night. Disconnected. I tried going by his apartment, but someone else was living there. They said that they had been there for months. I went to our sergeant the next morning and asked if he'd heard from Torres. He stared at me for a beat too long and then said, "You mean Torres from traffic?" I said no. Officer Marco Torres, patrol. He was partnered with me a few nights ago. He frowned. "You've been solo for the last month, right? Since Morales transferred out." I didn't say anything. He clapped me on the shoulder. "Maybe take a couple of personal days. You've been running hard." I just nodded at him. I love this village. I've been coming here every summer for nearly 20 years. Everything is close. Forests, fields, and a river. It's a fairly large village. The nearest one is about 3 kilometers away through the woods and fields, and the main highway is 15 kilometers off. About 3 years ago, people began buying up the old houses as summer homes. What can you do? Folks get old and pass on. As far back as I can remember, my grandmother was always happy to see us. She loved when her grandchildren visited, always inviting us in with gifts and food. But 6 months ago, everything changed. In early January, she began calling, asking us to take her in. She was getting old, and it was getting too hard for her to live alone. Grandpa had passed away 2 years earlier. She wanted to move in as soon as possible. A little family meeting was held, just Mom and Dad, and they agreed that she would not be a burden. Grandma was kind and generous, and there was enough space. I was renting my own place, and they had a 3-bedroom apartment. But when Dad went to pick her up, he was too late. Grandma had passed away. I will skip the difficult details about organizing a funeral during the New Year holidays. After that, my dad became noticeably more distant. By early May, I started asking about the village, if we were going this year or not. I figured that the house might have already been looted. No one had been there in half a year, but Dad refused. Not just casually, firmly, stubbornly. He did not want to go, and he definitely did not want me to go. He would not even explain why. So I decided not to say anything. I would go on my own with my best friend. I only see my parents every couple of weeks, so they would not notice I was gone right away. I could call them from the village if needed. We packed up some drinks, snacks, meat for the grill, and extra cash since there is a store there, and set off in my friend's old BMW, which he had bought 6 months ago. To get there, you have to turn off the Kyiv-Chernihiv highway onto a barely marked road. Someone might remember it or know something about what happened. From the turnoff, it's about 15 kilometers to the village entrance. It was mid-June, June 15th, 2013 to be exact, and a prime time for vacationers and summer residents, but we did not pass a single car on the road in. The village did not look abandoned. Everything seemed normal at first glance, but something was off. On the way in, we did not see a single person or animal. The store, usually open by now, was closed. It is located at the entrance to the village, but my grandmother's house is near the far end. After passing the store, we drove slower since my friend did not know the road, and it was riddled with potholes that I remembered from childhood. Then I started to notice something strange. A lot of the gates and doors were wide open or broken. Some looked like they had been forced open. Fortunately, everything was still intact at Grandma's house, though the yard was a mess. The grass had grown waist-high, the gazebo roof had collapsed, and mosquitoes and midges were everywhere. I knew the house keys were under the barn awning. They had always been there. Not sure if they were the main set or a spare, but I remembered them well. I struggled to get the rusty key to turn, but it worked. We went in and began tidying up. All the tools were kept in the pantry inside the house. By evening, we were worn out and decided to relax. I wanted to show my friend the village, the parts I loved growing up in. We walked to the river at the edge of the village. That is when I started feeling uneasy. Again, we saw no people, no cats. There were usually plenty. No animals at all. The village was completely silent, dead quiet, but how? Just last year, there were summer people, cows mooing, kids laughing, girls walking with boys. My friend lit a cigarette, visibly nervous, and asked, "Is it always this gloomy here?" I said no, that I did not understand what was going on either. We headed back, and when we got to the house, we were stunned. The door was wide open. I had locked it, not with a key, but still. Inside, our things were scattered everywhere. Food was dumped out. The raw meat for the barbecue was gone. I can't say whether fear or anger hit me harder in that moment. I grabbed an axe and checked the whole house, the yard, even peeked over the fence into the neighbor's place. Nothing, no sign of anyone. I had not been especially close with the neighbors, just some elderly folks. Their grandkids were 10 or so, and I rarely saw them, but I decided to ask if they had seen anything. My friend stayed behind to watch the house. An hour later I returned. The door was locked from the inside. I knocked. "Hey, it's me, open up." I heard the bolt slide. When the door opened, my friend was holding a stool like a weapon. He was pale, breathing hard. I probably did not look much better. We locked the bolt again and went into the back room. It was getting dark. We didn't turn on the lights. I sighed and told him what I had seen. In that hour, I had checked around 20 yards. No people. No signs anyone had been there all year. Overgrown grass everywhere. Some doors broken. Some roofs collapsed. I think, in that moment, we both wanted to leave the village right then. But it was almost nightfall, and there were 2 problems. 1, I did not know how to drive. And 2, my friend never drives at night. His vision gets blurry, and he gets tired real fast. He told me what happened while I was with the neighbors. I locked the door behind you, just in case, and started picking up the scattered stuff. Then I heard the yard gate open. I was surprised, thought maybe you were just back early. Then, suddenly, and I swear, the yard gate is very creaky, and the distance from the gate to the front door is about 10 meters. Someone started trying to get into the house. I stepped back, because whoever entered the yard could not have gotten to the door that fast. There was no knocking, just someone persistently trying to open the door. The handle was rattling wildly. I grabbed a stool to defend myself. Then the yard gate creaked again, and everything went silent. Half an hour later, you came back. So, you stood in the hallway for half an hour, holding a stool. He just nodded. Then, suddenly, there was a loud knock on the bedroom window at the far end of the house. My friend and I just stared at each other, neither of us daring to check. An hour passed. Darkness had settled. We sat silently, too scared to move. Nothing else happened, just our heavy breathing filling the quiet. Neither of us spoke. I don't know what my friend was thinking, but all I could do was wish desperately for morning to come, for the sun to rise, for us to leave. I wished it all faster, faster dawn, faster escape. Then the car alarm suddenly blared. Their friend's car was parked close by, but there were no trees nearby to cause it accidentally. The alarm stopped briefly, then screamed again, as if someone was standing right next to the car, waiting for the owner to come out. This went on for nearly half an hour. The noise was maddening. I wanted to get up and turn the alarm off, maybe give whoever triggered it a good slap, but something told me we would be the ones getting hit instead. We were sitting near the window in the main room, the one with 3 doors, one to the exit, one to the bedrooms, and one to the closet, when we heard footsteps outside. Someone was walking along the windows, trying to be quiet, but the dry branches snapped under their feet. I wiped sweat from my face. Even though the house was cool, it had not been heated in 6 months. To my surprise, there was no mobile signal here, even though before everything was fine. It was only 10:22 p.m., far from dawn, and no one knew if we would get out of there at all. What if they slashed the tires? My friend asked. What? I perked up. If someone did that, how would we get out? 15 kilometers to the highway, and 500 more to my hometown. He didn't say anything more, but I knew he was thinking it too. The rustling outside stopped. We heard the wind and rain hitting the roof. A thunderstorm was starting, pretty common here. The wind howled louder. The rain poured down. Thunder rattled the windows. The storm raged all night long. Even if someone moved outside, we could not hear them over the thunder and rain. The night felt endless, but eventually it ended, though the light was slow to come. We quietly stepped onto the veranda. The room where we sat had rough curtains drawn. Outside was thick fog. Leaving in such fog, even in the morning, was impossible. Then we heard footsteps again. Someone walking near the house, stepping in puddles left by the rain. Suddenly, someone ran up and slammed the front door hard. The door shook, but it was heavy oak, and the latch held firm. After a few knocks, silence fell again. My heart felt like it would burst or run away from that dreadful place. I don't know if it was a maniac or some creature, but what terrified me was the silence. No wheezing, no groans, no howls, only natural sounds. Crunching branches, the door being tested, the car alarm. I don't remember how noon arrived, how the sun finally shone. After the attempts to break in, my head was pounding, my ears ringing, and I could barely breathe. Probably my blood pressure spiked. When I finally calmed down, the fog was gone. We listened quietly in the yard for half an hour. Then, trying to be as quiet as possible, we unlocked the bolt. My friend opened the door, and I gripped the axe with both hands, ready to fight whatever might be waiting. No one was there. We crept toward the gate. The door did not creak in the damp air, so we bolted to the car. My friend started it, and we drove off. Only when we reached the main road did I realize we'd left the door open and our things behind. I held the axe tightly for the entire 15 kilometers. We only relaxed when we saw dozens of cars and signs of life. We were alive. We'd made it out. The drive back to the city was silent. After a brief goodbye, I went straight to my room and slept through the weekend. It has been less than a week since then. My friend and I have gotten closer, though we avoid talking about that trip. I have not told my parents about any of it. I only asked Dad if we would be going back this summer. He grew dark and said no. Let the house stand as a memory. We won't sell it. I don't know what happened in that village, and I can't find anything online except the vaguest details. But even if someone tried breaking into our house to steal what was there, I would not risk going back again. I'm not good at green text, so bear with me. Keep in mind he died in the early 2000s at the ripe old age of 115, and that is what is recorded. Pretty sure he could have been older, since records in the third world aren't exactly reliable. Be my grandpa. Be in late teens, early 20s. Live in Latin America. Live in a valley. Live off farming and mining. Be absolutely rural. Be absolutely dirt poor. To make you see how backwards that village is, the electricity did not arrive until the 1970s. No gringos, we aren't in Mexico. There are a lot more countries. In fact, we are closer to Antarctica than to the US. Anyways, to live by, they either farm for most of the year or work in the mines. And I do mean work like in the Middle Ages, with pretty much the same tools, pickaxes and the like, all completely manual labor. One day, late evening, going out of what I guess was a 14-hour shift in the mine. Gotta do that daily grind. Other workers are already leaving and preparing to do the roughly 7-kilometer, don't know how much that is in Neanderthal units, walk back to town, walking down the mountains and through the forest. Gramps says he leaves as one of the last of his group to leave. Tries to hurry to catch up to the others ahead of him. Doing that walk alone is hella boring, even more after a long day of hard work and carrying your stuff. I've done it in modern times. I've been absolutely demolished by that walk. Don't know how he did it. And I'm a fairly average guy. 1.73 tall, 65 kilograms. My Gramps was shorter and lighter than me, and had to carry his work equipment, while I just had to carry my ass. Guess I'm a wuss. Anyways, the group ahead of him is a couple of curves down the road. Gramps said he could hear them talking, but could not see them, trying to walk faster. Suddenly, he hears someone calling him from the sides. Near the road, but behind the trees. As you're guessing, this is a rural area in the middle of bumfuck nowhere in the third world. Everyone has a strong, rural accent, but not this time. Said it's a pretty clear, educated, fine voice, like out of the radio with no accent. Gramps pays attention, and out comes a finely dressed guy. Also mentions a faint smell that's out of the ordinary. The man keeps calling my Gramps. Gramps takes a few steps closer. The guy is well groomed, no facial hair, dressed as an aristocrat for the time. Guy tells Gramps he will make him rich if he comes with him. Behind him, there are bars of gold. I have to mention, the mine was used for copper and gold. However, those were not processed there, just extracted and sent off to somewhere else. These supposedly were the typical bars of gold you've seen in media when someone is rich. Gramps notices something is off about the men. For starters, what the fuck is a rich man doing in the middle of bumfuck nowhere, in the most rural part of the continent, and at the end of a mine shift? Gramps said the guy started walking closer, and began to shapeshift. His breath reeked like cow farts, his words. Legs were twisted. The skin on his face looked like dried out leather. Clothes turned into feathers. And this motherfucker is getting closer to my Gramps. Gramps begins to run as fast as he can. The guys that were ahead are nowhere to be found. Keeps running to the village. Catches up to a group of workers that initially were leaving after him, and were now pretty close to the village. No one noticed on the road anything strange. Later in the night, the guys that were ahead told him no one noticed anything weird. Gramps is scared shitless. Had to go to work another day. On the way down, this time with his buddies, decides to go look at the spot where the strange guy was. A dead bird was in the spot the man was. Behind, there was just a huge pile of shit in the place of the gold. Whole bunch of freaky deaky Dutch shit has happened in my parents' house over the past 10 or so years that they have lived there, and continues to do so occasionally. Though nowhere near as intense or frequently as before. Here is my first experience there anyway. Be me, 14 years old, living in west coast of Scotland. Moved to a really old house right on the beach. In the garden after living there for a few weeks, playing fetch with my dog. Facing away from the house, my dog facing it. After a while, I throw the ball, and my dog does not even react. Hair spikes up, and he starts growling. He very, very rarely barked or growled. Turn around, and look up at what he's growling at. At my bedroom window, there is a woman dressed in a very dated black dress, with her hair tied in a bun, slightly pulling back the curtains and peering down at me. Panic.gif. She looks at me for a second, then takes her hand down and walks away. Parents are out, front door is locked, the house should be empty. I go in the house shouting to see who is there. Search the house, and no one is there. Tell my parents and they just think I'm talking shit. After a year or so of weird things and sightings of the same two people from multiple people, it turns out that my parents have been experiencing stuff since the day we moved in. My dad had always been the skeptical one, and the first to explain everything, but only in the recent years have we found out that he's been having the craziest experiences out of all of us. There is definitely 2 ghosts in my house. A man with a bucket who has only been seen downstairs, and the woman in black who has only been spotted upstairs. At the peak of the most intense activity, I would have been about 15 to 16 years old. My friend, let's call him Daniel, comes to visit me and my brother in Arizona. Plans to be out here for like a week. Decides that we should do like 2 nights of camping. Decide to camp at Rosla Park Campground in the Chiricahua Mountains. We know the mountain range is one of the 2 missing 411 hotspots in Arizona. Go anyway thinking, what's the worst that could happen? The day comes where he lands at the airport. Me and my brother pick him up, and we head out to the highway with all of our supplies that we had packed up before arriving at the airport. Spend some time driving down the highway. Eventually take the highway exit that the GPS tells me to. Follow the road for an hour or so. Road eventually leads to the first foothills off the chain, and we begin ascending. Road turns into a dirt road quite quickly. Not the best conditions for my minivan, which worries me a little. As we ascend, we can see people along the way in different campsites. I wonder why they don't camp higher up. Spend like an hour or so driving upwards on this winding dirt road where there is always a cliff to my left. It's still around 3 or 4 or so. I am not too worried about nightfall. Eventually, we make it, and I see the campground sign. We pass the sign, and I start assessing the campground. Only one person, guy camping in his trailer behind his truck, in the whole campground that could fit at least 50 people. Think that's odd since it's a Friday afternoon. Well, maybe since Memorial Day weekend is coming up, people are gonna come next weekend. Notice a building marked guard shack, but no car anywhere near it. Alright, I guess it's just my group and this other guy in this campground. We drive past him and wave, and he waves back. Seems normal, so think nothing of it. We decided on a spot further up the road and around the hill, behind the trailer guy, so that we were out of his sight. We set up camp and get to cooking. Everything is cool except the fact that it's extremely windy, like the strongest wind I've ever encountered in my entire life. I conclude that it just must be like that in this area. After all, the campground's elevation is like 9,000 feet. The wind makes the cooking really difficult, so we just settle on snacks for the night. Spend the rest of the night chilling and smoking, and just catching up on stuff. Eventually go to bed. Wind makes it kinda hard to sleep that night, but I manage, given how crazy it was. We wake up the next day, and start to cook breakfast, but it was still pretty damn windy, so it made cooking difficult, just like last night. Eventually, we make our breakfast burritos, and start to talk about the hike we were gonna do. My brother volunteers to stay at camp and watch over everything, since he's not too athletic. Me and Daniel start prepping our backpacks for the hike. 15 minutes before we head out, a car pulls up to us, and it's this boomer guy in his Jeep. He asks us if we know where the trail starts around here. I tell him that maybe the guard at the guard shack knows. He says thanks and drives off. Realize there's probably not even a guard there since no cars around. Whatever, he should be fine. Eventually, we head out for our hike. As we're walking away from our campsite, we decide to head to the guard shack since we think the trailhead may be around there. But then we see the boomer guy all the way down the road near the campground entrance. We wonder what he's doing there, then realize he's found the start of a trail. Figure we should do the same since we want to get started and aren't totally sure if there is a trailhead near the guard shack. Start heading that direction and start hiking the trail. Catch up to the guy and do some small talk. Think he said there's no guard there, but can't quite remember what he said for sure. Say goodbye and hike ahead since we have a better pace than him. Our goal is to reach what is called Chiricahua Peak. Round trip comes around 8 to 10 miles-ish, can't quite remember. We hike for 2 to 3 hours and everything is cool and pretty normal for a missing 411 hotspot. It's still pretty windy though. At one point the wind gets so strong when we reach this opening in the forest that I actually had to squat down and cover my face, thinking to myself, this wind is nuts. Start to consider if the strength of the wind and its frequency is paranormal. Shrug it off, think to myself, dude, you've been browsing X too much. It's just the wind and you're on a mountain. Eventually, we get to this 5-way intersection on the trail. Trying to figure out where to go based on the signs, but it's kinda unclear. Notice 100 yards behind us on the trail, next to the one where we came from, is that boomer guy. Me and Daniel are confused, since we were thinking how did he catch up to us so fast. He approaches, and we ask him how he caught up with us. Also, here is a pic of the campground for reference. The car you see in the pic is right next to the campsite we were staying at. In fact, it's right next to where we parked our minivan. And behind the car, almost like 75 yards away, is the guard shack. To the left is where the entrance is. To the right is the direction where the trailer guy is. He tells us how on the trail we took, you can take one of the side trails to reach a dirt service road and use it as a shortcut. Well, makes sense to me. Ask him if he knows how to get to Chiricahua Peak. He says he doesn't know, but he plans to go to Fly Peak, since it is 2 miles closer and basically the same elevation. Talked to Daniel about it, and agrees with me that we should do the same, since we were getting kinda tired. Also, I forgot to mention that the entire time, this boomer guy was carrying a monocular on a tripod, which explains why he wants to get to the peak. Probably wants to get some good views or for photography or something. We assess the signs again, which are kinda crooked, but discern which trail leads to Fly Peak. It's a mile away. We tell the boomer guy we'll see him up there and head upwards. Trail gets really steep and wraps around the peak. Eventually we lose sight of the boomer guy behind us and continue on. Make it to the top and are pretty tired. Looking around and see a makeshift fire pit. Further away from where the trail ends, I see a group of boulders. Decide we should go over there and chill, which was a mistake. Maybe we can find a spot that blocks the wind from hitting us. And yes, the wind is still pretty damn strong. It's around 4 at this point. As we approach, I heard a sound all of a sudden, like a mechanical sound. I am confused, since I am thinking to myself that nothing in the forest makes a sound like that. Daniel notices I've stopped and I'm looking around. Asks what's up. I asked him if he heard that. He said no. And I look around some more and assess the situation. Everything seems good. Maybe I'm just being nervous. Decide to pull out my oil pen and relax once we find a nice spot amongst the boulders. Once we do, we sit down and are having a good time for about 10 minutes. But then, all of a sudden, as I'm sitting there, my ears pick up a sound, and it's this sound that the whole story revolves around. The sound sounds like several children chattering and laughing amongst one another, but it had this muffled nature to it, like the sounds were underwater. Well, how can that be? There is no water around here. Another thing that's bothering me is the volume of the sound. It's not that loud, but loud enough where I should be able to at least see it. I'm scanning the trees, looking around, and I see nothing. Think I'm just being nervous once again. Maybe it's just the wind making sounds and shrug it off. Also, don't want to sketch out Daniel. Keep puffing on the pen, trying to relax, but there is an issue. The sound is still occurring, and it won't stop. Start thinking to myself, alright, something ain't right here. There is no one else out here beside the boomer guy, Daniel, and I. I know this because from where the campsite is, I can see the entrance of the campground, and no one else has entered besides the boomer guy, and there is no way they hiked up here that fast. Also, the sounds sound like children, so how and why would they be out here? It's like 3 hours to sunset. And that's when I had a realization. I am in a mountain range that is classified as one of the 2 missing 411 hotspots in Arizona. I am literally sitting on a granite boulder, and sunset is near. Realize the sounds may be the Fae observing me and Daniel. Think, oh shit, we should head out of here. Tell Danny that we should head back since sunset is soon. I notice that he has not said anything about the sounds. Think maybe I'm just imagining the sounds. All those greentext must be making me paranoid or something. As we head back towards the trail, I notice that the boomer guy is not up here. Shrug it off, since I just want to get out of there. Daniel takes the lead, and we reach the trail. As we march on, I heard a thud behind me, like a coconut hitting the ground. I am so on edge, I do a 180-degree turn instantly, and look to see if I can catch anything. Nothing at all. Still kinda nervous though. Keep pressing on. We reach the 5-way intersection, and up ahead we see the boomer guy. I guess he never made it up to the peak and quit halfway. We follow the trail he took since it probably leads to that service road he mentioned. Follow the trail, but we had to take a break at one point since we are getting really tired at this point. At this point, we can't see the boomer guy anymore. Continue hiking towards the campground for like 2 miles. Turns out, the service road leads right back to the campground. As we reach the end of the road, we see the boomer guy in his car driving off in the distance. We get back to the campsite and greet my brother. I decide not to say anything about what happened since I don't want to freak anyone out, and at this point, I'm still thinking I may have just been hearing shit. We try to cook some dinner, but the wind is getting even stronger than it ever has been. It's hitting our fire pretty hard and sending embers everywhere. My tent is almost sideways at this point, and our chairs need to have rocks on them or they just get blown away. Can't cook at all since the wind is so crazy. We all decide to just pack everything up and evac out of there, since the wind is just nuts. Spend 20 minutes throwing everything in my minivan and peel out of there. Realize that going down a one-way dirt road in the middle of the night on some random mountain may not be the best idea. Check the map on my phone. Seems like there is another road to the east out of here. Realize that the guy with the truck and the trailer could not have taken the road I took since it was so narrow and had tight turns. Conclude that he must have taken the road to the east and head that way. Spend the next 2 hours slowly driving through a bumpy-ass, unmaintained road in the dead of the night in a fucking minivan. Eventually, we come out to the other side of the mountain chain and have to pass through New Mexico to get back to the highway. 3 hours later, we make it back to my place. We are all pretty tired, so go to bed. The next morning, I am talking to them about the camping trip. I mentioned to my brother how I heard some weird shit on Fly Peak. Daniel butts in and says, "Oh, you heard those sounds too." And I said, "Daniel, didn't you say you heard nothing when I asked you back up there?" Referring to the mechanical sound I heard. And he said he didn't hear that, but something after that. And I asked, "What did you hear?" And he said, "Oh, well, it sounded like children laughing or talking." My mind blue screens. Yo, Daniel, you're not trolling me, are you? He says I'm not, and that he didn't mention it at the time, since he was thinking he was just hearing stuff. I tell him I was hearing the exact same thing, and didn't mention it either for the same reason. Kinda confused and freaked out about this revelation. Well, at least I am. They just shrug it off. Later I do some research on the area. Turns out, there is 4 missing persons cases in that mountain range. Paul Fugate, a park ranger who went missing back in the 80s at the north section of the mountain range, specifically at Chiricahua National Monument. Jerry Hayes, a 5-year-old boy who went missing in 1938 from his parents' hunting camp. His dead body was found 3 miles away near Rucker Canyon. But it's the last 2 missing people's cases that weirded me out the most. Those last 2 cases are of Jeanette Castrejon and Lawrence Cosden. Janet went missing in June of 2015, when she and her family were camping at Rustler Park. Lawrence went missing in September of 2015 at Rustler Park, after he went for a hike with his cat. Thinking to myself, if I knew this information beforehand, I would not have gone camping out there. My face went. I realized me and my friend could have become the next missing 411 case, and be at the mercy of the Fae, or whatever the fuck they are. On June 19th, 2015, Janet Castrejon, 44, vanished from a camping trip in the Chiricahua Mountains in southern Arizona with her parents, Dr. Eduardo and Lydia Castrejon, all of La Cruces. Janet, the oldest of 4 siblings, suffered a traumatic brain injury in a car accident in 1988 when she was 18 years old, causing memory problems and partial blindness. At the time of the crash, she had just completed her first semester at New Mexico State University, where she studied computer science. She remained in a coma for 3 months. During the trip, Janet vanished and was never seen alive again. After 3 years, remains were finally found, which were found to be Janet's. What happened? Lost and died from exposure, snatched by an animal or person. Janet was last seen outside a campground bathroom in Rustler Park. It is a wildflower-carpeted meadow high in the Chiricahua Mountains, rimmed with Douglas fir and ponderosa pine. Campsites at Rustler Park are scattered along access roads that have been purposefully kept out of the meadow to avoid damaging the fragile plants and soils. Larger animals, including black bears, are frequently spotted there, and trails lead from the campground to Chiricahua Wilderness and other places of interest. As planned, Janet and her parents left for the park from their Las Cruces home on Thursday, June 18, 2015. By that evening, the three had arrived in Deming, where they stopped at a church and stayed overnight in their motorhome. The following day, June 19th, they departed for Arizona after eating breakfast at an IHOP. The family arrived at the Rustler Park campground between 1:30 and 2 p.m. When they finished setting up their camp, Eduardo made lunch for his family, consisting of quesadillas, beans, and rice around 4 p.m. About an hour later after their meal, Lydia, who speaks mostly Spanish, said she wanted to go for a walk and asked Janet to join her. She initially declined, but Eduardo told her to go to the pay station to take the payment, and Janet agreed. She and her mother then walked about 1,000 feet from their motorhome, down a curved path, to the pay station, where Janet deposited the payment envelope. About 300 feet away from the pay station, Lydia decided to go to the bathroom, and Janet waited outside. When her mother came out of the bathroom, she was nowhere to be seen. She thought that Janet must have decided to head back to Eduardo. Lydia estimated that she was in the bathroom only for a few minutes, and soon became worried when she returned to the motorhome and discovered Janet was not there. Eduardo said, "My wife ran up to our camping spot to see if she had made it back up here, but I was here and never saw her. She never got back. We immediately started searching for her, asking other campers. On her way over there, she just disappeared." Janet was 5'3" tall and 250 pounds. She was last seen wearing a white t-shirt with black lettering, blue jeans, and white tennis shoes with a red stripe on them. No footprints were leading off the main path, the family said. There were no signs of a struggle to suggest that Janet had been attacked or had attempted to fight off an attacker, and there were no screams or cries for help. By 8 p.m., Janet's brother Oscar arrived and called 911 to report his missing sister. But help, he said, did not arrive until after midnight on Saturday, June 20th. A search and rescue team with Cochise County Sheriff's Office began searching for Janet at around 12:30 a.m., and the team searched until 6 a.m. and resumed around 9 a.m. A search helicopter was dispatched later that day, but was unsuccessful in finding any signs of Janet. The search continued well into Sunday and over the next few days, but there was no sign of Janet, or evidence of any clothing or any blood, which may have indicated a bear attack. Search and rescue teams on foot and with sniffer dogs thoroughly searched the area around Rustler Park campground, but Janet was never seen again. The family were convinced Janet was abducted. Fabian Castrejon, Janet's other brother, said, "There wasn't enough effort to begin with," referring to the search efforts by the Cochise County Sheriff's Office. Soon after Janet disappeared, Fabian said a search team from New Mexico offered to assist the Cochise County authorities, but was rejected. Fabian took on a lead role in the search efforts, often finding tips and leads for the detectives assigned to the case. He spent about 3 weeks searching for Janet immediately after her disappearance and helped organize extensive search parties. He and his sister, Xerchitl Castrejon, regularly searched the area until the park closed for the season in late October. Oscar, meanwhile, believes the search was hindered mainly because authorities did not take into consideration Janet's disabilities. "They assumed too quickly that she was competent," he said. "They told us that she either left with someone or ran away. We told them specifically she is disabled. She is not capable of many things, and I don't even think they took that into consideration. She was completely dependent on her parents," her brother said. Detectives did not have any particular theory for Janet's disappearance. There is no way she could have strayed too far. That campground is landlocked. The only way to get out of that campground is the same way you came in, Fabian said, adding, there is no real cliff you could fall off of, or river to drown in. We believe that somebody took her out, or that she got into a car. Bone fragments and a braid of hair were discovered on August 5th, 2018, by a hiker called Amanda Moores, and identified by the Cochise County Sheriff's Office as belonging to Jeanette Castrejon in September 2019. Results from the Tucson Medical Examiner's Office confirmed a match with Janet's DNA. No evidence of foul play was found. The remains were only found about a mile from where Janet was last seen in the campground. Let me tell you the story of why I'm terrified of Buddhist monks. B17. Part Chinese on my mom's side, from Guangdong/Macau area, southern China. Go to visit great-grandpa for holiday. He is old and not doing well. Almost 100 years old. Lived through more revolutions than I could count. Middle of nowhere China. My great-grandfather lives off maybe 30 miles from the nearest town, and it's only dirt roads. Decide to do some night hiking. I'm not smart. Start walking through the heavy woods when I start hearing this long, ringing tone, like a bell or a chime. Start walking towards it, kind of dazed. Start hearing chanting. There is a break in the forest ahead. I see lights. Get closer. Old trail through the forest, completely canopied by trees. Stop in some bushes. Watch as these three monks walk by, ringing these beautiful bronze chimes. Take a step. Stop. Ring. Say something in Chinese. Take a step. Look down the trail behind them. Oh fuck no. A straight line of people stretching as far as the eye can see, completely rigid, in traditional clothes, holding paper lanterns. When the monks chime, they don't take a step. Fucking hop. Not in a normal way. Like something just picked them straight up, move them over a foot, and put them down. Knees don't bend, don't make a sound, anything. See great-grandfather with them, completely blank-faced. Time to leave. Get back to great-grandfather's house. Mom, grandma, and great-grandma are crying outside. Great-grandfather is dead. See the body and everything. In the morning, it turns out that there was a fire in town. Half of it burned down in the middle of the night, and about 147-ish people died. Fuck China. Never going there again. It's kind of sad. My great-grandma passed away about a year ago and left me the property. I can't go back though. That scarred me for life. Hopping ghosts, man. Hopping ghosts. You know, too many of these fucking stories happen at night. I'm sure you're all big tough guys going out in the woods at midnight and not giving a fuck. But personally, I'm quite happy to be behind solid four walls in several miles of city by the time the darkness closes in. So, this is one from the bright sunshine. One of the first days where spring starts turning into summer. The city life does begin to get to you after a while, so I decided I would enjoy the sun out in the countryside. Or at least as close as you can get around here. I lived around Leeds at the time, and the whole area for several miles around there is basically a bunch of little towns in the process of becoming one big suburban sprawl. But there is still some nice areas, if you're willing to look around a bit, and can't be bothered to actually make the trip up to the moors. So I'd started off along one of the old canals, but that got a bit samey after a while, so I broke off into some woods. Not much of a path, because technically, I'd passed the real entrance like 10 minutes ago, but fuck it. It's not exactly mountaineering, and beside, I kind of like the off-the-beaten-track feel. Okay, so it's kind of a naturalist hipster thing, but I like finding the nice little spots that nobody else knows about. Anyway, after I've been going like this a while, the trees are actually starting to get pretty thick, so I decided I'd probably better start trying to find my way to the path. So, I started making my way towards some of the clearer areas, and I noticed, something like 50 feet away, a bunch of people standing around, and what looked like smoke. Moving around to get a better look, I could see that they were standing around a barbecue, which on the first nice day of the year, I normally would not give a second thought to. But in the middle of the woods, feeling like a bit more of a badass than usual, I decided to go over and confront them. Or if I'm more honest, probably just ask, hey, you guys alright there? Okay then. As I got closer though, I realized there were a few things beside the location that seemed a bit weird. There were a whole bunch of guys, I think around 5, but I didn't count, and 2 girls with them, all around their late teens, but they did not seem to be joking, or taking the piss out of each other, or shouting, or whatever it is that teenagers around here get up to. They didn't even seem like they were having fun. 1 or 2 of them looked like they were talking, but it was too quiet for me to even hear a murmur, and they all looked pretty tense. And as far as I could see, the only thing that they had with them besides the barbecue and 1 or 2 rucksacks was a large black bin bag. Well, by this point, I was feeling a fair bit less secure in my badassness and thinking better of my idea trying to turn half a dozen of the local chavs into upstanding citizens, so I decided to just be on my way. Doing my very best to not look like I was deliberately avoiding them, of course. As I bent my course around to avoid them, 1 of them pointed, and I noticed a few of them looking over in my direction and saying something. I just tried to keep my head down and gave them a wide berth. My curiosity sort of got the better of me after I was past them though, and I turned around for another quick look before I passed the point where they would be just out of view, just to see if I could puzzle out what was going on. And that is when I saw that 2 of the guys had left the group and were coming after me. I have no idea who started running first, but fortunately, I still had a fair bit of a head start on them. And, fortunately, my naturalist hipster cred paid off, as I was well used to getting through uneven terrain, something judging from the crash behind me that my pursuers were not. Not that I felt so smug at the time, of course. I was too busy running as fast as I could manage. I probably lost them long before I stopped, but I wasn't ready to waste time turning around until I was well out of those woods. Not exactly a marathon, luckily. There were houses backing up to them after what can't have been much more than half a mile. I thought about going to the police, but then I didn't really have that much to tell them. There were a few people having a barbecue in the woods. Some of them walked in my direction, so I ran off. I think they chased me. Nope, no idea who any of them are. I did go back there though, a few days later. I took it a lot more carefully this time, but of course, there wasn't anyone there after days. I was able to find the spot where they had been though, or around there at least, from where they dumped the burnt out charcoal. Obviously, the barbecue itself was gone, along with the bin bag, and as far as I could see, they had not been stupid enough to drop anything of theirs. The only thing I did find was the charred remains of a wristwatch, buried among the charcoal. 13th of October 2000, Friday the 13th and a full moon. At family cabin, grandfather built it with his father. Doing kid stuff with siblings after dark. Sister runs off while we're playing hide and seek. She gets stuck in barbed wire fence nobody noticed before. Dad takes her to hospital. Everybody else goes into cabin. Eventually, other sister goes to use the bathroom. It's an outhouse that only locks from the outside. Hook and eye latch, not sure why. Common prank was to lock people in while they were shitting. After 20 plus minutes, sister has not come back. She got locked in. That weekend we also found a deer skeleton within a stone foundation on the property. 2 intact, and in a place a deer would not be able to reach itself. Part of the woods we played in we called the dead forest. Even in the summer, just dead trees. We built forts, etc. from all the fallen wood. Structures we didn't build show up. Branches broken and stuck in trees way too high for us to reach. Parents eventually buy a different cabin, and we never go back. Pretty tame compared to a real paranormal experience, but I was always confused why they would buy another cabin instead of using the one we had. I wonder if they saw things we didn't. I apologize in advance if I mess up any details about the story I'm about to tell. This is something that my best friend told me multiple times several years ago. Now, it's one of those stories so unsettling you can't shake it even after hearing it more than once. My friend's dad was a logger, specifically a tree saw operator. For those who don't know, a tree saw is a massive machine capable of cutting down giant trees and slicing them down to specific lengths. His job meant long, grueling hours, often alone in the deep, secluded forest of the Pacific Northwest. The way this logging crew worked, He was paid based on the number of trees he cut down rather than the hours he worked, so he would often push himself to work 16 to 20-hour days to finish jobs as quickly as possible. After he and his co-worker finished their part, the rest of the crew would come in to clear the felled trees and transport them to the mill. While he spent about half of his time working alone, the other half was spent with his friend, G, another tree saw operator. They used radios to communicate, especially when they worked on the opposite ends of the same job site. A number of years ago, my friend's dad and G were assigned to a remote job site high up on a mountain. It took the company over 3 weeks just to clear a road wide enough for their trucks and their equipment to make it to the site. By the time they began work, they were positioned in an extremely desolate part of the mountain. They were already 10 days in, making good progress, when they started hearing strange chatter over their radios. At first, the voices were muffled, just faint static-laden murmurs that didn't really make sense. They tried switching channels, but no matter what they did, the chatter followed them. Anyone who's used a standard radio knows how strange that is. It should be impossible for anyone to follow you when you're switching channels properly. As they progressed farther up the mountain, the voices became more distinct. They couldn't hear full conversations, but based on what they could hear, they both agreed that the tone of the conversation fragments felt off. My friend's dad said it sounded almost casual at times, but the content was unintelligible. They also started finding strange signs that people had been there before them, random containers, footprints in the dirt, and small makeshift campsites. Like I said before, they were in a place so remote it was practically inaccessible, so these discoveries were deeply unsettling. No one should have been up there at all. It should have been impossible. One day, G came across a tent hidden just off a trail and called my friend's dad over. They decided to investigate. Inside, they found a single sleeping bag and a duffel bag filled with the most disturbing things imaginable. Multiple pairs of children's underwear, duct tape, rope, and crude sketches of children. I won't even say what. There were even photos of a fresh apple, indicating whoever owned it had been there recently. G wanted to pack up and leave immediately. My friend's dad, ever the workaholic, insisted they finish the job. They agreed to limit radio communication to emergencies only and decided to keep working. That night, they sat in the camper, unable to shake the dread that hung over them. The radio crackled to life again, and this time, they could make out snippets of a conversation between two men. They were talking about mundane things, collecting water and firewood, but the realization that these men were likely connected to the tent freaked my friend's dad out. G wasn't as fazed, but my friend's dad was losing it. The next night, my friend's dad decided to confront them. When he heard the men talking about gathering brush for a fire, he grabbed the radio and demanded to know who they were and what they were doing there. The radio went silent immediately, and the men did not respond. That silence was almost more unnerving than the chatter. G was upset that my friend's dad had announced their presence, and the two of them got into a brief argument before deciding they would escalate the situation. The next day, around midnight, G shook my friend's dad awake, whispering that someone was outside the camper. The first thing he noticed was the soft sound of footsteps crunching on the gravel outside. Heart pounding, he fumbled for his gun, only to realize it was not loaded. He had no idea where his ammunition was. G was unarmed, and the idea of calling the police was laughable given their location. They both sat frozen as they heard the camper door handle jiggle. The door creaked open, but didn't fully swing inward. Their camper was high off the ground, and there was no ladder or stool to climb up. Then came scratching, long deliberate scratches along the outside of the door. 4 agonizing minutes passed. Finally, my friend's dad nodded at G, signaling he was going to check it out. He moved quietly toward the door, gripping a flashlight in his shaking hand. Just as he reached the door, it burst open, and he was struck across the face with a knife. His pain was blinding. He fell out of the camper, hitting the ground hard. Before he could recover, a man was on top of him, pressing the knife against his neck. Another man appeared, kicking him repeatedly in the head. G, without hesitation, leapt out of the camper and tackled the man with the knife. The second man bolted into the darkness, and the one G had tackled scrambled to his feet and followed. They disappeared into the forest. G helped my dad's friend back into the truck, and they drove 2 hours to the nearest hospital. It was bad. His face was a bloody mess, and there was a cut across his eye so severe it permanently damaged his vision. They reported the attack to the police, but nothing came of it. 2 weeks later, as the rest of the logging crew finished the job, one of their co-workers was found bound, gagged, assaulted, and murdered in a ditch. No arrests were ever made. To this day, my friend's dad struggles with PTSD. His right eye, with its disfigured pupil, constantly reminds him of that night. I'm sure he hasn't had a full night of restful sleep since. I've been terrified of the deep woods for a long time now, mostly because of my friend's dad's experience. I haven't heard from my friend or his dad in years now, so I can only hope he's doing alright. My father told me a story once. I will never forget it for a few reasons. I think it's the first story he ever told me as a child. It's also the story of how my grandfather died, but honestly, that isn't the reason. You hear stories on TV, or sometimes you overhear something in a public place. People talk about ghosts and aliens, and you think to yourself, that ain't real. They're making it up, or they're mistaken, or they're just crazy, or something like that. You just can't believe it. Until something happens. Something that brings it all together. Connects the dots in a way you didn't think of before. Maybe it happens to you. Maybe you hear the same story again and again, happening to different people. It doesn't take long for the world to become a lot bigger than you thought it was. As I said, this is a story my father told me, but I never believed it, even though he swore up and down it was true. It wasn't until I started clicking around the internet I started to believe. I started to hear other stories just like the one my father told me. It didn't take me long to believe in the rake. That's not what my father called it, of course. He has never used the internet in his life. He wouldn't know what the consensus has taken to naming it. When he chose to call it something other than it or that thing, he called it Skinwalker, after an old Cherokee tale his grandfather told him. But I will tell you the story, the exact way he told it to me. We were out hunting one night, he'd tell me. Coyotes. We'd kill them for $50 a skin. They lived on a dairy farm in Ohio. They'd kill calves sometimes. We'd do it every night, because we needed the money. Sometimes, while we were out, we'd come on a deer and kill it. Our landlord didn't mind, and it could feed our family for a few nights and save us some money. Blood everywhere, splattered on the trees, in the grass, in the creek, everywhere. At first, we figured it was a pack of coyotes. We'd seen it sometimes. They can't scavenge and start hunting deer or cattle. The worst was when they breed with feral dogs, but this wasn't like that. Say, when a pack of dogs or wolves or coyotes attack something, they do it right. They'll pick off one that's weak or sick or old or just small. They'll hunt it, draw it into a corner, some place it can't get out of, and they will run it right to the biggest one, the alpha. And that deer will never see the alpha. It might hear it, but it won't see it. It will just notice that its throat is gone, and then it will drop dead. It's quick, it's clean. That wasn't what happened here. Something had run up on a den of deer. Coyotes won't attack a den, wolves neither, because they would get too much of a fight. They were free, I think, free bodies, just torn apart. You'd see a head here, a leg there, a torso there. Predators don't do that. They don't leave behind scraps. What had done this had not done it for food. It had done it for fun. But we didn't know that. We saw a bunch of carcasses, and we think it's something we gotta take care of. I remember my dad telling me to go home. He thought it was a pack of feral dogs. But I wasn't leaving him, and I damn sure wasn't walking through 2 miles of woods alone, with nothing but a .22 and a pocket knife. He was only 13 at the time, so a .22 rifle was about the only gun he could reliably use. Dad had the shotgun, and I wasn't going anywhere without it. It took me a while to convince him, but we finally began tracking whatever did that. It wasn't hard either, we just followed the blood. Either that thing bleed a deer before it got away, or it dragged one for a mile. I don't know. I know that I'd never seen my dad that scared before that night. We started hearing noises. I've been in a lot of woods in my life. I've been all over the world, and ain't ever heard noises like I heard that night. I heard things screaming, heard deer and fox and rabbits and raccoons and birds, just scared. Keep in mind, this is maybe 12 or 1 o'clock. Except the fox and some birds, nothing was supposed to even be awake. But they weren't just awake, they were moving. I saw flocks of birds that night fly straight into trees, just trying to get out of there. We came up on a pack of coyotes, nearly shot a couple thinking it was what we were looking for. But then we saw they were running towards us. They ran right past us, didn't even notice. Then some deer did the same. Then some rabbits, squirrels, foxes, even a couple wild hogs. These things were supposed to be eating each other, and the only thing they cared about was getting out of there. We should have put it together, that maybe whatever we were tracking, it wasn't something we were supposed to see, and it wasn't something we could kill. I don't know why we didn't just go home. I guess we were curious. I think that was my dad's nature, to go toward trouble, a fight. And knowing what I knew about what my father did during the war, my nature was to stay close to him. We finally get into an open valley. It was normally a soy field, but it wasn't in season, so it was just flat dirt. We saw the tracks then. A lot of the animals fleeing the forest had paved over the land, but where that deer blood was, nothing had taken a single step, like they were leaving it for us to find. The tracks were shallow. Whatever it was could not have weighed more than 100 pounds, but that didn't mean much. A bobcat weighing 40 pounds wet nearly tore out my damn throat once. All that means is that it is quick and hard to hit. So we follow the tracks, and it doesn't take us long to find where it is. There's this old school house that sits on top of the hill. Half of it had been ripped out by a tornado, but nobody lived there, not for a long time. We caught homeless people in there sometimes, or druggies looking for a safe place to shoot up. We figured maybe that was it. Maybe it was some sick kid riding a high, but we didn't think that for long. We get within 50 yards, and we hear this noise. A screeching kind of sound. It was sort of made up of two different sounds. One was a high-pitched screech, another was a low-pitched growl. It was making both at the same time. We get within 20 yards, and we hear the sound. I can remember thinking that it sounded like paper being torn apart, while someone was swinging water in a bucket back and forth. Dad looks at me, kneels down and whispers, "I gotta stay behind him, 'cause we are about to corner him. Any animal will fight when it's cornered, especially when it is a predator." But we can tell by the tracks that it is just one. He tells me it's probably a single feral dog, probably rabid. The plan is to sneak up on it while it's eating, shoot it, and then keep shooting till it don't move anymore, then slit its throat. And if it gets to Dad, it's my job to shoot it or stab it to get it off of him. So he walks up, and I am right behind him, just a tad to his side, so I can see what it is. I wish to this day I hadn't. It was leaning over a carcass, tears off its flesh, and throws what it doesn't nibble at aside. There is blood all over the brick, glistening in the moonlight. It's pale white, human looking, but not quite human. It had arms and legs like a human, but it sat like a monkey, hunched over, and its hands weren't normal. It had long fingers with claws at the end. So we see that, and my dad hesitates. He wasn't about to fire on a person, so he clears his throat to try to get it to turn around. I swear to God, all the noise just ceased. I ain't ever heard true silence before that, and not after it. But for 2 seconds, nothing made any noise, which made it all the louder when it turned around and made this shrill cry and jumped on Dad. He got a shot off. I think he missed. If he hit the thing, it didn't mind. But it was on him, tearing parts off of him. I start shooting it with the .22, point blank, but it barely bled the thing. I got off 5 rounds, and then I started hitting it with the gun butt, but it wasn't budging. It didn't even register that I was there. It's clawing at my dad, taking off bits of his flesh. It starts on his torso, ripping off the skin, his tit, then it moves up. It tore off his throat, it tore off his nose, his eyes, it scalped him. Then it started digging in, ripped off the bottom half of his jaw, the little bones in that tube in your neck, then his ribs. I don't exactly remember what happened, but somehow, my dad's knife ends up in the thing's shoulder, and my dad ends up on my back. I'm running, and by God, I'm running faster than I'd ever run before or after. And it's following me. I end up back in the woods, opposite the ones we've been in. I'm heading towards my landlord's house, because it's half a mile away. I can hear this thing screeching and moaning. I hear these tree branches crack and get thrown around. It sounds like someone's taking an axe to every single tree I pass. It's cracking so loud and so often, but I just ain't looking back. Finally, I trip into gravel. I look up, and there is my landlord and a bunch of his buddies, drinking around a campfire. I scream and I cry and they come over. I'm telling them to call an ambulance, and he looks at me, and I will never forget what he said. "What is that on your back?" he asked me. Just as he said it, he saw. One of those god-awful flannel shirts my dad wore everywhere. It was what was left of my dad. Most of his head, his torso, but nothing after the waist. Suddenly we hear it, screeching. He grabs me. My dad gets thrown on the ground. I'm fighting him, crying, because I think we can still save him, somehow, but my dad had been gone before I ever picked him up. He had to pick me up and throw me inside before I come with him. He and his buddies were all inside, and they're locking doors and getting guns. The landlord is asking me, "What happened? What happened?" But I just don't know what to tell him. He pieced enough of it all together to understand that there was something dangerous there. All the lights in the house are on, and someone calls the cops. They will be there, but in 15 minutes. We look outside and see it walk in front of the fire they've made. Don't know what it is. One of them says it looks like an ape. Suddenly, something goes through the window. We shoot at the thing, but it ain't the thing. It's my landlord's dog. Just the body though, not his head or legs. We start pushing things in front of the doors and windows when we hear something in the garage. I remember one of his friends saying that the doors were open. We hear metal and glass just get ripped apart. We put a couch and a TV in front of the door to the garage. It banged around some more, but then it got quiet. Not silent like it was before. We could hear it move around some, and the guys were talking, making sure the guns were ready. Someone hands me a pistol. No sooner did I cock the hammer back did we hear something shatter upstairs. Then we heard it screech again, except now it was louder, and it didn't echo and fade out, because it was inside. We all rushed to the one door leading upstairs, and we got to it just as that thing did. It opened it just a bit, and 4 or 5 men just slammed into it. It got its hand through. Someone with a shotgun took care of that. Put the barrel right up to its wrist and pulled the trigger. Cut its hand off, clean. That only pissed it off though. It started pushing on that door, clawing. We were on one side, pushing as best as we could, and it was on the other, doing the same. The wood just wasn't going to hold, so someone tells us to keep our heads down. Suddenly, the top half of the door is just gone. My ears are ringing, and there are splinters everywhere. 2 or 3 of them just unloaded on the top of that door. I don't really know where it went after that. The police got there. I was still glued to that door, what was left of it. The sun was up before they got me off of it. They put me in the hospital for a while. A lot of people talked to me, but I didn't talk back. Not for a long time. When I got back home, I got a job for the landlord, working on the farm. We didn't talk much, not about the thing. But I signed up for the army when I was 19, and he sat me down to drink some scotch as a send-off. I asked him right away what the police told him. The story they went with was a wild animal, probably a wolf or maybe a bear that had migrated north. I asked him how they could say that when they had the hand. He looks at me, stunned. He tells me that hand never made it back to the station. The cop who had it in his car wrecked, drove into a tree, died on impact. The hand was never found, probably taken away by an animal. The cops, when they would acknowledge that the hand existed at all, said it was simply the paw of a bear that looked like a human hand. I never talked to the landlord again. He went missing when I was in basic. Never found him. They said he owed some people some money and just ran away. But I don't think it's that simple. I never went back to those woods. I wouldn't, even if I had the whole goddamn US Army at my back. But that was a lie. When my mother died, I didn't think my father felt he had anything left, and that he might as well settle old scores. He went to those woods. He never came back. FBI was called. They did a show for everyone involved, but I knew they weren't really looking. I had to get one drunk and slip him a few 50s before he finally told me that they got a few calls about those woods every single year, about someone up and vanishing, but that was all he wanted to tell me. Before he got up and left with the rest of his team, he wrote "The Rake" onto a napkin. I didn't know what it meant until I searched for it on the internet. Honestly, I would rather not have known. As a toddler and child, I was sure that I could go back in time, but it's not that I believed I could, it's that I knew I could. I had a particular way of saving a moment. It was a little different than just recording a memory, and I was very sure that if I thought of that moment in a particular way, I could go back to it. I have made several such restore points, but every time, I did not want to lose what I had lived since then, so I never used them. Now, here is the weird part. I woke up one day at 9 years old with my memory erased. Nobody ever knew why. My memory only came back when I was an adult. And here's the thing. I never knew it, but as a child, I used to have a best friend that I loved more than anything else, but she moved away a few months before I turned 9. Yeah, this happens to a lot of people sadly. My memory stopped there. Over 6 months were still missing. These months eventually came back. But here is the paranormal part. I have memories of living 3 different versions of that same period. I have memories of her still being there at 9, but dying twice. Once during a school trip, then while with me in the forest. And I knew it was the second time she died. I was still remembering the first one, and all of this was clear in my mind. And the worst, I have memories of taking a decision that was hurting so much and being hugely sad. Deciding to sacrifice, to go back again, but let her move away from me so she doesn't die, because for some reason, I knew it was the last time. I could not do it again, and because I was too sad, I decided to delete my memory. What happened next? As I said, I woke up one day at 9 years old with my memory erased, not knowing why. I'm probably just a little crazy. That or my young self was able to go back in time at will. Anyway, if it's real, I was never able to do it ever again. Adding my friend's mom's Bermuda Triangle story. In the 80s, her university sailing club invited her on a yearly sailing trip from Miami to Nassau. The trip is supposed to be a very easy 2 to 3 days, and the conditions were favorable. There were 2 boats sailing together that kept in contact via radio. When they started approaching Bahamian waters one night, the 2 boats sailed into a dense fog that eventually turned into a green tint. She described the fog as having the feeling of static electricity, and almost like it was slightly self-illuminated. All electronics on the boat went out, and they could no longer communicate with the other boat. But she also stated that the water went completely flat, and the boat stopped moving like it was stuck. No more pitching, rolling, anything. The wind stopped, and there was no more noise. They tried to send emergency messages to the other boat and back to Miami. Nothing would get through. It was her first time sailing. She was just a guest on this trip. The others told her to go in the cabin while they tried to figure out what was going on. She goes to lay down in the cabin, and then notices an elderly man standing over her and watching her. She didn't believe in ghosts or anything paranormal at the time, and was honestly just too confused to register what was happening. Then the man in the fog dissipated as the electronics, radio, and wind returned. I don't think she ever told the other sailors about seeing the men, because she herself could not comprehend it. The whole incident lasted maybe 10 to 20 minutes, but they had fallen 5 to 6 hours behind the other boat and had no idea how. When they arrived in Nassau, the sailing club met up at a bar. She was still in shock and having some trouble socializing. Eventually, the bartender notices and asks her what happened, to which she replies about something strange happening on the trip over. Before she describes what it was, the bartender asks if it was the green fog, and she was shaken. He told her he had been there a long time and had a lot of sailors come in with the same story. She ended up flying back to the US as she was too scared to sail again. I need to see if I can track her down and record her story. I was out on our standard yearly weekend trip with the Boy Scouts. That year, on the last night, they had prepared something special. Some kind of a tunnel of horror thing along one of the more stable and visible paths in the woods. The idea was that some of the adults would wait at the end of it, some would stay back, and the children would all go along one by one along the path and get spooked a bit. They hung up some lights so you wouldn't get lost, and put up some scares, like there was a big spooky spider hanging from the tree. At one point, one of them was dressed up as a witch or some shit like that and would jump out of a bush. Harmless child scare stuff. I think I was about halfway through when I guess I felt something to my left, so I turned left, and way in the distance, I think about 100 meters away in the forest, stood a man made out of light. I didn't think much of it at first. I thought it was one of the adults dressed up in some weird suit to scare us, but A, I wondered why he would be so far away from the path, and B, the light looked too seamless to be some suit. So I stood there and watched as that man walked through the woods, pretty much perpendicular to the path I was on. Then he suddenly stopped, and I could 100% feel as he turned his head towards me and looked at me. I was frozen in terror. It was like a wave of cold washed over my body. And then the motherfucker started running towards me. It was fucking weird. It felt like he was going extremely fast, but he still didn't manage to cover the relatively small 100-meter distance to me before I got the feeling in my body back and started running as fast as I could along the path. There were some more of the scares set up, but I of course ignored them all and kept on running. I could still feel him follow me for a couple of moments, and then that feeling slowly started to fade away. But I kept running until the very end. I was about to tell the adults what I had seen, but I needed to catch my breath for a second, and while I did so, I tried to rationalize what I had seen. Maybe out of fear, maybe out of rational thinking. I thought, hey, it probably was just one of the adults who put a bit more effort into scaring us. So I went up to them and I was like, hey, good job. The spider and the witch weren't that scary, but the lightning man really got me. And I remember them looking really confused, and they started asking me questions about that lightning man, so I elaborated, and the look of confusion on their faces went, and they started to look really fucking concerned. One of them went to make a phone call, and we all went back to our campsite, where I noticed that at least one of the adults was always on watch throughout the night, looking over our tents. That's pretty much it. I never spoke of it to any of the other children, and I've never been back in any sort of forest since. I've told this story a couple of times in my life, but of course, most people just tell me I imagine things. I was in Paris for a week in the off-season. I went alone because I unfortunately do not have a lot of friends around me, and I am estranged from my family. I don't travel to find myself or any of that bullshit. I just needed to be somewhere that wasn't my apartment or the office or the inside of my head. I'd done the Louvre, walked the bridges, tried to care about the architecture. The city felt like it was performing. The people in it did too. I suppose I'm guilty of that too sometimes, so I can't blame them. But I was tired of tourists, so I started looking for things that the locals would avoid. That is how I ended up at the Catacombs. Everyone knows about them obviously, with all the skulls and bones and corridors underground. But what most people don't realize is that the part that they let you see is tiny, less than 1% of them. The rest is sealed off or unreachable, supposedly anyway. I heard about the unofficial route from a bartender near my hostel. He said it without really saying it. He just called it a shortcut, if I was willing to pay a little and not ask any questions. He gave me an address and told me to go at 2 p.m. sharp, said someone would be waiting. The address was a tiny electronics repair place south of Montparnasse. It didn't even have a sign. I went in and asked for battery restoration like I was told to do. Seemed like a lot of effort for something like this. I know it's kind of illegal, but the police aren't exactly going to risk their lives to arrest a dumbass who wanted to explore. The guy behind the counter was thin and twitchy, maybe in his 60s. He just nodded at me, walked into the back, and came out with a printed receipt. It had a QR code and a string of numbers. That was it. I scanned it at the side entrance of the Catacombs, near a service road. The gate buzzed open. There was no line, no guide, no warning signs. There was just a grey concrete stairwell and a strip of flickering lights. I started going down. At first it felt normal. A bit quiet and musty with endless spiraling stairs, but overall, not too bad. I had been in worse places. Then it flattened into a corridor, which was completely unlit aside from a bare bulb every 20 feet. Did not see anything crazy like skulls lining the walls and floors, and I did not spot any tourists either, just concrete and pipes. I walked, I don't know how far. I had no cell service and there was no signage or audio guide to guide me. I mean, duh. They were not going to advertise an illegal back entrance that they were making money off of. It was literally just me and the sound of my boots. Eventually, I saw a door on the right. It was some kind of metal door and it was slightly ajar. There were no markings on the door. Inside the door was a hallway which was much wider and cleaner than the one that I was in. The walls were tiled, almost sterile. I stepped through without thinking, like it was the natural path. It took me a minute to realize what was off. The temperature dropped sharply and the sound changed, like the air was being absorbed instead of echoing. And there was something faint, like humming or a ventilation system running way too strong. Then the hallway narrowed again. I turned a corner and saw the first person. He was sitting against the wall, wearing a dark polo shirt with an ID badge on a lanyard. His eyes were open but empty, like he was looking at me but not really seeing me. I asked if he was okay, but he did not respond. He just kept breathing, but it was shallow and slow. There was something off about his hands. One of them was red, the skin swollen and split. It wasn't bleeding, just raw, like it had been boiled. I backed up. My instinct was to call someone, but obviously I had no signal. I turned to retrace my steps, but the hallway behind me was gone, literally gone. The corner I'd turned, it was just a wall now, tiled and seamless, like it had always been that way. I thought I was losing it. I even reached out and touched the tile, cold and solid. I must have been mistaken or forgotten where the door was. It must have been somewhere else nearby, and the identical nature of the place tricked my brain. The man had not moved an inch. I looked at him again. His eyes were not tracking me. He was just waiting for something or nothing. His ID had no name, just a logo. I didn't recognize it. It was not French or anything corporate. Didn't look like it, at least. I decided that my only option was to keep on walking. More people appeared. They were spaced out every 50 feet or so. They were all seated and all breathing, but none of them acknowledged me at all. One was a woman, maybe in her 30s. She was wearing office clothes, with shoes missing, and her hands folded neatly in her lap. Her cheeks were wet like she had been crying, but she did not move. I kept on walking. I started counting the rooms I passed. Some were open, some had lights on. One had a cot, one had buckets, one had a mirror covering the entire wall. I did not stop to look at myself. Something told me not to. Eventually I found a staircase. It was narrow and made out of concrete. It was descending even deeper. I wanted to turn back, but there was nowhere to turn to. I was way too far in now, and had already gotten lost in such a short amount of time, so making it all the way back would be impossible without messing up again. I went down. There were no lights in this part. There were just red safety straps glowing faintly along the floor. The smell in the air changed and became more sharp and chemical, like a hospital corridor that had not been used in years. The doors here were heavier. They were bolted and numbered. Some had small windows with wire mesh. I looked through one. There was a man inside. He was naked and sitting on the floor, hands wrapped around his knees. He was not facing me, but I could see his spine. There were holes, perfect circles, like someone had cored into his back with a drill. They were not bleeding. They were just empty. I looked into the next room. The room was empty, but there were straps on the floor. There was no bed nor furniture, just a grate in the center with something dried around it. I stopped looking into the rooms after that. I started to panic, but quietly. I felt like if I let anyone know that I was panicking, something bad might happen. I had to just pretend that I belonged and that nothing was going on. I focused on my breathing and tried not to make noise. But the further I went, the more I realized I had not heard anything in minutes, not even my own footsteps. It was like the floor was absorbing every impact. Even my breathing felt muffled. I stopped and held still, trying to make out if anyone was ahead. Nothing. Just the low hum of something mechanical, deep and far away, like the building had lungs. The next door was different. It was still metal, but this one was unlatched. A clipboard hung next to it, zip-tied to a hook. The paper was in French, but I recognized a few things that I could translate to English that I had learned in my studies. I'm not fluent in French, but I know a little. I recognize things like evaluation, compliance failure, and reassignment. I pushed the door open. Inside was lit up by fluorescent lights. It was a concrete room with a long table bolted to the floor and stainless steel restraints at each corner. Everything reeked of bleach. A yellow bucket sat under a drain, still half full of something dark red. There were no flies or even a smell of blood. Everything had been sterilized too well. In the corner was a metal cabinet. Inside of it was gloves, a few hard drives, what looked like biometric scanners, and a stack of forms labeled in both French and English. Unregistered sample intake. There were sections for the name, approximate age, physical condition, whether sedation was used, whether the subject was able to communicate. Half of the forms were filled out. Most entries just said, not applicable or uncooperative. This wasn't a tourist path. This was medical. Why the fuck had they sent me through here? Did they know about this? Did those assholes set me up for something? I kept going. If they were doing some fucked up shit, then I was going to find concrete proof and then take it back. The hallway shifted from concrete to tile again. It was beige, with grouting so clean it looked brand new. I turned left and hit a T-junction. A sign read, Zone R, personnel only. I took a right. That is when I heard something. Footsteps, close, fast. I ducked into an open doorway. It turned out to be an observation room. It had a two-way mirror on one wall, a single metal chair in front of it, and a desk with a thin LCD monitor still powered on. All that was on display was a login screen with a blinking cursor. I did not touch it. Through the mirror, the other side looked like a hospital room. There was a gurney, restraints, and a bucket under the bed, just like the other room, but this one was cleaner, actively in use it looked like. Someone walked past the hallway outside. Their keys were jingling inside their pockets. I waited until the sound faded, and then stepped back outside. I turned the corner and froze. The next hallway was not tile or concrete. It was carpeted. Beige, like a cheap hotel with a low ceiling and numbered wooden doors, each with a peephole. One was open. Inside of it was a small room, a bed, a desk, and a mounted camera in the corner. On the wall, someone had scratched lines into the paint, hundreds of them. I looked closer, and every seventh line was marked with a small pencil stroke across it, some kind of a tally system, I guess. Whoever stayed there had counted something, maybe the days, maybe worse. There was something on the bed. It was a notebook, spiral bound, and it had some pages torn out. What was left was in English, with really sloppy handwriting. The ink was a little blurred from either sweat or water. It was like some kind of a patient file, I guess. Third intake this week, younger than the rest, sedated, still fought. Keep forgetting I'm supposed to catalog resistance level. Dr. B said that is not a concern anymore. Just the scan, the dental record, the tissue. Another entry. Got a warning for asking what happens to the ones that do not clear. That is not our department. They always said that. There is never a department. I kept flipping. Subject 118 had tags under the skin. RFID maybe. We are not supposed to ask where they are coming from, but it was not local. Spoke English, some Russian. Young. Kept saying she had rights. Kept asking for a lawyer. Last page. Scan said 96% viability. They took her. I watched the guy pack her teeth into the jar after she bit him. This place is rotting. Even the silence here is violent. I took the notebook. I thought that it should have been enough to at least start an investigation. At the end of the hall, I found the door marked Logistics. Inside were racks of folders, every one labeled with dates and codes. I opened one up. Inside was a photograph of a teenage boy with his face bruised and his eyes swollen shut. Next to it was a checklist. Sample A, viable. Sample B, compromised. Then a name. It was some European last name that did not look like his, with a signature under assigned custody. Next to that, disposal approved, burn order. I checked the cabinet below the files. Bins, plastic trays labeled with numbers and dates. Hair, teeth, tags, even shoelaces, none of it labeled with names. It was evidence, but I couldn't exactly just stuff this shit into my pocket. It was way too gross for that. I don't remember walking anymore, just finding myself deeper, turning corners, unable to leave. The facility expanded in all directions. Some hallways were sterile, and some were unfinished. One was flooded with standing water, rippling from slow drips above. Another was filled with shelves of pharmaceuticals, all without labels. In the cold storage room, I found the first thing that made me stop and feel sick in my bones. A wall of glass door freezers, like in a grocery store. Inside of it was vacuum-sealed bags that were labeled with Sharpie. There were initials and numbers on it. Some were pink and pale, some were almost black. The far wall had larger doors. I opened one up. It was empty, except for a plastic container with something human-sized, covered in frost, limbs drawn in, like it had frozen mid-scream. No tags, no ID, just a date. 4 weeks before I arrived in Paris. I tried desperately to get out for a while. I honestly don't know how I even managed it. I was lucky, that is all I can say. The way back was out of the question. I had no idea where to even go, and it seemed like the hallway shifted, even though I knew that my dumbass brain had just gotten confused. I walked for what felt like an hour, and eventually found stairs. I took them, and ended up somewhere near the surface again. The air changed. I smelled oil, and rainwater, and car exhaust. Then I saw the exit sign. Some kind of emergency metal door with a push bar. I hit it. It opened up into a service alley, a few blocks away from the Donfort Rochereau station. I stumbled out, and walked until I found people. I saw tourists, a couple holding hands, life happening. I sat on a bench and cried for the first time in maybe a decade. Since then, I've tried to report it. I sent emails to French authorities, the US Embassy, even some journalists. Nobody replies, or if they do, it is boilerplate. We've received your message, and it has been forwarded to the appropriate department. I went to the cops and gave them the notebook, and begged them to start an investigation, and they assured me that they would. I didn't buy it though. They seemed to give me weird looks, like they thought I had written this diary out myself as some kind of sick prank. I didn't even have any fucking photos to show them, because my phone died while I was down there. I was down there for so long, and using it as a flashlight. When I asked if they would keep me updated on the case, they told me that they couldn't until it was complete. The guys who sent me down that passage, I could not find them again, could not contact them. It was like they up and vanished. I left by train the next day. I didn't feel safe staying in the city any longer. Part of me feels like I was let go, but I don't know why they would do that. Why let me get away if you're trying to keep it a secret? If I was set up to be taken or used or whatever the fuck they were doing there, why not go through with it? I have so many more questions than answers. So, having pissed off somebody again, I was on graveyard shift in the Brigade TOC, Tactical Operations Center. when the radio rig crackled to life at about 2:30 a.m. Support base, this is Warrior 6 Actual, over. You could hear that the A was capitalized. Warrior 6, this is support base, over. This is Warrior 6 Actual. We are inbound with rotary and need hot refuel, over. Capitalized and emphasized this time. Roger, Warrior 6 Actual. How many aircraft in ETA, over. This is Warrior 6 Actual. Free aircraft in 5 minutes, over. I picked up the other handset and called aircraft operations and let them know that a VIP was inbound 5 minutes with free aircraft for a hot refuel. Got a roger. Warrior 6 Actual, this is support base. Refuel is notified and will be standing by, over. This is Warrior 6 Actual. They better be, or I will have your ass. Cool. First time I was ever threatened by a 2-star over the radio for what somebody else has to do. Roger, Warrior 6. Fuel is standing by. I couldn't resist pissing him off. This is Warrior 6 Actual. Out. Oh yeah, he noticed. He was pissed. Okay. Rest of the night was quiet. I filled out the radio log, finished my shift, and went to bed at the end of my shift. I woke up around 1300 and wandered down to the shitter. Couldn't help but notice an air of excitement, so I asked what was going on. Didn't you hear? They caught Saddam. Wow. Does this mean the war's over? Nope. I did not put 2 and 2 together until about 3 weeks later, when I had to truck over to 4th ID headquarters and got a coin from Major General Odierno for contributing to the success of the capture of Saddam Hussein, along with a host of support people. It was kinda nice. So anyway, that is my story of how I helped capture Saddam, technically speaking, in a tiny, small way. It happened last summer when my 2 friends and I visited an abandoned building deep in the mountains, a place rumored to be haunted. We arrived a little past midnight. It was raining, which made everything feel damp and suffocating. It was very eerie. The abandoned house was not especially large or imposing, and at first glance, nothing particularly strange happened. Honestly, it felt a bit anticlimactic given all the creepy rumors that we had heard about the place, which I will get on to in a moment. But there was one thing that bothered me during our exploration. My friend, who stood immediately to my right, kept chewing gum with a loud, incessant smacking noise. It was incredibly irritating and distracting. It is one of my pet peeves, and on top of that, I noticed that his breathing seemed unusually heavy, almost labored. I was thinking, how the hell can you be out of breath from just walking around? After finishing our somewhat disappointing exploration, I turned to my friend as we were preparing to leave. With a half-joking tone, I said, "Hey, your table manners have always been pretty bad. You know, like earlier, when you were smacking your gum, man, it was driving me crazy." My friend looked at me completely bewildered and said quietly, "I wasn't chewing any gum." At that moment, a loud, unsettling chewing sound echoed from the abandoned building behind us. It was unmistakably the same disgusting rhythmic smacking that I had been hearing. We instantly bolted back to our car, panic surging through us, and we sped away from that place as fast as possible. According to local legend though, no one knows how true it really is. The house has been the scene of a horrific tragedy. It was said that the father had gone mad, murdering his entire family and living with their smoked flesh stored in the house for nearly a year. Reflecting on it now, I can't help but wonder about those awful chewing sounds. Could it have been a ghostly echo of the insane father eternally reliving his gruesome meals, or perhaps the restless spirits of the victims, trapped, forever haunting that decaying ruin with their tormented presence? Whatever it was, the thought alone makes my skin crawl, and I never want to find myself again near that cursed building. After the collapse of the Soviet Union, my family left our apartment in the city and moved to the village, waiting for better times. I was about 2 years old back then. We lived poorly. My parents took whatever work they could find. Near the village, some local rich guy was building 3 huge cottages. People made money off the project however they could. Some worked for him, others stole building materials at night. The cottages were near a forest and a ravine. Not exactly a beautiful place, but out of the way at least. One frosty winter night, our neighbor got drunk and went wandering near the construction site. He fell into the ravine next to it, The next day, everyone went looking for him. They found him frozen in the snow. The neighbors could not afford a coffin or funeral, so they cremated him and kept the urn somewhere at their house. Then, suddenly, the construction stopped. The cranes were taken away, but everything else stayed. People figured it was just a pause. A month passed. Nothing changed. Then the looting began. Almost overnight, people from the village started stripping the place clean. It is a small village. Everyone knew what was happening, but no one talked about it. They took everything. One night, my mother and my father went too, to grab some materials. Some of the stuff that they took is still lying around at our dacha. My dad had been drinking a little. While trying to pull a block loose from the ice, he started swearing loudly. It was dead quiet, pitch dark, and he only had a flashlight with him. Suddenly, he heard footsteps, slow, steady crunching in the snow. He stopped and listened. The steps stopped too. Probably one of ours, he muttered, and went back to yanking at the block. A few seconds later, more swearing, and the crunch of footsteps again. This time, they did not stop. Someone was definitely approaching. You could hear the snow being crushed under each step. My mom had already put together a decent pile of bricks in her pans, but my dad was bolder. Still grumbling, he grabbed the flashlight and aimed it toward the sound. There was no one there, just a trail of fresh footprints in the snow, walking straight toward him, like someone invisible was making their way right to him. They did not wait around, dropped everything and ran as fast as they could. They had never seen anything like it. The footprints were just 10 meters away by then. When he told me the story, it still scared the hell out of me. The place was nearby, and I spent a lot of time around there. Later, we found out that the guy who'd started building those houses had done it on land that was not even his. He got arrested and sent off to do time. And if anyone's curious, I could still show you that spot on Google Maps. I work as a corrections officer in a state prison and have been here for about 5 years. My nights mostly involve routine patrols, checking cells, making sure everything is in order. I switched to nights a few months ago, when administration said they needed experienced officers, and I didn't mind the change. One thing that stood out right away were the stories circulating among inmates, usually gossip and threats, but also something different, something that did not feel quite like just talk. It sounded ridiculous at first, but the inmates really seemed to believe it. There was a legend about something lurking in the old wing. The section closed years ago due to structural issues. They called it the Crawler. I dismissed it as typical prison folklore. Prisoners make up stories to pass time, convincing themselves so that they don't get bored, and to scare the newer guys. One night, during rounds, an inmate named Marcus stopped me. Usually quiet and kept to himself, he asked, eyes darting nervously, "Officer, can I talk to you?" I told him to go ahead. "Have you seen it yet?" he asked. Seen what?" I replied. "The thing crawling around at night. Some guys say they hear scratching in the walls." I sighed. "That's just rats or pipes making noise." He shook his head hard. "No, it's not rats. It's something else. Just be careful on your rounds, okay?" I nodded and kept moving. Later that week, I overheard 2 inmates whispering. "Tommy saw it last night." "No way. What did he say?" "It was in the shadows near cell block D. Moved like nothing you'd ever seen." Cell block D was near the old wing. I tried to brush it off, but the stories kept on growing. A few nights later, I was in the control room with Officer Carla, watching the cameras. She pointed at a screen. "Did you see that?" "No, what?" "Something moving near the old wing entrance." I looked, but it was just a dim corridor with minimal lighting. Probably a glitch or maybe an inmate sneaking around. The cameras had been glitchy lately, so I told her to have maintenance check them. That night on patrol near the old wing, I noticed a door that should have been locked that was slightly ajar. I approached cautiously, flashlight cutting through the dark. "Hello in there?" I called. No response. The old wing was off limits, but if someone got in there, it was dangerous for everyone. The air smelled old, damp concrete and rusted metal. The cells were empty, bars coated with rust. I heard a faint scratching ahead. I moved to a closed cell door with a large hole in the back wall, about the size of a manhole. probably years of erosion or an abandoned maintenance project. Shining my light into the hole, I saw nothing but darkness beyond the beam. Then movement. Something shifted just out of sight. "Hey, who's down there?" I demanded. No reply. A sudden rush of cold air blew past me, and for a split second, I thought I saw something pale and contorted, moving on all fours, dart across the cell and vanish into the hole. My heart hammered. I stepped back, unsure of what I had seen. Deciding it was time to leave, I turned to exit, but the scratching came again, louder this time. I speed walked away. Back in the control room, Carla asked if I'd been in the old wing. I said I thought I saw something. She frowned and warned me, "Be careful. That place gives me the creeps." Over the next few nights, the tension in the prison thickened. More inmates whispered about the crawler. Some refused to sleep, others begged to be moved. One older inmate, Lewis, pulled me aside urgently. "Officer, you've got to do something. It's getting bolder. Last night, it was in the ventilation shaft near my cell. I could hear it breathing." "Have you seen it?" I asked. He nodded quickly. "Years ago, before they closed the wing, one of the inmates got attacked there." I tried to reason with him. "There's no record of any missing inmates. Maybe you're letting the stories get to you." He gripped the bars tightly. "If you don't act, something bad is going to happen." I decided to check the old wing again, making sure all the doors were secured. Approaching the same cell with the hole, I found the door wide open. My flashlight flickered as I stepped inside. The hole in the wall looked bigger than before. A low rumble echoed from within. Was it an animal growl? It did not sound familiar. "Who's in there?" I called, but silence answered. I thought about calling backup, but did not want to seem paranoid over nothing. Gathering my courage, I moved closer to the hole. The air was cold and damp. Suddenly, a pale hand, or something like a hand, shot out from the darkness. I stumbled backward, falling onto the cell floor. Something pale and quick emerged just halfway from the hall, gaunt, with hollow eyes, and a mouth way too wide to be human. It hissed, fixing its gaze on me before pulling itself back in and disappearing. My adrenaline surged as I scrambled up and bolted down the corridor. Back in the control room, I found Carla again. "We need to report this," I said, breathless. "Report what?" she asked. "There's something in the old wing. I don't know what, but it's dangerous." She studied me carefully. "Are you sure it wasn't just a shadow or some escaped inmate?" "I am telling you, it was real. We need the warden involved." Eventually, she agreed. We contacted the warden, who arrived within the hour. After I explained, he looked skeptical and annoyed. "Did you call me down for an animal? Can't handle a raccoon. Maybe a homeless person snuck in." "No," I said firmly. "This was not a person or any animal I've ever seen," he sighed. "Fine. We will have maintenance seal that hole and set traps. You get some rest. Don't call me here again for nothing." He clearly did not believe me. If he thought I was lying, I could have been reprimanded. After that night, I avoided the old wing altogether. Maintenance sealed off that hole and locked down the whole section. Only the warden and maintenance could enter. The whispers of the crawler eventually died down. I couldn't have been happier. It was a story I did not want to believe, and the more real it felt, the more scared I became of my own job. I don't know what it was or where it came from, but since then, I've wondered if that prison was built over something that should have been left alone. I still work here, but I keep my head down. Weirdest stranger encounter was a little past midnight in Denver, Colorado. Was completely lost while on a bike and my phone was dead. Finally get to gas station that lets me charge long enough to call roommate to come pick me up. Waiting on curb outside gas station, just writing in thoughts notebook. Strange guy, probably mid-20s, sits on curb next to me. Did not notice him until he started to sit down. Clean looking, but most likely homeless. Looks over at me and calmly asks, "Are you dead?" Confused, I say, "What?" He replies, "I don't know how else to ask, but are you dead?" I think maybe it's street talk for carrying drugs or something, and tell him that if it's a code for anything, I don't know. He says no, and tells me there are a lot of dead people walking around Denver. Tells me they put off a distinct, sweet smell. Intrigued, I ask him how he would know if we're dead. He changes the subject, asking if I can give him a ride to Colfax. Weird, because he can clearly see I'm just there with a bike. Did he know I had a ride coming? I give him a ride, mostly because I want to talk some more. He talks really calm and quiet like. During the ride, he goes on to tell me about how he used to work for a funeral home / morgue driving the dead. Tells me that Denver is demonic. Says most large cities are demonic. We drop him off. To this day, was my strangest experience with a stranger. I skipped over a lot and can't greentext, so sorry. It was most likely a druggie, but the way he talked did not seem like it. I didn't even know Cold Bay existed until they flew us out there around 20 years ago now. I was 23 years old and in the army. I was green enough to follow any and all orders without asking any questions, but not green enough to think any of what was happening was normal in the slightest. We didn't even get a briefing that day before they stuffed 6 of us into the back of a C-130 that did not have any markings. It lifted off out of Anchorage under a full blackout. We had no lights and no radios. They didn't even tell us where we were going until we landed. One thing that still to this day does not make sense to me is why my dumbass was chosen for this. Cold Bay isn't a town. It's a mistake someone made on a map and never corrected. Now, I obviously don't mean that literally, but it is a hellhole. Population could not have been more than 60 people at the time that this happened. It used to be an old World War II airbase with just hangars, gravel, and harsh wind. The kind of place where you can feel the cold blowing in off the water even when you're inside. The kind of cold that gets behind your ribs. As soon as we landed, 2 men in DHS jackets pulled us aside. But they weren't DHS, that was abundantly clear. I mean, the jacket said they were, but there was no name and no badge number. It was just 2 guys who looked like they had not slept in days, dragging on cigarettes like they were keeping something inside. They did not introduce themselves to us, and they did not appear to be wearing any insignia to display their rank either. They just told us that we were part of a security perimeter, containment cordon they called it. For what, they didn't say. We were given a map that was clearly photocopied, which made it barely legible. Our job was to secure the road between Cold Bay and a tiny dockyard facility about 15 miles southwest along the coast. The port didn't even have a name. We had to go in at night with no lights, no comms, and just hand signals and position markers. Talk about primitive. The whole thing had that smell, you know? The stink of over-prepared silence. The kind where you're not supposed to know anything because if you did, you wouldn't go. We were set up in these little collapsible tents just off the gravel road. There was nothing but tundra and dead pine for miles all around us. There were already a few others there, but it was just some guys we didn't recognize. Some were military, which was reassuring, but some others clearly were not. One guy had a patch that I didn't know. I think it was something like black with a red triangle. I asked him where he was from. He just said Langley without looking up from his coffee. The third night, just after 0100, it started. We didn't even get a proper warning. We just heard a low mechanical hum that came from the direction of the coast. Not natural, not weather. It rattled your teeth. The kind of sub-bass that gets into your skull and pushes. I asked one of the DHS jackets what it was, and he just said, it's ahead of schedule. At 1:46 a.m., we finally got the signal to move in. We were told to intercept a small convoy heading north from the port. We did not even see the vehicles until they were almost on top of us, because they had all of their lights off, no engines on, just coasting over the frost-covered gravel. There were 3 trucks in total that were civilian plated. I couldn't see a driver through the window. The windows were much too dark to see through in the slightest. We set up a roadblock with the spiked chains. I remember thinking it was overkill at the time. I was definitely wrong about that. When the first truck hit the chain, it stopped like it hit a wall. It didn't skid or drift, it just came to an instant halt. I approached the driver's side door and knocked, but I received no answer from whoever was inside. Then I saw the blood. It wasn't any kind of splash or a spatter from a wound. This was a full-on smear of blood across the windshield. It looked like someone had dragged a soaked towel across the inside of the windshield, except soaked with blood. The blood was not fresh either. It looked dark and dried and cracked in the corners. I opened the door up. There was no driver in there. In fact, there was no one in the cab at all. No sign anyone had ever sat there. The seat belts were all still wrapped up in plastic, like it was new from the dealer. But the floor mat was soaked with thick, black red. Then something started moving in the truck bed. I had my rifle up before my brain even caught up with the situation. Whatever it was, it didn't make sense. It looked like just fabric at first, like a black tarp shifting in the wind, but there was no wind at the time, and the movement too. It wasn't fluid. I shouted for whoever it was to come out immediately, and that we were authorized to use lethal force if necessary. Nothing happened after I shouted that, as in, we did not get any kind of verbal response from whoever was in there. The tarp just slithered over the side of the truck and dropped to the ground without a sound. I didn't wait, and just did what I was trained to do. I fired instinctively, 3 shots in total, just to make sure whoever it was did not get back up again. Let me tell you, I have never in my life seen rounds hit something and disappear, like they were absorbed. Firing at whatever or whoever this thing was felt like firing into water, if water didn't splash. The others opened fire too as soon as I let fly, and that is when it stood up. It wasn't incredibly tall or towering over us, but it did not look human. It didn't have a face or legs or arms. It was just wrong. Like it was wearing the shape of something familiar, but couldn't quite get it right. It had too many joints, and its movements were half a second out of sync with reality, like a bad puppet. Then came the sound. The sound was not coming from the thing. It was coming from inside us. I don't know how else to say it. It wasn't screaming. It was more like a sound that was impossible to describe, playing in your head. I dropped to my knees when I felt it, and so did 2 others. It was completely disabling. The next thing I remember clearly was the DHS guy dragging us away by our collars and shouting something about containment breached and fallback protocol. The truck was gone. The thing was gone. There was just a wide black smear on the ground, like oil in the snow. But it wasn't melting the snow. It was freezing it harder. We were told to shut up and debriefed in a prefab building with no windows. We were given no kind of notes or explanations, and they did not even bother to make us sign anything. There was just a camera on the ceiling in the room, and a guy with a recorder when we were sat down. It was done one by one. They made us say what we saw, and then they told us none of it happened. If we talked, they said that we'd violated federal containment statutes and could be prosecuted under the Patriot Act. Guess that's why they didn't even bother with another NDA. Just extra pointless paperwork at that point. They flew us back in pairs on different planes, heading to completely different airports. I wasn't even sent home, just some random-ass European country. Had to get my own flight back to the States, hours afterwards. None of us ever heard from each other again after that, because we had no way to contact each other. Luckily for me, we had a short while to talk in between the interviews and being shipped off, and we used that time. Alright, so here is where it gets really fucked up. I was there that day, right? But me and my buddy Jay, we saw different shit, and he told me his side right before we got pulled out and shipped back. I have never said this out loud before, but it is all true. I can't imagine he has told anyone else either, but if somehow you have heard this from him before or from someplace else, just bear with me. Jay was on the inside crew, the ones who had to deal with what was actually coming through that port in Alaska. While I was holding the perimeter, keeping watch, and running security, Jay and his team got tasked with sorting through the cargo. He was closer to the source than anyone else, closer than I ever wanted to be. He said when they first opened the container, they expected maybe drugs, weapons, something bad but understandable. Instead, what they saw was something else. Not a bomb or a weapon they could spot, but something that made their skin crawl and their minds race. Jay described it as a sealed, frozen chamber inside the container. They cracked it open, and inside was this thing wrapped in layers of ice and strange membranes. It looked almost organic, but nothing like any human or animal. It was massive, and at least 8 feet tall when fully stretched, though it was curled up tight like it was sleeping, or maybe pretending to. He said the thing had what looked like a head, but had no face. Just a smooth, featureless surface, like a giant eggplant, but slick and wet. No eyes, no mouth, just this dull sheen reflecting their flashlights. The rest of it was this mass of pale flash with veins pulsing underneath, like it was alive, maybe barely. The veins glowed faintly, but Jay swore he saw them move, like something was still fighting to survive inside the frozen shell. Then the worst part. The air around it smelled like death, mixed with something acidic, like burnt rubber and rotten eggs mixed with fresh blood. He said the whole room felt thick, like breathing was suddenly harder. Jay said that the scientists who came with them were acting weird, and likely knew it was bad, but were trying to keep their faces straight. They would not talk much, only whispered orders to stabilize the container and limit exposure. Jay told me that as they worked, the temperature sensors kept fluctuating, sometimes dropping below what should be physically possible, sometimes spiking to near boiling inside the container. The creature, if you want to call it that, was messing with the environment somehow, like it was alive and aware. And then came the first incident. One of the scientists got too close while trying to attach a monitoring device to the container surface. Jay said this dude's hand just melted right in front of him, said the skin blackened and bubbled, like he had been burned alive from the inside out. Jay tried to pull him back, but it was too late. The guy screamed like a madman, clawing at his own flesh as it liquefied. No one knew what to do except step back and watch. They had to quarantine the whole area. Jay said the smell got worse, filling their suits and making everyone gag, but they could not leave the cargo unattended. Now, unbeknownst to all of us, the comms had gone down between our units and theirs, so there was no way to quickly inform us of what was happening. He said that with all of the chaos going on, they did not want to spare a single person and wanted all eyes on. Not to mention, it wasn't just one group running this thing. There were like 3 or 4 agencies on site during both our incidents, and all of them were acting like they were the ones in charge and calling the shots. To sum it up, it was a fucking mess from the get-go. What freaked Jay out the most was what happened overnight. The container started to pulse and breathe on its own. It wasn't anything mechanical or electronic. It was like the creature inside was trying to wake up. The walls warped and rippled as if the thing was alive and trying to stretch out after being frozen. The scientists all got pulled in to observe, but Jay said it looked like they were too afraid. The next morning, Jay said, when they went back to check on the container, the ice and membranes had started melting on their own. The creature's flesh was bleeding this dark, tar-like substance that pooled at the bottom of the chamber. The veins under its skin glowed brighter, and Jay said he saw something moving inside of it. Maybe hundreds of tiny things, all at once, writhing like parasites. One of the senior scientists made a call to seal the chamber completely. That is when everything went sideways. That night, the power went out in their section of the base. Emergency lights flickered on, but Jay said they all felt like something was in the shadows with them, watching. When power came back on, they found the container cracked open, the creature partially out. They never saw it fully. The thing slivered out, but it wasn't like a normal animal moving. It folded in on itself, twisting and compressing like a nightmare made flesh. It moved faster than anything Jay had ever seen. It had no legs and no arms. It was just this pale, writhing mass that seemed to absorb light around it. It left a trail of black, oily sludge where it went, and the smell was worse than before, like burning sulfur and decay. Jay said the team that tried to stop it disappeared fast. They found one guy crushed beneath some heavy machinery, with his face melted beyond recognition. Another was found locked inside a freezer, frozen solid, but with eyes wide open like he was still conscious. Jay said they chased the thing into the nearby forest, but it wasn't just a chase. The forest itself started dying where the creature went. Trees withered, animals ran off or dropped dead. It was like the thing drained life. The last thing Jay said to me was the worst. Before they were pulled out and shipped back, Jay told me his team was told to erase all biological evidence and clean up the scene. They found strange stains in the snow that no amount of chemicals or fire could remove. I would not be surprised if they were still there to this day. He said the higher-ups were desperate to cover it all up. Not just the military or DHS, but some group that felt above them all. Jay swore they saw men in suits show up with unmarked vans, collecting every scrap and piece of footage. Everyone was ordered to stay silent under threat of imprisonment or worse. Jay never got any answers on what that thing was. If everything he told me was true, and he wasn't mistaken or confused, then that must mean that there was more than one. Otherwise, how would it make sense? How would that thing have gotten to us? But if there is two, then I don't know what the fuck could even have been done. Not sure if X is exactly the right place for this, but it has been a month and I need to share the story somewhere. Be me. Eating instant ramen for lunch every day. Realize I need a second job. Get hired at a local movie theater. Sweet, maybe I can see some movies for free. Nope. My job is to sell popcorn and shit at the front. First day. Minecraft movie came out earlier this week, so I have to deal with 5-year-olds screaming, "Chicken jockey," at the top of their lungs. Their parents just stare into the distance. After a while, people stop showing up. Movie starts soon. Everyone is in the theater. Boss tells us to get moving. Everyone in the lobby starts going into the theater hallway. Ask where we're going. Minecraft movie's on. Maybe I will get to see a movie for free. Follow everyone into a big supply closet. Disappointment. We are just restocking the concession stands and shit. Once everyone is inside, boss locks the door. What the fuck? Is this some type of hazing ritual? Ask what's going on. Get ignored. Someone help me move this. They push a shelf in front of the door like a fucking barricade. Shit. They're gonna murder me or something. Ask what the fuck is happening. Boss starts talking about how people get a little crazy in the Minecraft movie, then trails off. Start laughing. We are hunkering down like there's a fucking tornado warning because of the Minecraft movie. Everyone just kinda stares at me. Laugh harder because of that. Suddenly, we hear people screaming all at the same time. Chicken jockey. Like their collective IQ is less than the number of chickens in a jockey. They are 3 fucking rooms away. Note to self, wear earplugs to the Minecraft movie. Can still hear a commotion coming from that theater. Unintelligible shouting and screaming. Start hearing them banging on the walls. Chuckle, imagining the property damage. The shouting starts getting louder. At this point, I can't tell if those screams of joy or terror. Realize it's not getting louder, but closer. At this point they were just down the hall, about 20 to 30 feet away from our door. I kinda wanna see what's going on, but the door is barricaded. Laugh, imagining the mob. Noise stops. Oh shit. They fucking heard me. Someone clamps their hand over my mouth. It's too late. The shouting picks up again, and the horde comes right up to our door. They start banging on the door and the walls. At first it sounds like constant banging, but after a while they start coordinating. Now everyone hits the wall at the same time, like a fucking bee. Does someone have like a battering ram? Can see the door moving a bit, but the shelf is holding it closed. The shelf does not have a back, so it's not completely covering the door. We can see the door cracking between the shelves. Everyone is panicked. The hinges start breaking somehow, and the horde manages to force the door open just a little. Someone manages to stick their hand through. It's coated in fucking soda and popcorn. It claws at the door. More hands come through the crack. They are going to break the door and crawl through the shelf. No other exit, since it is a supply closet. Boss barks orders at us like a fucking army general. Tells us to pick up chairs and whatever else we can find, and start breaking through the drywall on the opposite wall. We have no idea what room is on the other side. Follow his orders. The drywall starts crumbling as 9 people bash it with various objects. The shouts and screeches from the horde start sounding less and less human. Go, go, go. We start clawing at the drywall and tearing it out with our bare hands. They're getting in. Too terrified to look back, just keep digging. Hole breaks through to the other side of the wall. It's another fucking supply closet. We climb through the tiny hole, one at a time. I go second. Don't worry, Nons, it's almost done. Run to the door of the second supply closet and pray nobody is outside it. It's locked. Oh shit. Where is the fucking key? Hear people screaming from the first room. Can't really see anything through the hole. Boss is getting tackled to the ground by more people covered in soda and popcorn. Can only see their legs. Boss throws the key through the hole. Frantically unlock the door. Don't have the courage to look back. but can hear someone climbing through the hole in the drywall. Pray to God, it's one of us. Me and at least 2 others bolt to the exit. Reach a corner in the hallway. Wrong fucking way. Hear noises around the corner. Turn around ASAP. Wait a minute. No, don't go back. They climb through the drywall. Turn right. No idea where the fuck we're going. All we know is we're going away from the noises. Eventually make it to an exit. Thank God. I keep running away from the theater into the nearby forest. Carried on, nothing but adrenaline. Forgot where I was even going. Regain my sanity and realize where I am. Others probably ran a different direction. I don't see them now. Now at the edge of the forest, I can see some cars show up to the theater. Saline County Police. Now that I think about it, that was definitely not the fucking Saline County Police. They were in white vans which were unmarked except for the initials. Carried fucking assault rifles and wore hazmat suits. Ran toward them to tell them what happened. They acted like I wasn't fucking there. All I got was a get out of the way. They charged into the theater. Hear gunfire. What the fuck? Realize I should not be here anymore and walk home. Don't realize I left my car in the theater parking lot until hours later. Never went back to the theater except to get my car back. Never heard anything in the news about it. I want to tell someone, but they won't believe me. It's been about a month. What should I do? I feel like I can't even watch movies anymore. Get a load of this guy. OP here. Once again, thanks to everyone who contributed. Without you, X is nothing. I will share a personal story now. This is all from memory, so it'll be a rough sketch. It's not really about me though, but about my friend, Elijah. Grew up in East Texas. I am a small kid and a bookworm, which makes me kind of an outcast in elementary. No friends. Feels bad, man. In 6th grade, I meet Elijah. His family is from Louisiana, and he's super Cajun. Uses French words all the time, has a funny accent, and is a great storyteller. He is also athletic and a good-looking kid, so he's pretty popular. Somehow we get along great. He tells me all about his grandfather, Pawpaw, who apparently gets a lot of sick people visiting him all the time. Pawpaw prays over them and heals them. This sounded like some X-Men shit to my young brain, so I was fascinated. Fast forward to the summer after 6th grade. Elijah is going back to Louisiana to visit family. Since I have no other friends, I spend the summer reading. He comes back in August and invites me over to his house. Says he has to tell me something important about Pawpaw. Hell yeah, more X-Men stories. When I show up, Elijah tells me that Pawpaw passed on the healing powers to him. Not gonna lie, I was kinda jealous when he said this. I wanted to be an X-Man. Why not me? Pawpaw told me that he's going to die soon and needed to pass on the healing to someone. Normally, a man passes it on to a young girl and a woman passes it on to a young boy, but Pawpaw broke the rule because he could not find anybody to pass it on to. Apparently, nobody wants to be a healer anymore because it is a very hard life. They aren't allowed to charge money because it is against tradition, so they just have to rely on the kindness of those they heal. Most people go to them because they cannot afford doctors, so they normally do not pay anything. Most healers are very poor as a result. Show me the power, I say. I can't. I can only use it if someone is sick and needs it, but I will tell you how I got it. Pawpaw brought Elijah into a room, just the 2 of them, and Elijah memorized a bunch of prayers in French. As Elijah is memorizing them, it feels like someone gently forces him off of his chair and down to his knees. He feels his arms being lifted up high above his head, and a warm feeling fills his body. He lowers his head, almost afraid. He turns his hands so they are palm side up, and something that feels like warm liquid pours into them. Elijah thinks Pawpaw is pouring warm water into his hands at first, but he turns his head slightly and sees him sitting still a few feet away. After a while, the feeling goes away, and Elijah stands back up. Pawpaw says, "Now you have the power." Fast forward to later that day. A neighbor woman showed up with her crying child. He fell and broke his leg. Pawpaw tells Elijah to use a certain prayer while laying his hands on the boy's broken leg. Elijah starts feeling the same warmth as before, all throughout his body. This time, the warmth goes quickly into his hands, and they feel like they are burning. Elijah prays until he feels the burning leave his hands and the boy is no longer crying. The woman thanks them both and gives Papa a bowl of rice. After I heard this, I used to bug Elijah all the time about showing me his healing power, but he always refused. I began to suspect that it was just one of his stories, but then something happened just before he moved away. It was 8th grade gym class. The coach in his office was not paying attention as usual while the kids were playing basketball. Elijah's team is winning, and I am just sitting on the bleachers reading when I hear a scream. I look up. Holy fuck. One of the kids is on the floor holding his leg. It snapped at the shin. Never seen anything like that in person, but I can't look away. Everyone is freaking out, and Elijah pushes all of them back and kneels next to the kid. He places his hand on the kid's leg as the kid is screaming. Oh shit, X-Men time. Coach is hurrying over at this point. I get up off the bleachers and run over when suddenly, gasp. Everybody gasps in unison. The whole gym is fucking silent as Elijah pulls the kid up from the ground. His leg is completely fine. Coach cheers them out for causing a scene over nothing. Oddly enough, people started hating Elijah after this. He became a total pariah, which he didn't actually seem to mind since he and I were best friends. We hung out by ourselves the rest of that year until his family moved back to Louisiana that summer. We eventually lost touch, and I went back to having no friends, which I don't really mind either. After all, I've got UX. Anyway, please feel free to keep contributing. I am enjoying all of these reads. Me and 4 of my friends were in the Russian countryside this winter. We stayed at one of my friend's houses from mid-December to the beginning of January, about 20 kilometers east of Moscow. On the night before New Year's, we had a terrifying encounter with something horrible. It was 1:30 a.m. and we had stayed at the house all day, ate pizza, watched movies, and played Mortal Kombat. We had also been to the sauna and had all been in good spirits, as later that day it would be New Year's. We were outside my friend's house, which overlooks a very small valley, about 10 meters in depth and 60 meters in length, and we were blowing up some firecrackers that we had prepared. His house is quite isolated, with the nearest neighbors about 100 meters away. We blew them up one by throwing them into the valley that was next to the house. As we were doing this, I was the first to notice a black silhouette with a glowing cigarette in the distance, moving towards us extremely fast. I immediately notified everyone with me and told them to get inside the house's courtyard. My friends saw the figure, were confused as to who it may be and what they were doing, but weren't worried, as the figure was a very long way away, and we had at least 2 minutes before he came close enough to properly see our faces or do anything. I looked back at the figure and immediately noticed that his eyes had a faint glow. Nothing crazy or bright, just a very faint yellow/goldish glow, similar to the way a cat's eyes reflect light in the darkness. I also noticed that the figure had traveled a very large distance in the 5 seconds I took to turn around and inform my friends. This was especially worrying, as he was walking, not running. I immediately knew that it was time to leave. I ran towards the gate to the house and yelled for my friends to follow me, which after witnessing what I had witnessed, they obliged, except one of them. One of our friends looked frozen in fear. His eyes were wide open, his mouth slightly open too, and he was not blinking. This entire time, he was looking at the figure. I ran and pushed him in order to get him to move, which made him snap out of some sort of light trance as he was slightly lost. By this point, the figure was about 100 meters away, and nearly at the same time, all of us were filled by a visceral feeling of dread. Not fear, but more like, whatever is happening right now is very, very wrong. We later realized that this probably emanated from the man. As we were entering the garden and ducking behind the fence, we noticed that the man was moving a minimum of 5 times as fast as a regular person running, while making absolutely no noise, even though he was walking. We hid behind the fence for ages and managed to get a picture of him from underneath the fence. He then walked into the nearby woods, leaving behind absolutely no footprints and making no noise at all. I have no clue what this was, but we are 100% sure that whatever this was not human. I forgot to add, but one of my friends said the man apparently turned into smoke at one point, like white smoke, and then materialized again. Not sure if I believe him, as nobody else saw it. Be me, 18 years old. 2008, summer before leaving for college. Name is Brandon. I am a 4-sport athlete, huge ego, muscular, not scared of shit. Mom has had a daycare in my house my whole life. Month prior, takes on a new autistic kid named Brandon, who has an imaginary friend named Brandon. Not the craziest thing I've ever heard. Hardly noticed weird story number 997 from daycare life. Not home much that summer, because partying and everything else. Mom starts noticing that for some fucking reason, every single night, every picture of me in the house is being turned around on whatever desk or shelf it's on, 180 degrees, goes on for months. Eventually, my mom tells me about this, and I laugh it off because what other option do I have? The same night, I get home about 1 a.m. and lay down in bed wide awake. Bed faces the door, house is pitch black, door is wide open. Get weird ass feeling, stare at door. Door slams shut with a massive force. Have had this lifelong rule where if I'm scared, I quickly and calmly just get up, turn on lights or whatever, don't act scared, don't get scared, etc. Always thought ghosts would know, and my 5-year-old logic always worked great. Get up and walk to lamp to turn it on. Bulb fucking explodes in a flash of blue. Glass falls all over my dresser. Stick to plan and stay calm, getting harder. Walk to door. Fuck this, I'm leaving. Door is locked and I cannot unlock it. Fucker will not unlock. I start panicking. Twist the shitty door handle so hard it broke off, but door opens. Go to walk out of bedroom and the door closes so fast behind me it cuts into the heel of my foot before I can even step outside of its path and makes the wobble noise that doors make when you slam them against something. I got in my fucking car, went to my friend's house, did not go home for 2 weeks, have never stepped a single foot into that room since, didn't even pack for college myself, and never will, ever again. Not a flashy story, but it really happened. I am not the kind of person who shares things online usually, but I feel that this is something I cannot keep to myself any longer. I am not the type to write long-winded Facebook posts about my feelings or my government cover-ups, and I definitely don't tell strangers on 4chan about my personal life. But something happened to me on New Year's Day, 2024, and every time I try to move past it, something just pulls me back there. I don't expect people to believe me. I just need to say it out loud or I think I might actually lose my mind. It's something people have wondered about for a while now, with no real explanation. Come on, no one buys that teenagers messing around crap. Yes, it's what you're thinking, the Miami Mall incident. It happened at the Bayside Marketplace in Miami. I know you already know this shit, but fuck you, I'm laying out everything. For those unaware, that's a big touristy shopping center downtown, right on the water. If you live in the area, then you know it's always packed, especially in holiday season. This year, my little sister was home from school. She is 17 years old and about to graduate high school. She is a real smart kid, and way better than I ever was in any subject. I wanted to surprise her with something nice before she left for college. Nothing big, just a decent handbag from one of the stores she always browses online. I got off work around 6:30 p.m. I work construction, mostly drywall and concrete work, so I was still wearing my busted and musty construction clothes when I pulled into the lot. I did not think much of it. I was tired, it had been a long day, and I figured I could just be in and out in about 20 minutes. Bayside was busy as hell, but that was nothing unusual. The whole place was buzzing with people. Families were taking selfies by the bay. Kids had those LED spinning toys that you see at carnivals, and there was music coming from one of the live stages. It felt just like any normal day, almost stupidly normal, considering what I would be walking into. I went straight to a store on the second floor. I don't really remember the name, but it was one of those sleek designer outlets with security tags on everything, and way too many mirrors. I picked out a white bag with a gold trim. It wasn't cheap, but it looked like something that she would actually use. The girl behind the register looked me up and down, like she thought I might steal it, but I ignored it. I am kind of used to looks like that. I'd just finished paying when I noticed something strange. A sound, coming from the lower level. It wasn't loud exactly, More like a change in the way the crowd sounded. You know how background noise in a busy place has like a certain rhythm to it? Stuff like conversations, laughter, shoes on tile, the occasional cough or baby crying. That rhythm broke. It was like someone had turned the crowd's volume down just slightly, but not all at once. They did it in patches, like some people were still talking and moving normally, and others just weren't. I stepped out into the balcony area above the food court. That is when I saw the first people running. Not screaming, just sprinting. Their faces weren't panicked in the way that you would expect if there was a fire or a shooting. They looked confused. Some looked like they were crying, but more out of frustration or disorientation than fear. I turned to ask someone what was going on, but the girl behind me had already locked the store doors. She mouthed something at me through the glass, something like, "Get out," or "Don't look." I couldn't really tell. Her eyes were wide though, and she looked like she was about to vomit then and there. I started walking toward the escalators when a man came stumbling up from the floor below. He was in his 40s and was wearing cargo shorts and a Dolphins jersey. He looked totally out of it, if I'm being honest. Looked like hard drugs at first glance, total brain melt. His hands were hanging limp at his sides, and his mouth was moving, but no sound was coming out. His eyes were glassy and they looked dead. He walked past me, then collapsed face first onto the floor. Like, all in one fluid motion. He was taking step by step by step, and then bam, he just plummeted while in the middle of his stride. It wasn't normal at all, even for a druggie. I froze on the spot after that. People around me started to run. There were more people running now, and much faster too. I heard someone yell something about gas. Someone else said it was a shooter. This sent me into a fucking panic. I am lucky enough to have had a relatively stress-free life and have never had anything on this scale happen to me, so this really sent me over the edge. A woman was on her knees near a railing, holding her phone like she didn't know how it worked anymore. Her nose was bleeding, gushing almost. It just wouldn't fucking stop. I did not know a person could lose that much blood and remain conscious. And she just kept saying, "It was behind me," over and over. I don't know if she was talking to someone on the phone or to herself, but judging by the state of her, I don't think she managed to reach anyone. Now that I think about it, I am pretty sure my phone signal was completely dead while I was in there. I remember taking a glance at it for the time, for a split second, in the midst of all the panic, and realized I could not reach anyone. I don't know if coincidence, or if intentional. I don't know if someone was blocking the signal, or something. I know how this sounds, I really fucking do. I know what this sounds like some drug panic or a mass delusion, or maybe even a carbon monoxide leak. That's what I wanted to believe too. But I cannot explain what I saw next. I was moving toward the stairs when the lights flickered. Not like a power outage, but more like a dimming of sorts, like someone was slowly lowering the brightness on the entire mall. That's when I noticed a shape, standing in the middle of the floor below. I thought it was a display at first, one of those stupid New Age art installations that make zero sense to any normal person. It didn't move like a person. It was tall, way too tall to be right. I couldn't give you a full estimate. After the fact, I've heard 10 feet tall or more, but I could not even judge the scale of it in person. It was like my mind could not comprehend it. Its limbs were too long, and it didn't seem to have a face, at least not one that you could focus on. It was blurry, not out of focus blurry, but shifting. Like the pixels of it did not want to stay still. I cannot believe I just used the word pixels for something in real life, FML. I blinked and it was 10 feet closer. Not moving, just closer, like it teleported a short distance or something. A couple of people were standing near it. One of them, a young guy in a red hoodie, stepped forward like he was drawn to it. He reached out with both hands, and then just stopped moving completely. Not stiff like he froze, but loose, like someone turned him off. He collapsed. Then his skin, I am not exaggerating, turned a kind of grayish white in a matter of seconds. His body didn't even twitch. I wanted to run, but my legs would not move one bit. It wasn't fear stopping me, it's like they physically would not move an inch, no matter what I tried. It was like being underwater and trying to run. The air felt thick and full of static, something in my ears started to ring. It was a high-pitched and steady sound, like feedback from a microphone. And then I felt it. Not a touch or a sound, but a presence in my head. Like someone was paging through my thoughts without permission. Not reading them, but rearranging them. I started to remember things wrongly. Just a stream of memories flooding through my head that just weren't true. I remembered a dog we never had. I remembered my sister as being an only child, and like I never existed. I felt a memory of dying that didn't belong to me. As in, I felt and saw someone else dying, but it was like I was them. I don't know if that even makes sense. It's something I still have not really come to terms with, and can't fully explain to this day. It wasn't a dream or anything like that. It was like someone shoved their last moments into my head without warning or permission. Except I didn't know whose moments they were. Alternate realities, maybe? I was standing in the parking lot of the Bayside Marketplace when it hit me. I don't even remember how I made it outside. I have like a few scattered memories before I got there, but nothing concrete that I can place together. I remember running, but like I was on autopilot. I remember other people collapsing and falling to the ground. I remember other people bleeding, gushing blood from different places, and then just hitting the ground. I remember another of those creatures standing in front of me as I ran, towering over me. I remember it touching me again, but it like phased through me instead of bringing me to a halt. I remember that it hurt like hell, like a sudden migraine or something. I remember armed cops shouting at me, but I could not stop myself and just ran past them. They did not even bother trying to stop me, they just let me go. I remember paramedics trying to rush in, but cops stopping them. I don't know what else happened in there after that. Anyway, once I reached the parking lot, suddenly I was somewhere else, a hospital room, a woman gasping for air. Her skin was pale, translucent almost. She was hooked up to machines, but they weren't helping. I could hear her ragged breathing, smell the antiseptic, feel the sweat on her forehead. And then I saw the blood, dark, sticky, pooling beneath her. She tried to call for help, but barely had the strength. I could feel her panic, her regret. I was her, but not me. Her final breath was a rasp, full of pain and something else. Guilt, maybe, or loneliness. I stumbled backward, gasping for air. The memory faded like a bad smell, but it left something in me, a cold knot of fear that didn't go away. Over the next few days, it kept happening. Not just that one memory, but others too. The man crushed beneath a collapsing wall, screaming silently as the dust swallowed him. A kid hiding in a closet while screams echoed outside. A woman tied up in a basement, begging for mercy that never came. I felt all of it, all of their pain, every single sensation. They weren't just images. I could feel their terror, their hopelessness. And every time it happened, I could feel something cold and heavy pressing down on my chest, like the creatures from that night were still inside me, whispering and watching. I didn't tell anyone. I mean, who would believe me? After what happened at Bayside, the cops were already calling me crazy. I tried to tell the police about everything I saw and what I witnessed. I went to the precinct a few days after the incident, hoping to report what I saw. But they just brushed me off. Probably just stress, one officer said. Lots of people saw teenagers causing trouble that night. You probably just got caught up in it. When I pressed harder, asking about the security footage, the cameras, anyone who might have caught what really happened, they suddenly clammed up. The officers changed the subject. One looked me in the eye and said, "Look, man, you don't want to get involved. Best to just forget all this and move on." I left, feeling like I'd just been warned. Then came the news blackout. There were no official reports of anything unusual, no mention of shadow creatures or mass hallucinations. Instead, every channel and newspaper talked about how a group of unruly teenagers started fights, set off fireworks, and caused a panic. Even the eyewitness videos people posted online disappeared overnight, either taken down or accounts suspended. I even heard rumors about phones being confiscated at the mall by authorities, with footage deleted before anyone could share it. The more I looked into it, the more I realized there had to be some kind of deliberate cover-up. I'm not the only one. A few others have come forward quietly, people who also saw things that night. They don't want to talk publicly because they are afraid of being labeled insane or worse. I've seen their accounts online, although they don't always stay up for long. I just don't understand the things this creature showed me. The false memories surrounding my life, and then the deaths of all those random people. I've seen lots of theories online about these things being some kind of interdimensional entities or a covert invasion. I can understand why they want this covered up, because the truth would send the masses into a panic. I mean, what could you even do against these things? I don't know how much the government knows or to what extent they're involved. All I know is it doesn't look good. Maybe it was a test to see what they could get away with. How major of an incident they could memory hole. I mean, shit, it's only been about a year and you see nothing about it anymore. I know that news becomes old fast with the internet, but I feel like within a week, everyone had moved on and clammed up, aside from on the more obscure forums. Could it have been some kind of psychological warfare? Or maybe these things really are aliens and we are absolutely fucked. That's about the extent of my story, I guess. I don't even really know what else I can say. At 5 years old, I encountered, spoke to, and physically touched the Sandown Clown. At the time of the event, I was 4 or 5 years old and the sun was beginning to descend, so late afternoon at best. My memory of what happened sticks out because it would shape the things I would draw as I grew older. I was sitting on a large boulder in my grandparents' backyard. It had been dug out some time before me to make way for a large decorative fish pond that by my time was rarely used except to entertain me. My grandfather had just gone inside, and I knew enough to not go swimming in the gross water. It was at this moment I heard a noise to my right and turned around. To the right of my grandparents' home was the neighbor's massive field. I can't remember what crop they grew, but the tall grass at the time probably means it had not been used in a while. Standing in the grass was a figure, with a scarecrow pose, arms out, straight body. His hat was cone-shaped, his face features wooden. He had a jack-o'-lantern face with an empty nose hole, but he still looked alive. But when he talked, his mouth did not move. I could hear him in my head, like telepathy. He gave off major clown vibes, which I was comfortable with, as both my parents did charity events as clowns. I would say he was roughly 6 to 7 feet tall, with wide shoulders. He wore scarecrow clothes, with patches of bright colors over pale brown and black, but what he said to me was what you re-sparked in my memory, and left me with the distinct knowledge that not only was I not the only one anymore to have seen him, but that a vivid experience could have been something more sinister. He waved a wooden hand, and I heard a voice say, "Hello, Sam. We are all colors." I remember distinctly that he asked it as a question, and I responded with, "My name is Luke, not Sam." I wasn't scared. I felt calm and relaxed until the end of the encounter. He pointed at himself and did a short bow, then reached out into the field next to him and opened the door. The door had not been there before and was not attached to anything. I could see inside the gap of the door, and the room inside was green, with wooden chairs. He motioned for me to come with him. I remember getting up off the boulder, walking with him through the door, and being enveloped by bright red and green Christmas lights. They were as bright as the sun, and I had to close my eyes to keep from going blind, or so I thought. I woke up, laying on my grandparents' couch. It was dark outside, and my parents rushed in when I called out to them. They had found me half an hour before, asleep in the middle of the field, having called for me and not hearing me answer when things got dark. It was last year, when I first started hearing about the Sam the Sandown Clown encounter, and I remember how similar it was to my own encounter. I honestly believe they were either the same, or slightly different entity as my own encounter. As it's been months since the encounter, I've been able to deal better with the newer information connected to my experience. Sam did not try any tricks with me, like with the children from the Isle of Man. Sam's voice wasn't vocal, if that makes sense. It was like an echo hitting off of something and hearing that inside of my head rather than through my ears. Thinking it over, I believe the full sentence was, "Hello, Sam. We are all colors. Skip the starlight." The inside of the green room has come up again in my mind. I've tried remembering other details, and when I sat down and tried to nail down anything else about it, I distinctly recall that there were 2 empty wooden chairs and 2 occupied chairs further back. The door was see-through. I never saw a doorknob. I could not make out details about the other people sitting in the chairs, but they had the same outline as well. Sam. The hat, the head shape, long arms and legs, but the details are just a void. Like when someone's face gets blurred to protect their identity. I thought I would share my experience here, finally, as I feel much better about it than initially. So I tried to post yesterday, but I got a weird error message, and it deleted what I wrote. Guess I will try again. Here is a collection of weird events that have happened in my house. Be a little kid, religious family, move into new house, decide one night to talk to God, keep hearing these weird knocks throughout the night, say stuff like 1 knock for no and 2 for yes, get responses, still live in same house, haven't heard that knocking in years, mom and sister talking in sister's room, the door handle violently turns on its own, me and my father are nowhere close by. Mom says she is creeped out by weird things happening in my sister's room. Does some weird ritual to ward off spirits. Throughout me living here, I see hallucinations of figures. Most of them disappear when I look at them. See orange glowing figure in corner of room. Disappears. See black figure in corner of room. Waits for a moment, then disappears. One night, see a red devil looking figure, although about 1 to 2 feet in estimated height. He does the classic crawl all over the walls and ceiling routine. Disappears behind some furniture. Mom bursts through the door. Says she felt worried and wanted to check on me. Had my backpack sitting on a chest. At the time, it had to have been 20 pounds or more. Laying in bed when the backpack comes flying off of the chest and onto the floor. Outside one night. Have a couple of sheds by the house with a fence covering the side from the front. Hear banging from the side of the house, so I walk over. Gate doors cracked open. Push it a little farther. Shed doors also cracked open. Suddenly swings open. Nobody pushed it. Run back inside and don't tell anyone what happened. Have a tendency to see the same dark figure from the earlier story around my house, but he always disappears before I can get a good look at him. Apparently, the previous owner died in the house. Have a ritual of praying for protection and sleeping next to a Bible every night now. Haven't seen the dark man recently. As I was thinking about it, I started to remember more, as well as a different kind of paranormal story. My father had some weird experiences too. One day he even told me he was sure our house was haunted, but would not tell me why. He did however tell me he would get these feelings of utter terror out of nowhere, where he would suddenly be freezing cold out of nowhere. My dad was no pussy though. I'd never seen him scared in my life, and he was a non-vet, so he handled himself pretty well. More details on the figures. The shadow man is definitely masculine, and the only one I've seen multiple times. The orange figure, however, was most definitely feminine, as I could make out the face, hair, and clothing, unlike the shadow man, who seems almost featureless. As for the other part, be younger me, be in Boy Scouts, camping in some rural park one weekend. It's about evening. I am sitting in a hammock talking to one of the younger scouts about something. The forest is nothing but really tall pines and smaller trees. Spot something above the pines. A glowing green disc flying pretty far above the trees. I would say I'm fairly good at estimating distance, and it looked to be roughly 100 feet high. Try to get this little idiot to turn around and look at it, but he keeps talking, and it disappears behind the trees. It almost seemed to be floating at a constant speed on a straight path. I don't think it was a frisbee because of how high it was, and how it was flying straight like that. Before you say drones, this was before they were so common, and the thing was definitely shaped like a disc. Not coming to any quick conclusions on what I saw, but I am curious to know if anyone has an explanation for what it was. Work overnight security at an industrial complex. We are in a rural area. Sit in my security shed most of the time with a few patrols. Happens randomly, but groups of birds, 10 to 30 mostly, but had a time when there was over 75, would follow me around on patrol. I would get out of my shed, and they would be on the roof of a nearby building. They'd just stare at me. They don't caw or whatever you call birds barking. After I move far enough away, they fly to a closer building and stare again. Rinse and repeat. Also have the occasional woman-sounding screams. but have been told it's probably just a fox or a mountain lion. I have a few more unexplained stories I will post later. I forgot to mention, but my employer said, while they won't provide me one, they will allow me to carry a firearm at work. I'm not a lawyer or security expert, but I think that's pretty rare since employers don't want the liability risk of their security guard shooting someone or themselves by accident. I did not carry a gun with me to work until this happened one night. In my security shed, cameras are all clear. Time for my patrol. Nothing out of the ordinary. Head back to my shed. Can see from a distance the lights are off. Huh? Couldn't have lost power since the lights on the paths and other buildings are still on. Walk towards my shed. Do a 360 of it at a distance. No tracks or anything. Go in. The light switch is clearly turned off. Flip it. Lights back on. Weird. Time for another patrol. Lock the shed door this time. Everything is fine. Go back to my shed. Lights are out again. Okay, now someone is fucking with me. Door is still locked. Unlock it. Light switch is flipped off. Turn it back on. Only another security guard or high-level employee would have a key to my shed. Get on radio. Whoever is here, stop messing with me. No reply. Shed windows have rolled-down shutters. That's another story. Creeped, so shut them. Decide no more patrols for that night. About 4 a.m. Notice on one of the cameras that the light goes out on a storage shed. Shed is the furthest one away, right by the tree line. Fuck it. Wait till 6 a.m. when people start trickling in. Get another employee to go with me. The shed has big 15-foot doors, and they are open enough for someone to walk through. They are not locked, but it takes effort to open them, so it has to be deliberate. Nothing is missing. Start bringing a gun with me after that. Here is one last short one before I have to head out for a while. I did not experience it. It's just what I have been told by another employee. Security guard freaks out and leaves in the middle of his night shift. Doesn't even come back to get his stuff or paycheck. Another night guard quits, but explains what happens. He's in the security shed at night. Hears something outside. Nothing on cameras, but there is a blind spot on one side of the security shed. He opens the blinds to the window and sees a face staring right at him. Closes the blinds, curls up, and calls for backup. Another guard arrives and sees nothing. He tells the boss, who says it was just his reflection in the window. Guard goes back to work. Everything is normal for a few weeks. Then same thing happens another night. This time, he turns the lights off in the shed before opening the blinds. A face staring right at him. That is enough and he quits. When I was 23 years old, I had to make a cross-country move from Kentucky to Oregon. My girlfriend at the time lived in Eugene and had lined up a couple of job interviews for me. 2 phone interviews had already gone well, so I felt optimistic about the change. The only real catch, I had to drive the whole way alone. I owned a small pickup, just enough to cram in everything I was taking. I sold the rest or donated it to make a little extra money. I knew I would need to stop a few times, maybe even sleep once or twice, but I had planned for that. The bench seat in my truck doubled as a bed. It wasn't ideal, but it beat shelling out for a hotel. The part that still sticks with me happened as I was cutting through western Kansas. It was late, about 1 a.m., and I was already well past my usual bedtime. As anyone who has driven through Kansas can tell you, it's a whole lot of flat nothing, with nothing on the horizon and fatigue setting in hard. I decided to pull over. The highway was deserted. I had not seen a car in hours, and on both sides were endless rows of cornfields. It felt safer to park and sleep than risk drifting off behind the wheel. I edged the truck onto the grass shoulder, cracked the windows, and texted my girlfriend that I would be stopping for the night. It was early August, warm, with a slight breeze. No streetlights, just the stars above and the ambient hum of insects. I lay back against my pillow and started to drift. I was right on the edge of sleep when I heard something, soft, irregular footsteps in the field beside the truck. I opened my eyes, still groggy, and listened. It didn't sound like the wind or a deer. Something about the rhythm was off. A pause, a dragging noise, then another step, and then a groan. It wasn't human, but it wasn't quite animal either. It sounded strained, almost pained. My gut told me to stay in the truck, but curiosity got the better of me. Maybe someone really was hurt. I sat up, grabbed the flashlight from the glove box to save my phone battery, and stepped outside. Scanning the cornfield, I caught sight of movement, stalks swaying in a spot off to the right. I had never walked through a cornfield before, and I did not realize how dense they were. The stalks resisted me, the dry leaves slapping against my arms and catching on my shirt. I almost gave up, but then I found a patch where something or someone had pushed their way through. I followed the broken trail deeper, flashlight pointed low. That is when the sounds changed. I heard a wet, crunching noise, like chewing but louder, messier, sloppy. I felt my stomach tighten. The trail widened ahead, and that is when I saw it. A large, hunched figure loomed over what looked like the body of a deer or some other animal. Its shoulders were broad, its movements twitchy and uneven, almost mechanical. It was too big to be a coyote, too malformed for a deer, and it didn't move like either. Then it stood up. What I saw did not make any sense. Its legs were too thin for its body, with strange double joints that made it bow-legged. It towered, yet looked almost collapsed in on itself. I froze. It reached down with long, gnarled fingers and gripped a limb from the carcass, then ripped it free. I heard the wet pop of joints separating and the tearing of muscle. It raised the bloody piece to its face and began gnawing. That's when I gagged, loudly. It stopped. I will never forget how it turned to look at me, slow and deliberate, like it knew I was there the whole time and had finally decided to acknowledge it. I lifted my flashlight and aimed it straight at its face. Its snout was long, somewhere between a dog's and a bear's, but the skin was patchy and raw, with tufts of fur hanging off. The eyes, they were pure black, no reflection, no whites, just pits. Something primal kicked in. I ran. I tore through the corn, getting sliced by stalks, tripping on roots, gasping for air. I was moving too fast to care where I was going. I did not even realize I had passed my truck until the corn opened up again, and I saw it behind me. I doubled back, leapt into the cab, slammed the door, locked it, and turned the key. The engine roared to life. I peeled out, back onto the road, and did not stop until I reached a town nearly 70 miles west. I pulled into the first gas station I saw, and just sat there in the parking lot, hands trembling on the wheel, trying to convince myself I was awake. I was a grown man, but I have never felt fear like that. Something about that thing was wrong in a way that's hard to explain. It wasn't just that it didn't belong in a cornfield, it did not belong anywhere. I kept thinking about how isolated I was. No one knew exactly where I had stopped. If that thing decided to come after me, there would have been no one to find me. No one would even know where to look. When I told my girlfriend the next day, she was shaken. We tried to rationalize it, but nothing we came up with fit. I did end up stopping once more to sleep on the way, this time in a brightly lit Walmart parking lot in Utah. No more remote cornfields, no more silence. Now that I'm settled in Oregon, I have already made one decision. If I ever go back east, I'm flying. I will take TSA lines and overpriced tickets over Kansas at night any day of the week. I have got a pretty good story. I went on a canoeing/camping trip with 5 friends, freshman year of college. We got separated over the course of 4 days until each of us was completely alone, except for 2 guys who managed to stick together. In the end, we all met back up at the endpoint of our trip. It was a fucking nightmare, and I was sure somebody was not going to make it out without a rescue. I will greentext it in a couple of minutes once I get in bed, in case anyone is interested in what happened. Here, this is what happened. Myself and 5 friends from university decided to go on a camping trip the week after we were done with school. Go out to the remote PA wilds with 3 canoes. Plan is to start at Point A, travel along river, camp out each night, unless we decide to spend more than 1 night at a certain spot, and then end up at Point B in 4 days. Then stash the canoes and hike to Point C to get to the car and drive back to Point B to pick up the canoes. Anon and myself are both moderately experienced and plan everything out. Everyone else has pretty decent experience, except for one guy who has not been out like this in his whole entire life. First day on the river, one canoe, 2 guys, gets behind us considerably and disappears. Get into our spot at the tributary of the main river. It is almost dark, and still no sign of the other guys. We had 3 walkie-talkies between us, 1 in each canoe, in case we got split up. Remember this, and turn one of the damn things on. Experienced Anon and first time Anon are on, and just starting to panic when we finally remembered the radios and responded. Turns out, they took a wrong turn and ended up in a different tributary. They are basically over a very small mountain from us, and it is too late in the day to meet back up. We say fuck it, and that we will meet up in the morning. We will just wait for them here in the next tributary. Turn off radios so that we don't waste any battery unnecessarily. Most of our tent and tarp supplies were in the missing canoe, so we decided we were sleeping under the stars. Being that we were fucking stupid kids, we brought as much booze and weed as we could buy. Despite the mix-up that day, we decided to still get trashed before we go to sleep. Start smoking once we get a fire going. At about 9 PM, hippie friend breaks out some datura. Hippie friend and I both decide to trip because why the fuck not? We are stupid after all. Other 2 friends decide to babysit, but they both get belligerently drunk in the meantime. One drunk friend passes the fuck out at about 11 AM. Drunk friend number 2 just chills and plays guitar, while hippie friend and I freak the fuck out because we did shrooms for the first time on a fucking camping trip in the deep wilderness. I never claimed to be a smart man. I don't know what the fuck I ended up doing for the rest of the night, but according to drunk guitar friend, I spent 30 minutes fiddling with my sleeping bag, and then laid on top of it, and then just looked around for the remainder of the night. I just remember being very, very scared. Drunk friend number 1, who passed out first, wakes me up violently early in the morning. Drunk guitar friend and hippie friend are gone. Not sure how to go about telling this because none of it came together until afterwards when we all met up. So I will just skip their experiences and I will tell you what happened to us. Later, we found out that hippie friend had to shit at some point in the night and started walking off without telling anyone, still tripping balls. Guitar friend woke up to see that hippie friend was gone, but we could hear him cracking branches up the hill. Guitar friend tries to tell us that he is going, but we are both passed the fuck out. He goes off to find hippie friend, but is never able to figure out where the sound is coming from, and hippie friend won't respond to him yelling either because he is either too scared or because he is deep in zombie mode. Hippie guy and guitar guy both managed to get lost, separately and fall asleep, lying on the fucking ground. So, back to Anon and I. We don't know what the fuck happened to either of them, and they left their radio and all of their supplies. Anon and myself start to seriously freak the fuck out. We get on our radio and see if we can get a hold of the other canoe that was supposed to come into our camp that morning. We can't get anything on the walkie-talkie except weird static and muffled voices that might be them. Really start to panic. There was bad early morning fog. You could not see 50 yards in the woods. On the river it's way worse. Anon and I talk and figure that the third canoe guys probably went by and missed our inlet because of the fog and ended up getting out of radio range before they knew it. We go looking for guitar and hippie friend, but they are nowhere nearby. The fog is making it impossible to find anything, and we are afraid of getting lost ourselves. We go back to camp, and our shit has been fucked up, presumably by a bear. Everything that had food inside of it is fucking trashed, and my hatchet is missing, even though I was 100% sure it was there when we woke up. This is especially weird, because bears never fuck with your shit during daylight. At this point, we are not only freaking out about our missing friends, we are starting to get creeped out by the circumstances. Wake up next morning after shitstorm of a night. Fog's still thick. Can't see anything past 30 yards. Hippie friend and guitar friend are still missing. Food is gone. Bear or something ransacked our packs. Still can't find my hatchet, even though I know where I left it. Anon and I are cold, hungry, anxious, and trying not to freak out. We keep calling on the walkie for the other guys or the missing friends. Just more garbled static and what sounds like voices, but no clear words. Start to wonder if it is just radio interference or our own minds playing tricks on us. Eventually, we decide that we have no choice but to move on downriver, pack what little we have left, and load up the canoe. Neither of us really says it, but we are both thinking we might never see the others ever again. River is dead silent, fog hugging the surface like it's alive. Every once in a while, we swear we hear something splashing behind us, but nothing is there. Midday comes. Fog finally starts burning off. Hear the faint buzz of a walkie. Then an actual voice comes through. Hello? Please. Recognize the voice. It's guitar friend. He is whispering. Sounds scared out of his mind. He keeps asking where he is. Tell him we're on the river and need a landmark. He just keeps repeating, don't follow the lights. Static takes over again. Total silence. Anon and I look at each other, both too freaked to say anything at all. No more contact all day. Decide to set up camp early before it gets dark. No tent, just a fire and a tarp between trees. That night is cold and dead quiet. Neither of us sleep. Anon swears he saw someone standing on the opposite bank just for a second, but it could have been shadows or fog or nothing. Next morning, we keep going. Eventually, we see the other canoe pulled up at the agreed upon checkpoint. The two guys are there. Look like they've been through hell too. They start shouting and running over when they see us. Apparently, they got completely lost in the fog and ended up spending a night stranded on an island downriver. They thought we were the missing ones. Nobody has seen guitar friend or hippie guy. We explain everything. Radio static, the voice, the fog, the food, the missing hatchet. They say their walkie never picked up anything at all. At this point, we are all kind of at a loss, but we stick to the plan and hike to the car. On the hike, we finally get cell service and call for help. Rescue team starts searching immediately, with our coordinates and rough area. Takes them 2 days, but they find hippie guy. He is about 7 miles off course, dehydrated, scraped up, and missing a shoe. Completely out of it. Does not remember most of what happened. Says he kept following someone through the trees who he thought was guitar friend, but every time he got close, they would disappear into the fog. Search for guitar guy goes on for another week. Nothing. No trail, no gear, no body, no signal. Local ranger tells us flatly, it is not uncommon for people to just vanish in those woods. They call it getting turned around. Sometimes it's hypothermia, sometimes it's wildlife, sometimes just the forest. Weeks later, after we are all back home, I find my hatchet. It is in the trunk of the car, under a pile of unused gear. I never put it there. None of us did. We don't talk about that trip anymore. Group never really stayed friends after that. Hippie guy moved out of state. I don't blame him. Alright, first of all, I am Dutch, and here is my story, so I'm sorry about any grammar and spelling errors. Be me, a Dutch guy, 25 years old. Used to race cars, and had to race at Circuit Assen. As my mom is a photographer and wanted to make photos of me racing, we decided to stay at a holiday park / campsite in a small town called Wateren, as we live on the other side of the country. So, we packed and went to Wateren. Me, my mom, and our dog. First thing we did when we got there was take a walk through Drents Friese Wold. This is a forest. During this time, it had snowed prior, and the snow had melted and then frozen again, so it was a bit watery / icy. As we went deeper into the woods, I remember making a remark about animal tracks, deer tracks to be exact. But these tracks were bigger than the ones I usually found in the dunes near the coastal town I lived. Anyway, I thought nothing of it, and although never seeing a deer, I never stood still. It might be something else, simply because no one ever mentioned cryptids or mythical beings in the Netherlands. We Dutch are too down to earth for these kinds of things, I think. Boy, was I wrong. I went to sleep early that night, as I had a race coming up the next day. But I woke up at around 12:45 in the morning to a weird faint sound far off in the distance. I cannot really describe it other than hyena-like but different. It sounded like a book call being interrupted. The interruption made it sound like a hyena's laugh. Definitely weird, but I fell asleep again. So, the race went crap, and I ended up 12 of 24 participants. We went home, and I went in the woods with Dog. Usually, Dog likes to walk, but this time, she wanted to go back. I figured she just missed my mom, and this being a new surrounding, and with all of the cold, frozen snow on her feet, she was not in the mood for a walk. So, we head back to our house. We went off the trail and had a good 30-minute walk ahead of us when I noticed a foul smell. Smelled like someone who exercised without showering afterwards, but instead smearing himself with mud. Smelled really earth-like or nature-like, but fouler, like rotting plant matter in a stagnant pond. Again, I thought it actually was a pond or puddle, so paid no attention to it. Almost immediately after smelling it, it started snowing. Made it hard to see more than 50 meters. Dog starts pulling on the leash more and more, so I look back. I can just see the outline of buck antlers. Scared that it might attack, I start walking faster. Dog gets even more scared and starts panting and pulling on the leash more. When we get to the entrance of the park where we were staying, I look back. I can still see an outline of the antlers if I squint my eyes and do my best to focus. Think nothing of it, and tell myself it was a deer that I have heard last night, so I decided fuck it, I am going to go look for that deer. Maybe it's hurt, and has a noose or something around its neck that started to get infected. Might explain the cackling and the smell, or so I thought. Brought my spider cone knife to cut it off if that was the case. Told Mom I was going for a jog, and head out in the woods in the direction of the sound I heard. After walking in a snowy landscape, only illuminated by the moon, I noticed the smell again. I tried to be quiet, but the freshly fallen snow made it hard to cover the sound of my footsteps. Made my way to some bushes, and I see the deer in the distance. It was looking at me without moving, with black eyes and a dead stare. I noticed something is off. The sides of his face, his cheeks looked like they had been ripped open to where the jaw is connected. He is drooling dark messy shit. It is a living thing, as I see his breath in this cold weather. Suddenly, it raises his head in the air and starts a cackling laughter. Before I know what is going on, this thing starts moving towards my direction. I don't hesitate for a moment and start booking it. Now, while running, I hear its footsteps in the snow besides my own. At this point, I am shitting my pants. While running, I notice something in the corner of my eye, so I look. This thing is running beside me. I got a closer look now. Its antlers are big, bigger than any deer's I have seen. They also have leaves growing on them or stuck to it. The head is that of a deer, but like I said, its cheeks are ripped open. The head has the shape of a deer skull, but with a thin layer of skin on it. I also notice its front legs resemble hands. Not human-like hands, but as if a bone was broken and sticking out of the skin. I could not see the other fingers. Front legs were also muscular. I finally make it to the entrance of the park somehow. It was easy to find, as it was the only light in the darkness. When I cross the barrier, I look back and see the fucker stand up on its hind legs all of a sudden. It cackles one last time while walking a short distance on its hind legs. It walks like a toddler with a hunchback who just shit his pants. It walks a short distance before dropping on all fours and running away. I went to our house. My mom told me she heard something. I reassured her it was nothing and went to bed. I did not sleep that night. Went home the day after. Never told anyone because the Dutch are dense-minded dumb fucks who don't believe anything, so I kept my mouth shut. I was about 7 years old, my brother about 10. It was well past our bedtime when our mom woke up off the couch to put us to bed. Our dad worked construction out of town back then, so it was often just us three at the house for weeks at a time. Up the stairs, and to the immediate right, was our parents' bedroom. Going left put you in the middle of a hallway. Taking another left down that hallway led to my brother's room. The opposite end was my room, which was also across the hall from our upstairs bathroom. At either end of the hallway are windowed doors we always kept locked and rarely used. The door on my end led to a balcony overlooking our front yard, and the door on my brother's end opened to our back porch. The house kinda leans into a small hill. My brother and mom both had a habit of waking up in the middle of the night to use the bathroom. I only knew this because I was always a light sleeper, and they just could not help flushing with the door wide open. This night, however, my brother stopped on his way to his room and came back towards the bathroom. I am gonna try to pee before I go to bed. The past few nights I've been too afraid to walk to the bathroom. I keep seeing a man wearing stripes at the end of the hallway. I don't know if my mom wrote it off as my brother telling ghost stories to try to scare me, or if she was already half asleep and did not catch it, but she did not react at all to my brother's confession. I, on the other hand, was terrified by it. The fear of seeing a ghost like that at the end of the hallway or through the windows is the reason I started running from the stairs to my bedroom at night. Years later, when I was about 18, my mom and I were having a conversation in her car about a dog we had for a very short time when I was little. We were sharing stories about Max's tendency towards destroying my shoes and other unruly behaviors when my mom blurted out, "Do you remember that time I opened the front door for the cops and Max ran inside to the kitchen and started tearing open that big bag of dog food we had?" This really caught me by surprise, because in all the years I lived in that house, we never once called the cops. Gun owner family in a quiet, rural, WV neighborhood, etc. I asked her what she was talking about, and she looked equally as surprised as if she had just revealed something by accident. "Oh, that's right. I never told you because you were too young at the time. One night, I woke up hearing noises outside my window, and when I looked, I saw a man staring into my bathroom." She went on to describe how turning on the lights caused him to take off running, and how she grabbed my dad's pistol before calling the cops. I can't remember all the details I gave them when they showed up. Tall white male, wearing a striped shirt and jeans, short black hair, something like that. They said it matched the description of a man they were looking for in the area. It turns out, he had escaped from jail on a murder charge. Now, I know it sounds so obvious hearing those two stories back to back, but it wasn't until a few years ago, in my mid-20s, that I pieced together that my brother had unknowingly warned us about a murderer who spent multiple nights casing our home. Ah hell, I guess I will go ahead and share. The first one I put more stake in simply because I could not really explain it. Have a wonderful home life and family my entire childhood, including grandparents that spoiled me and my brother absolutely rotten. Almost every single year since birth, they would take us to the same campground in Grandpa's RV for vacation during the summer. Some of the happiest times of my life, genuinely. Getting teary typing this. Last time we ever went, me, my brother, both grandparents, was summer of 2015, and I somehow knew the day we left the campground in 2015 that it would be. I remember walking out to ask Grandpa if he needed help unhooking the sewage and electrical, getting the car on the trailer, that type of thing. as I watched him bent over, fooling with the trailer hitch. This bizarre feeling just completely overcame me. It was like some bittersweet contentment that was nostalgic, sad, and thankful all at once. "This will be the last time you all come here," popped into my head, as if someone spoke it to me. Whatever weird feeling this was, lasted 10 to 20 seconds. Almost felt like I was high or something. The sunlight looked brighter, and I just had this floaty feeling about me. The feeling passes, and my grandpa did not need my help, so I go back inside and resume playing the DS port of Chrono Trigger, and we go on our way that day. Fast forward life. Brother moved out and went to college that fall. We'll go on to only visit a couple times a year from then on to this day. I entered a super toxic relationship that December and started grad school in January, so there went my free time as well. No longer in relationship, don't worry. Grandpa developed health problems in 2017-ish and eventually passed away in 2019. Family has not been the same since. 2015 was indeed the last summer vacation with Mama and Papa, and I somehow knew that ahead of time. Next one is spoopy, but could be explained by an animal probably. 2012/2013-ish, still living at home with my parents. Live in a very rural, unincorporated county in West Virginia. So rural, we don't have any traffic lights and the nearest Walmart is over an hour away. Always heard stories of devil dogs and werewolf-esque bullshit about our community. None of which I particularly believed, but it is a fun thought for a hole-in-the-wall community with nothing exciting going on. I am outside one night, feeding the dog. Quick geography time. Parents' house is up on a hill about 80 yards away from the main road. Behind the house is a sheer wooded mountain. That is where I was feeding the dog. That said, I could not see anywhere in front of the house as I was behind it. Hear what I can describe as a mix between an owl and a dog down by the main road. Huh, cool animal. Hear the same sound again, but somewhat closer. Huh, cool animal. Hear it again, and this time it is very clearly somewhere in the yard. Animal? I hear it one last time, and it is literally just on the other side of the house. Take dog and nope inside. Don't tell anyone, because Dad probably would have just called me a little bitch for being scared of owls. It probably was just an owl or some shit, but I have heard them before, and this was not it. It also cleared an outrageous distance within 5 to 7 seconds, all the while screeching like a weirdo. So, I don't know. Likely perfectly explainable by some local fauna, but it is honestly the only remotely spoopy thing I've ever had happen to me. Be me, helping my old man, trucker, with a load of sod that night. Heading out from Vegas around midnight to Green Valley Sod near State Line to pick up sod. Stop on Winding Road near State Line. Fuck, gotta piss. Hop out. Walk a ways behind flatbed. Piss. Feels good, man. See something out of the corner of my eye. Try to look, but keep wanting to avert my eyes. Keep looking. Feel slightly nauseous. Turn around. Truck is gone. What the fuck, man? Weirded out, because I know my old man would not have just left me on the road like that. Start walking around, in the general direction of where the truck was. Still nauseous, getting worse. Walk about a mile, really creeped out. Nausea getting worse the further I go. Dizzy as fuck now too. Finally pass out. Wake up. It's nearly dawn. I'm in an ambulance. What the fuck happened? Apparently, my old man went to check on me when I did not come back. Could not find me, so he called the police. My face when they found me, passed out, half a mile ahead of the truck. 6 years later, after I served in the Navy, some friends of mine were fucking around on Vermont Street. There is an old woman with some hokey looking wagon that does tarot readings and shit. So, being a few pints of moose drool in and a WMD each, we decided to have some fun with the woman and get some readings done. She gets to me, and third card in, tells me I had some encounter with the Fae in the past. So now, I am curious and ask her to explain. 20 minutes later, I am enraptured, asking about how a person would know when they are around and shit. Tells me I had accidentally stumbled into the world, and apparently they decided to push me out and that I was lucky. Creepy as shit. The woman was almost dead on, without me telling her anything about that night. I have got a ghost story that I have yet to tell on here. Be me, 19 years old, semester at university ended. During the semester, Mom finds a new place to move with brother, sister, and her husband, one city over. Decent place, much better than a double wide she had. There was a nasty basement with 2 rooms. Left one as a hangout den where they would get high. Right is a closet, and along the wall was a laundry area. One corner has a cement stairway. The whole area was like 10 feet by 20 feet. Mom, still being a shitty parent, lets me stay under the stairway with an air mattress like I'm fucking Harry Potter. Fuck you, mother. There is a reason I still don't talk to you. Later that evening, I am browsing a spooky 4chan thread. Go to bed with that paranormal feeling of looking at disturbed stories at 2 a.m. I'm dreaming, but I am in this basement. Walls have a bit of a pulse. Feels like I took mushrooms. I hear a creaking upstairs, and a little girl with a ponytail walks in front of me, goes into the den room. She says, "Find me," then she falls through the floor. I wake up, confused as fuck, unsettled, but I manage to go back to sleep. The next day, I go and check out the room, and underneath the rug is a huge 5-foot diameter spot that has been sealed up by concrete. She only lived there for 8 months. I went to stay at grandmother's after a couple weeks, and nothing else spooky happened with my brother and sister. But when my grandmother came to pick me up, she did say she felt uneasy about that house. She never walked inside the place ever. Well, I guess there's a fucking corpse in the basement. I'm an old guy. This happened in 1989, when I was just a kid. One of the last days before winter break. School lets out. It begins to snow. It never snows here, Texas. Everyone is excited. Me and a bunch of other kids usually walk home together. We take a shortcut through a field. None of us has ever seen snow in real life. We are all walking with our heads tilted back, catching snowflakes on our tongues, laughing. Then one of us yells out, "Hey." We all look at him, and he says, "Someone just grabbed me." We laugh at him. There is nobody around but us. What's he even talking about? Keep going, still catching snowflakes on our tongues. Laughing again, but the same kid makes a panic sound. Then he takes off running. For some reason, we all take off after him. Not sure about the others, but the panic sound he made me scared. I am nervously running after the kid, but he's fast and way ahead of us now. We hear him yell, "Let me go." There is nobody anywhere near him, but he sounds like he is freaking out. Then I see him trip. He falls really unnaturally, slips over to his right into a bayou that runs through the field. Holy fuck. We all run towards where he fell. He is down at the bottom, not moving. Blood starts pooling all around his head. We all flip out, race home, and tell our parents what happened. The kid did not make it. For years, all I remembered was the sight of this kid falling into the bayou. But later, I remembered how weird he was acting before. Like I said, I'm an old guy, but the way he yelled, "Let go of me," was the most panicked shit I've ever heard to this day. The Ozarks have too many cryptids to get into. Fortunately, they're either benign or intelligent. Majority can be bribed with food and chewing tobacco. Just offer food or tobacco and ask for any seemingly hostile creature's hospitality. You'll be fine. Those aren't cryptids, just rednecks. Around the Ozarks, I would be way more worried about wandering water people though. Wandering water people, please do tell. I'm from near the lake of the Ozarks. People who drink the tap water around here turn a certain way, even if you aren't from here. which is actually a lot of people since some time ago a lakefront property was cheap and there was a big rush to snatch it all. As people spread out over the years, they moved to different parts of the Ozarks, but if they drank the tap water, well, it's kind of like the ghouls that you see that get reported from Africa, but it can happen to literally anyone who drinks the tap water. They shamble around as passive non-people in the cities, but you can ignore them, since everyone in Missouri conceal carries and has a rifle in their car/truck. If they leave town, however, they turn feral. Again, camping is alright, since there are tons of armed people around here. But if you are out hiking or doing anything alone, you are at risk of being attacked. These aren't hicks, rednecks, or hillbillies, nor are they cryptids. Anyways, Missouri experiences every kind of weather once a week, so we're always on the edge of some kind of catastrophe. When that happens, all the water people rush to the stores to buy all the bread and cheap local tap water. They don't walk, they shamble. They don't talk, they mumble. They always refuse to take the right of way, passing everyone on until they are the last to turn. That is how passive these people are, which creates a not so hilarious situation when two water people are at an intersection, trying to battle it out for who can be last to go for a light. Southeast Missouri is prone to flooding, being so close to the Mississippi. Well, at the edge of the Ozarks and rice fields are colonies of water people who, being stupid, build their houses on the floodplain. Every year it floods, and every year they are shocked that their property is destroyed. And then, over time, their colonies deteriorate. We aren't to the point that they are in total ruins, so who knows what will happen when their houses get condemned. They will probably shuffle on to the next town. Nobody here really knows where they get their money, although I suspect it's from cooking meth and robbing people in the woods. And when I say they cook meth, really, non-water people do the hard parts for them, and they just sit around and watch as their house turns into a bomb. I'm not scared of skinwalkers, Elamals, or even the ATF burning my house down, but agitated water people. I ran into a horde once. They form when the supermarkets run out of bread and water during crises. Obviously, being a commando, I have emergency food stored for quite some time. But I went into a grocery store once during a tornado watch not thinking about it, and nearly got mauled by an angry water person. They aren't just the stupid, there are too many of them. These aren't your normal NPCs either, worse than that. This is why Missouri is basically a mandatory conceal carry state. Shit man, do you have any idea what's in the water to cause that? Lead maybe? When you say tap water, I assume you mean city water or bottled water, or is there something wrong with the entire watershed in that region? Also, would you care to share some stories of specific encounters? Because I'm not seeing what separates these people from any other feral displaced urbanites. You should send a bottle of that tap water to be tested by a lab, figure out what's in it. Would the authorities give a damn if you happen to kill some in self-defense? What are the relations between these water people and law enforcement, local government, the rest of the general populace? What I'm getting at here is that they are a lesser extent of zombies. Are you sure it's the water turning these people into ghouls, or is there a possibility that the gene pool there got so fucked up through inbreeding or whatever, or maybe there's a disease that only some people are susceptible to getting? Is there any directory of information on any of this? I'm just so curious, since I have a fascination with zombie-like concepts in real life. So it's probably not inbreeding, unless they've mutated into having breeding and growth cycles of rodents. Alternatively, perhaps all the new blood in the area attracted too much attention from cryptids, and they've all just been replaced. Something in the water. I think I watched or read a pasta or something about a situation similar to yours. A dude either accidentally or intentionally drinking tap water and starts having hallucinations. The water thingy might possibly be linked to some chemical or parasite that mixes with the tap water. My best bet is to map the waterways where the tap water is being sourced from. Bonus points if you found FEMA, CDC, mining, CIA, or some petroleum company doing something irresponsible or shady. Local brands of bottled water are bottled in various cities that produce water people. You either need well water, filtered water, or bottled water from out of state to avoid becoming a water person. Also worth noting is the immediate passiveness goes away if people leave, but generally the lifestyle habits they adopt whilst becoming a water person have a more permanent effect. This spring, when Missouri had all of that flooding, a ton of people showed up at my work looking for emergency relief. I kept tabs on some of the people I suspected were water people. Normally, by now, regular people have their houses prepared for winter. Not the water people. They wanted the standing water out, and that was about it. They were willing to leave the water damage and mold. That is the standard descriptors, like a meth addict. Most are. Stained clothes, poor hygiene, poor form. They are easy to identify. One time, at another job, a water person was stealing from where I worked. It was inane shit like collectible minifigures, some headphones, so I go and monitor this guy while law enforcement is on the way. So, I'm corner peeking the guy with my phone, and the guy rushes me with a knife that he stole and opened, so I get the fuck out, because I was not losing my job over some guy that stole $30 in random small shit. Nor was I getting stabbed and risking my life for it. Apparently, his girlfriend was there playing lookout. They didn't come in together. They shambled around separately, and she never said anything, and he didn't even have a phone. I don't know how they communicated, or even knew I was there. There was this house of them up the hill from me. Their daughter was shambling down a 5-lane road at dusk, flipping people off and being a nuisance, and just past the crest of the hill, a high-profile local banker slammed into her with his truck. Needless to say, she died on impact. The water people got really angry about that, especially after he got let off, considering she was in the roadway over a hill, on a road with a speed limit of 55. I suspect it's something that causes lethargy. I know it sounds like drug addicts. I've lived other places, like Washington and Texas, and they don't have this kind of thing going on. I was talking to a man from Memphis once, and he told me how the people around here are not like the people anywhere else. We have castle laws. If you get attacked, you can kill the other person in reasonable self-defense. Law enforcement is generally non-water people, since you actually have to try to be a cop around here, and they deal with them enough that they have their own ways of identifying them. You don't get in trouble if you defend yourself from water people, but you will if you agitated them. Rich people and middle-class people know that something is wrong with these people, but most haven't traveled enough to realize to the extent how different they are from the people in other places. As far as I can know, there isn't much gathered information on them. Again, they just get confused with your normal meth heads or rednecks. The big thing is that it can happen to foreigners. I wouldn't be surprised if some Native American tribe cursed the land with the shit. The Ozarks are old swampland. Maybe it is parasites in the water. I'll probably research the waterways a bit, see if I can find out more for you guys. Just whatever you do, don't come to Missouri unarmed. Like that would ever happen on K. The Ozarks. Isn't that entire area littered with karst formations? Probably something in those underwater caves that is doing it. I did ask my uncle about water people. He didn't know what I meant, so I showed him this and he said, no idea what that is. Though my friend in Arkansas thinks Missouri, he did say it like this, didn't think to ask why. Water is intentionally irradiated though, so that might explain certain behaviors your friend is noticing. Fucking how and why does he think that? The government uses Missouri to store nuclear waste. It's a shitty place to do that, and friend is a paranoid guy. That said, he's almost always right. Water people are real. What the fuck? I thought they were a legend cooked up by idiots on the internet. I grew up around an old Africa henmerk who said the Congo snake was a baby, and the really big shit is where there is nowhere to land, even if you parachuted in. And there was a big city underground that was mostly sunken and full of snakes, and he said, goddamn fucking spiders the size of a car that you had to use a shotgun on. He said by 76, they got industrial quantities of dangerous insecticide and started defoliating 100 square miles of that shit. He said there were baboons that were 6 feet tall and would eat anything that moved they could catch. He said everywhere he went for work, there were freakish shit he was never told about in school, and he was some old money type of guy who was college educated. He was the one who told me about the spider nests in Congo and Zaire, and then exactly described Benzo Baranzan from D&D, years before any of the books were written. He also said he met an Afriti who was the best dude and most stand-up guy he ever met in his life. He lived alone since his wife died, and had his house covered in shit from Africa and Asia like masks and weapons. The Afriti was terrifying looking from the wall scroll. He said it greatly resembled his brother. He described several kinds of spiders and insects. He fucking hated insects. You got bit, you died. The 9-ball. The ass end was round and had the exact same shade of yellow as a 9-ball, just striped, 4 feet long, and dripped shit that stank like 90W gear oil. The lavender ladies, lavender and mottled grey, could blend into rocks, and if you weren't paying attention, you would miss seeing them move. They bite your shit, and it rotted off. He said when he poked one with his stick that he carried to poke for snakes, it stuck to the needle like hairs. The ones the size of apples that were brown and yellow. A spider that looked like limp vegetables or lichen. Then there was the citrus fruit smelling ones that would hide in rocks and make a smell that would attract large animals. These animals would then get wrapped up and eaten. Poison worms, cockroaches the size of dachshunds, water skimmers a foot tall, and mantises who were 7 feet tall. Had other follower smaller insects, and brought him and his men out of a cave that was full of spiders one night, and cured one of his men of the pox, and a bullet in his hip that could not be removed. He never saw them again, and that was why he left Africa. Any further info? Most fascinating post I've read on 4chan, to be honest with you, and I've been around. Are there large centipedes like in Vietnam? What kind of reptiles are around? Is Michele Mbembe real? He had pictures on slides, tens of thousands of them. When he died in 2000, I was sick as hell, and didn't find out till early 2001. He had things he called vile birds that had intelligence and evil malicious eyes. They hunted in groups. That had to be during the late 60s. It looked ridiculous, like some shit from a yokai painting with big googly eyes. He said they were inedible. I had no idea on if the insects were the same as Vietnam. I'm in my 40s, and grew up hearing old man Eric bitch and moan about Africa and Central Asia. I've seen quite a few slides, and half the shit looks like something out of a nightmare, and the other half almost comical. He said fae are real as the stories his nanny told him. He said he just wanted to die in his own bed and not be eaten by some shit out of a nightmare. He refused to open his windows and had my dad help him put one of those fans in that they have in stores to keep flies and bugs out over all his exterior doors. He hid steel security bars on the windows and doors. Man had legit intelligence enemies though. There was this story about a big worm or slug that poured shit out of its ass everywhere that wasn't a snake. He also said big snakes that can and do eat men like they are cattle are a dime a dozen in Africa, and his stories about African wild men, those stories were gross and fucked up. He said they hinged their jaws, almost dislocating it to eat babies head first and chickens. It would assault animals too. They put out a staking goat and broke its leg, and within 5 minutes, it came crashing out of the bush with a great big boner and a grin. He shot all these things and took photos, and no one believed him when they saw the slides. I have PTSD from his slides and the old films he had. His daughter was wretched and stripped the house bare and sold it all, tore out him and his wife's beautiful garden that I slaved away working on. Be me. Be in college in Baltimore, MD. Be commuter student. Driving to campus to spend the night at a friend's. 8 p.m. Takes about 30 minutes to get to campus. Seen missing. End up putting a ticket into BWI airport kiosk to enter the airport. Enter airport parking lot. Question why I'm there and what am I doing? Did I take a wrong turn? Wait, why did I take a ticket? Look at clock. It's 11:45 p.m. Look at phone. 11:45 p.m. 5 missed calls. Panic attack. Why was I at the airport? Why did I put a ticket in the machine? Where was I going? I have never been so scared in my whole life. I totally lost 3 hours of time with no explanation at all. I have had something slightly similar to this. Be parked on the side of the road in a bush. No phone signal. Having a nap for 20 minutes because it's about 11 p.m. and we have been driving for 6 hours. Youngest sister doesn't sleep, just reads with her phone light. Wake up after those 20 minutes due to alarms we set, and then drive the last hour home. Suddenly get signal on my phone, 3 missed calls. Relative watching the house says, "Holy shit, we're late." They were worried we'd had an accident or something like that. Huh? Locks at home are 4 hours ahead of what was in the car and on our phones. Somehow, we had slept for 4 hours and not 20 minutes, and our car clock plus mobiles had stopped during that time. None of us could explain it. Times you almost got murdered. Times you almost were legitimately murdered. I've got one that's not paranormal, but the idea of it is still scary. Be in high school on the wrestling team. Team is traveling from NY to MA to participate in some tournament hosted by another school. Stay at some crappy motel in bumfuck coastal town. Don't know what the town is called, but it was small and along the water with a lot of fishing boats. My friends and I sneak out around midnight to go and smoke. Go to some business that is right next to the motel. Don't know what business it was, but it had a bench right out front that we sat on. Sit there smoking for about 30 minutes before we realize how weird the place that we were smoking is. All over the outside walls are signs like, "We don't call 911," with a picture of a gun. There is actually like 60 or so signs similar to that all over the front of the place. The bench we were sitting on is outside. There are no fences keeping people out, and we were practically on the sidewalk, so we think it's fine. Later on, a truck pulls into the front of the store. It's a huge custom truck. It's raised, has blacked out windows, etc. Decide it must be the owner, so we get up to leave. We step off the property and walk to the hotel when all of a sudden, immensely bright lights are ignited behind us, casting our shadows along in front of us. We turn around. The truck turned its high beams on. It has several massive floodlights attached to it that are blinding. Then the driver starts revving his engine. We get scared and start sprinting towards the motel. The car chases us. He cuts off our way to the entrance of the motel and continues to chase us. Me and my friend run into the parking lot, and my other friend does a Dark Souls roll out of the way to avoid being hit. He literally avoided the truck by half a foot. The guy is actually trying to kill us. Chases us for about 5 minutes. I tell my friend to lay flat and hide under the cars. We do this, but we are cut off from our other friend and don't know where he is. I tell my friend to follow me. We army crawl under the cars, using them as cover as the truck circles the parking lot. Whenever he gets close, we stop moving and stay still under the car, so he won't see us between the gaps of the cars. Eventually we make it to the end of the row of cars. We are about 30 feet from the entrance to the motel. We decided to wait for the car to be on the opposite end of the parking lot and then make a run for it. As soon as we got up, the truck turned around and went full speed toward us. We barely managed to make it safely inside. Now the truck is circling the motel. A staff member is inside. Looks literally like he's only 18 or something. Our other friend is with him, saying he managed to make it inside about 10 minutes ago. Tell the front desk guy what happened. Guy said he'll call the cops, but I don't think he did because they never showed up. We go to our room, kinda in shock about what just happened. We close the blinds and peek out of the window. The fucking truck is still circling around the motel. Worried we would have to tell the school staff about sneaking out to smoke in order to get help. After a while, the truck stops. The door opens. A man literally like 5'2" climbs down from the truck. He has a bottle of liquor in his hand that he is drinking. The bottle is more than half empty by that point. Next day, we tell other classmates, but not the teacher. We leave around 6 a.m. on the bus, pass by the business. Looks like a mechanic shop. Truck is in the driveway. So yeah, some manlet tried to kill me with his giant truck. Anyone got any more stories? I am 19 years old, and I've lived my whole life in a quiet little town with only about 800 people in total. Not much ever changes here. Folks live slow, real slow. You get up early, go to work, maybe stop by the diner for lunch, and then sit on the porch in the evening and talk about the weather. People say nothing ever happens here. but that's not really true. Some strange things have happened. There is one place in town everyone avoids. It's just called the Hell. No fancy name, just the Hell. It's simple. It is dangerous and off limits. When we were kids, our parents warned us to never go near it. Don't play there. Don't even look at it too long, they would say. But nobody ever told us why. They would just get quiet or change the subject, which only made us all the more curious. Of course, there were rumors. Kids love stories. Some said a cult lived there. Others said people went missing. But they were just whispers. Nothing we could actually prove. I always thought it was just a scary story to keep us from wandering off. Then, one night, Joe dared me to go with him. Joe is 2 years older than me. He's 21 now. He's always been like a big brother. Brave, tough, maybe a little stupid sometimes, but the kind of guy you want on your side. We've been best friends since we were little. It was a hot summer night when we were kids, and we couldn't sleep. We were talking about ghosts and monsters like kids do, and somehow the conversation turned to the Hell. I bet that cold stuff ain't even real, Joe said, staring up at the ceiling. I shrugged. Maybe not. Then he grinned and said, "Wanna go find out?" I froze. I wanted to say no, but of course I didn't. I didn't want him to think I was scared, even if I was. We grabbed the flashlights and slipped out the back door just after midnight. The streets were empty except for the scent of bugs and gravel crunching under our shoes. The air felt thick, like a storm was coming. It took us about 10 minutes to reach the Hell. At night it looked bigger. The grass moved like waves in the dark, and the moon made everything feel colder than it should have been. We climbed slowly, keeping our lights low. At the top, we peeked over the edge and saw about 20 people standing in a circle near the base of the Hell, under the big old oak tree. They wore long black robes and plain white masks, featureless masks. Each held a candle, and they were chanting something we couldn't understand. The sound wasn't even words. It felt like it buzzed in your bones. I wanted to run, but I couldn't move. Then Joe slipped. His foot caught a loose rock, and it tumbled down the hill with a loud crack. The chanting stopped, and every head turned toward us. We didn't wait. We ran through the grass, down the far side of the hill, and then across the tracks. I swear I heard someone chasing us, but I never looked back. I was too scared to. We didn't stop until we were behind Joe's house. Our hearts were pounding, lungs burning. We collapsed in the backyard and stayed quiet for a long time. After that night, we never really talked about what we saw. We just moved on, sort of. But every time I walked past that hill, I felt like someone was watching me. Years passed. We finished school and started working. The town stayed quiet on the outside, but that feeling, the one that tells you something is not right, it never left me. A few months ago, Joe came to me with a strange look. "Have you ever thought about going back?" he asked. I didn't answer right away. Part of me had thought about it too. The other part wanted to forget it forever. "We're older now," he said. "We can handle it. Maybe even find out what's really going on." I should have said no, but I didn't, again. So we went back. This time, we brought better flashlights, pocket knives just in case, and our phones. It was around 1 a.m. when we got to the hill again. The grass was still tall, the wind still quiet. Everything looked the same but felt worse somehow. We climbed to the top and looked down. Nothing. No circle, no candles, no chanting. We started to relax, thinking maybe it was just a weird memory. Then Joe tapped me on my shoulder and pointed. Something was under the tree. We crept down quietly, trying not to make a sound. When we got close, I saw it. A circle of rocks, fresh, like someone had just made it. In the middle sat a small wooden box. Joe bent down and opened it. Inside were 5 white masks, old but clean, untouched by time or weather. Suddenly, we both felt it. We weren't alone. The air shifted, cold swept in. I looked around and saw shadowy figures standing just beyond the trees, watching us. We dropped the box and ran. That night we didn't go home. We drove 2 towns over and slept in Joe's truck at a gas station. We never told anyone, not our parents, not our friends, but we both agreed on one thing. We will never go back to the hill again. Be 12 years old, just joined Boy Scouts. This month's camping trip will be working on Wilderness Survival Merit Badge. Requires us to forego tents and only use sleeping bags. We have to build our own personal shelter with tree limbs, logs, leaves, etc. It's sometime in early fall in southeastern PA, so temperatures get chilly at night, but not unbearable. Being a lazy son of a bitch, I just found a big tree that forked off down its center and leaned limbs in it to make a leaning shelter. Throw a bunch of leaves and sticks on top of it for insulation. Half of it falls through the limbs, but I don't care. Spend the next 3 hours until dusk, fishing and playing games with other kids. Nighttime comes around. Everyone goes for their shelters. Sitting in my piece of crap pile of sticks, watching the stars. Purposefully set up my area away from everyone else, because I had smuggled out contraband. 5-gallon jug of apple juice. Fuck yeah, good juice is good. Keep drinking to kill the boredom. Light drizzle begins, oh shit. Try and go to sleep. Maybe 30 minutes pass by and my stomach is rumbling. The apple juice I have been drinking has triggered a nuclear meltdown in my shit reactor. Knock over what's left of my shelter, standing up quickly to run and poop. Run 50 or so feet away before immediately squatting. 30 seconds straight of liquid poop turns and farts blaring through the woods. More keeps coming every time I think I am done. Half asleep, not knowing if more poop will come out. Hear a sudden noise and turn around as a flashlight shines into my eyes. Try to run. Pants around ankles, slip in wet leafy poop. I scream out really loudly and try to roll away. Hear a voice yell, "Oh, what the fuck?" Scoutmaster comes running over a few seconds later. Had apparently decided to bring everyone in due to the weather. Finds me in this position, thinking he has come upon some perverse scene. Man runs off. Scoutmaster alerts park rangers and authorities. Amber alert is issued. Story in paper about near abduction. Almost 15 years later, and still, no one knows I took the juice. There is a stretch of desert near the Sonora line that they do not put on the maps. We call it Sector Coyote 9, but unofficially, it's just called the Bone Trail. The new guys think it's a joke, that we're trying to haze them with stories about ghosts and chupacabras and other bullshit like that. Let me tell you from personal experience, it ain't a joke. The weather on that stretch is harsh. You run into the craziest fuckers you never thought could actually exist. And to top it off, you gotta deal with cartel bullshit and all of the politics from the higher ups. Just to give a bit more context before I start ranting, my name is Agent Darrow. Not my real name, obviously. I'm not that fucking stupid. I have been doing this border patrol shit for around 20 years now. Long enough to stop believing in coincidences, and long enough to know that not everything that walks on two legs is human. Most nights, the worst you see is dehydration, the occasional overdose. Sometimes the coyotes leave people behind. I've seen little girls with sunburned lips, and men with black tongues swollen out of their mouths. That is bad, but it's not the worst. The worst are the ones that disappear. That is why I was running night ops out in Sector Coyote 9 last Tuesday. I was paired with Rodriguez. He's a young guy, solid instincts, but still had a bit too much empathy in him. That softness gets you killed out here, especially in Coyote 9. We were responding to a drone flag which was unidentified heat signatures near a ridge known as Blind Man's Bluff. It's about 6 miles from the nearest road with no vehicle access. It is just miles of dead rock and mesquite scrub riddled with old burial mounds. Some cartels use them, but most of those graves were dug long before any smuggler wore tactical gear. Nobody talks about who is in them. We are not supposed to. Looks like 3 targets, Rodriguez said, squinting at the FLIR readout in the cab. Walking in a straight line, no deviation. You think they're armed? No packs, no water. That is a death march, I told him. But they are not carrying anything, and that's what bothers me. By the time we hiked to the ridge, the drone had lost them. Static, signal dropout. It's common enough when you are near old mine shafts. Usually magnetic interference, they say. We pressed on. The desert out there does not look like sand. It's hard pan and rock, mixed with caliche and bones, either animal or otherwise. I have found teeth in those gullies, spines sometimes. Sometimes I've even uncovered half-buried vertebrae that look polished like ivory, like someone has been gnawing them clean. Rodriguez knelt down near one of the paths, examining boot prints. "These are fresh," he whispered. "No more than an hour old." That was the first red flag. Heat signatures were gone, but the prints were new. Not just fresh, but they were pristine. From what we could see, there were no drag marks, no side steps, just clean boots moving in perfect unison, dead straight. Who the hell moves like that after hours in 108-degree sun? We followed them, obviously. Not like we had a choice. We couldn't just say, yeah, this one seems a bit too weird for me. Sorry, boss. I'll do my job another time. About a mile in, the smell hit us. You ever smell cooked meat mixed with rot? Not just death, something worse. It was something wet and seared. Rodriguez gagged and pulled his shirt up over his face. I didn't bother. You can't filter that smell out. It soaks into your tongue. The prints led us to a clearing between two dry washes. In the center of it was a figure, face down, completely naked, skin split from the heat, muscles twitching. Rodriguez moved forward, hand on his sidearm. "Is he alive?" "Don't touch him," I said. But it was too late. Rodriguez knelt, reaching out to check a pulse, and the man moved. It wasn't a twitch, but more like a lunge. There was no mistaking it. His body snapped upright like a puppet, yanked by strings. No warning, no build-up. Just dead still to upright, eyes open, mouth locked in a scream with no sound. He was covered in burns, but this was very clearly not sunburn. It was more like contact burns. It was like someone had pressed hot metal into his chest and left it there. Geometric shapes, circles, lines, spirals carved into the skin with precision. His eyes were wrong. Fully dilated, but not from drugs. They looked flat, not like a human's. Like someone had drilled holes into the back of his sockets and scooped out whatever gave them color. Rodriguez fell back, yelling into his comm. "We need evac. I've gotta..." "He's not responding. Jesus Christ, he's not breathing. He's not blinking, he's just..." The man looked right at me. I mean directly at me, no mistaking it. It was like he knew me or something. Like he had been waiting for me. And then he started repeating one word over and over, whispering it between clenched teeth, but I could not make out what it was. Just over and over again, mumbling something like he was rabid or I don't know what. I pulled Rodriguez back. The man did not follow. He just sat there, naked, skin peeling, repeating whatever he was saying until it slurred further into nonsense. He did it until blood began trickling from his nose and he collapsed face down again, like a machine powering down. That should have been the end of it, but Rodriguez was shaking. I looked down and realized why. He was holding something in his hand. It was a badge. It was an old Border Patrol badge, rusted, caked in dirt. The nameplate had been filed off, but it was definitely real. Still had the number etched into the back. I made him drop it, told him we would report it at the next outpost, but I knew we wouldn't. We never do. We dragged the man, if you could call him that, back to the rendezvous point. He didn't speak again, didn't move, but when we hoisted him onto the gurney, I noticed something under the arch of his foot. 3 small puncture scars, perfectly round. We got back to the base at 0300. Med team did not ask questions, just wheeled him into quarantine and shut the door like they had done this before. Rodriguez filed his incident report. I didn't. That night, I went back to the trailer. I peeled off my gear and sat in the dark for a long time. I pulled out the badge I told Rodriguez to drop. I'd pocketed the thing before he ever noticed, and I recognized the serial number. It belonged to a guy named Halloran. Went missing in 2009 during a solo op in the same sector. They said he wandered into the desert and never came back. That night I did not sleep. I couldn't. I sat in the dark of my trailer, staring at the old badge in my hand. Halloran's number rusted into the back, like a gravestone rubbing. By morning, I had convinced myself it was heat stroke, hallucinations, maybe cartel torture, but I wasn't really sure anymore. My gut said I had seen something never meant for my eyes. Not supernatural, just wrong. The kind of wrong that comes from men doing things they should not. If this was cartel, this had to be the worst, most brutal thing they had ever done out here. I was halfway through my second cup of burnt coffee when Rodriguez knocked. He looked hollow and pale, not tired, just drained. I couldn't sleep, he said. He nodded. I need to go back. I need to see it again. I should have told him no. Should have reported him unfit for duty. Instead, I grabbed my vest and rifle. We hiked back to Blind Man's Bluff. Same exact ridge, same dry wash and stink of burnt flesh, though the wind had shifted a little. The tracks were gone, scrubbed by the wind or something else. But as we got closer to where we had found the body, we noticed something new. A shallow hole, not big, maybe the size of a dog. Rodriguez stepped forward and knelt by it. The dirt looked turned, like someone had clawed their way out. Jesus, he whispered. This was not here yesterday. I scanned the area. Keep your weapon ready. We followed a trail of disturbed ground, subtle indentations that did not belong to boots or paws. Whatever made them was dragging itself. The tracks were frantic and not a planned path. The trail led us to an old tunnel shaft a few clicks east, a bend in mining territory, technically off limits. The border fence out here was non-existent, just a wire line and wishful thinking. We entered without speaking. The air inside was cold. Not desert cold, subterranean cold, the kind that felt like it had never been warm before. The smell is what hit us first. Not the rot from yesterday. This was different, sterile, an industrial stink that did not belong in an old mine. Rodriguez clicked his flashlight on and swept it across the walls. Metal. The tunnel walls were not just rock anymore. They had been lined with plating. It wasn't recent now. It looked more like old steel, riveted into the stone. It was stained with rust, but the lines were clean. Someone had built this. We moved deeper. At about 30 meters in, we found the first cage. It was bolted to the wall. Heavy iron bars, reinforced with chain. Inside was a mattress, rotted and torn, with a pair of lever restraints still looped through metal eyelets drilled into the frame. Rodriguez turned to me. Is this cartel? All I could mutter back was a short, I don't know. We kept going. More cages followed, 4 in total, each one identical, each one with the same restraints. The smell of ammonia and iron was stronger here, almost unbearable. Then we heard it. A scraping sound far back in the tunnel. It was slow and deliberate. No footsteps, nothing like that. Again, more like a dragging sound. We froze and killed our lights instantly. My hand went to my sidearm, and I whispered, "Backtrack, quiet." Rodriguez did not move. His eyes were fixed ahead. We need to go. He didn't listen. Instead, he stepped forward, raising his flashlight, and clicked it on. The beam hit the far wall, and something moved. It was a man. At least, it used to be. He was naked and filthy looking. His skin was blackened in places, sloughing off in wet patches like moldy fruit. Puncture scars ran down his spine in rows, surgical and symmetrical. His fingers were raw to the bone with the nails torn off. The dragging sound came from a thick chain looped around his ankle, the other end still bolted to a cage wall behind him. But what made my stomach lurch was not his condition. It was his face. It was the same fucking guy from yesterday. Looked like him, at least. He had the same exact fucking face, except younger and cleaner somehow, maybe. Not dramatically younger, but a few less wrinkles. His eyes were not empty anymore. They were alert. He looked right at us, then whispered, voice hoarse and dry, "They made me." Rodriguez stepped forward, whispering, "What did they do to you?" Halloran smiled, or what looked like Halloran anyway. His lips were cracked, dried blood flaked off of his teeth. All he could muster was a soft, "They needed bodies, live ones." I grabbed Rodriguez's arm, but he pulled free. What the hell is he talking about? Rod, we're leaving now. I need to know. What did they do to him? What is this place? Halloran's body spasmed, like a seizure. His mouth opened wide, far wider than it should have. A scream pushed through, but it wasn't sound, it was pressure, like something behind the air. Lights snapped off, both our flashlights, gone. Rodriguez started screaming, not words, just raw animal terror. I drew my weapon and fired toward the chain, 5 shots. Muzzle flash lit the walls, and in that flicker, I saw something move behind Halloran. Something impossibly tall, looking in the dark like a shadow detached from any source. It had way too many limbs. The shape of it made no anatomical sense, but it had symmetry. Rodriguez stopped screaming. Just silence. My ears were ringing hard. I swear, I heard something come right up to my face and whisper, but I could not hear the word. But I unmistakably felt the hot breath on my face. I ran. I did not look back. I did not check if Rodriguez was behind me. I just sprinted until the sunlight hit my face, and I collapsed on the rocky floor outside the shaft. When I caught my breath and opened my eyes, I was alone. No sign of Rodriguez at all. I walked 3 miles back to the ATV drop before I got signal. I didn't call it in. I just requested a Code 9 pickup, agent recovery, no contact, standard protocol when comms fail in rough terrain. I didn't say a word about Rodriguez. I wanted to wait until I was back in person and I could explain it properly. Back at the station, I handed in my gear, claimed heat exhaustion. They logged it, no questions asked. You stay in this job long enough, they stop asking why your eyes look the way they do after a shift. I was dehydrated, dusty, and 2 hours late. That is all the system sees. I showered in silence. I did not look in the mirror. When I changed into civvies, I wrapped the badge in an evidence bag and sealed it. I logged it as item recovered during field patrol, potential missing agent ID. That way it ends up in the database, not in a garbage can. When the incident report came in, I kept it clean. Agent Rodriguez, last seen during joint patrol near Coyote 9 sector. Visual contact lost after entry into unauthorized mining area. Due to unstable terrain and potential criminal activity, I exited to request backup. No further contact made, awaiting search and rescue team deployment. I did not mention Halloran, but I told them about the cages, that it could be cartel activity. I wasn't sure if they would believe it, but I had to tell them what I saw. If cartel were running experiments on people or torturing them out there, then it needed to be dealt with. I probably only saw Halloran's face because of dehydration, dreamt the whole thing up. There was probably just a dead body, and my mind just couldn't cope in that moment. The shift supervisor did not raise an eyebrow, just signed the report and handed me a Gatorade. Rodriguez got added to the missing list. They'll do a half-assed search sweep, maybe send a drone or 2, then file it under desert fatality. Disturbingly, it happens all too often, and it's scary how quick they are to dismiss it or write it off. I mean, shit, that is another person with a whole life, and they just don't give a fuck. But yeah, guy gets turned around, dies in a ravine, animals take what's left. Case closed as far as they're concerned. A week later, HQ sent a condolence memo to his family, standard form. They asked if I had anything to add. I just said no. That is basically it now. Now I patrol, I shut up, I keep my head down, I write my reports in clean, careful language, and every now and then, when I'm driving that lonely stretch near Blind Man's Bluff, I speed the fuck up and I keep going. There are some things out here that humans cannot explain. I just want to get on with my job and with my life. I have told this story years ago now, but it's been bothering me recently. 20 years old, overnight security guard, large business building, only open at night to like 2 to 3 dudes who work nights to talk to their Chinese business partners or cleaning staff who leaves by 11 p.m. This particular night, there is only one guy. Same guy I see every night. He works on the 8th floor. Cleaning staff is gone, as it is 1 a.m. Do the rounds time. This means I take the elevator to the 45th floor and walk each hallway and inspect the fire escapes. Takes about an hour or so in total. I am on the 23rd floor. My coworker is stationed in my seat on the 1st floor, and the only other soul in the building is on the 10th floor. I make my way to the 23rd floor's bathroom. Oh neat, a fancy powder room. With a couch. I sit down to check my phone for a minute. Opens phone. Attempts to look at text message. instantly gripped with intense sleep paralysis, but I am fucking wide awake. I feel myself lose control of my body. My phone falls to the floor and shit goes real dark for me, like black. I see nothing but hear incredible screaming from every direction, getting closer rapidly. Literally, just trying to move really hurts, like when your legs get pins and needles, but my entire body. I try and stand but just fall to the floor on my knees. Scramble for my radio and baton. I do this fucked up crawl/run out of the powder room and back into the hallway. I am like wildly looking around, like there is no way those voices came from nowhere. I took the elevator down to the 21st floor and continued my work faster than ever. I remained a skeptic, especially since at the time I posted on 4chan and was told that sleep paralysis is normal. Maybe I didn't know I was tired, suggested someone else. I myself shrugged it off, until more shit happened. Several weeks later, like a dream, I almost forgot about that night. I was convinced, and probably wanted to believe, that it's just sleep paralysis. I guess I was tired. I am doing my rounds again, and after weeks of ignoring the 23rd floor and swiftly getting in and out as fast as I can, I decide to walk around the offices. I'm allowed to, as long as I'm not like flashing pictures or stealing. 23rd floor folks also always tell us guards we are welcome to snacks, which is great, but of course, the office I'm allowed free snacks from is the very floor that scares the shit out of me. It was just one night, and I doubt this one floor is haunted. I decide to face my goddamn fears and just see what's up, maybe grab said snack. Oh shit, not too scary actually, there's someone working. Aisles and aisles of cubicles, one desk with a lamp on. I walk over. Hey man, you still in here? Silence. Great. Nervously, I walk up to the desk, about 4 meters away now, just around the corner, and the lamp shuts off. As much as I don't want to, I have to fear the worst and assume that this could be an intruder. I turn my flashlight on and run around the corner. Fucking nothing. My past self really wanted to not believe. I walked right into that weird pre-bathroom powder room with the couch again, maybe wanting to believe it was all in my head. I can't get sleep paralysis if I don't even fucking sit down. Vignetting like on film starts to happen to me. The corners of my vision get dark, and the screaming picks up slowly. I feel my legs get weak. Absolutely the fuck not. I speed walk as fast as my legs will carry me. As much as I did not want to admit it, that floor was fucking haunted and wanted me to know and fear it. Scariest thing that ever happened to me has probably been a few episodes of my sleep paralysis. Get sleep paralysis occasionally while napping during the day at my parents' house. Used to happen in high school, but never had any kind of hallucinations. Would also happen while napping in the car. College time. Would occasionally happen when visiting parents, but started to get hallucinations. Mostly hearing white noise or other auditory hallucinations. At one point, I would hear a cacophony of voices yelling in my head. Also began to get very paranoid during these episodes. One day, nobody else is home, and I decide to nap on the couch. It starts. First the white noise, then the voices. But this time, I can hear one very distinctly. It starts saying something about, "We are already here," in disguise. Suddenly, I notice my parents' living room is gone. I'm in an old, rusty-looking room, staring at a wall. Voice tells me to turn and see what we really look like. Freaking the fuck out at this point, trying to force myself awake. I see a long, bony, inhuman hand reach in front of my face as my body seems to slowly turn towards whatever it is, or they are, since I have a feeling deep in my gut that it is not the only one. Finally force myself awake, back on my parents' couch. One of the cats is lying on top of me, purring, ready to nap. Base cat saved me from the sleep paralysis aliens. This must have happened at least 4 years ago, and I have never had sleep paralysis since. There was a locally famous abandoned building, and though none of us had ever visited it, my friends H and K and I decided to check it out as a test of courage. None of us had ever experienced ghosts or sleep paralysis, yet somehow we were all easily frightened. Without anyone suggesting it explicitly, we all agreed to visit during the day. partially due to the rumors of local delinquents frequenting the area at night. Apparently, this place had once been part of a vacation village, but now it was entirely swallowed up by wild vegetation. While the surrounding buildings had long been demolished, leaving behind only empty foundations, the one ruin still stood mysteriously intact. Wondering aloud if there might be some sinister reason it remained untouched, we parked our car and trudged through the thick underbrush for a few hundred meters before the ruin finally came into view. The building was larger and far more decrepit than I had ever imagined. The windows were all shattered, graffiti-covered walls, and part of the roof had collapsed. If we had come at night, I doubt we would have dared to enter. Its foreboding appearance alone would have stopped us. But under the bright summer sun, accompanied by the loud sound of a reassuring chorus of crickets, it did not seem particularly scary. At first glance, it was your typical abandoned building. Furniture was scattered and broken, hinting at past grandeur, likely a beautiful place once upon a time. Figuring we might as well explore, we started upstairs. However, after noticing several holes in the floor, probably caused by previous visitors falling through, we quickly abandoned the upper floor. Sorry for being cowards. Carefully testing each step, we explored the first floor instead. Despite the mess, it was clear that whoever owned this place was quite wealthy. Even the decayed sofa and china cabinets looked expensive. Everything was perfectly ordinary until H shouted suddenly, startling us. Turning around, we saw that he had stepped through a weak floorboard. Kay and I laughed uncontrollably as H cautiously freed his foot, then curiously peered into the hole he had created. By now I was hungry and growing tired of the gloomy atmosphere of the abandoned house. "Let's get out of here before someone gets hurt," I said to H, but he did not move. Instead, he took out a small, pensed flashlight from his pocket and began shining it into the hole. "What's down there?" Kay asked, peering over. H mumbled distractedly. "H, what is that? Is that a room?" "Well, yes, definitely a room." Suddenly he was silent. "What's wrong? Did you find something?" Kay asked. H did not respond. He just stood rigidly staring into the hole. Initially I thought he was joking, just trying to scare us, but when I approached him, I saw how heavily he was sweating. His body trembled uncontrollably, drool dripping from his mouth. I shook him, shouting, "Hey, snap out of it," but there was no reaction. Suddenly, his trembling worsened, and he made a choking, strangled noise, as if an invisible hand gripped his throat. His eyes rolled back, foam bubbling from his mouth. Then from deep inside the hole, we heard faint whispering. "This is bad. We need to leave now," Kay shouted, grabbing H and slinging him over his shoulder. Both of us were pale with terror, but we carefully but quickly navigated back through the ruin, feeling that the exit was impossibly far. An overwhelming sense of dread surged from behind. Something unseen was drawing nearer, and I nearly burst into tears from the fear. As we stumbled outside, the previously deafening cicadas fell eerily silent. We sprinted wildly through the thick brush back to our car, and as we drove down the mountain towards town, H finally regained consciousness, sobbing uncontrollably, repeatedly begging for help and crying, "I'm so cold." We instinctively headed straight into a nearby temple instead of a hospital. It just felt right. The temple priest told us to never speak of what happened there, so I will leave out the details, but thankfully, H recovered fully. Only once, trembling and sobbing, did H describe what he had seen. Looking down through the hole, he had seen a basement strewn with countless tiny animal bones, probably rats. As he swept his flashlight around, something darted through the beam, paralyzing him instantly. Slowly, this thing crept back into the beam of light. Its emaciated body was deathly pale, its gender impossible to determine, hair thin and patchy. It murmured something incomprehensibly as it moved, its movements unnaturally jerky and slow. Finally, it raised its head, revealing a wrinkled face with tightly closed eyes. Those eyes opened slowly, revealing no whites or pupils, only two terrifyingly solid crimson orbs, like clots of fresh blood. The creature fixed H with an expression of pure hatred, and instantly he felt himself choking, unable to breathe. After that, he remembered nothing. Kay and I never saw it ourselves, but the memory of that whispering voice remains vivid in our heads. 4 years have passed since then, and nothing strange has happened to Kay or me. However, H still occasionally visits the temple, haunted by the lingering stare of whatever was living in that basement. Neighbor to north has lots of cattle. Hear/feel cattle running. Distinct noise/feeling when hooves trampling ground. Hear it getting louder. Turn to the northwest corner of land. Lots of trees. Little gap between the northern hills and western hills. Waiting for cows to come running through small gap. See giant dog-like animal bolt out of bushes in the gap right at me. Barely time to even stand all the way up with goats in hand before it reaches the fence. It's almost as tall as the fence, which is about 5.5 feet tall itself. It looks ugly as fuck. Really dirty dark fur. Looks like a Great Dane fucked a coyote. It starts growling, barking, snarling at me through the fence. Could have probably gone over the fence easily if it wanted to. Was taught when dealing with mountain lions and coyotes/dogs to try and scare them off rather than run. Otherwise, it triggers the animal's hunting instinct. Start slamming fist on washer machine I had been sitting on, yelling at it and making myself appear bigger. No weapons on me, because never needed to carry one on our land before. Stand off for a few minutes. It starts heading east again. Stand there for a moment, then remember that the fence is weak to the east. Book it back to house, holding baby goat like a football. Get into house. Dad makes it a rule we can't go outside after dark without being armed. Since then, have not seen it. But 2 months ago, something ate our golden retriever, and I doubt it was a group of coyotes, and the mountain lions don't stray from the lakes or rivers that far. So we assumed it had to be whatever the fuck it was that tried to eat me. My dad says sometimes, when he waters the trees in the twilight hours, he feels watched. Okay, I've got a short one. Not that scary, but still strange. Live in central CA, out in the country. Me, my dad, and my brother are going in the hills to go shoot. Follow our family friends out to a new shooting spot that they like. All the hills are owned by Bureau of Land Management, so you will occasionally see rangers. Go way further into foothills than we normally go. About 15 miles in, see an old man, about 50 yards off the dirt road. He is really skinny, full white beard, overalls, looks like a prospector. He's just digging a hole next to a really shitty looking RV. He looks up and sees us and stops digging. Don't think much of it, and keep driving about 5 more miles till we get to the spot. Have a good day of shooting and fucking around. Driving back, about 150 yards from where the old man was, we pass a ranger driving the other way. As we round the corner, we see the old man standing right next to the road with his shovel. Makes eye contact and puts his finger to his lips. The fuck? Follows us with his head as we drive by, still with his fingers to his lips. My brother and I nope the fuck out. The driver somehow does not see this, so we keep driving, and the rest of the day is uneventful. Story is pretty boring, but still, it was easily the creepiest thing I have ever seen in my life. I work nights at one of the resort hotels at Disney. It's not one of the themed ones families post about. This is one of the overflow properties they use when the main ones are overbooked. It's still technically on property and the branding is still there, but it's mostly used for conferences, tour groups, and sometimes cast member training overflow. It's much quieter than the big ones and there aren't as many kids ever. Way less noise, which is a massive plus for me. Seems weird to say it considering I work at Disney, but I hate kids. I've worked here for 9 years, security all the way through. We're not the one in uniform people see in the parks. We dress plain, usually with a plain polo shirt, a name tag, and a discreet earpiece. Mostly I do rounds, unlock doors for people who have lost their keys, help escort someone drunk back to their room, check fire exits, stuff like that. I've only ever had to call the cops here twice. This started 2 Thursdays ago, or maybe it was a Friday morning. The days bleed together. I was covering a double for someone out sick, which put me on shift from 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. At around 3:40ish, the front desk radioed in to say a guest had called in complaining about noise in the adjacent room. Scraping sound, she said. Not loud music or talking, just scraping. That's genuinely all she said. Now, at that time of night, It's almost always housekeeping carts getting moved, so I checked which staff were clocked in. No one was scheduled to be on that floor. There were no overnight cleaning scheduled for that particular night, so I went up myself to check. It was on a mid-level floor. Nothing strange about it at all. The room the complaint came from was number 421. She said the noise was coming from 423. Both rooms were booked, but 423 was marked as a do not disturb. Not an unusual thing. A lot of guests value their privacy. Heck, most keep it on 90% of the time that they stay here sometimes. I knocked anyway. Standard protocol. No response. I tried again, but a little louder this time, but not too loud so as to not disturb everyone around us. I waited for a minute or two, but still received no response. Just nothing at all. From the hallway, I didn't hear anything strange. No scraping or talking like the complainant reported to us. I checked with the front desk again and asked who had checked into 43. They told me it was a single adult male, early 40s, from out of state, here for a conference. No companion listed, no special requests, paid in full for 3 nights. At that point, I figured maybe he had his TV up, or he moved furniture, and she just caught the tail end of it. I noted it down and moved on. 2 hours later, maybe closer to 6 o'clock, I got another call. Same guest. She said that the noise had not stopped once since she last called me, which was obviously impossible. Hearing this from her, knowing it wasn't true, kind of really annoyed me. Now she was saying it sounded closer, like it was coming through the wall. She said it was steady, a dragging noise, and then nothing. Then again, not fast, not rhythmic, just off. I was already in the lobby finishing a log entry, so I went straight up. This time I stood outside 423 longer. Still no sound. Still no response when I knocked. I tried calling the room. You could hear it ring inside, just faintly through the door. No one picked up. I was now seriously pissed off. If this was some kind of stupid prank, I was really gonna go off on this woman. I don't make enough to put up with this shit, and being fired would not be the end of the world. At this point it was almost 6:20, and the guy had a scheduled checkout that day. Housekeeping will be up in a couple of hours anyway, so I made the call to key into the room and do a quick welfare check. I let myself in, announced myself like we're trained. No answer. At first glance, the room looked normal. The blinds were drawn. There was a suitcase on the luggage rack and a half-empty water bottle on the desk. The TV was turned off. The bed hadn't been slept in. No one was in the bathroom. There were no clothes in the hamper. There was a laptop charging on the nightstand, but it wasn't logged in. The guest's phone was there too. Wallet next to it, unopened. There was a conference badge on the dresser. The name matched the reservation. It was one of those moments where everything looks fine but doesn't feel right. That's hard to explain if you've never walked into a space and known immediately that it wasn't just empty, but that it had been that way for way too long. There was no food or remnants of it. There was no trash in the bin or any sort of signs of activity. No towels had been used. The shower was bone dry. Not a speck of dust or dirt anywhere. Not so much as a sock left on the floor. I stepped out, called the front desk, and asked if this guest had ever picked up his room key. They checked, and yes, he had, just after 3 p.m., on the day he checked in. That was more than 46 hours ago. According to the system, the room had only been accessed once, the initial entry. No one else had keyed in. Not staff, not the guest. This is where it started to feel off. The keycard's log entries. Even housekeeping shows up as a ping, but the only code on that door was the initial one, about 3 minutes after check-in. That is it. So the guy checks in, enters his room and what? Never leaves? Never sleeps in the bed? Doesn't touch the bathroom? But his phone, his wallet, his laptop are just sitting there? I've had guests leave in a hurry before. I've seen overdoses, domestic incidents, people sneak in extra guests, but this was empty in a way that felt deliberate. But now my shift was almost over. I wrote it all up and handed it off to the day manager. I let them decide how to escalate it. Last I heard when I left on that day was that they were going to try contacting the guest directly and flag it for guest recovery. Maybe he just left and forgot to check out. Maybe there was a family emergency. People vanish in their own ways all the time. But here is what really bothered me ever since. The woman in 421 who first called it in, she checked out around 9:30 a.m. When housekeeping went to clean her room, they found a sticky note folded and wedged behind the headboard between the mattress and the wall. They only found it because they were changing the mattress cover. They would not tell me what it said, and I never got to see it with my own two eyes, but I could tell by the looks on their faces that it was strange. They reported it and then trashed it, presumably by request, which, again, is a little strange. That is the kind of detail they tried to keep out of the report. It doesn't look good, admitting that it sat there through multiple turns. The linens were swapped, sure, but nobody had stripped the mattress down that far until the maintenance team was prepping for some kind of VIP walkthrough. Otherwise, it might have gone unnoticed for weeks, possibly even longer. They called us in before alerting anyone else. That is protocol when something gets flagged, but doesn't immediately fall into one of the established buckets like theft, assault, medical, etc. This was just strange, and everyone froze a little, because strange is the thing that we are not trained for. Everything at Disney is rigid and planned out, and this just wasn't. It was a square of carpet, about a foot by a foot, tucked between the mattress and the box spring, like someone had cut it clean out of another room. Not folded or crumpled, just lying flat. Adhesive residue on the underside, bits of foam still clinging to it. The fibers were the same blue-gray you see in the older rooms that haven't been remodeled yet. But that part of the property had all been renovated 2 years ago, and this pattern was phased out well before that. We tagged it, photographed it, and bagged it. That is all standard. What was not standard was just how fast the next steps happened. The resort manager did not wait for the local liaison. Instead, he went directly to corporate security. By the time I got back to my little office, there were already 2 people from Glendale waiting on the line. Not legal or HR. These were the investigators. You don't hear from them unless something went very wrong or could be made to look like it had. They told us very quietly to do a sweep. Not just of that room though. They gave us a list of 6 rooms on different floors, all in the same wing. They did not explain why those specific rooms. The codes did not line up with anything I had access to, but we did what we were told. Room 432 had a vent that did not match the others. It had newer screws. We opened it and found nothing inside, but the surrounding dry wall had been patched and repainted. The date on the vent cover stamp was from 3 months ago. Room 526 was normal, except for a doorstop that had been installed upside down. Might be nothing, but it was the kind of thing someone would do intentionally to leave a mark. In room 391, there was a sticker behind the bathroom mirror. One of those tiny barcode labels that they use for internal inventory, but it was not one of ours. Our system uses a different formatting convention. This one had 5 digits, and then a slash, and then 3 more. I scanned it with my personal phone out of habit. Nothing came up. Blank redirect. Room 227 is where it got worse. The room had been reported for water damage earlier in the year for some issue with the unit above and was temporarily pulled from inventory. I checked the log. It was marked as empty, not in use, but the sheets had been stripped recently and the AC was on. Fresh towel triangle on the sink. There was no guest record for it, no keycard history. It had been lived in, just not officially. We pulled the logs manually. Our system keeps backups for 180 days. We found 6 different staff keycards used to access that room in the past month. 4 were current employees, 2 were not. 1 belonged to someone who had been terminated in 2021. This is the part I probably should not be writing down. When I flagged it, corporate did not ask me to investigate. They asked me to delete the entries. They told me that the data was scrambled due to a firmware issue. That's not a thing. I know our system inside out. There is no scramble. There's only overwrite. You don't overwrite unless you need to erase a trail. That is when I started printing copies of everything. Logs, timestamp photos. Even that room list they sent, I printed out, marked every detail, and stored the hard copy off-site. 2 days later, the original room, the one with the carpet square, was quietly pulled from service and locked. No formal maintenance ticket was created, and there weren't any guests to complain to justify it. The keycard system still showed it as active, but only with limited access. 2 IDs were authorized, a regional facilities manager I had never heard of in my life, and someone from Operations Compliance. No name registered to it, just the employee title. That is not how our system is supposed to work. I drove past the building that night. The hallway lights near the room were flickering, like the wiring had been cut and patched poorly. There was no noise or activity, not that I could see anyway, but as I circled to the service side, I saw a set of crates stacked near the loading bay. They were not delivery boxes. These were the tall black ones we use for internal transfer of sensitive materials. Usually, those only show up when props or archival items are being moved, but there was no record of a move order. The next morning, the crates were gone. So was the room access list. Even my backup system had been reset. Here's what I know for sure. The carpet square matched a discontinued room design from a now demolished section of the old Lakeview Suites. That wing was shuttered in 2015 after multiple structural code violations. Rumor was, it had black mold and leaking foundations. I'd never thought about it much because they just tore it down and paved over it for new shuttle access. Makes sense that they would move on something like that so quickly, as it's the kind of thing that can shatter a reputation, even one as big as Disney's. But here's the thing. I ran a thermal scan of the blueprints from before the demolition. In room 227, the one marked not in use is directly above where one of the sub-foundation service corridors used to be, a place that doesn't exist anymore. Except, I found a door there last year, half buried, padlocked shut. I didn't think much of it at the time. I didn't say anything until now, because I wanted to be sure, but it's not just one room, or one guest, or one odd square of carpet. It's a network. Someone, maybe more than one person, has access to dead spaces, rooms that shouldn't be occupied, data that's supposed to be gone, and they are maintaining it, quietly. It's like they're using it for something that needs to stay off the books, but I have no idea what. It could be something perfectly innocent, like maybe guests who need to not get attention. Maybe it's some maintenance scheme or some other bullshit. I know Disney likes to keep everything behind the scenes so as to not ruin the magic. Maybe disposal of something? I really don't know. I'm not pushing some wild theory. I am just telling you what I saw. There's a paper trail, or there was. If you work here and you've seen anything like this, weird badge access, rooms showing as empty but lived in, guests who don't check in but still use the amenities, then please, document everything. I think it's just here, but who knows. I've not heard anyone at any other place mention anything remotely as weird. Either way, keep it offline, keep it physical, because digital will not save you. They haven't asked me to sign anything yet, but they will. I can feel it coming. If you don't hear from me again, it's because I decided not to be part of this cleanup. I've got one I'll post now. Never done a greentext story before, so bear with me. This shit scared me to fucking death. I was 19 years old. I have never gone in a woods again. Never intend to again either. August 3rd, 2011. Two friends and I decide to go in a woods to do survival shit, etc, etc. I'll refer to them as K and J for this. They both lurk here and will bitch fit if I post their names, because they are idiots like that. We have done in a woods twice before. Same land. Belongs to our friend's uncle. Friend did not come due to being deployed at the time. Gave friend's uncle $100 to let us use his land up to a week. He knows us and considers us good kids, so lets us. He's a nice guy. My probably poor guess is the land is anywhere from 6 to 8 acres. Plan was to stay for 3 to 4 days depending on the weather. Plenty of time to play Delta Delta Echo 5 Charlie Operator. I had my Glock 19 and my brother's AR-15 chambered in 5.56. K had brought his SKS, J his 10.22 takedown, and 1911. Guess you could say we have a mediocre setup. We only intended to hunt small game for a stew. On our previous Inowoods trips, we decided we'd camp on the border of the woods due to being pussies, and shit was dense and dark. Seemed like a death trap. I was 17 last time, and was no guns also. This time we decide we will go deep in the woods, in order to not get lost and have a nice water source. We'll follow the stream up to the source in the valley, roughly 7:40 AM at this point. Found what appeared to be the source. There was a nice clearing about 50 meters away from it, so we set up there. Roughly 9 AM. We went to work making the campsite real nice. getting enough firewood for the night to cook stew with. Jay got 2 rabbits with his 1022. One of the rabbits struck me as odd. Both its ears had been spray painted green, but didn't care. Skinned it, cooked it, ate it. Figured some asshole shroom pickers did it. A lot of people trespass to pick shrooms when the time is right, as the area is ripe with them. Fucked around, trying to get food for the next day, shooting birds when we saw them. We didn't hit any because, well, shit shots. Head back to camp to call it a night. I never sleep on the first night. Too much of a pussy and I never feel safe. It's 1:08 AM and J and K are both asleep. I decide to get out of the tent as I feel spooked, feeling like an axe murderer was about to bust through my tent compartment and hack me to death. Go outside to sit beside the fire, which was just about dying. Had AR on my lap the entire time. All is well for about 30 minutes or so. Still feel creeped the fuck out, but assume that's because I'm a pussy. Suddenly, catch a glimpse of something to my right about 40 meters away, which was about as far as I could see anyway because of the lack of light. Whatever it was, it seemed about 6 foot tall, wide, and it stepped behind a large tree. I feel pretty fucking nervous, so I wake Jay up, cause Kay sleeps like a fucking rock, you son of a bitch. So me and Jay go investigate. He's got his 1911, and I've got my AR still. Operate over to the tree. Get there. Nothing there. Scan the area quickly. Jay says, "Man, you really are a pussy, you know that?" I apologize for waking him up. We turned to head back to the tent, and there it was. What seemed to be a fucking freshly carved smiley face, the size of my hand, on the very same tree I saw the fucking thing. Shavings on the floor. Don't know how we didn't see it when we got there originally. Nope the fuck back to the tent. Feels eerie as fuck, I can't sleep now, and Jay says he will stay awake with me. Discussed that it could have been Kay during the day, and what I saw was my imagination, because I'm tired. 6:30 AM. Phone alarm goes off, and it just about runs out of battery. Kay wakes up. I ask him. He thinks I'm bullshitting and fucking with him. Get up. Still got my AR with me. Refuse to let go of it and take him to the tree. Show him and he freezes. He says, "That's fucked, man," but still thinks that I did it and I am fucking with him. We decide one more night and we will call it and go home because of that smiley. I did mention we're pussies before, remember? Eat Spam for breakfast, get firewood and go hunt. We all stay within 20 feet of each other the entire time. Gets to roughly 2 PM. Got a rabbit and we decide to keep going, noticing a lack of wildlife generally. Literally only saw this one rabbit, no birds chirping, etc. Made it eerie as fuck. I notice a small green circle spray painted on a tree 30 meters ahead. Phone dead at this point. Would have got some pictures, but at this point, I didn't even browse K. Rub my eyes, thinking it's my eyes fucking up due to a lack of sleep. Circle still there. Exact same fucking color as what was on the rabbit's ear from the previous day. As far as we know, we are the only ones on the property bar our friend's uncle, who had a few sheds away at the start of the property to keep building materials. Being the spook pussy that I am, I call over K and J to come take a look. We continue 12 o'clock, 100 meters from the marked tree. Another one, same color. This goes on for about 7 to 9 trees, all about 100 to 200 meters apart. It varied. Jay shouts us over, despite being only 10 feet away, the fucking idiot. There it was, 50 to 60 meters in front of us. The trees had led us up to a perfectly set up tarp. I figured this is the campsite of the fucker who did the smiley. Ready my AR. I tell J and K to come with me. We slowly advance, being incredibly cautious. I shout, "Hello?" at the top of my voice, and no one replies. 13 meters away now. "Hello?" No reply again. 20 meters away. Start aiming at the tarp. J and K are too. 15 meters away. Can't see what's inside yet. Turn to right. Tree spray painted on vertically in the green spray paint says, "Ha ha ha ha." Dem chills and goosebumps. 10 meters away. Catch a smell of something horrible. Best way I can describe it is shit and sulfur mixed together. We all approach the tarp, guns at the ready. Look under tarp. Fucking body laying there with no shirt on. Stomach ripped open. Maggots everywhere. Shit everywhere. His pants were around his ankles. Bloody mess where his dick used to be. Me and Kay scream. We all nope the fuck out of there as fast as possible. Jay saying fuck 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 over and over. Keep sprinting back to camp, panicking like crazy. Never seen a body before. As we near the campsite, our sprint turns into a jog, and we're all silent but panting. We get to the campsite. Everything is a fucking mess and the place is trashed. Green spray paint over everything, food all over the floor, tent sliced the fuck up on all 3 compartments. All look at each other as if to say, fuck this. We decide to leave all of our shit that was not already on us. No use to us now anyway, and we haul ass down the valley using the stream to guide us. Get to the landowner's place. Tell him everything that happened. He calls the police. We wait for the police to arrive. Give our statements and details. Go home. They go and investigate. We all agree on the way home that we should lay off in a woodsing cause we are not fucking cut out for this shit. Police apparently never found a body. Only the trees with the paint, our ruined campsite, and the tarp. Have never returned or in a woods again. Shit lost all of its appeal after this. Hey, love your content. I'm not a native English speaker or writer, and I wrote everything down in one go from memory, so I guess grammar is not the best. And I'm not mad if you make it work for your community, but would be cool if you don't change what happened. Maybe it is something for you. I guarantee that it is 100% true. Maybe some details got lost over the years, but it's accurate. Thanks, brother. Be me. 15 years old boy from Berlin/Germany. Father just left my family 3 years ago. Started doing cannabis, smoke, alcohol. Just a troubled boy trying to find his way. My best friend and his dad went to windsurf every year in Denmark, and he asked me if I wanted to join them, and I did. During the day, we surfed, or at least tried, and during the evening/night, we tried to connect with other teens and chill out, or best case, find some girls. After 2 days or so, we found a group of teens that hung out at the coast. If I remember right, there were 3 girls and 4 boys or something. Everyone was Danish, except 2 of the boys were Russians. Had a rough start with the Russian boys, but decided that we were all cool and hung out. One evening, we tried to get some alcohol, but prices are absolutely nuts in Denmark due to alcohol taxes, or something like that when compared to Germany. So I had a brilliant idea that we could put together the money we had, and I would try to go to the surf bar and buy half a bottle of vodka or something. Full new bottle was far too expensive for us working class teens. Everyone was cool, and we put together like 20 to 40 euros or something, and me and the bigger Russian boy went on the mission, because too many teens would interfere with our plans to beg some bartender for alcohol. We went to the bar, and I asked politely if it could be possible to buy some leftovers or something, but we were denied instantly, due to age I guess. We went out, and some older man, Danish guy, mid-50s, little bit chubby but clean looking, friendly, came outside and said that he heard us asking for alcohol and that he had some cheap vodka bottles back at home which wasn't far away and that we could buy from him. We were stoked and of course, instantly said yes. He told us to wait because his girlfriend would join us, which she did. He had a black Volkswagen van, 7 seats. He sat at the wheel, the Russian on the passenger seat. The girlfriend of this man, same age, looked okay, but a little alcoholic. You know what I mean. Strangely thin and stuff, but was friendly. Sat behind the Russian guy, and I sat on the all left seat middle row. Everyone was laughing and joking around as the GF of the man suddenly started to massage the shoulders of the Russian boy in front of her in the passenger seat. Russian boy laughed and joked around, but I was starting to realize that the whole situation was pretty sketchy. But I continued to behave like everything was normal because I really wanted to get that frigging alcohol to potentially get laid. You know the deal. We drove for about 15 minutes at the coast, and it was pure wilderness. The little village was some kind of tourist windsurf spot, and after that it was all forest, which made me realize even more that I have to be very cautious. I remember the Russian guy being totally relaxed and strangely unbothered, even after the woman massaged his shoulders. It was like a 5-second touch maybe, not a full-on massage. Old guy quit the coastal road into a small forest road, and we were there. A normal Danish house in the middle of the woods. The sun had set at this point, and it was nearly pitch black outside. No streetlights or anything like that. The vibes were good and we went inside. I asked for the vodka bottle, but the old guy said we should drink at least 1 or 2 beers with them as a thank you, and he would gift us a bottle. Russian guy instantly said yes, I guess because of the free beers. I said okay, but at this point, my instinct was on full alert, and I started to observe everything, very focused. The GF sat at the table, and we also sat down. Old guy came from the kitchen with 4 0.5 liter beer cans and put them on the table, but I noticed that they were already open. Russian guy instantly starts to drink out of the can after a toast from the old guy, and I fake sipped from the beer can because I did not want to crash the vibe and risk the vodka bottle. After about 10 to 15 minutes, I noticed that the Russian guy starts to be a little bit quieter, which was unusual. He is a very loud and intense person, and the old guy suddenly just put a hunter's knife on the table while talking normally and joking around. He did it casually, but I instantly knew that I am in a life or death situation. I showed no concern. I joked with them and stuff, and asked if I could go to the toilet. Old guy shows me to the bathroom, and I lock the door. This was before smartphones were broadly available for everyone. I am 40 years old now. I am looking for everything that can help us now. Scissors, something to throw in the eyes like mouthwater with alcohol or something, but there is nothing. The whole entire bathroom is empty. I go back and see the Russian guy pretty much hang over the table, mumbling around. I say that we have to go because my friend is not well. The old guy stopped feeling friendly. He became cold suddenly and said I didn't even drink my beer and that it's not cool to go like this, and he would not give us the bottle in this case. I said no problem, and we could meet up tomorrow to make it right or something. I remember looking at him, and he was thinking for about 5 seconds or so before responding that he would not drive us back in this case, and that it's dark outside with no one around. I told him it's no problem and shouldered the Russian guy while keeping a friendly chatty attitude towards both of them. I remember the GF being pretty much silent at this point. Only the old guy is present in my memory. Maybe because I was full focused on him, I guess. I leave the house with the Russian guy pretty much unconscious, shouldered, walking in the darkness, looking for the coast road in hope to find a car that drives by to help us get back. Always looking back to check if the old guy changes his mind and follows us, but he didn't. No car drove by. I shouldered the Russian guy until we came back to the surf village. I am not sure anymore how long it took to get back, as it was so hard to carry him, but my adrenaline just made me push through it. But I guess it was something like 60 to 90 minutes walk in the slow tempo. Russian guy was totally knocked out, and I was drained like crazy. The teen group was waiting and were disappointed that we had no alcohol with us, but I was happy. While typing this, I have goosebumps pretty much all the time. If I drank that beer, we could be dead now. No one knew we were with these guys. In a foreign country, in the middle of nowhere. Looking back, I was stupid as fuck, but I was a teen, and I wanted some alcohol to chill with girls, which made my brain lag for a dangerous amount of time. I thank God for my observational skills that I was born with. They saved me multiple times. My story isn't quite scary, but more like weird. Be me, 7 years old. I am deathly allergic to spiders. Didn't know it yet. Mom is blind, mainly raised by my grandma. Sometime in the afternoon, I got bit on my ear. I thought nothing of it. Nighttime. Watching old VHS tapes with Mom. She liked to listen to them. Mom goes to stroke my head. Oh God, what's this? She lets out an audible scream. Grandma gets the station wagon. I keep passing out in the car. I could see my mom yelling at me to stay awake, but I could not hear her. At the hospital, I immediately get rushed to the emergency room. I kept passing out. I am in the hospital bed. I lose consciousness. Have like a vision or a dream or whatever. I am in a grey grass field, still wearing my hospital gown. There was no color. The sky had no sun, and it was quiet. I felt something grab my leg. It's a grey arm. It's trying to pull me down into the grass. More arms spring up. They keep pulling me down. I was panicking and biting at the arms to no avail. I am halfway down and I start to pray. The only prayer I knew was just the lay me down to sleep one. Halfway through, and I could not remember the verse. Tried to remember. How did Grandma say it? Couldn't remember my grandma's face or the verse. Couldn't even remember my name. My arms started turning grey. I could not do anything and just screamed at the top of my lungs. I woke up to the doctor shaking me, trying to get me to stop screaming. Apparently, when I was out, I would not stop screaming. The doctors don't know what happened. I oddly enough never developed arachnophobia. However, I can't stand being put under or being drugged because it gives me a similar experience. I had one other similar experience later in life that I might post later. It's nice to know that others have had supernatural or strange experiences of their own. I worked support on an Antarctic balloon mission, and we saw something that should not exist. I've never posted about this before anywhere, and I'm not sure I'd call it a whistleblower situation. No one threatened me, no one told me to shut up, but I've kept it to myself for a very long time. I didn't know what to make of it. I still don't, really. I'm not a physicist or anything like that. I was just a contractor. I handled network and RF systems for a high-altitude balloon array deployed in Antarctica. My job was mostly boring, mostly technical, and mostly forgettable, until it wasn't. This was around the early 2010s. I won't say the exact year or project name, but if you know, you know. I am sure there is enough spatterings of information online for you to be able to place some of the details together. It was a NASA-affiliated operation, a balloon-borne radio detection system intended to catch ultra-high-energy neutrinos. These are the particles that pass through you and me by the billions every second, but we don't notice because they barely interact with matter. That's kind of the whole point of the project. The balloon flies high above the continent, listening for brief radio pulses that indicate a neutrino has smacked into ice and produced a cascade of particles. There's a lot of gear involved. The balloon is enormous, the payload is heavy, and the antennas have to be precisely calibrated. Most of the work happens before and after the flight. You prep the equipment, monitor the launch, receive and route data, and eventually retrieve the payload. A lot of it is just sitting in a cramped station, drinking bad coffee, and staring at monitors. If you're lucky, you might get to rest for a few minutes, but don't count on it. I wasn't stationed on the balloon itself, obviously. No one is. It's unmanned. But I was part of the team receiving and analyzing the telemetry as it came down, bouncing between the balloon and ground stations at McMurdo. Our group had a few permanent NASA and university folks, plus a rotating cast of support contractors. I came in from a civilian aerospace firm on a winter contract. I had done similar work with stratospheric comms arrays over Greenland and the Aleutians, but this was my first trip to the South Pole. Things went smoothly at first. The launch was uneventful, which is rare. The balloon achieved proper altitude, and we started pulling in clean data. Most of the recorded events were exactly what we expected. Bursts corresponding to cosmic rays, surface reflections, and the occasional, maybe, probably neutrino. I say maybe because part of the challenge is separating noise from signal. There is a whole side of the operation dedicated to filtering out thermal noise, man-made interference, and weird reflections off the surface. The first anomaly came on day 5 of the flight. I was working a swing shift when one of our analysis flags tripped. These are automated systems that tag interesting events, usually just false positives from solar activity or reflections off of ice ridges. But this one did not match anything we had in the database. It was a sharp, clean impulse. Duration was just a few microseconds, but it was strong, much stronger than what you would expect from a standard neutrino interaction. And it was coming from below. Not from the horizon, not from the sky, but from roughly 30 degrees beneath the horizontal plane. We all stared at the angle for a few seconds. Then someone laughed and said it must be a data inversion. That happens sometimes when the orientation data does not sync right with the event timestamp. But when we checked the metadata, everything lined up. Orientation, GPS, timecode, all clean. We ran it through the classifier again. Same result. Unexplained event, upward impulse, subsurface origin. Now, this is where I expected the science team to get excited, but instead, they got quiet. One of the postdocs, a guy named Eric, made a joke about the signal coming from the hollow earth, and no one laughed. The lead physicist, Dr. K, asked us not to circulate the log outside the internal channel. That wasn't unusual. There's a lot of preliminary data that never sees the light of day. Still, it felt different this time. The next couple of days were uneventful. The balloon held altitude, and we logged the usual mix of background events and noise. But then it happened again. Almost the same angle, same strength, same duration, upward impulse, origin beneath the ice. Now, people started to talk, but in a sideways kind of way. Not formally, not in reports. Just little comments at the coffee pot. Maybe we got a glitch in the phase inversion matrix. Could be some kind of backscatter. Maybe there's an ice layer doing weird things. But the truth was, nobody had a solid explanation. Not even Dr. K, who was one of the most conservative scientists I've ever worked with. He didn't speculate though, obviously. He didn't say anything stupid or make stupid jokes about aliens or new physics. He just said, that signal path is not supported by the Standard Model. The Standard Model, for those who don't know, is the physics Bible. It explains how subatomic particles interact, and according to it, a high-energy neutrino coming from that direction should have been absorbed long before it ever reached the ice, let alone produced a detectable event. It would have had to travel through thousands of kilometers of solid Earth and still have enough energy left to interact, which is supposed to be impossible. After the second event, things got more locked down. The analysis software was updated remotely, which is rare. Normally we manage our own patches on site, but this one came from a lab in the States and overwrote some of the custom filters we have been using. Mike, the RF technician who originally flagged the event, asked about it in the main Slack channel and did not get a reply. A day later, he got pulled into a video call and we did not see him again for the rest of the rotation. His gear was packed up by someone else. Now, before you jump to conclusions, I'm not saying it was a cover-up. Maybe they just reassigned him. These things do happen, and they have happened before, but this felt abrupt, like way too abrupt, and the timing felt off. And I just really want to reiterate, this had never happened before in this way. By the end of the deployment, we'd logged 2 more similar events, not as strong, but same profile, same impossible angle. All were quietly tagged anomalous, bundled into a compressed archive, and shipped off with the rest of the mission data. As far as I know, none of it was published, at least not in the way that we recorded it. That is where my direct experience ends. The balloon came down, the payload was recovered, we were debriefed, thanked, and flown back to Christchurch. I finished my contract, signed an NDA like always, and moved on to another project in the southwest. But I never stopped thinking about those signals. And what bothered me wasn't just that they didn't fit the model. It was how fast everyone wanted to move on. Like it was easier to pretend it hadn't happened than to ask what it meant. I didn't think much more about it after I left. Not right away, at least. Like most people who do seasonal contract work, you shift gears and kind of move on. New job, new site, new routine. I went back to working in telemetry systems for a low Earth orbit CubeSat project out in Arizona. Nice weather, terrible coffee. My focus was there for a while. But maybe 3 or 4 months after I got back, I got an email. It wasn't from anyone I worked with directly in Antarctica. It was from a physics grad student I'd met during orientation. I'll just call him Jay for the purposes of the story. He hadn't been on site during the main flight, but had access to the data from back in the States. The message was short and informal, and honestly, it kinda sketched me out seeing it. You keep in contact with people sometimes if you spent a while working with them, but mostly, people just move on with their lives. You do the whole polite, yeah, of course I'll keep in contact, and we'll arrange to meet up rigmarole, but no one ever actually goes through with it. The message was something like, hey, did you guys see anything weird in Flight 3 logs? We're missing the 1420 batch, and the rest is strange. I replied, and told him we had seen a few things that didn't match expected neutrino patterns, but that the full dataset had been offloaded to the NSF servers. He said they had only been given partial access, and that certain flagged anomalies were locked behind a PI-only firewall, principal investigator level. That was really weird because normally, grad students can at least see the full event set, even if they can't manipulate or publish it. We traded a few more emails, and then he stopped responding. A week later, his university research page was offline. I tried to find him through some of the Slack archives, but he was not listed in any of the project subchannels anymore. I figured he'd either been booted off of the project or switched departments. People wash out of research tracks all the time. Still, it sat in the back of my head like a splinter. A month or 2 later, another guy from my Antarctica rotation, Tony, an RF tech with NOAA background, called me out of nowhere. He wasn't someone I kept in touch with either, but I remembered him because he always wore this worn-out navy beanie, even indoors. He was agitated, said he just had to ask something. Asked if I remembered the events on days 5 and 9, the anomalies. I told him, yeah, I remembered. He asked if I'd been contacted by anyone about them. I said no, just a random grad student once. Then I asked what he was asking. He went quiet, then said this. Mike is dead. Car accident, officially. But there is no record of it. No obituary, no funeral notice, nothing. Mike was the technician who flagged the first anomaly and got pulled from the rest of the rotation. Tony said he tried to track him down afterward, even called his old company. They said Mike had left on medical leave and never came back. No one knew where he had gone. Eventually the phone number stopped working. That alone wasn't enough to mean something bad had happened, but now Tony was saying he'd heard from someone else that Mike was no longer with the project and not to be contacted. I asked Tony what he thought it meant. He didn't say cover-up, he didn't say black project or men in suits. What he said was this: something is under the ice that we don't have a box for, and maybe somebody has already opened it. We did not talk again after that. I tried texting him a few weeks later just to check in. No response. I gave up. Figured he was maybe too upset about what happened to Mike. I think they got pretty close while we were working on the project. What started bothering me more and more wasn't just the data. It was the behavior. Silence from people who were once curious and open. It didn't feel like science anymore. It felt like someone had turned off the lights and told everyone to go home quietly. I kept a local copy of the raw logs from the flight, not the full telemetry, but the summary output files that we used for QA during live monitoring. I checked them again last year out of curiosity. At first everything was as I remembered: event timestamps, signal amplitudes, angles of incidence. But I found something else, something I had not noticed at the time. Each of the anomalous signals, the upward impulses from beneath the ice, had a secondary harmonic, a tiny echo a fraction of a microsecond later embedded in the signal. At first I thought it was just digital noise, but it was consistent across all 4 events. And here is the weird part: the echo was not random, it was structured, low frequency, repeating. I had to run a few transforms to clean it up, but it looked almost patterned, like a pulse train. Not information exactly, not language or anything like that, but it did not look natural. I shared it with a friend of mine who works in microwave spectroscopy just as a curiosity. I didn't tell him where it was from. He said it reminded him of ground-penetrating radar returns, the kind you get from dense layered materials, rock, metal, ice, but this signal was too sharp, too focused. He asked me where I got it. I lied and said it was from an old upper atmosphere test. That is when I stopped sharing it. Because here is the thing. When we first picked up those signals, the assumption was that something passed through the Earth, something that should not be able to. But what if we were looking at it backward? What if it didn't pass through anything? What if it came out? I know how that sounds. I am not making a claim, I'm not selling a book or pushing a theory. I am telling you what I saw, what I was part of. It may have a rational explanation. Maybe there's a new kind of interaction no one has modeled yet. Maybe ice can do things to radio waves that we still don't understand. But when you see people vanish from research roles, when you watch institutions that pride themselves on transparency suddenly go quiet, when you find signals that don't make sense in logs you were never supposed to keep, you start to wonder. Not about aliens or secret governments, not about anything cinematic. You just start to wonder what kind of mistake we made down there. You start to wonder what could possibly be under the ice and make that kind of signal. I mean, shit. Think about how much of the ocean is unexplored, about how much we don't know about our own planet. Maybe there is even more that we don't know that we don't know. Again, I'm not asking you to believe me. I know how this sounds, but do yourself a favor and read this article for me. Draw your own conclusions on what I have said. Just remember, this is what they are comfortable sharing with the general public. All of these stories take place in the same general area. The first incident I can clearly remember happened when I was 4 or 5. After speaking to others in the area, I learned that the events I experienced were far from the only things to have ever happened in the area, but I digress. I will get to the experiences others told me after I have relayed my own, if there is sufficient demand. It was a typical summer night, and I was settling down to watch Snake. Kudos to those of you who know what I'm talking about. My dad was doing some work outside, and my mom was in the kitchen cleaning up from the dinner we'd all just finished eating when my dad came in, pale as a sheet. My mom asked him what was wrong, and he replied, "I heard something outside. Get me my gun." My mother of course complied. With the gun secretly in hand, my dad went back outside, and my mother, my brother and I watched him from the doorway. Then we heard it too. It sounded like a woman screaming or something. I know that a lot of animals sound that way, but I've lived in the country my whole life and never heard that sound before. The closest I've come to is some videos of big cats, but that raises the question of what a big cat would be doing in the middle of Indiana. My dad paused for a second when he heard it again, but not wanting to look like a pussy in front of his wife and kids, he proceeded to the section of the field next to our house where the sound seemed to be originating from, his pistol held ready. Now, it's important to note that when this happened, there was no house in the field next to ours. A house was built there later, but it was pure country darkness at that time. My dad vanished into the gloom where the sound seemed to be originating from, and for a few breathless seconds we heard nothing. Then my dad screamed, "Oh fuck," and we heard the sound of gunfire. At this point, my mom shoved my brother and I into the house and closed the door on us. I heard my dad yell, "Are the kids in the house?" The panic in his voice was evident. Once my mom assured him that we were safe, they both came back inside, drew the blinds, locked the doors, and refused to speak about it. Later that night, I was eavesdropping on my parents through the vent in my room, and I heard my dad say to my mom, "I don't know what that was, but I never want to see it again. If the kids ask, tell them it was just someone playing a trick on us." I never asked when I was younger, but once I got older, I've asked him about it on a few occasions. He always refuses to talk about it. After that night, he began drinking heavily. He's thankfully given it up now. Some strange things happened after that, though nothing as major as that noise was, but in retrospect, they all seemed to be building up into some sort of crescendo. My mother walked into the kitchen one night and saw a Native American woman wearing a headdress standing at our back window crying. She was alone in the house with us at the time. I did some research and apparently, the land we lived on was used as a trading ground of some sort before the settlers came. I don't know any more than that. One winter, my mother saw someone looking at her through our bathroom window. It's important to note that our bathroom window was a good 9 feet off of the ground. She got my dad to look outside. Despite the heavy snowfall, there were no footprints leading away from or to the house, but there were a set of footprints in a circle right outside of the bathroom window, again, with no footprints leading to or away from them. During this time, my dad's drinking was increasing exponentially. This seems to be common in those who had experienced things in those woods, as it happened to a friend's father as well. I will tell those stories after I share my own, again, provided there is sufficient interest. We would often hear heavy metal coming from inside of the walls. This happened up until we moved out 15 years later. No one who lived near us listened to heavy metal. My brother, 2 years my junior, began talking about how he would see our dead great-grandpa in our house all the time. I wouldn't give any credence to this due to his age, except for the fact that he apparently described the suit my great-grandpa was buried in detail. He wasn't at the wake or the funeral. My father's drinking culminated in abuse to my mother, and they got divorced when I was 10 or 11 years old. That is the last you will hear of my family problems, though I do feel what I've shared is relevant to the story. My father was the nicest guy in the world before that night. I have to wonder what it was he saw that brought him to that point. After the divorce, my mother bought my brother a dog. It was the sweetest dog in the world. We kept him chained up outside. Every now and then he would break loose, but he would never be gone for more than an hour or two. One day he broke free and did not come back. My brother was, understandably, heartbroken. My mother promised him a new dog if that one did not come back within a week. A week to the day after that, we found out what happened to the dog. Well, sort of. My brother's screams woke me up that morning. My mother and I walked outside to see what was wrong. Well, it was pretty obvious what was wrong. The skin from the top of the dog's head was laying on our back porch. Just the skin, just from the top of its head. It looked as if someone had ripped it off. The cut was not clean at all. We never did find the body. We buried the skin in the backyard. Once I entered middle school, I made a friend in the grade above me. He lived about a half-mile down the road, so that was very convenient for me. One night, I was over at his house, and he began telling me stories that his brother had told him. Stories about a beast with red eyes that lived in the woods and would get you if you weren't careful. He told me he'd seen it a few times. Once, watching him from the top of a mulberry tree that grew across the road from his house. Once, while walking back from another friend of his house, watching him from the tree line across a cornfield. Again, at the same friend's house, on the roof of his garage. The fourth time he saw it, he said, was right outside of a screen door at his grandpa's house. He said it was crouched down on all fours, like some kind of an animal. The other times have been too far away for him to make out its shape. Apparently it was humanoid, but comprised entirely of darkness and shadow, except for the burning red eyes. I, of course, did not believe him, but I still looked over my shoulder the entire way home. When I got home, I was greeted by my brother sobbing. I told him to calm down and tell me what happened. He told me that he and a friend of his were walking back from another friend's house, which I've marked on the map with an X. It should be noted that this is the same house that my friend claimed to see the beast on top of the garage. My brother said they'd gone down the trail we took through the woods on a daily basis on their way home, but it sounded like someone was following them and keeping pace. He turned around and saw two glowing red eyes set close to the ground. They then rose up to a height of over 9 feet and started coming toward them. My brother ran all the way home, presumably being chased. I've marked the spot where he supposedly encountered it, along with the route that he took home. It should be noted that he ran all that way in the dark. My experience with the beast was to come later. Just to note, this dumbass did not put them up in the story. After hearing about my brother's experience, I had my friend tell me everything he knew about the thing in the woods. He told me the story of his father, who had also seen it. I believe it drove his father crazy, and I also believe that my own father saw it as well, giving the parallels between the two stories. The only difference was that my father and mother divorced, and my father moved away. His father ended up getting shot by his mother due to the abuse his drinking brought about. Being young, 15 to 16, and fearless at this time, I naturally thought it would be a good idea to fuck with the thing, whatever it was, to see what it was made of. This proved to be a mistake. I went into the woods with a dagger, which I thought would protect me, I guess. I don't know what I was thinking. I sat in a clearing until it was dark, when I started to taunt the thing. You know, general stuff that a teenager would say, like, "You're a fucking pussy and I don't believe in you," and "Looks like everyone is afraid of nothing because the only ghost here is a gigantic pussy." I know, I was cool. You guys have not got to tell me. The only problem for me was that what I was doing, it worked. The woods went quiet, quieter than I'd ever heard them. Then, in the distance, I heard the snap, snap, snap of something taking heavy, slow, methodical steps toward me, breaking branches underneath its feet. Snap, snap, snap. I was still brave. I stood my ground. When the sound got to about 30 feet away from me, I heard a tree crash to the ground, followed by the same snap, snap, snap. I started to get nervous at this point. If it could push a tree over, it could seriously fuck me up. The walking started to get faster. Snap, 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 snap. A sense of dread came over me at that point, which I experienced later with my face-to-face encounter. I pissed myself, dropped the dagger, and ran home. Did I mention I was home alone that night? I got inside, slammed the door behind me, locked it, deadbolted it, got a clean change of clothes, and hopped in the shower. While I was showering, the noises started. It was like something with large claws was scratching the side of the house. Sometimes it would hit the house hard enough to shake pictures off of the walls. I put my headphones on and huddled in my room until my mom got home, which is when the noises stopped. I did not tell her anything. The next morning I looked outside, and there were no scratches on the side of the house, nor were there the dents you would expect from something hitting it that hard. I walked out to the clearing I was in and found my dagger buried hilt deep in a tree. I tried pulling it out, but it wouldn't budge. On my last visit to that location, it was no longer there. I never went into the woods at night again. Things were as calm as they ever were after that, though the heavy metal coming from our walls was as loud as ever. By this point, I had begun listening to metal, so it didn't bother me as much as it did the rest of the family. But I digress. I wanted to get to the meat of this section right away. We were at my grandpa's house, the Christmas Eve after my experience in the woods. We left and were driving through a wooded section when my mum caught something in the headlights. Time seemed to slow down when I saw it. It was walking across the road from one wooded area to the next. The whole encounter could not have lasted more than 15 seconds in total, but it seemed like 15 minutes, or maybe even longer. It stood at around 9 feet tall. Its body was humanoid in shape, but it was made up entirely of darkness. Tendrils of darkness drifted off of its body when the headlight struck it. I am unsure if that was caused by the headlights, or if it was simply some strange aspect of the beast. Its arms noticeably moved, though in a manner that is hard for me to demonstrate adequately. Its entire range of motion seemed alien and unnatural to me. I was filled with dread. It turned and looked at me, its eyes two glowing coals floating in the physical darkness that was its body. The head turned, but not in the way yours or mine would. It was more as if the eyes shifted. It is very hard to describe. I made eye contact with it for what seemed like an eternity. Then it looked forward and walked back into the woods on the other side of the road. Time slowed down and the sense of dread left me. We all looked at each other with a, "Did you just see that look?" on our faces. We did not speak a word about it until we got home. These days, when I bring it up to my mom, she says it was a raccoon, but the look in her eyes lets me know she remembers, and that is all I want, to know I'm not crazy. I haven't seen it since, though the fear has never left me. We moved away a year after that. I went to college but kept in touch with my friend who lived in the area. He became obsessed with the thing in the woods during that period. He would often go out into the woods at night with nothing but a tape recorder and some candles. I don't know if he ever picked anything up on the tape recorder, and to be honest, I would not want to hear it if he did. The last words he said to me were, "I went out into the woods and promised it my soul if it would give me name of the girl he loved. He got her, but she destroyed him. He is now a broken down junkie who lives day by day eating from trash cans and stealing for a hit of whatever drugs he can get his hands on. He was the smartest person I knew." I've since moved back to an area that's a 10-minute drive away from where these events occurred. I am interested in going back sometime, but not without backup. If I go, I'll post the results on this board. Be me, 13 years old, 12 years ago, before cell phones and internet. I was out wrecking shit on my four-wheeler in backwoods Arkansas, 1 mile near border of Oklahoma, searching for places to sneak out and for parties. Bonfires and booze, fuck yeah. Old logging roads galore, free to explore. About an hour of taking random rights and lefts, I come to a turnaround. No big deal. These are the perfect spots for the party. Jump off my wheeler to check this shit out. Something is different. There are visible trails leading to the woods. They look fresh. I decide to take a peek. Usually there is just a clearing where the loggers parked their trucks while they were in the job. Walk back into the tree line following the trail, and there is one of the creepiest things I've seen in my life. It was a huge altar made out of bones, dried blood all over it. I look down, and there is chunks of bone all over the ground. No fur anywhere, so I don't know what kind of bones they were. What the motherfuck? Keep looking around and there is camouflage nets set up. Walk to the other side of the nets and there are 8 cots with sleeping bags and a fire pit. Shitloads of cans and bags of trash. Nope, nope, nope. Start to feel like someone is watching me. Hear things moving in the trees all around me. I shit my pants and ran to my four-wheeler and hopped on, and drove in 4th gear all the way home. I don't even know how I made it out of there without getting lost. I barely even remember. Told my grandpa what happened. He gets pissed. Tells me to never go over onto that section ever again. I did not argue. Be me. 2nd grade. On a school field trip to a farm. I'm a loser, so I am all by myself. I look over and see a cow. A single cow. I remember it so distinctly, so vividly. The mud on its feet, its slightly smaller than average tail, its white udder, everything. Stare at this cow. It stares back at me. Teacher comes over and asks me what I'm doing. I look at her and tell her I'm looking at the cow. I look back at the cow. The cow is gone, completely vanished, no footprints or anything. My face went. Farmer grew vegetables. My face went. The nearest farm with animals was miles away. My face went. I had apparently been staring at this cow for at least 10 minutes. The thing that creeps me out the most about this experience, even to this day, is the gaze the cow gave. The unending glare of its eyes. I felt like I was transported to another dimension while I was looking at it. I have never had anything like this before the trip, and I have never had anything like it since. I was stationed at the Nellis Base Hospital just outside of Groom Lake, assigned there after my transfer from Fort Detrick. It was a low-profile gig, mostly treating sunstroke, sprains, and the occasional drunk fight. That changed the morning of July 3rd, They called it a containment breach. No details, just a flurry of ambulances and blacked out Humvees pouring in from the east gate. First guy through the doors had half his face hanging off and glass shards sticking out of his neck like porcupine quills. We weren't briefed, and we were not prepared. Suddenly, triage became survival mode. Blood pools on linoleum, med carts rolling in and out non-stop. Screams that didn't fully sound human. My name is Ellie. I was a trauma nurse, third shift, and had been in the job long enough not to flinch when someone came in half dead. But what we saw that week, none of it felt right. Nothing added up, and it all started with a patient they brought in under the name of Frank C. I can't tell you any more than that. Even though it has been years since this incident, I am still scared that any day now I might get a knock at the door. But let me tell you, they shut this place the fuck down. The guy they brought in had no rank, no serial, just civilian contractor, which meant either intelligence or one of the off-the-book science guys they keep in the bunkers. He came in unconscious, missing his left arm at the shoulder. Burns covered the entire left side of his body, but it wasn't the burns that stood out, it was the color. It was this dark violet tone that didn't look like bruising or tissue necrosis. It looked like ink seeping out from under the skin. They moved him to a private wing in the east corridor. It was one that we never used because it had not passed full renovation. Aside from medical staff, anyone not military related was basically thrown out unless it was life-threatening. I don't know what kind of phony excuse they gave or how they even managed it. It seems like pure bullshit, I know, but I have never seen anything like it in my life. They brought in their own machines, their own monitors. The IV bags they hooked him up with were neon green, glowing faintly even under the halogen lights. I asked what was in them. No answer. One of the army docs told me it was classified biomedical prototyping. I didn't push. The thing was, the meds didn't seem to sedate Frank, not one bit. His vitals would flatline and then spike again. One night, his heart rate dropped to 20 BPM for almost a full minute. Thought we lost him. But when I leaned in to check his pupils, he opened one eye, just the right one. The left one was a ruined socket. The eye looked off. I know that's not helpful, but it wasn't like anything I'd ever seen. The pupil was dilated, but the iris was not brown anymore. It was black, shot through with tiny red threads like spider veins. He blinked once, then flatlined again. I called it in, but by the time the trauma team got there, he was back to stable, and lying there like nothing happened at all. The official story was he had been caught in a lab explosion caused by an electrical short. That did not explain the growing list of symptoms. Muscle spasms without brain activity, shifts in body temperature by 10 degrees in under an hour, skin luminescence. I clocked it one night when I dimmed the lights. He was pretty much fucking glowing. Not metaphorically. His skin gave off this low, rhythmic pulse, like the soft hum of a power transformer. I tried recording it. Phone wouldn't pick up anything but static. It was a fucking stupid idea doing that shit anyway. Could have lost my job or much, much worse. I mean, what was I thinking recording a random patient like that and violating their privacy? Anyone would think I was a trainee. After that, they started posting guards outside his room. These were not MPs that they were stationing outside, either. These guys were full-on private security. Unmarked uniforms, high-grade rifles, and no insignia. I was lucky that the one who caught me was who he was. He snatched the phone and broke it, and told me I was getting off lucky. Got told to focus and do my job, and that he would forget all about what he saw me doing. In any other scenario, I would have called him an asshole, but he did me a favor, and I'm not really sure why. Maybe he was nervous, or maybe they needed as many people as possible on this. Still, I couldn't ignore it, and I started noticing other things too. One of the patients they brought in had this milky fluid leaking from his tear ducts. Another kept repeating a string of numbers under his breath for hours before flatlining. I think it was something like 169424111, I think, but I could be completely wrong. Something like that anyway, but it didn't mean anything to me. But it was always the same sequence. I wrote it down one night and asked one of the other nurses, a guy named Remy, if it meant anything. He went pale and told me never to bring it up, ever again. told me to get rid of it and to not let the guards see. Frank got worse. The burns didn't scab or heal, they shifted. The edges of the damaged tissue started curling inward, like flower petals closing at night, and underneath it was more of that violet-black substance. The specialist doctors they brought in called it deep tissue damage, but I saw it move once. Not spasm, but full-on move, like something crawling just beneath the skin. I reported it to our lead physician on the case. He nodded and said he would escalate to command. The next day, they doubled the guards and replaced the IVs with thicker tubing and reinforced clamps. They started bringing in blood samples and unmarked canisters. When I asked where they were sending the samples, nobody answered. July 7th, early morning. I was prepping his meds when I noticed that the pump was disconnected. The tube had been melted clean through, like acid had eaten it. Frank's vitals were spiking. His temperature was at 105 degrees Fahrenheit, heart rate 150. I reached to check his airway, and he grabbed my wrist. Let me be clear to all of you reading this. Frank had not moved in 4 days, not even a twitch, and now his hand was like a vice. His skin was hot, way too hot, and there was this vibrating tension underneath it, like something coiled. He didn't speak. He opened his mouth, and what came out was sound, but not words. It was this deep, wet crackling noise, like frozen branches snapping underwater. I pulled free, hit the emergency call, but nobody came. I checked the intercom, dead. Power was still on, but the monitors were glitching, readouts flickering, alarms freezing mid-beep. Then he began to rise, not like a person sitting up. His body arched, and the vines, yes, vines, like tendrils, began unfurling from the stump of his amputated arm. They weren't plant vines, not exactly. They moved too fast, too intelligently. They wrapped around the bed rails and lifted him. His legs dangled, his head lolled. The lights blew out, all of them. Room went dark except for the green glow from his skin and those things growing from him. One of them lashed toward me. I ducked and ran straight into the hallway. A guard tried to stop me, but I screamed something about containment breach. He went to check and didn't come back. A second later, the whole wing locked down. Steel doors slammed, warning lights flashed. Over the PA, a code I'd never heard before. Delta 6 quarantine protocol. I stood there choking on the chemical dust, trying to make sense of what I'd just seen. The air was sharp with whatever suppressant they dumped into the room. Some weird mix of ammonia and ozone that stung my nose and eyes. The thing was lying in a curled up mess on the floor, not moving. His vitals were flatlining. The growth, whatever that was still twitching, but dying fast under the foam. I backed into the hallway, not even realizing I was still holding the syringe of Naxalone I grabbed earlier. My hands were shaking. I tried to get someone's attention. A sergeant standing post with an M4 at the ready, but he wouldn't look at me. His eyes were on the hallway corner, like he expected more of them to come crawling out. A man in civilian clothes, a suit with a wire in his ear, brushed past me without a glance and went straight into the room. The door slammed again behind him. No decontamination, no hesitation. That was when I knew. This wasn't new to them. I stumbled into the break room. My scrubs were soaked through with sweat and God knows what else. The skin on my neck was burning where the dust had touched open scratches. I grabbed a water bottle from the fridge, someone else's because I did not care, and downed the whole thing in 2 gulps. I could hear shouting 2 rooms over, behind glass. I wasn't supposed to hear what they were saying, but I picked up pieces. Still mobile. No, we were told it couldn't replicate. 3 dead, not including. That was enough. I left the bottle on the floor and headed to the admin wing. I needed to file an incident report, just something to put it down in writing before someone made it all disappear. I passed the nurse's station. Empty. No chatter, no coffee, no one charting. The place was usually buzzing, no matter what time it was. In the admin office, I logged in. My access had not been revoked yet. I typed the basic summary. Respiratory event. Unknown complication with infusion. Possible reaction. I stopped at reaction. That word wasn't big enough. There wasn't a drop-down menu for subject grew appendages and became aggressive. I deleted the sentence and instead wrote, patient experienced acute neurological distress, leading to severe muscular convulsions and aggressive behavior. Infusion paused. Emergency code initiated. Patient status unknown. That was as close to the truth as I could get without redacting myself. I printed a copy, one copy, that's all I dared to do, and then I slid it into my locker, behind the photos and the travel-sized deodorant I never used. I don't know what good I thought it would do. By the time I got back to the ward, the room was sealed off with blackout curtains and 2 MPs standing outside. I didn't ask questions. I walked past them and went to the nurse's bathroom. Then I locked the door and turned on the faucet, just to drown out the sound of my own breathing. I looked in the mirror and did not recognize the face staring back. Red eyes, gray skin. I wasn't just feeling sick, I was just emptied out. Like I'd seen something I wasn't supposed to, and now part of me was gone. That night, they moved all remaining patients from the wing. Didn't say why. I overheard a conversation about atmospheric pressure differentials in that hallway. It was all just bullshit jargon that sounded like someone trying too hard to lie. I checked the log. No barometric anomalies, no HVAC flags, nothing wrong with the environment. It was something in him, in his blood. Next morning, they told me I'd been reassigned. No notice, no conversation, just a paper slip and a room number. When I showed up, it wasn't a patient care room. It was a desk, a screen, security feed access, nothing medical. I sat there for 6 hours watching live feeds of different rooms in the lower levels. Most were empty, some were not. Some had things in them that didn't move right. One of the feeds was black and white with no audio. It showed a holding room with a gurney. Someone was strapped to it, a female maybe. Her face was covered with gauze, but I recognized the twitching, the same shoulder spasms, same posture. I clicked the log. She had been transferred in 2 days ago, name redacted, from the cold storage wing. She hadn't exploded into vines. She didn't glow or hover or anything out of a horror movie, but she wasn't sleeping either. Her chest didn't rise or fall. Her limbs didn't shift, but her eyes were open. And every 5 minutes, like clockwork, she blinked. No breathing, no movement, just the blink. They left her in that room for 12 hours straight. At hour 13, a doctor entered in a sealed suit. They were not military. Some kind of private contractor probably. The feed cut out 5 seconds later. That night I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about the cocktail they'd given him, the neon bags, the insistence on keeping him under. I remembered how fast his levels were recovering and how his red cell count had doubled in hours. It wasn't just healing, it was replication, some kind of growth. I started to wonder if the explosion at Groom Lake was even an accident, or if it was containment, like someone had seen where this was headed and tried to burn it all down before it got out. But it didn't work, because whatever it was, it's still in them, still quiet, still waiting. A week later I was released, no warning, no follow-up, just a phone call saying I'd been rotated out and that my NDA would be reinforced. I got a check, a discharge paper with no explanation, and an escort to the gate. That was it. Now I'm back at home in a quiet little town, just renting a room, and trying not to think about what's under the desert. But sometimes I wake up in a sweat, thinking about those eyes on the monitor. That patient who wasn't breathing, but still blinked every 5 minutes, like a timer counting down. If you've read this far, just remember, if you hear about a respiratory virus spreading from a facility near Nevada, or a rare blood condition turning up in clusters of military families, it's some kind of experiment or something they're covering up. Whatever they tell you it is, whatever they want you to believe, it's not true. Don't know if it's the same creature, but I managed to meet my great-grandfather's aunt's grandson. Really unclear how I was related to him since I was only 8 or so. Anyway, he's an Arche who practically lived like a pioneer half of the time. In the woods hunting, skinning, trapping, the whole 9 yards. Had a huge collection of firearms, likely a dozen revolvers, and at least a couple dozen long guns. I know little of gun terminology, and time doesn't make it easier to identify them, but I am confident it was an assortment of old shotguns and rifles, some of them double-barreled or over-under. I think some were even the long ones that are the first semi-automatic rifles. This is a big log and stone cabin, with lots of room for him to display every piece in its own memorial. He kept each individual gun with trophies he had gotten with that gun. Bear heads, panther heads, antlers ranging from pencils to baseball bats. If a gun had done something, it would show. Except for 3, which were left in the corner, barely visible and hidden behind the many trophies associated with the other members of his collection. I thought the guns looked sad. In that corner, they were completely ignored, and it was obvious that he did not care if he forgot that they ever existed, tucked away back there, cobwebs in the barrels and everything. Ask him why those guns that seem just as good as the other ones don't have any achievements. He grabs me by my shoulders, pushes me into a seat, and pulls up a stool which he sits on. He starts telling me about those 3 guns, rifle, shotgun, and revolver, failed him in such a manner that they don't deserve a chance to prove themselves. He was, kinda odd like that. He tells me about being in a woods and how things work a bit differently out in the wilderness than cozied up in civilization. He says he's been a lot of places, hiked up and done laps in the Appalachian, where the beasts have a kind of endurance that separated them from the others. Reminder, this is all secondhand. Never been out there and had spoopy stuff happen, or hear similar stories from other relatives. When he traveled up the Mississippi, the beasts were faster and harder to track. He never described those creatures as being abnormal, but the next one he insisted was not meant to exist in a world with men. He was out enough that it was pretty common for him to be going through an area he had passed through before on separate trips. On his 3rd trip through one of those areas, he became aware he had garnered the attention of something. I think it did creep him out and make him uneasy, but the man had that revolver, rifle, and shotgun with him each of those times. The creature he found there wasn't swift like the stuff by the rivers, nor was it undaunted by him as the mountains creatures were. On the 4th trip through the area, he found proof something in the area was interested in him. First, he found tracks within whatever remained of earlier passes through. Soon though, new tracks were making trails to lure him down unexplored trails that he had never been through. At that point, he noticed there was never, not even one set of tracks from anything in that area. No boar passed through, no deer or bear, no bobcats or varmint. 6th time, he had a confrontation with it, whatever it was. He had come to a 2-way fork where the trail split, one way being his former route, and the other being a mimicry of the ones he had created. He decided for the first time to go down the strange, imposter trail. It was only a few 100 feet before he decided he had to turn around. He did not know where this path was going to lead him, or when he would reach any open ground. When he did, about halfway back to the fork, the bushes to his right rustled, and the undergrowth tore and snapped from something. No blood and copper smell or some BS like that. As he entered sight of where the trail had split, some thing strolled out of the foliage it had remained concealed in for so long. It didn't move in the purposeful, measured manner things usually move in. He said it was more like a rattlesnake, rattling its tail, a kind of fluid, smooth movement that could just as easily be the end of it moving, or the beginning. I'm not quite sure I understand what that means. He takes a good look at this thing and is disgusted. It is a blight on nature, something every other beast would shun. It is not a boar nor bear, carries not the crown of deer or the darkness of panthers. And the thing is downright spoopy, so he does what any sensible person would do. He fires the double-barreled shotgun at its right hip. Immediately, the thing lurches forward and bits of flesh, fur, and blood spatter around. Then it stumbles backwards and leans into the bushes the thing wobbled out of in a slightly less slender manner. Right now, the thing is making all fucking kinds of noise, growling and wild shrieking, unsettling laughter, and mumbled calls that might have been words, but might just as likely have been gibberish. Started reloading the shotgun, but just dropped it. The way the thing scrambled after that shot it took demonstrated the shotgun did not penetrate its hide well enough, and so the shotgun failed him forever. He was whipping the revolver out of his pants tactical pocket belt holster when that smell started. Smelled like a handful of pennies that were stuck up a dog's ass, but without the shitty ass smell. Just the smell from being round a smelly dog. Now he had his revolver out and ready, so he pushed the bush out of his way so he could see the thing stroll towards one of the other paths it had made. He shot 6 times, 2 misses, 1 went through the neck and would likely have went out the chin. 1 hit where the heart would be if it was on the right, and 2 into the shoulder and shoulder blade. Thing gave 0 fucks and scooted on. He is pissed the thing has shrugged off all of the hits it took and just decided to go on its way. Fuck you, revolver. Rifle. Don't be a failure like those two. Rifle out. It's not really going anywhere too fast, so he takes a few moments to get a look at the thing. He sees the spots where his revolver shots went in, but they seem like they went through the fur and hide. They got caught in it and caught up like a stretched rubber band. Mangled mess of fur keeps anything from penetrating deep. Dunno what the hell you are, but you better not teach no bucks how to do that, you mangy mutton mannequin. What did you call it? 4 shots from the rifle all target that spot on the shoulder where 2 revolver rounds hit. They all hit, but do little more than making it a little scattering of bald patches where the fur ripped in tangles. Fuck that thing. The fur jammed into the bullet holes, and the mess of fur around them are soaking up the majority of what might have been bleeding. Bloodied some fur that likely had more fur grow over it. Those guns never accomplished anything, and never will. Then he was wanted somewhere, and had to stop there. Not much of a finish, but I never got the chance to see if there was anything more that happened. Last month, my husband and I finally bought our dream house. It is on the edge of a large forest and I love it. It's like a little paradise hidden by the large pine trees that grow on the premises. I honestly don't know where my backyard ends and the forest starts. The house is everything I've ever dreamed of. I'm a musician and usually I work from home, so for me, the transition out of New York City and into the country was not too big. My husband, however, had to quit his job. He gave notice last week and still has 1 week to go. We had to leave our old apartment a few days ago, so for the time being, he stays with a friend in the city, while I have already moved to our new house. This week, it would just be me and our 2 dogs. As fate would have it, some strange things have started to happen. On Sunday, I was unpacking boxes and storing some items in the basement, along with other unused stuff. The basement is cold and windowless, not much bigger than a walk-in closet. I walked down the wooden stairs and dropped the box in a corner when I noticed there was a small hatch on the wall under the staircase. I noticed there was only a latch on it to lock it from the outside. I wondered if it could be a door, but the opening was quite narrow, maybe just big enough for a small person, such as myself, to fit. I opened it up anyway. There wasn't really anything to see though. It was dark inside, and the light from the basement was way too dim to light it at all. From inside came a clicking or snapping kind of noise, not rhythmic, but consistent. I thought maybe it was some type of machine. I did not dare stick my head or hand in for fear of getting electrocuted or something. So I shut the hatch and figured I would take a look when I'd unpacked my flashlight. The following days, things got pretty weird. On Monday, the dogs were going nuts. As soon as the first one stopped barking, the other one would start again. They were just barking into nothing. Dark corners of the ceilings and rooms that weren't lit. Tuesday, the dogs had settled down, but that night, while making dinner, I heard the same clicking that I had heard coming from the space behind the hatch. It was coming from a corner in the living room, a dark area barely illuminated by the light from the kitchen. I approached quietly, but as I was about to flip the light switch, one of the dogs flew past me and charged at the corner, barking. Whatever was making the noise stopped. I turned on the light, but nothing was there. I called my husband that night and told him about the weird noise. He said he would look into it when he got to the house. That night, I was sleeping soundly when one of the dogs started scratching at my bedroom door. I had just painted the door, so I groaned as I heard the dog's nails dragging across the fresh paint, but I was so tired I immediately drifted back to sleep without letting him in. When I woke up, I remembered my dog scratching at the door, and I cursed and hastily got up to check how badly he'd ruined the paint, but both the dogs were in my bedroom. When I went down for breakfast, I noticed the bowl of dog food was completely empty, even though I'd just refilled it the night before. I called my husband that evening and told him I thought we had an infestation of some sort. You might think that I would have been scared at this point, but I had not quite connected the dots in my head. After calling my husband, I sat down with a book and a glass of wine out on the porch. I hadn't really noticed how exhausted I was from unpacking. Not 10 minutes into reading, I fell asleep. It must have been past midnight when I woke up from the motion-activated lights in the backyard switching on. Half asleep, I turned to look, and what I saw shocked me wide awake. About 30 feet away stood a tall, slender figure hunched over, seeming to be drinking from the bird bath in the garden. For a few seconds, I just sat there, frozen in fear, watching the figure drink. It had long, thin limbs, and its skin was pitch black. It was like a shadow that just rose from the pavement and became a person. Then it stopped drinking and lifted its head to look at me, and I was able to make out a mouthful of teeth. Its two clouded grey eyes looked right at me, and for a second I thought it intended to attack. But the figure just backed away into the darkness, where it became immediately invisible. The leaves rustled, farther and farther into the woods, and it was gone. I ran inside and locked myself and the dogs in the bathroom until sunrise. Then I called my husband and told him everything. He said he would come over ASAP. In the meantime, I unpacked some more boxes today to try and distract myself, but while putting more boxes in the basement, I discovered that the hatch was open. I had definitely closed the latch on Sunday, but I must have forgotten to lock it. In that very moment, I remembered the clicking sounds and the scratching at the bedroom door, and I put two and two together. I think whatever was in there, it's out now. Years ago, when I was 8 years old, my family lived in this big weird house kind of on the edge of a small town. The school district was in the middle of a big restructuring, so even though we were only a couple of grades apart, my brother and I went to different schools and took different buses. This left me as the last person to leave in the morning and the first person to get home in the afternoon, which meant that it was my job to make sure all the lights were off and the door was locked. One morning, I noticed the basement door was open and the light was on, so before I left, I turned off the light and closed the door. When I got home that afternoon, the light was on and the door was open again. I just assumed that I'd forgotten to actually take care of it when I noticed it in the morning, so I went over to turn off the light and close the door. When I got to the top of the basement stairs, I looked, and there was a big shadowy male figure towards the bottom of the staircase. I freaked out, slammed the door, and pushed a bunch of boxes against it, and then went and hid in my closet. For months, I did not tell my family because I was positive what I had seen was a ghost and did not think anyone would believe me. Then, about a year after that incident, my mom and her boyfriend realized that small amounts of money had been going missing for months, totaling around $800 to $900, but never more than $60 at once. So we all walked around the house with flashlights, trying to figure out how they could have gotten in. Turns out, some creep was climbing in through a small hole in the outside of the house, shimmying through a crawl space, then coming up into the house through the basement. Realizing I had been alone in the house with him on at least one occasion was one of the worst, most terrifying moments I've ever had. Junior year of college, lived in the oldest residential dorm on campus. Lots of ghost stories about dorm. I shrugged them off. Basement was creepy though, unfinished, ugly cement walls and floors, cobwebs. Laundry facilities were down there, and people would always try to get laundry done before it got too late at night, because it was so creepy. Also a locked door in the basement. I had a proclivity for exploring in college, and picked many locks to get into some fun places. Never had any luck with this one though, which was a bummer because I was very curious of it. It was kinda in the corner of the basement, and could not have led to a very large room at all. It seemed so random, almost like a broom closet, but it wouldn't have made much sense to have a utility closet in the basement. Tried many unsuccessful times to get into that door. One day, after several long nights up past midnight to finish assignments, finally got work done early and was looking forward to some good sleep. Then a friend called with a personal problem, and I walked to meet them. Then another friend called. Then after 1 a.m., a third messaged me. Not a sociable person, so it was mentally draining helping 3 friends in one night. It was such a strange, unlucky coincidence that 3 people needed me in one night, particularly in the one night I was looking forward to early sleep. 2:30 a.m., walking back to dorm, fumbling with keys to get in the building. Felt this weird tingle on the back of my neck, and sudden overwhelming desire to go down to the basement. At first thought, remembering that left my laundry in the wash or something, but then I swear, I felt a voice say, "Come down to the basement." Got into the building and just stood there, staring at the steps to the basement. It made no sense to go down there. Prickling feeling on my neck remained, and I swear I again felt a voice in my head, urging me to go down to the basement, just for a moment. Went downstairs to the basement, turned on the lights, saw no one at the washing machine, nothing. just stood in the middle of the basement floor, waiting a second or two for I don't know what. I felt like an idiot, but whatever. I was sleepy, and it was time for bed. I turned around to go back up the stairs when I saw the locked door was wide open. Almost ran forward into it, but as I got closer, I realized my assumption was right. It was a tiny room, barely bigger than a closet, but it was empty. Well, almost empty. It oddly had a single desk, like the small single desk for elementary school kids. So odd, so out of place. From the ceiling, a single old light bulb was hanging over top of the desk. The only other thing in the room, beside the desk, was an all beat up computer chair, the kind that spins, and that damn chair was spinning, slowly, but steadily enough that it wasn't from a draft. No one else in the basement, no one else in this weird tiny room, and it was spinning. Sprinted away up the stairs, sprinted up the 3 flights to my dorm, slammed my door shut and jumped into bed. I never tried picking that door open again, even in the safety of daytime, but I never again saw it opened, and I asked around without luck to see if anyone else ever saw in there. Sorry if that's a lame paranormal story, but it's 100% true, and really disturbs me thinking about it. In my sleepy state, I was a bit too eager to obey the summons to the basement. I was in the FBI as an agent for around 11 years in total. 6 of those long years were with VICAP. If you know what that is, then you already understand the kind of cases that I saw. Things like serial homicides, signature killers, disappearances that did not make sense, the absolute worst shit that you could ever possibly imagine. For those not in the know, VICAP stands for the Violent Criminal Apprehension Program. I don't talk about most of those cases I had to deal with in my time there. I couldn't if I tried. But there is one that is still with me to this day, every single day of my life. It is the first thing I think about when I wake up, and the last thing that I think about when I go to sleep at night. This isn't because it was the bloodiest, or even the most shocking. It was just wrong. Wrong on a level that does not leave your bones. I am not sure even now I could give you a real fucking explanation. We got the call in, I want to say late 2017. It was in a small town in southern Indiana. I think the population something under 3,000 in total. The town looked like a Norman Rockwell painting, rotting from the inside. The sheriff flagged it because the missing kid did not fit the usual script. There was no custody dispute, no drug addict mom, no history of running off, nothing like that, just gone. He walked home from school one day, made it to the front yard, and then vanished sometime between the sidewalk and the front door. His backpack was still slung over one shoulder. His shoes were neatly lined up by the porch. There were no signs of a struggle. Nothing on the security camera across the street either, except for a single glitch. There were 3 seconds of static at 3:21 p.m., the exact window of time that he disappeared. Definitely very strange. I went in with a partner, Agent Carlisle. Not his real name for what I'm sure are obvious reasons. He's a good guy, really hard to rattle. He retired after this one though. Took a disability for chronic insomnia, but I knew better. Never really heard much from him after that. I am not sure if it was this case in particular, or if it was just the last straw in an endless rain of straws. Either way, I do not blame him. We went and interviewed the parents first. The father was a forklift operator at the Tyson plant, and the mom worked part-time at a dentist's office. They were lower middle class, but they had a clean house, and you would not immediately think that they were struggling. Everything was folded, dusted, and in its place. It was the kind of house where you feel guilty walking in with your shoes on. They were absolutely devastated, genuinely. No crocodile tears, no changing timelines. The mother kept pacing, folding and refolding a dish towel in her hands. The father never once made eye contact with me, just stared outside the living room window like the kid might wander back in any second now. We combed through his room. Nothing unusual. Some Pokemon stuff, a shoebox full of cards, a drawer with wrinkled homework, a small stash of candy he probably did not have permission to have in there. Then we checked the basement. It was finished, kind of. It had wood paneling from the 70s, thin carpet that felt damp under your feet, It smelled faintly of cat piss, though they didn't own a cat. I remember Carlisle said something like, "Jesus, this is depressing," and I agreed. In the back corner was a locked door. The dad said it was just the utility room, and he did not like the kids going in there because of the breaker box and exposed insulation. That seemed fair enough, but something about the way he said it, flat and almost automatic, put me on edge. We had him unlock it, of course. It was about what he said: insulation, water heater, some old paint cans. But in the corner, behind a leaning bookshelf full of VHS tapes, was a folding chair. One of those metal ones with the foam seat pad that flicks off. And directly in front of it, bolted to the wall, was a heavy steel ring, like you would see in a barn stall. It was brand new and still had the barcode sticker half ripped on the underside. There was no ropes or cuffs or anything untoward. Nothing attached to it at all. It was just the ring. The parents looked confused. "We didn't put that there," the dad said. The mom looked genuinely horrified and backed out of the room like she was going to puke. Carlisle gave me a look. You don't need a crime scene to be a crime scene. We brought in forensics. No blood, no fluids. The chair was clean. The ring spotless. Nothing to work with. The basement had no windows, and only one small vent that had not been cleaned in probably a decade. There was no way anyone could have gotten in or out without going through the house, but the kid never went into the basement, according to both parents. We verified with friends, extended family. No one even knew that the room existed. Still, something felt really off about all of this. The parents seemed genuine, but I suppose people have been fooled in the past. That's the thing though. Even though it's your job, you sometimes feel guilty of even suspecting them in the first place. It must be every parent's worst nightmare, being suspect number one for your own child's disappearance. Over the next few days, more reports came in. None of missing kids, but of attempted abductions. Always around 3 p.m. when the kids are getting out of school, and always near schools or bus stops. The weird part, they were happening all in different towns and different counties. One in Ohio, one in Kentucky, one as far away as West Virginia. Obviously, these kinds of things happen all of the time, so having them happen like this would not usually be so suspicious if it weren't for the exact same MO. Every time, the kid would walk toward their house, and then blink, gone, or nearly. Thankfully, these ones did not succeed. A girl in Ashland, about 11 years old at the time this happened, was pulled halfway out of her own front yard. That is how she described it. She said it was like her body got stuck in two places at once. One foot inside of the house, the other somewhere else. Her skin from the waist down had torn like taffy. Doctors had no idea how to explain it. Tissue damage like a high-speed collision, but no impact, no bruising, just stretching. She died in the ICU 2 days later from organ failure. Her parents would not talk to anyone, not even us. It just made no sense. If someone grabbed her, how could any human do that kind of damage? Or was there some other puzzle piece that we were missing? It still fucks with my head. Meanwhile, we kept circling back to the Indiana house. We had gone through every inch. I had stared at that metal ring on the wall for hours. I even looked up the manufacturer, and it turns out that it was designed for livestock restraint. It was meant to hold down adult pigs or cows during slaughter prep. I asked the father again if he had bought it. He swore up and down he didn't. We subpoenaed hardware stores. One came back with a match. The ring was purchased in cash about 2 counties over. The store clerk said he remembered because the guy who bought it asked if it could hold a struggling child. Said afterwards that he was just kidding, but laughed way too long and it creeped him out. Unfortunately, no camera footage or names that we could use as leads. We followed all of the leads that we had, but everything eventually went cold all of a sudden. There were no ransom demands, no signs of online grooming. The family's electronics were clean, and digital forensics turned up nothing. No chats, no burner phones, no weird USB drives hidden in couch cushions. We even checked the crawl space, empty. At this point, we had been over the house so many times, it stopped feeling like someone's home and more like a diorama. Too perfect. Every item placed, cleaned, arranged, untouched. But that was the problem. The house. It did not feel lived in. It felt more like it was just managed or maintained. Like when I said earlier about the house seeming that of a higher class family. Carlisle had a theory. It was a fucking crazy one, and it took a lot of convincing to even get me to consider it. He thought that the kid had never lived there at all. That was his big theory. Completely nuts, right? If so, why report it? Why go to all of this effort? We eventually got to work and pulled school attendance. We confirmed that the kid was actually enrolled and active. Pretty average GPA too. We went through yearbooks, looked through classroom photos. There he was, top row, fourth from the left, smiling. Same haircut as the photos on the fridge, same shirt even. But when we visited the school and started asking around, teachers, aides, bus drivers, I don't know what it was, but something cracked. His teacher, Miss Callahan, said she remembered the name, but when pressed on details like what subjects he struggled in and who he sat with, whether he had any disciplinary issues, she just completely stalled. He was a quiet boy, she kept repeating, kept to himself a lot and didn't really cause any trouble. We got the same canned response from 2 other faculty members. Then the school counselor let something slip. She did not even remember meeting him. Not even once. Not for scheduling, not for lunch duty, not even in the hallway. And that made no sense at all. With how thin their staff was, she handled half the administrative load. She remembered kids who dropped out mid-year 5 years ago, but not him. Carlisle and I just stared at each other after that. We didn't say it, but we were both thinking the same thing. Was this kid even real? Another absolutely fucking nuts thing to think, but it was all that we could come up with at this point. Same questions again though. If we were right, then what is going on? And why the fuck would you report a fictional child missing? Fuck, why invent a child in the first place? We pulled CCTV from the school. They had a couple hallway cams and one over the front entrance. Backed up 30 days. The video system was garbage. It was all low resolution and had intermittent skips, but it was enough to establish basic patterns. You could see groups of students arriving in the morning, streaming through the doors. We marked the timestamp from the morning of the disappearance and watched. 7:41 a.m. Bus pulls up. Kids pour out. 1, 2, 3. 34 kids entered. We counted. The homeroom roster had 35 names. We ran it back. Watched every single angle. No sign of him. No backpack. No jacket. No profile walking past the front window. It wasn't conclusive, obviously. He could have easily been dropped off at a side entrance, but the custodial staff confirmed. No one uses those doors. They are kept bolted from the inside. Always. We rechecked that day's attendance log. He was marked present. Signature on the sheet was in pen, but it looked rushed. Almost like someone wrote it left-handed or tried to mimic a child's handwriting. It was Carlisle who found the strangest part. He went back through all 30 days of entrance footage. Every morning, every bus drop-off, and the count never reached 35. Never. Same number every single time. 34. That is when we brought in internal affairs. Not officially. Just to call a guy we knew in Quantico who owed us a favor. He ran facial recognition on the class photos. Matched kids to DMV records. Siblings, parents, anything in the system. Every single kid checked out, except for one. And I am sure you can guess which one. The missing boy. No DMV links. No birth certificate. No vaccination records in state archives. He had no medical provider, no pediatrician, no dental visits. There was just a ghost trail of shallow records, and some of them were obviously backdated or manually entered. We confronted the parents again. I had expected the mother to break first, but she didn't. It was the father. He just stopped pretending. Not in a dramatic way. He just looked at us and asked if we were going to arrest them. When we said we didn't know what we were arresting them for, he laughed. Actually laughed. Said, "That's what I thought." The mother sat silently, hands folded in her lap. Not scared, but resigned. We started pulling at threads. It wasn't easy. The local sheriff's office wanted this gone, and fast. Wanted it to all go quiet. They pushed back hard. Misunderstanding, they said. Grieving parents, don't make them suffer more. The neighbors started climbing up too. One guy, 3 houses down, actually threatened to call the ACLU if we knocked again. He said that we were harassing victims. Like, what the fuck? The case went nowhere after that. Not much more that we could do with 0 leads and no help. Officially, it's still listed as a non-custodial abduction, suspected runaway. Unofficially, Carlisle started digging into similar cases. Ones that didn't go anywhere. Dozens of them. Kids that seemed to vanish into thin air. Usually ones with weird gaps in their paperwork. Mismatched names on birth records. Parents with shallow employment histories. Pediatricians who retired the same year that they signed off on multiple physicals. Patterns emerged. In at least 5 cases, the fathers had purchased livestock-grade hardware within a year before the disappearance. In 3 of those, it was the exact same SKU number as the ring in the Indiana basement. In 2, the homes had recently been renovated. Always the basement. One kid, in Missouri, had been missing for 12 years until Carlisle tracked the parents to a trailer in Oklahoma. There was no kid in sight, but in the shed out back, beneath 2 layers of false flooring, they found a stained mattress, half buried in plastic sheeting. No body, but DNA confirmed. Human blood. 94% matched to the boy. The parents weren't even fucking arrested, can you believe that? All the fucking hoops we had to jump through to get anything, and they just said, not enough evidence to connect. The local PD called it inadmissible due to how we found it. Carlisle snapped after that, filed for early retirement, moved to Oregon, doesn't answer calls. I stayed in the bureau. I still get transfer requests from small towns with unusual disappearances. Most of them don't go anywhere though, and they are few and far between. I think I've seen it maybe twice more since the first incident, but sometimes I will see a detail that lines up like sketchy paperwork in the basement, and every time it has the same story. The parents cry, the town closes ranks, the records get blurrier the deeper you go. Some of these kids might have never existed on paper, but someone built lives around them, bought birthday cakes, took photos, set out shoes on the porch. That is what gets me. It's not the kids that disappear. It's the idea that they were never there to begin with. Because when you start looking close enough, you realize something worse. Maybe someone wanted it that way. They need the illusion of it. But my question to you is this. What the fuck do they need that illusion for? Here is one that is not really covered much on the English language internet. I am copying this from a book. Most of it is just stupidity, with actual mystery at the end. Won't green text because I will probably forget some paragraphs, and it would look weird. My comments in square brackets. Also, the book never says, but the climbers were American. John Cooper and Jeanette Johnson tried to do the impossible. Climb South America's highest mountain during the worst month of the year, but they never made it to the top of Mount Aconcagua. Their adventure was cut short by murder, a brutal and vicious crime that has baffled authorities for almost 10 years, 40 plus now. This is an old book. The macabre mystery began in the summer of 1972. It was then that 8 climbers first got together to discuss scaling the 22,840-foot mountain. There was lawyer Carrie Defoe, the group leader John Shelton, a doctor James Petrosk, a psychologist William Eubank, a geologist William Zeller, a policeman Arnold McMillan, a farmer Jeanette Johnson, a teacher and John Cooper, an engineer. They chose January 1973 as their starting date. When the group first arrived in the tiny town of Mendoza in the Andes, local experts and other mountaineers warned that January was a bad time of year to consider climbing Aconcagua. The expedition brushed their fears aside, but they agreed to hire local climber Miguel Angel Alfonso as a guide. Miguel told them to wait for better weather, but they were determined to begin as soon as possible, and on a freezing morning, the party set out. At first, the climbing was easy, but as the going became harder, several of the group found that they were not equal to the challenge. The first to drop out of the running were Defoe and Shelton. They found that the combination of icy conditions, coupled with a driving wind, was way too much for them. They urged the others to give up, but to no avail. Soon, Eubank succumbed to the strain and dropped out. Alfonso takes up the story. No reference were quotes, and possibly not a direct interview, possibly from a newspaper article. From 5,700 meters, there were only 6 of us left. By 6,300 meters, Petrosk was showing signs of mountain sickness. He was looking very weak and seemed to have lost control of his limbs. Whatever we did, he did not seem to improve, and after a discussion, we agreed that he should be taken back to our base camp, several hundred meters below. They asked me to accompany him, and in the end, I agreed. Preparations were made, and the guide left for the base camp, leaving behind Zeller, McMillan, Cooper, and Johnson. That was the last time I saw Jeanette and Cooper alive, Alfonso said. I went back to the camp with Petrosk. The others told me that they were going to carry on. 3 days later, I was in base camp, with a terrible storm blowing. I looked out of my cabin window and saw figures in the distance. I left the cabin, intending to help the others, but the weather forced me back. The next day I went out again, and managed to reach them. I was staggered to find only Zeller and McMillan. I had assumed the party had turned back, and Johnson and Cooper should have been with them. Both men were in an awful state. Zeller had become blind because of frostbite, and McMillan was bleeding heavily around his face, also because of frostbite. Both were totally disoriented and incoherent. They were muttering and shouting. Cooper is sitting where the paved road gets near the trees. Jeanette has been taken away by those women who came on mules. Odd grammar, possibly twice translated. I took them back to the camp, where Petrosk questioned them in his tent. I don't know what was said. None of them would tell me. Later that year, January of next year actually, an Argentine expedition recovered the grisly remains of John Cooper. His face was pitted and scarred from the ravages of frostbite. His body was taken back to Mendoza, and their doctors found a curious wound, probably caused by an ice pick, in his stomach. But they also found multiple fractures of the skull, and it was those fractures that caused his death. An inquest called it murder. 2 years later, another party of climbers came across Jeanette's corpse, perfectly preserved by the ice. She had been brutally battered. Once again, the police decided it was murder. No one has since been able to find the reason for the deaths. It seems the secret of the cruel killings will be kept by the massive mountain forever. That is where the book entry ends. Okay, I bet you're thinking. They fucked up on the mountain and had accidents, no mystery. Here is what the book does not mention. The last time that Cooper was seen by Zeller, his position bore no resemblance to how he was found, kneeling/squatting with head in his hands and not injured, versus lying down, tangled in ropes, fatally injured. Despite the delay finding her, Jeanette's position was relatively close to Cooper. Both were missing one crampon each. Jeanette was found on a section with almost no slope, making it effectively impossible for her injuries to be from falling. One, or both, it is unclear, were found tangled in ropes in a way that was unlikely to happen naturally, with the ropes tied poorly, and not resembling proper mountain climbing technique. Supposedly, and supposedly unlike most mountain deaths, Cooper's expression was of terror, and his hands were either pressed on a stomach wound or positioned as if for defense. Bonus: Cooper's body was found near the location of an otherwise uninteresting pickaxe the year before. I don't usually post stuff like this online. Hell, I'm the kind of guy who just keeps things to himself. But this one time, a few summers ago, I went out camping alone, and something happened out there that I just can't get out of my head. Maybe writing it down will help me figure it out, or at least get it off my chest, so here goes. I was getting the itch to head into the wilderness. I picked Blackwood, backcountry, a huge chunk of old forest up in the mountains. No trails, no campsites, barely anyone goes there. It's the kind of place that's been left to itself for years. I packed light, just a small one-person tent, a sleeping bag, some dehydrated meals, a water filter, my camp stove, and a flashlight. No phone signal once you get far enough in, so I did not even bother bringing one. I drove as far as the dirt logging road went, then hiked 4 miles in with all of my gear. The spot that I picked overlooked a small lake surrounded by thick pine and fir trees. The water was so clear it looked like glass, reflecting the trees and the blue sky above perfectly. The sun was dropping low when I got there, painting everything in orange and pink light. I set up my tent near the water's edge, collected firewood, and sat back, just soaking all of it in. The whole place was so quiet. No cars, no planes, no people. Just the occasional bird or chipmunk darting through the brush. The kind of quiet that gets into your bones, you know? At night, the stars came out like nothing I'd ever seen before. The Milky Way stretched across the sky like a river of light. For once, I was truly alone. Around 10 p.m., I was just about to drift off when I heard it. Crunch, crunch, crunch. At first I thought it was an animal, but these steps were heavy, deliberate, slow, and methodical, like someone was pacing around the edge of my camp. My heart stopped. I grabbed my flashlight, unzipped the tent quietly, and shone the beam toward the tree line. There were 3 of them, big guys in full camo, faces mostly hidden under hats and shadows. One had a rifle slung over his shoulder. The others carried big packs. One stepped closer to my tent, fingers twitching near the zipper. Instinct kicked in, and I yelled, "Hey, what are you doing?" They froze for a second, then without a word, disappeared into the woods like ghosts. I did not sleep much after that. I kept staring into the dark, expecting them to come back any minute. In the morning, I poked around the clearing and found something that made my stomach drop. Twisted wire snares hidden in the bushes a few feet away from my tent. Crude but deadly traps designed to snap shut and hold anything caught by the leg. I had not noticed them when I arrived. That is when it clicked. These were not regular hunters passing through. They were poachers, the kind who set illegal traps to catch animals without permission, probably to sell or keep, and judging by how they acted, they did not care who or what they scared off. I packed up fast and started hiking out. Once I got back near the dirt road, I managed to get a weak signal on my phone and called Carl, a local ranger I'd met a couple of years before. I told him what happened, the guy circling my camp, the snares. He sounded serious. "We've had reports about those poachers," Carl said. "They've been working the area for months. We think they're targeting some rare species. They're dangerous, and they don't take kindly to anyone who stumbles on them." I asked if they could send someone to patrol or keep an eye out. "We wish we could," Carl said, "but Blackwood is massive and we do not have the manpower. Best thing you can do is stay clear. If you see those guys again, just get out and call us from somewhere safe." A week later, I was scrolling the local news when something jumped out at me. 2 experienced hikers missing near Blackwood backcountry. Search ongoing amid warnings of illegal traps. Apparently, these 2 hikers, who knew the area well, disappeared near the same spot where I camped. Rescue crews found their backpacks and boots abandoned near some wire traps, but no sign of the men themselves. The police suspected the poachers were involved, trying to keep people away from the territory. That hit me like a freight train. Those guys who showed up at my camp were not just trespassers or some weekend hunters. They were predators, hiding out in the wilderness and using traps to control who could be there. And if those hikers could just vanish like that, I can't stop thinking about what might have happened if I had not yelled that night. I asked my dad about spoopy stories from his old job and his new one. I can post a bunch if you like this one. Dad was a border patrol agent years ago. One night was sitting in a camera room up on top of a mountain. They had numerous cameras spread out along the river near the outpost. Dad is sitting watching monitors all night. Lots of nothing for about 4 hours. Suddenly, group of illegals show up on a screen. Sees them crossing the river. Radios the patrol nearby. They say they're on their way. Notices something weird on a different camera. It's a beam of light from the sky. "Do we have any helicopters out?" No. "Do you guys see the light coming down from over by camera too?" No. No, we don't." Dad sees the illegals moving towards the light. The light shrinks down and looks like a bar of white bouncing up and down on the hill. The illegals appear on the same camera as the light, but at the bottom of the hill where they can't see it yet, if it is even able to be seen. They get right up next to it. Other BP agents get to the hill. Dad and all of the other agents are watching the illegals all start flipping their shit. They all scatter. They catch two. The rest jump into the river. They ask them why they got scared, if they saw the agents coming. One of them replies, "No, we saw a devil come from the sky." Dad never volunteers to be in the camera room, ever again. Sure, I have another one from my dad. Dad at his same old job. His friend starts telling him about all sorts of horrible Mexican urban legends. La Llorona comes up. Dad blows him off, tells him how shitty his scary stories are. 2 weeks later, with the same friend on patrol, they are told that a woman is out by the river by a rancher. They go out, drive up and down for miles. Nobody. They get out and walk around. Hear a baby crying. Hear a woman singing in Spanish. Can't find anyone. They can see all up and down the area and cannot find anything. Dad says it started to get louder and louder, like she was heading towards them. Still nobody. Finally, it gets quiet. They radio in that they heard stuff, even start reports on it while sitting in their truck. Told over radio a woman was seen again, further up the river on a dirt road, about 6 miles away. They drive over. Same story. Nothing to be found. They radio in once again that they cannot find a damn thing. They get out of the truck to take a look near a dry creek bed. Pitch black. Possibility of being killed by Mexican drug lords ever present. They hear a woman talking again. Sounds like the same voice. They run towards it, screaming for her to stop. In Spanish, of course. Still nothing. They get sick of chasing this lady. About to head out and go get ready to end their shift. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream that my dad says has given him nightmares to this day rings out. They call in helicopters, more agents, dogs, and sheriff's deputies to search. They think a woman and a baby are hurt. About 60 people search all night and into the next day. Nothing found. I served in the army from the late 90s through the height of the Iraq War. I saw the world at its worst and, very occasionally, its best. Stateside training is one thing, but nothing really prepares you for deployment into a hot zone. My unit touched down southwest of Baghdad in May 2003, and from day one it was chaos. Not the Hollywood kind with constant explosions, but the creeping kind. One moment you're sipping warm water, and the next, a round skips off a wall 2 feet away from your head, and you contemplate how close you were to dying. By July, we weren't green anymore. Iraq in the summer is a furnace. The heat cuts through your gear, and the sand finds its way into everything, including your soul. But we adapted, learned how to read the streets, how to move without painting ourselves as targets. The IEDs and ambushes kept coming, of course, but we found a rhythm. You joke, you smoke, you stay alert. Brotherhood becomes oxygen. Our outpost was outside Al-Dora, east of Baghdad, fortified with sandbags and concrete dividers. The old half-destroyed school building served as our command center. No power, no AC, and comms only when patched in. Nights were pitch black, more than dark, they were void. You stare into that kind of nothing long enough, and your brain starts to fill in the gaps. It can drive you crazy. At the time, we were feeling good. Intel said insurgents were on the run, so we took a breather. Vehicle maintenance, gear checks, a quiet day. The kind of day where someone's cooking god-awful noodles over a stove and old country music crackles over the radio. Just another hot afternoon. That night, around 2100, everything changed. We received word from a guard on the north wall. They were reporting something strange. A bright light in the eastern sky. Not a flare, not a drone. Steady, unmoving. Then another report came in from the southern post this time. Same thing. We weren't on duty, just sitting around swapping jokes, half caffeinated. Someone laughed about aliens. Someone else shrugged it off as a friendly aircraft. The platoon sergeant told us to knock it off and take a look. 4 of us climbed into a 5-ton truck and peered over the sandbanks. We stopped laughing immediately. The light wasn't flickering like fire or steady like a star. It pulsed. It was slow and deliberate like a heartbeat. It was huge, too big, too bright. It looked like a city on fire just beyond the horizon, but there was no sound, no heat, and no movement. Just that glow, bleeding through the black sky. Garcia was the first to speak out of all of us. "It's not lightning. That's way too low. Look at it." He was right. It wasn't in the sky. It was above the earth, hanging there. No source, no beam. It looked like it had seeped up from the ground and was just hovering there. Every instinct screamed wrong. These were hardened men, guys who kicked in doors and ran convoy security through ambushes, and they just stood there, silently. I checked in with one of our comms guys. Radios were dead. No traffic. Even SOG was not responding. That never happened. We always had one live net. The silence felt deliberate, like the light had pulled all of the sound out of the world. We kept watching. The glow pulsed, daring us to keep our eyes on it. And then, slowly, it began to fade. Not blinking out, just dissolving like dying embers. Within seconds it was gone. We waited 10 more minutes. Nothing. No aftershock, no aircraft, no intel chatter, just blackness. Sergeant Medina made his rounds, hitting every post. I heard him say the same thing over and over. "You didn't see anything. You didn't hear anything. Keep your mouth shut." Nobody argued. Not out of fear of him, but because we all felt it. Whatever that was, it wasn't supposed to be real. Speaking it aloud might bring it back. We all lay in our racks that night, pretending to sleep. Nobody talked. No jerky, no dumb stories. Just silence and open eyes. The next morning, everything looked normal. Pale sky, brutal heat. Back to routine. Gear checks, water fills, vehicle inspections. I tried to joke around, lighten the mood. Nobody bit. Heads were down. Nothing came in on the wire. No official reports, no news chatter, no whispers from intel. Either it hadn't been registered, or someone did not want it known. Later that morning, Medina called us together. He walked slow, like the words tasted bad. Then he said, "What you saw last night does not leave this camp. It was a weather anomaly. That's the official line. Speak of it again, and it will be your last report." We all nodded, again, not because we were afraid, but because we understood. A pact formed. How do you explain a light with no source? A silence that made your skin crawl? A feeling like something saw you and chose to let you live? I mean, people would just call us crazy. They call it PTSD. I served 2 more years, saw more death, more senseless blood, but nothing ever made me feel like that night did. Small, exposed, like the universe briefly pulled back the curtain. I never told anyone, not until now, and it's because of this board. Because I keep seeing so many things on here, of people seeing similar lights, seeing things they can't explain. I don't know what it is. I just hope I don't ever see it again. Be me, 26 years old, doing odd jobs in rural Oregon. Cheap rent, no neighbors. Nearest town is 12 miles out and barely functioning. Landlord says, "Don't go near the creek after dusk." Laugh it off. Assume it's a local meth head warning. One night, power goes out. Full moon. Grab flashlight. Decide to check the breaker outside. Hear humming coming from the woods. Not mechanical. Like a dozen people singing the same off-key note. Follow it, because I have the curiosity of a white guy in a horror movie. Reach the creek. See figures kneeling in the water. Hooded, motionless, chanting the same note. Creek is only about a foot deep. They are submerged up to their shoulders, not moving with the current. Just there. One of them stands up, taller than human, limbs too long, skin pale and slick like a frog. No eyes, just holes. Mouth open sideways. Humming stops. Entire forest goes silent. Creature points directly at me. Flashlight dies. No moon. Can't see anything. But I hear the water rushing toward me. No footsteps. Just the sound of the creek moving wrong. Run. Trip twice. Feel something wet brush my ankle. Make it inside and slam the door. House stinks of moss. Floorboard's damp. Look out the window. Nothing there. Next morning, creek is dry, like it was never there. Ask the landlord again. He says, there ain't been a creek on that land since the 1940s. Says the last tenant would not stop humming. Disappeared one night. Sometimes I still hear it. Low, broken, just outside the window. There's no water anymore, but it feels like something is still crawling through the dirt to find me. Bullshit. I don't need no goddamn list. I'm just gonna tell you about something that happened to me this winter. Me and two bros I used to go to college with, we will call them Z and Brett, used to go to different towns around Georgia to party and hang out and stuff. Usually, they knew some people, but sometimes, we would just find different shit on Twitter or Lamebook or shit. We've had some crazy party stories, like really crazy. But this is by far one of the weirdest, and I was chilling up in Z's dorm room on my Twitter, looking for our normal weekend parties and shit. There was some stuff going on down here and there, but nothing really crazy. Eventually, some girl sent me a message, and we started talking for a bit. When I'm talking to girls I like, I kinda like to get inside their head and figure out what type of person they are, so I know what to say to fuck them and stuff. But this girl was really weird. I'm a pretty good judge of character, but this chick was like impossible to read. Not to mention, though I didn't really like to think of it too much at the time, I noticed she had a really weird train of thought. We were talking about our favorite cats and pets and shit, and then out of the blue, she just started getting sexual and flirty and stuff. I don't know, I was just kinda surprised. And when I looked at her profile, it was really simple. Just a picture of her with a few people. Nothing really weird, other than she looked really country and sorta innocent, lol. Nothing really weird, I guess. Just a normal girl's Twitter page. After a while, she told me about this party that was going down at her friend's farm, and I was all, hell yeah, sounds cool, we will be there. Gave me an address to drive to and some directions to get the rest of the way. The address was weird though. It was on the outskirts of this weird town I never heard of called Box Springs or something like that. I don't know. I don't really remember the name properly. I know it definitely started with a B, and it was really small. Of course, the GPS didn't take me to the address, just the town square, and kinda left off. Anyway, I texted Brett, told him about the party that we were going to out in the boonies, and if we were less stupid, we probably would have thought it to be a dumb idea. But we're teenagers. Not to mention, we've been in some real tight situations, so whatever happens, we thought we could deal with it. So we planned this. We decided to leave right after classes on Friday, and get on the way there. We got the bong, brought an eighth of some kush, a 30-pack of beer, and got underway. When we got to Tai Tai, we immediately got lost. The directions she gave us were really shitty, and the people who lived there are country-ass morons, and none of them wanted to give us the right directions. Some said left, others said right. All of them lead out of town, which was kinda strange, as it was fucking annoying, so we decided to go looking for some teenagers. If there was a party in their town, they would know where to look. No teenagers. None. Shit just got annoying as hell. The directions told us to go south on some road that we had already driven on a million fucking times, and I was almost out of gas. We had been driving like 5 or 6 hours, and it was already around 11. When we were about to fuck it and go back home, we saw a hay wagon full of like 12 high schoolers. We thought it was their school bus for a second, lol. So we followed them. Of course, they were looking back at us really weird. We were bumping Gucci Mane, loud as fuck, around these country-ass people, and it was funny. Sure enough, they led us a long-ass way down this long-ass dirt road in the woods, and then went off the path through some grass and mud and shit. The car almost got stuck like a million times, but sure enough, we started to hear some fucking strange-ass bluegrass-sounding music, played by people who have obviously never heard real music. It was like we jumped into the goddamn 30s. Like I said, there were fucking dudes wearing overalls and no shirts, chugging moonshine out of glass jugs, fucking tractors and pigs and shit. It was fucking weird, but fuck it. We cracked open the beer and started smoking a weed, and we naturally started getting comfy. It didn't feel right, I tell ya. Everyone was really fucking quiet, just sitting there listening to their music, dancing a little but otherwise staying silent, save for a few quiet talkers. A few were staring at us, and it was really uneasy, and immediately, we hit a weird feeling in our gut that just got worse as we started smoking. A girl came around to us, the same girl I was talking to on Twitter. She looked different now. Not at all how she did in her pictures. She greeted us, and I introduced my friends. She didn't really seem to care about meeting any of us, and right off the bat, handed us a jug of moonshine. I never had moonshine, so I had no clue what I was in for. Fuck it. It was really boring, so we might as well get on their level anyways. First shot burned worse than all 7 hells combined. Not to mention, it got us tipsy immediately. Things slowly started kicking up. People started getting more talkative, and a few more started dancing. We hit the bong a few more times. It started to feel better. Hell, even the music got better. Shot. More people came to talk to us. It got louder. The girls started dancing a good bit. It felt awesome. The Twitter girl even taught me how to square dance. Oh, one thing I left out is that at this barn, there was a shitload of people. Like 200 people. No one showed up. No one left. It was packed from the time we stepped foot in the barn. You would have thought with this many people, there would be more noise at the beginning, but it was slick silent as graveyard. Of course, until we started getting fucked up. After about an hour, things got trippy. First off, you know how when you get drunk, things get less clear, but also make sense in a weird way. It was the fucking opposite for us. Things got really, really clear, but made absolutely no sense. The closest feeling I ever had was when I used a robo-trap, though that's a stretch. Not to mention, we drank a lot that night. Much more than someone should be able to drink, especially between 3 other people. We killed several jugs of shine, at least I think it was shine. I was just calling it that because that was what came to mind, and it was definitely alcohol of some sort. All I know is, that party got really, really fucking hype in a short amount of time. I remember some dude riding a pig, making out with like 5 different girls at the same time. Everyone was dancing. It turned into one of the best parties of my fucking life, but it was nothing like life too. It felt like I was in a literal dream, or living in the middle of a video game I have never played before. Shit was trippy as all fuck. But then, I saw Twitter Girl again. She came out of nowhere, looking fucking beautiful. Everything seemed to slow down, and she put her arms around my neck and started to dance with me. Somehow, we felt alone all of a sudden. The crowd around us kind of meshed together, like people in a painting. She said some shit to me that all I remember was just a resonance, which is still with me to this day. I took another swig of shine, and she kissed me for what felt like 3 hours. God, I have never been in so much fucking love in my whole goddamn life. When she let go, she started to walk away, keeping her eyes connected with mine. Slowly, the painting around me seeped back into real life. I wanted to follow her, but for some reason, I couldn't. Things began to make more sense. The world seemed to close back into real life. I felt dizzy. I had been drinking for what felt like a whole fucking year. Of course, it would make sense I was about to pass out. Things got darker, my head got lighter, and I felt myself fall back hard into the hard ground. Then, everything was black. We woke up in different parts of the barn, with the worst hangover on the face of the earth. All around us was just a black, empty barn, looking as if no one had been in there for 100-something years. We looked at each other as if what the fuck just happened. We didn't have to say anything. We were all on the same page. We got up and walked back to the car, saying nothing. I started the car and drove off. Looking back in the rearview mirror to see the barn where we lived for the first time in our whole lives, we felt a brotherly bond between the 3 of us that night, and, to this day, this bond is burned into our memories, even though we have all moved on with life. Nothing is remembered from that night. I never found the Twitter girl's profile. My phone took no picture, nor any numbers, and all we have are the memories, and 3 glass jugs that were covered in dust. Hey, I hope you've enjoyed the story so far. If you do and you want to hear more, please leave a like and subscribe to my channel, and leave a comment down below, as it lets the algorithm know that you like my content and it promotes it to more people. My goal for the channel is to hit 50,000 subscribers, and we're closing in fast, so thank you, and back to the stories. Living in the city. Just outside of it actually, in what used to be the warehouse district. Nice townhomes and brand new lofts nestled up against old rundown buildings. I'm renting a unit in one of the townhomes. Pretty cozy, to be honest. Only weird thing is a huge community of hobos that hangs out nearby. They basically live at this now defunct railroad station. This rundown station is uncomfortably close to where they built the new metro line. I sometimes hop the line to a brewery not far from my place. Gets creepy at night because the area is totally silent except for the sound of these homeless dudes shuffling around and whispering in the dark behind me. Spooky, but it's Texas. Always pack heat, friends. So, anyway, one day, a new guy moves into my place. Never seen him before, never saw a U-Haul at any point. It's like he just waltzed in, with no worldly possessions. Just like the shirt on his back. The guy stood out like a sore thumb too. Everyone in my building is white, except for one very young Asian couple. This new dude is black, but his skin looks like a dark blue. I tried to start a convo with him a couple of times. He's polite, but I can tell he does not like me asking about his personal life. I'm a private guy too, so that's okay. I do notice that he's got an accent, but not sure where from. Might have been African or Haitian. I don't know. I'm bad with that shit. I also notice he works nights. Always leave well after dark. Gone all night. Comes back just before daybreak, when I'm getting ready for work. He keeps to himself, so I just forget about him. I get used to hearing my neighbor coming and going. One night, when he leaves, I happen to be looking outside. My unit window faces the metro line. I'm watching the gang of hobos shuffling around in the dark, wondering how the fuck I can get rid of them. Keck. See my neighbor walk out towards the metro station. Stands there for a while. Then somehow, I lose sight of him. Figure he walked to the far end of the station or something. It's much darker over there, and forget all about it. Put on some X-Files, eat some pizza, then call it an early night. Fast forward, I decide to hop the line over to that brewery one night. Make my way to the station. Wait there a bit. Notice I don't hear the homeless dudes. Look back at the old train station. There is nobody there. City must have finally gotten rid of them somehow. Fuck 'em. Hop the line, get off at the brewery, and have a couple of beers. When I'm feeling nice and toasty, I head back to the rail line. At the station, a homeless man approaches me. He asks me for change. Normally I ignore these guys, but he stutters really bad when he talks, and I look at him. His eyes are huge circles. He says, "Please, man, please. Anything you can spare." Stuttering the whole time like he's freezing his ass off. It's late spring in Texas, not cold at all. Like I said, I ignore these guys, but somehow, I felt really bad for this dude. I did not have anything on me except a crisp $5 that the bartender gave me as change. Fuck it, I give it to the guy. He grabs it and immediately takes off running down the station like he just robbed me lol. Fucking crackheads. I hop onto the metro and ride it back home. Hop off the metro. Not a soul at the station. No hobos lurking in the shadows. Feeling nice and safe and buzzed, but I begin to notice the sound of someone following me. Glance back. Nobody there. Keep hearing like footsteps at a distance behind me, but every time I look, I don't see a soul. Must be an echo. Or maybe I'm drunk, lol. Either way, I make it back to my place safely. Shower and head to bed. Wake up the next day. I discover my neighbor's unit is now vacant. Again, I never saw him leave. No U-Haul or anything. Just poof, gone. Weird. Maybe he broke his lease. Oh well, not my business. Late that night, decide to hit up that brewery again. I'm heading out when I see something's been slipped under my door. Bend down to pick it up. It's money. A crisp $5. Think back to that hobo. How scared he looked. Think about the missing hobos at the old train station. Think about, nah, that's crazy. Pocket the $5. Make my way down to the metro. Head to the brewery. grab a couple of beers, and tip the bartender the $5. When I'm nice and buzzed, I hop the rail, headed back home. The station is totally empty when I get back. Not a soul in sight, and I'm feeling good and buzzed. The walk back to my place is nice and quiet, and safe. Be me, 16 years old. On my way to high school during a really foggy morning in winter. The path I had to take every day went through a small patch of forest with some really high trees, low grass, and small bushes here and there. While walking through the patch of woods, I literally can't see anything outside of it. The fog sure is thick today. Can't see the houses that were less than a couple of meters away from the entrance to the woods, nor the big department that was supposed to be at the exit. Can't hear anything either. Everything is dead quiet. Keep walking. I realize I should have gotten out of the woods already because of how much I've walked. Keep walking. Now it's even harder to see ahead. Suddenly, someone else comes out of the fog, walking in opposite direction to mine. Tall man. Medium long black wavy hair, wearing all black. We walk past each other. He looks straight ahead all the time. I look over my shoulder to see where he is going. He's nowhere to be found. That freaks me out. I look forward again and realize I'm right at the exit of the small forest. It also started to snow. To this day, I still do not understand what happened. You walked into a pocket dimension. One of the residents was probably pretty confused to see you. Work at cemetery. Good pay, good benefits, and bonuses. Very few people stay, always quit, and claim weird shit. It's down to a skeleton crew. I and 2 others. One day get an order about vandalism. Keep an eye. No one wants it. I'm money hungry and do it. Good bonus of 500 plus and 2 days off due to lack of sleep. Get set up. Camp out by a mausoleum. Catch 2 idiot kids kicking headstones. I'm hidden in the bushes by the mausoleum. Ghillie suit and paintball gun. Supposed to call the cops or get a description at the very least. Snap a description via camera. Open up and deck idiot kids. They freak out and flee. I proceed to go dark, put on NV, and scope the parks. Snap pictures of damage. Dig around to ensure no other damage. Turn around. See an older man in a suit. I approach him, ask him to please leave. Tells me, good shot. Fucking shits knocked over my stone. I apologize and say we'll get it all fixed. Tells me about his time in World War II. Tells me to please fix his headstone. Points at the headstone. I look and assure him we will. I turn back. He's gone. What the fuck? Look around. Walk to where he pointed, since it's near a mausoleum. See Suit Bro's face on a porcelain image on a knocked over headstone. Okay bro, I got you. Lift it up, since it's small, and straighten it up. Complete the night. Secure the bonus. Get my days off. Return to work. Boss gives me our orders and hands me an envelope. Handwritten letter. Old yellowed paper. Brittle envelope. 2 words. Thank you. Not creepy, but I helped a ghost, and he said thanks. There is probably nothing more ordinary for Muscovites than the capital's metro. The only thing it never ceases to amaze is the ever-increasing fares and long, sometimes up to half an hour, stops of the train for technical reasons in the tunnel between stations. All this, of course, is irritating, but nothing more. And in vain. It would be worthwhile sometimes to turn your gaze to the mosaic frescoes with leaders in the underground halls and remember the era when the Moscow Metro was created. That era was full of secrets and mysteries, as evidenced by more and more new, sometimes terrible discoveries. This story happened in 1975, but it took almost 20 years for one of its participants to dare to tell it to a journalist. Then, in 1975, they were ordered to forget everything and keep quiet. But Viktor Stepanovich M. could not remain silent and wrote about what had happened to one of the central newspapers. The answer followed a week later. Viktor Stepanovich ended up in the Kashchenka Psychiatric Hospital in Moscow, from where he was released only 6 months later when he officially recognized himself as mentally ill and admitted that everything that had happened was the ravings of a madman. What were the official bodies of that time trying to hide? This is what Viktor Stepanovich told the journalist. When I entered the office of the head of the electric depot, my entire team was already there. In common parlance, we are the night patrolmen of the metro tunnels. Our section was the entire ring, and naturally, I knew it quite well. I knew the dead-end tunnels, the sidings, the civil defense warehouses, and other utility rooms. That's why, when I heard what they were talking about, I did not believe it at first. I decided that it was someone's joke. Only the presence of 2 silent men in civilian clothes in the office made me believe what was happening. It turned out that yesterday, that is, a whole day ago, an entire train with passengers and drivers had disappeared from the ring. Vanished completely, and it was unknown where exactly on the ring it had disappeared. There was only one message about a serious violation of the schedule over the past day. A train from the Beloruskaya station arrived at Krasnopreznenskaya with an interval of 14 minutes. It happened at 9:16 p.m. So, it was only on this stretch that the ill-fated train could have disappeared. Indeed, there was a small dead end there, but even if we take into account that somehow the switch worked and the cars automatically turned there, then in this case, the train could not have disappeared. This dead end is too short. It barely fits 2 repair cars, and how could the rest of the train have remained on the main track? And no matter how ridiculous such an assumption was, our team and 2 of the authorities went there. When we arrived at the site in a repair car, it was about 9 o'clock in the evening. All traffic on the ring was temporarily stopped. We stopped in front of the switch at the turn to the dead end and got out to inspect the tracks. Then we went deeper into the tunnel to the very wall. There was nothing unusual in the stone vaults, and suddenly there was a muffled roar, and we felt a barely perceptible trembling underneath our feet. Before I had time to realize that it was the mechanisms of the tunnelers who had come for the second shift starting to work in the neighboring tunnel, the switch behind us clanged, and immediately, the entire wall of the dead end began to creep up. We were so amazed by this eerie sight that we were literally dumbfounded. A few moments passed, and before us opened up a gigantic, illuminated hall, reminiscent of a metro station, but with a single track on which the missing train stood. As if on cue, we jumped up and rushed into the shrinking passage. The wall closed behind us, and the lights in the ominous station went out. In the middle of this ominous darkness, only the train cars were glowing with a dim, duty light. We turned on our flashlights and, whispering, headed toward the train. The first thing we noticed was that the last car was badly dented. Apparently, the wall that was coming down had touched the roof of a car that had not managed to slip under it, and only then did the entire train stop. There were no people in sight. Several times we shouted in the empty, huge hall, hoping that someone would respond, but in vain. The silence that followed our shouts became especially eerie. There was a feeling that everything that was happening was unreal, that time and all of life had stopped here. We walked through all the cars, but found no one, although there were plenty of traces of people's presence. It seemed as if the passengers of the ill-fated train had been here for at least several hours. Empty tins were lying around everywhere. In one of the cars, Things were laid out, as if someone had slept there. On the platform itself, we found an extinguished fire, made mostly of newspapers and magazines. There was also a baby carriage with a pacifier inside. I must say that we were very excited by what we saw, and I personally got pretty scared and suggested that we get out of there as soon as possible, but there was no tunnel or exit from this hall apparently. We searched every corner, convincing ourselves that there must be an exit, because the people who were on the train somehow left the station. After fruitless searching and trying for an hour to find the mechanism that raised the wall, it suddenly went up on its own, and the driver of the repair train appeared before us. Having noticed us, he shouted for us to leave the dangerous area as quickly as possible, and not in vain. As soon as we approached the repair train, the wall behind us dropped again, blocking the passage to the mysterious station with its stone chest. Already on the way back, the driver told us how he managed to free us from stone captivity. Exploring the walls of the tunnel with a flashlight, he came across an electrical switchboard rusted with time. By pressing all the levers and buttons on it in a row, he managed to make the wall rise again. After the events described, I thought about what I had seen for a long time and came to the following conclusion. Apparently, the tunneling work that had begun in the neighboring tunnel had caused unwanted vibration, as a result of which a contact had been triggered in a forgotten electrical panel, switching the switch from the main track to the reserve track. And then the automatics came into play. Unfortunately, at that very moment, a train with passengers was passing along the ring. Thus, it fell into a trap. Only one thing remained unclear to me. Where did the people from the lost train disappear to? When I was released from Kashchenka, I naturally visited that tunnel again. However, I did not find any dead ends or rising walls there. Everything was carefully walled up and hidden by the laid cable. So, this secret remains shrouded in darkness to this day. The eyewitness account was recorded by Sergei Sheglov. This story happened to me and my friend a long time ago, but it left a mark for life. One warm summer evening we were returning from a disco. It was late, pitch black. We didn't go the usual way, but decided to take a shortcut. We went along a dead end. That's what we call a shortcut. There are old, abandoned warehouses there, and not far from there is a scrapyard of iron, and all around there are ravines. So we walk, laugh, tell scary stories in between, scaring each other. Suddenly, we hear a branch crunch somewhere nearby. It became scary, uneasy somehow. We immediately remembered that there was a forest plantation nearby, and wolves and foxes could run from there. The crunching continued. Something was really coming in our direction. I couldn't stand it and screamed, but quickly calmed down, and I just told my friend, "Let's run to the nearest warehouse, sit for a while, and then we'll go." She agreed, and we rushed to the closest warehouse. The doors were boarded up, and it felt like someone was following us. We rushed to look for a possible entrance and finally found one. One door was not boarded up, and we flew into the warehouse like a bullet, but it would have been better to not do that. It was damp and cold and just damn creepy. Suddenly, we heard the door we had just flown into that had creaked and let someone else in. Panic was immediate. My friend and I grabbed each other's hands and started running forward, even though there was a chance of getting lost. The building was huge, with tangled corridors. So we ran, and finally ran into some room with a ladder, either the roof or somewhere else. There was no time to figure it out, and we climbed there. We hid, sat without breathing. Our hands were icy. It was good that I did not put on heels. Suddenly we heard a rustle, and then quiet steps stealthily. My hair stood on end. Suddenly my friend said, "Look, there is something like a feeding trough. Should we hide there?" She did not have to wait long for an answer. We quietly crawled to this feeder, and only after climbing into it did I feel safe. The steps became closer. My heart was pounding. I did not want to look out of the feeding trough, but curiosity got the better of me. I looked out, and what I saw will forever remain in my memory. In the middle of this room stood a creature of medium height, all in fur. In the darkness you can't make it out, of course, but I made it out. It stood on two legs and sniffed. Eyes empty, burning with a red fire. I caught his gaze. Did he really notice me? A step in our direction, and something apparently distracted him. I listened. Somewhere I could hear that a cheerful company was coming. He got up on all fours and ran towards the sound. My friend and I sat in the shelter for a long time. We were sleepy and decided to take a nap. I woke up because my friend was waking me up. Opening my eyes, I shuddered. Behind her on the walls were some signs painted in red paint. She said, "We have to get out, otherwise they will look for us." We walked along dark corridors, shuddering from every rustle. We went out. The sun illuminated us. There was joy in our hearts that we were alive. At home they did not believe us and punished us for a long time. But walking around at night in this wasteland, what with the nights, even in the morning, it was no longer very pleasant, and I walked where everyone else was, and with large groups, every time. In a small town in northern Russia during the late 1990s, a tragedy occurred that shook the entire community to its core. The event was so horrific that even regional newspapers reported on it, though many details remain whispers and half-hidden. It began like any other day in a typical courtyard, surrounded by a 9-story apartment building. Children played football, hid and sought, and at night, they shared ghost stories, daring each other to summon the Queen of Spades. They were ordinary boys, unaware of the dark shadow that would soon to fall over them. Among them was Maxim, a deaf-mute boy who lived in one of the buildings with his grandmother. He did not attend school and rarely spoke, but he often ventured into the yard where the other children lived. The boys found him amusing. He could not respond with words, only moans and gestures. He looked at them with devotion, like a loyal dog, following their every move. Too young to understand compassion, the boys bullied Maxim relentlessly. They took his toys, stole his balls, threw stones and chestnuts at him, and mocked him mercilessly. Maxim never fought back. He laughed and clapped his hands, happy simply to be noticed and included, however cruelly. His grandmother scolded the boys when she could, but the parents were mostly absent during the day. Slowly, Maxim became a helpless plaything, a silent, obedient target for torment. Then, one day, 3 boys from the yard vanished, along with Maxim. The neighborhood erupted in panic. Police with dogs scoured the nearby wastelands and abandoned buildings. The following day, the missing children were discovered at the site of an abandoned gunpowder factory, about 1.5 miles away from their homes. A member of the police search team, speaking anonymously, revealed the grisly details. When we reached the factory grounds, the dog picked up a scent trail leading to one of the workshops. What we found inside was beyond belief. Body parts were scattered everywhere. The floor was soaked with blood. 3 boys had been torn apart. It seemed as if something had ripped them from limb to limb with bare hands. Blood was everywhere. Only Maxim remained whole. He was found in a corner, crouched with his back to the room, pants torn off, bruised all over, and eating. He had been eating them. Further investigation revealed that one of the boys had subjected Maxim to cruel acts. The shock must have triggered something unimaginable in the boy. To do what he did, he must have had inhuman strength. I quit the force a week later. I could not shake the image of his bloodied face turning toward me. He looked at me and smiled. This is the start of a truly unbelievable story that I am still trying to find answers to. Be summer of 8th grade. My all-female friend group. Looking back, I can see where people would think I was gay, and I find an abandoned house not too far off the road. We make plans to go and explore it the next day. We set off on our bikes to ransack that shit. When we get there, we notice it has yellow tape all over the door, but we don't care. Try to open the door. It's locked. Being the big alpha male I am, I kick the door open. It really only needed a firm push. It's a 2-story house with a very small second floor and what looks like a bird's nest tower on top. The first floor is covered in general debris and junk, mostly party trash and the gutted inside of the building. We explore the first floor and find nothing interesting. I'll climb up the ladder to the second floor. questionable intellect female picks up some rubble and breaks a fucking window as soon as we are all up there. We all bash her ears in verbally for being an asshole. Ironic. We find 2 sleeping bags, a purse, and a large drink from a nearby gas station. Drink still has some kind of red drink in it. The girls start pillaging the aforementioned. I look in the corner and find $2. First one I pick up is odd looking, from the 1980s. It's about masks, occult to spoopy to stage masks, that kind of stuff. Kinda interested in it, but the other book catches my eye. It's a rather large paperback book, laying face down. Pick it up and turn it over, to find out it's a fucking paperback witchcraft book. Laugh a little bit, and tell the girls what I found. Might as well not exist. They are too preoccupied with their systematic destruction of the purse/living area. Open the book to a random page. 8th grade me has come face to face with a pentagram. The book doesn't have the telltale sign of being used before. Crease cover. Internally and tactically shit myself. Don't mention it to the girls and suggest we check out the backyard. I finally notice what they did to the purse and freak out a little bit. Don't let them know that though. They agree to check out the backyard. Try to fix what they broke when they're climbing down the ladder. Kind of hard to do when the entire purse is now covered in sticky red drink liquid. Fuck. When we all get outside, I lead the brave expedition to the backyard. As soon as I cross the threshold to the back, a deep hoarse voice yells out, "Get out!" from inside the house. We all hear it. I've never run so fast before in my life. I ditch those assholes and pedal my ass off all the way to my house. R.I.P. alpha male. For obvious reasons, I cannot sleep that night. Holden poops and peeps because too afraid to leave my room. Finally can't stand it anymore and brave the unknown. 3:30ish a.m. Of course it was. On my way to the bathroom, I look outside the sliding glass door. Tall figure, about 8 to 9 feet tall, completely white. White suit, except for a red tie and possibly red buttons. It's staring at the sunrise. I stop in my tracks as if I am bewitched. Ooh. I can only logically think that the Slender Man is out to get me. But it can't be him because he's not real, and that suit is completely different. Rather snazzy suit, by the way. The figure begins to turn its shoulders and head towards me. No face. Run to the bathroom and hide out until 4 a.m. Second night of breaking into the house. Even more scared of going to sleep, pooping and peeing than before. Can't risk having parents find piss bottles though, so I have to risk going to the bathroom. Whoops. Extremely cautious on my journey to the loo. Nothing out of the ordinary and decide to risk it. I must poo in loo. As soon as I am done letting the brown beast flow from between my cheeks, deep hoarse laughter coming from inside the house. More specifically the living room area. I have to walk through that area to get back to my room. Nope in the bathroom for a while. Hear my heavy ass door to the garage open up, ever so slightly. The door to the bathroom and the door to the garage are less than 1 inch from each other. They are real close, so any movement from either can be heard on the opposite side. It clicks open, then closed. I hear the small pitter-patter of what can only be described as a very light toddler running on wood. We had wood floors. If I hadn't shit prior, I would definitely be shitting now. Can't risk having to answer questions about why I was sleeping in the bathroom. Wish I chose that path, but didn't. Brave going back to my room. I am on high alert. See and hear nothing out of the norm. Go to bed and assume I'm just sleep deprived and hallucinating, even though it's never happened to me before. Feel the pitter-patter walk up to my door from the outside and look at my door. It cracks open just a little bit. Close my eyes and just pretend this isn't happening. Whatever opened the door started walking slowly and deliberately to the foot of my bed. I can hear and feel it walk to the foot of my bed. Neither of us moved for about half a minute. Without warning, it sits right by my feet. Whatever it was had enough mass to sink the mattress all the way down to the bed frame. I pull my feet up into the fetal position as fast as humanly possible. I felt the entire energy of that room change after I did that. The entity that sat by my feet got up as fast as I had pulled my feet up. I felt it speed walk out of my room. Night went on as if nothing happened. Somehow went to sleep. Forgot to mention that before I walked into my room, I looked out the windows to the front yard and saw a rake-like hand with a white suit jacket sleeve moving as if something was walking away from my house. Third night. Lucky freeze, am I right? Still spooked. Still need to pay. Still during the hour of 3 a.m. I might be stupid for going to the bathroom again, but what could possibly be worse than what already happened? I decide to risk it. It is darker than usual and everything is dead quiet. I make it to the bathroom without seeing or hearing anything. I open the bathroom door and turn on the light. In the mirror, instead of seeing my own reflection, I see the same entity that was standing on my porch looking at the sunset. Same white blank face, same white suit, and same red tie. I stand there for a second, and when I blink, the figure was gone. The figure was 8 to 9 feet tall in the mirror. It was my proportions. Nothing exactly spooky has happened since this occurred. At most, I felt things walk into my room, hang around for a little bit, and then walk out. I have no idea what this entity was or why I was targeted so heavily. After a week had passed since the mirror incident, I asked my closer chick friend if she had anything happen to her after we went to the house. I didn't tell her a goddamn thing about what I saw. I mean, how could I? She tells me that she saw a tall white figure looking at her through her mirror in the corner of the room. She didn't take part in the destruction of property. She just watched. I asked the 2 girls who did fuck shit up if anything happened to them. Again, I did not tell them shit about what happened to me. They both told me this of their own accord. They both told me that something white had banged on their door and ran around their house. They saw it through the windows running around. Can and Anon identify what I saw or give me some kind of explanation? This all happened in Arkansas in a small country town. It started out as just a fun idea. Me, Jeff, and Hunter, all in our 20s, wanted to escape the usual boring routine of work, school, and city noise. We were tired of everything, so we decided to go camping for the weekend, just the 3 of us, a campfire, and some time in the woods. We found a quiet spot deep in the forest where, as far as we could tell, no one else was camping. Okay, this is our spot, I told Jeff and Hunter, and they agreed. We set up our tent in a small clearing surrounded by tall trees. The sun was setting, and the sky turned dark. It was peaceful, serene, like we had the whole world to ourselves. We built a campfire and cooked some hot dogs and burgers. It wasn't fancy, but just being out there with my friends felt amazing. We laughed, told stupid stories, and soaked up the cool night air and the crackling fire. But then, things started to shift. I was sitting by the fire, poking at the logs, when I heard something. At first, it was the usual forest sounds. Twigs snapping, leaves rustling, normal stuff you expect in the woods. Then I heard footsteps. Heavy footsteps. Definitely not animals. My heart jumped. I whispered to Jeff and Hunter, "Hey, did you guys hear that?" Jeff looked up from his phone, tense. "Yeah, that's not an animal." Hunter squinted into the darkness. "Probably just hikers, don't worry." But none of us sounded convinced. Before we could say anything else, 3 large figures emerged from behind the trees. I froze. These weren't hikers. They were rough-looking, dirty men, like something out of a backwoods horror movie. Late 40s to mid-50s, with rotten teeth or no teeth at all, long unkempt beards, and torn clothes. They didn't say a word to us at first, just stared at us like we were intruders. Then the biggest one looked us over, licked his lips and said, "All right, boys, which one do y'all want?" The second one said, "I want the blonde one with the glasses." That was Hunter. My stomach dropped, and I almost vomited. Hunter was petrified. Jeff, though, stood straight up, no fear on his face. Jeff was older, 23, while Hunter and I were just 21, and Jeff was kind of the alpha of our group. He is the one who usually stays calm in crazy situations. I knew he was thinking fast. One of the men stepped forward. "You boys got 2 options. Come willingly, or try to run. But you won't get far out here." Then, without warning, Jeff took off running. He dashed to our tent, grabbed his bag, and came back, holding a gun. Probably a Glock, but I don't really remember. "Sorry guys, didn't mean to leave you." but this was the only way we're getting out of here, he said, glaring at the men. We're leaving, and if you try anything, I'll kill you right here. My mind was racing. Where did Jeff get that gun? But I didn't care. I was just glad he brought it along. Then the men smiled and laughed. You think there's only 3 of us out here, one said. I was officially shitting bricks. I screamed at Jeff, shoot around them, get us out of here. Suddenly, one of the hillbillies pulled out a duck call and blew into it. Footsteps came running toward us, at least 5 more people. Jeff started shooting at the ground near their feet and told Hunter and me to run. We left everything behind and sprinted for our car. On the way, Hunter tripped and lost his glasses. We finally made it to the car, which thankfully started right up. No slashed tires or anything. We drove off as fast as we could. On the way home, I asked Jeff why he never told us he brought a gun. I didn't want you guys to freak out, he said. You never know what could happen in the woods at night. If I didn't have it, we might not be here now. We ended up crashing at Jeff's apartment, too scared to go home. We stayed up all night trying to make sense of what happened. We have no idea who the men were. We joked that they were some kind of cannibal hillbilly cult, but it sounded crazy. Still, they wanted us for something. We tried looking up reviews and warnings about the forest, but found nothing. Just found some Facebook posts warning others to stay away. Most people didn't believe us when we told them what happened. Maybe you won't either. But this really happened. If Jeff hadn't acted fast and stood his ground, who knows what would have happened. I am just glad I'm alive, and definitely glad I didn't end up in someone's stew. Be me, driving back from Maine to Mass on Christmas Eve morning, about 2 a.m. It was the year 2016. Drove an old Volvo, so I tried to avoid holiday traffic, figuring it would be the smoothest ride. It was, until I reached the toll booth. Waited for a solid minute straight. The teller was like she was turned off, until she casually turned and took my change without a word. Okay, am I in some sort of Twilight Zone episode? No, she must just be depressed or something, I guess. I kept on driving, with an increasing uneasiness. I was paying attention to the road more than ever in pure gut feeling when I see a car pulled over on the breakdown by Lowell, Mass. First sign that something was wrong. It was slightly sticking out, right on the white line. I turn and see the lights in the fast lane approaching me. I was in the middle. I hit the brakes as quickly as I could. A flatbed stopped dead in the middle of the fast lane on 495 at 2 in the morning. I passed by going about 5 miles per hour. I see a woman. She was hysterical. I see what was a man, his boots literally knocked off. He looked as stiff as a nutcracker. I see 2 other men. One driver that hit him, the other the flatbed driver, both standing in the highway at night in utter shock. I pull over, and a white box truck does behind me as well. I call 911. There's an emergency on 495. We know. We are sending assistance now. No, you don't understand. There is a dead body in the highway and 3 other people standing over it. Understood. Sending all available. Click. Well, fuck. I happened to have a neon shirt I was using for a Halloween costume, and had a spare trunk blanket I had not opened. I walk over to the scene, well aware that it was a fucking highway at 2 in the morning. I was blank. She was still in disbelief he was dead. Man who hit him said this, "For the love of God, does anyone have a blanket?" I toss in my blanket. A car going 60 miles per hour drives between us. Fuck, this is still a live highway. I take the shirt and start flagging down cars, asking for a road flare. Everyone passed out of sheer horror of the scene, but it was stopping traffic into a jam. I see lights. I turn to walk away, and the box truck driver grabs me. Trucker Anon says this, "Don't step in that. Bad time to walk your dog, right?" I see a big white pit bull, stomach ripped open, and its entrails strewed across the road. I got into my car before I had to answer any questions, and just drove home. Merry Christmas, although I was quite humbled by it, I guess. Here is the article all about it. Okay, so I was a little confused what happened, so let me read the news article. Bradford man 49 dies after being struck by pickup in Massachusetts. Lowell, Massachusetts. Early Christmas Eve morning, a Maine man died in a crash involving a pickup truck and a pedestrian in Lowell, Massachusetts. Police say around 3:20 a.m., a Ford pickup was traveling on Route 495 southbound, south exit of 37, when it collided with a 39-year-old man from Bradford, Maine, who was in the second travel lane of the roadway. As a result of that collision, the pedestrian was pronounced deceased at the scene. The operator of the pickup, a 61-year-old man from Chelmsford, Massachusetts, was brought to Lowell General Hospital for treatment of minor injuries. The crash remains under investigation. Part of that investigation will include determining why the pedestrian, whose vehicle was located in the breakdown lane nearby, was in the travel part of the road. There was a deceased dog in the roadway, indicating the pedestrian may have been attempting to retrieve the dog. No charges have been filed at this time, so yeah, I guess. Fuck. In the summer of 2010, I ended up in Hardinsburg, Kentucky for my grandmother's funeral. The only other time I had been up there was when I had been younger, and it was so that my grandfather could be the priest for my dad's current marriage. Anyways, I was in Kentucky for 5 or 6 days and spent every night at my cousin/aunt's. I am not really sure which she is. Of the grandchildren who were grown up, I was the youngest, and ended up on babysitting duty for the majority of the time up there. I stayed in a little trailer at the top of a hillock, along with a bunch of my younger cousins. During the day, everyone would go over to my granddad's and leave me there with the kids, and then come home for a few hours and put the kids to bed before heading back out to go and do God knows what. I stayed up pretty late on the last night that we were there. The kids were in bed, and I had the place to myself for quite a while, so I figured I would go and sit on the porch, enjoying a cigarette. As I walked out of the door, there was this god-awful stench. It was a metallic/shitty smell that is really hard to describe, but I am sure that if you have smelt it before, you know what I am saying. It was just this gross-ass stench that hit me like a ton of bricks when I got outside. I started gagging and walked down the stairs of the trailer, thinking I would get some fresh air off the porch. As I got down, I saw in the moonlight what looked like one of my younger cousins, Aiden. He was just kind of standing there, with his back to me, a good 50 feet away from the trailer. I yelled out to the little kid that he needed to get back inside, or his mama would flay him alive. But he just kept standing there. I kept hollering and walked up to him, and as I got closer, I noticed he seemed kind of off. He was standing, but he had his knees bent at weird angles to each other, and his head was cocked to the side a little bit. I tapped him on the shoulder and he turned around. Aiden had this crazy, manic smile on his face, and sweat was just pouring off of his little forehead. He started shaking, and it took me a moment to realize that he was laughing, because there was no sound coming out. I tried to pick him up and carry him inside so I could look at him in some decent light and make sure that he was all okay, but he must have backstepped as I tried to get him. I snatched at him again and caught him, and he just started screaming in this really freaky guttural voice that I didn't even realize he could possibly make. It was just way too deep and gruff for a 5-year-old to make. While he was screaming, he was also flailing his arms and legs around. He ended up making contact with my groin, so I dropped him, and he ran off towards the trailer. I sat there hunched over for a moment, getting some air, before running up after him. He was gone when I looked up, so I ran inside hoping he would be there waiting for me in the living room. Well, he wasn't, but after some looking around, I found him passed out in the top bunk of his bunk bed. I was confused as shit, but I was not going to wake him up, and I just decided I would let his mom know about it when she got home. When my aunt got home a few hours later, I told her about it, and she woke up Aiden to ask about it. He had no clue whatsoever what we were talking about, and we ended up sending him back to bed after giving him some juice. My aunt thinks I must have had some crazy vivid dream and made it all up, but the next morning, while I was loading my stuff up into the trunk, I smelt that gross smell, and I would have sworn I saw Aiden darting underneath the trailer. Had he not walked out the front door a split second later, along with the rest of the family, I would have chased after him, but I just told myself I was imagining things, and didn't say anything to my family. This is the only spooky thing that has ever happened to me. Be about 15 years old-ish, hanging out with 3 friends at the beach. Not summer, we just hung out at this shitty beach all the time. Some houses along the coast, all old and pretty spread apart. One house is abandoned, all boarded up and derelict. Decide to chill in there and drink. In through the window. Up to next floor, chilling in some big empty bedroom. Hanging out, chatting, drinking some weak-ass beer and feeling badass. House is almost completely dark, all windows covered, no lights work, using just a single flashlight as our light source. Suddenly hear footsteps downstairs. We each proceed to shit ourselves, staring at each other in the dark, terrified we'll get in trouble for being there. Hear footsteps slowly come up the stairs. Continue to shit ourselves. Someone shuts off the flashlight so we are not seen. Hear steps going across this floor, right in front of our closed door. Steps don't slow down, just go on right past our door and proceed to go upstairs. We hear each step up. Footsteps stop. We sit in silence for about 2 minutes, then start whispering at each other. For some dumb-ass reason, decide to follow the steps up. For some dumb-ass reason, I end up in front. We go upstairs, my hands are shaking like fuck holding the flashlight. The top floor is just one room, doors closed. I gather my courage, which is mainly fueled by me not wanting to look like a bitch. I open the door and we see nothing. No one's there. We search the whole room, quickly getting cocky. No furniture, no weird secret doors, no possible way someone else could be in there with us. Tension is broken, but we quickly realize what just happened and nope the fuck out of there. We still talk about this if I'm ever drinking with any of these guys. To this day, we have no reasonable explanation. We all heard it. Someone was definitely in the house, and there is no possible way that they could have left that room without us hearing them on the way down.